The Index Astartes, a history of the Space Marine legions and subsequent chapters, where appropriate, up to the 13th Black Crusade. The Dark Angels' First Legion. Since the founding of their legion at the birth of the Imperium, the Space Marines of the Dark Angels have been feared by their enemies and held in awe by those they protect. Stubborn and relentless in battle, ever vigilant and zealous in pursuit of their duties, the Dark Angels are among the Emperor's most faithful servants. Yet it was not always so. For 10 millennia the Dark Angels have harbored a sinister secret, an act so terrible and shameful, it threatens everything the Dark Angels hold most dear, and may yet bring them eternal damnation. The true origins of the first founding chapters are intrinsically tied up with the birth of the Imperium, and the legendary times when the Divine Emperor still walked among men. The truth of what occurred in those distant ages is lost now, preserved only in the ancient tales of chapter history, maintained by Space Marine librarians, and perhaps within the endless vaults of the Library Sanctus on Holy Terror. But against the terrible weight of 10 millennia of history, facts are rare, and supposition is commonplace. Now then, these few facts. The Dark Angels have the honor of being the first Space Marine Legion, created by the Emperor to fight in his Great Crusade to liberate the human race from aliens and the domination of dark gods. Their victories are the stuff of legend and, despite whispered rumors concerning the chapter's history, they are considered by many to be the greatest of all the Space Marine chapters. The character of each of the first founding chapters is strongly shaped by the personality of its Primarch, or First One, and the Dark Angels are no exception. The Librarians of the Space Marines possess stories of the creation of the first Primarchs by the Emperor. They tell how the Emperor, unstoppable in his blessed divinity, reunified the tribes of war-torn terror and led them into the light. He knew the time was coming to reunify all of mankind, scattered across the galaxy by the age of strife. He also knew that such a great undertaking could not be achieved alone, for even one as mighty as he could not be in all places at once. And so he began to forge for himself the Primarchs, the First Ones. They were the sons of his blood, yet not mere copies. Each was engineered to be a leader of men, a warrior and a hero tempered by wisdom and strength, both physical and spiritual. These progeny of the Emperor would lead mankind away from the dark powers and into a golden age. But some disaster is known to have befallen the Emperor's works on Luna before they were complete. The unborn Primarchs were lost, scattered among the stars. Many stories and legends have risen about the scattering of the Primarchs. Some tell that the dark gods foresaw the Emperor's plans and sought to destroy their unborn foes, but only succeeded in dispersing them. Others maintain that it was the Emperor himself who cast the Primarchs adrift on the tides of the galaxy, that they might learn to live truly away from the chrome and ceramite of the laboratorium. Others still maintain that it was the nascent Primarchs themselves who chose to depart the Emperor's care, seeking knowledge alone. It is likely that only the Emperor himself knows the truth. What is known is that after this date, he turned his hand to genetically enhancing and modifying human subjects, using the template of the lost Primarch's gene strands. In this way, the first Space Marine legions were created, and it was they who accompanied the Emperor on his reconquest of the galaxy. The Librarians of the Dark Angels recall ancient tales of how their Primarch, he who had become known as Lionel Johnson, was found on their homeworld, the beautiful but blighted world of Caliban. The mutation and corruption of the Chaos Realm cursed Caliban and made it one of the deadliest worlds in the galaxy. By all rights, the infant Primarch should have died within minutes of his arrival. How he managed to survive is a mystery, as Johnson never spoke of his early years on Caliban. The inhabitants of Caliban are said to have been a proud, martial people, brought up to live and die by the sword. The surface of Caliban was covered in lush forests, inhabited by all manner of terrifying beasts that had been warped by chaos. The ferocity of these creatures forced the planet's inhabitants to build brooding stone fortresses in huge clearings hacked from the forests, and it was from these castles that the warrior elite of Caliban ruled. The Lay of Luther tells how a band of knights from a group known as the Order discovered the Primarch child deep within the forest. Their leader, a young man named Luther, brought the Primarch back to the fortress monastery of the Order and gave him the name Lionel Johnson, which in the tongue of Caliban means the lion, the son of the forest. Johnson easily adapted to the ways of humankind, learning the customs of his race and adopted homeworld in a remarkably short time. As time passed, Johnson and Luther became like brothers, each seeming to complement the other's ability and skills. Tales of their exploits and victories spread around Caliban, and the number of young men wishing to join the Order grew every year. Imperial scholars believe that Johnson led a planet-wide crusade against the taint of chaos that dwelt within the forests. The Grand Masters of every monastery joined Johnson and the Order in their crusade, and within a decade the entire world was rid of the dark powers that had once plagued it. Free from the tyranny of chaos, the planet of Caliban flourished like never before, and in recognition of his triumph, Johnson was proclaimed Supreme Grand Master of the Order and ruler of Caliban. It is also whispered that, although openly he was proud of Johnson's achievement, Luther felt the first faint stirrings of jealousy that were to fester and grow, until one day it would almost destroy everything that he and Johnson had built. As Johnson and Luther were battling against the chaos creatures of the forest, the Emperor was reconquering the galaxy on the Great Crusade with his Space Marine legions. When the Emperor reached Caliban, it is said that he and Johnson immediately recognized the bond between them, and the Emperor was united with one of his lost Primarchs. According to the Apocrypha of Scaros, Johnson was given control of the Dark Angel's Legion of Space Marines, which had been made in his image, and Caliban was decreed the homeworld of the Dark Angels. The warriors of the Order clamoured to join their ranks, and in time the entirety of the Order became Space Marines. It is believed that it was Luther who would be the first to become so enhanced, and he became second only to Johnson in command of the Legion. Yet when the Emperor left Caliban to continue the Great Crusade, he took Johnson and the majority of the Dark Angel's Legion with him. Luther and the remainder of the Legion were left to protect their homeworld and guard against the return of chaos. This much can be found in the archives of the Imperium, but the remainder of the Dark Angel's earliest history and their terrible betrayal is well hidden. Only the inner circles of the Dark Angels themselves, and perhaps the highest members of the Inquisition, know of Luther's subsequent treachery and the sundering of the Legion itself. The Lion and the Wolf. One of the most famous tales of rivalry to be told across the galaxy is that of the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves, and goes back to the days of the Great Crusade. As the Space Marine legions pushed back the frontiers of the Imperium, each Primarch strove to excel in the eyes of the Emperor, and none more so than Leman Russ, Primarch of the Space Wolves. Only Horus and Lionel Johnson could claim more victories than Russ, and this was a constant frustration to him. It was on the world of Dulan, where the Space Wolves were fighting alongside the Dark Angels, that matters came to a head. The tyrant Duraf had personally insulted the Emperor, sacrificing thousands of Imperial priests to his patron demon, and both Russ and Johnson desired the honor of slaying this heretic. The headstrong Primarch of the Space Wolves flew into a rage when Duraf proclaimed that Russ was the Emperor's lapdog and would be fed to his pet groks. Russ swore that he would cut Duraf's head from his shoulders and demanded that the Dark Angels allow him to lead his Space Wolves in an immediate assault on the tyrant's Crimson Fortress. Johnson had spent days scouting the weak points of the fortress, meticulously planning the attack, and was not about to let some hot-headed barbarian ruin his carefully laid plans. He refused Russ's demand and began the assault, storming the fortress with remarkably few casualties. Russ, caught in a swirling combat at the base of the wall, could only howl in anger as he watched Johnson slay Duraf high on the walls of the keep. After the battle, Russ stormed into the halls of the fortress and struck Johnson a blow to the head. The two Primarchs wrestled for a day and a night, each unable to overcome the other's skill. At last, the pair broke apart, and Russ began to laugh, seeing the humour in what had occurred. Johnson was silent, though. He saw Russ's first blow as treacherous, and as the Space Wolves' Primarch laughed, Johnson struck him unconscious. Now he considered honor to be satisfied. The prostrate Russ was carried from the fortress by his men, and when he regained consciousness, the Dark Angels had already departed to fight in the Alisor campaign. Russ swore he would avenge the stain on his honor, and, to this day, whenever the Space Wolves and Dark Angels meet, one of their number is called upon to refight the ancient duel of the Primarchs in order that honor may be satisfied. The Betrayal. The Great Crusade continued, and world after world fell to the Dark Angels. Word of Johnson's victories and fame reached every corner of the galaxy. On Caliban, the smallest embers of jealousy and envy in Luthor's heart were stoked into a raging inferno, with each tale of his brother's valor and skill in battle. His role as warden of some forgotten planet grew in his mind to become a vile stain on his honor, and the noble knight that Luthor had been was lost in a morass of bitterness and spite. When the Horus Heresy erupted, and many of the Space Marine legions turned against the Emperor, Johnson was fighting alongside Leman Russ, Primarch of the Space Wolves, on the far side of the galaxy. When the two Primarchs learned of Horus's betrayal, they put aside their feuding, gathered their legions, and began the journey back to Earth. But the journey was long and beset by difficulties, so that by the time they arrived, the battle for Earth was over, and the traitors had been defeated. The cost of the victory had been high. The Imperium lay in ruins, and the Emperor's wounds forced him to ascend to the life-preserving mechanism of the Golden Throne. Johnson was stricken with grief that he had not been able to guard the Emperor against Horus's treachery, and it was in sorrow that he returned to Caliban for the first time in many years. But as the Dark Angel ships moved into orbit over their homeworld, at the end of an arduous voyage, a withering salvo of fire blasted from the planet's surface, sending crippled ships burning into the atmosphere like falling stars. The fleet pulled away from the planet in confusion, and Johnson attempted to discover the reason for the attack. The Dark Angels were to discover a horrifying tale of betrayal. It is this tale which has remained the Dark Angels' terrible secret for over 10 millennia, and which they will take almost any action to conceal. Over many decades, Luthor had corrupted the warriors of Caliban, projecting his bitterness and jealousy onto the Dark Angels left in his care. His powerful oratory had twisted them with an all-consuming hatred of those who had stolen their glory and abandoned them to be little more than caretakers. Like Horus and the other traitors, Luthor had been corrupted by the insidious lure of chaos. His pride and hubris had been all the dark gods needed to make him theirs. The Primarch's thoughts can only be imagined. But Johnson had fought his way across the galaxy at the Emperor's side to rid countless planets from the taint of chaos, only to find his beloved homeworld lost to those same forces. When he discovered the truth, his fury was terrifying to behold. His ships moved to destroy those who had betrayed him, and began to ruthlessly bombard the planet's surface, regardless of the planetary defenses. The forests burned, and the ground shook with the fury of battle as ships and defense towers smote each other with the power of suns. Little by little, the defenses were shattered, until Johnson finally ordered the invasion and personally led the assault on Caliban, his heart burning with the thirst for vengeance. The fallen Dark Angels had taken refuge in the last fortress of the Order, and now Johnson led his warriors against his home, knowing that Luthor would be waiting for him. The Primarch faced his former brother, and knew that he was lost to him, that the Dark Powers had destroyed the honourable man he had once been. The Primarch was a living god amongst men, but Luthor had been elevated by the Chaos Powers to his equal in almost every way. The two warriors fought in a battle the like of which had not been seen before, and has never been witnessed since. The ancient home of the Order was reduced to rubble in their epic battle, as the Dark Angel's fleet continued to bombard the planet, flattening the citadels of every remaining monastery. Caliban's surface began to crack and heave under the constant shelling, the fury of the Dark Angels blinding them to the devastation they were wreaking on their home world. Only the masters of the Dark Angels know more than this, and they tell it to no one. However, the ancient Codicillium Astartes Mortis, or the Book of the Angels of Death, describes the battle between Luthor and Johnson. They fought with superhuman strength, equally matched in all but purpose. Eventually Luther stumbled, his neck exposed to his brother's righteous blade. As Luther fell, Johnson raised his sword high, but even in his rage could not bring himself to deliver the killing blow. Luther had no such qualms, and, as Johnson hesitated, he unleashed a terrible sorcerous attack that mortally wounded the Primarch. Luther towered above the lion, and as he watched the Primarch struggle to stand, his face contorted in agony. The veil lifted from Luther's eyes, and he realized the full horror of his betrayal. Not only had he forsaken his friend, his legion, and the Emperor, he had betrayed the nobility within himself. He cast his weapon aside and collapsed next to Johnson, his sanity shattered by the enormity of his actions. Around Caliban, the warp convulsed as the Dark Powers realized that they had once again been thwarted. If accounts are true, their titanic rage tore a rent in the very fabric of space around Caliban, and a warp storm of utmost fury spewed forth from the rent to engulf the planet. A swirling vortex of unleashed warp energy swept across Caliban. Furious planet-wide earthquakes racked the surface of the planet, and it began to split apart. The relentless bombardment by the Dark Angel's fleet had already weakened the planet, and to their horror, it broke apart and was no more. The debris of the death spasms sucked into the maelstrom of the warp. All that remained of Caliban were the ruins of the Order's fortress monastery. The Dark Angels maintained that the ruined fortress was empty, but the Codicillium Astartes Mortis states, when the Dark Angels descended to the dead rock, they discovered Luther, curled in a fetal ball, endlessly repeating the same phrase over and over. He told the Dark Angels that the Watchers in the Dark had taken the Primarch, and one day they would return him to forgive Luther his sins. The Space Marines searched the drifting asteroid, but could find no trace of their Primarch. Lionel Johnson had vanished. In the aftermath of the fall of Caliban, the senior members of the chapter assembled in a secret conclave and decreed that knowledge of the fall of their brothers should forever remain with them. No one must learn of the schism that had split their chapter, or that the Space Marines of the Dark Angels had turned to chaos. Should this dreadful secret become known, the chapter would surely be destroyed, and all hopes of expunging the stain to their honor would be forever lost. An inner circle of the chapter's most senior officers was formed to guard this dangerous knowledge, and every man swore oaths of unspeaking binding. Luther's traitors, the fallen Dark Angels, had disappeared deep into the wharf during the cataclysm, the Dark God's fury scattering them throughout space and time. Until every fallen angel was captured and made to repent, there would be no peace for the true sons of the Lion. So long as even one of the fallen remained alive and unrepentant, the chapter would be unforgiven, cursed by their brothers to eternally atone for the sins of the past. Commander Azrael, Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels. The current, and many would say greatest chapter master of the Dark Angels, was recruited from the feral world of Chimeria, from amongst the wild head-hunting tribesmen. His wild nature was tempered by the chapter, and he soon proved himself to be a noble and honorable warrior. As a humble brother Marine, he fought in many victorious battles during the scouring of Truan IV, and rose to the position of Force Commander during the crushing of the Techno-Revivalist uprising on Phase 5, an undertaking which brought him much accolade from the chapter's masters. With such victories behind him, it was not long before Azrael was inducted into the Death Wing and given command of the 3rd Company. As captain of this battle company, he fought in countless campaigns and won much respect from his peers, becoming Master of the Death Wing in 917 M41. The Grand Master of the Dark Angels secretly chose his successor from the inner circle, and when the chapter's Grand Master died in 939 M41, it was inevitable that Azrael would succeed him. Azrael was presented with the Lion Helm and the Sword of Secrets, items of supreme significance for the Dark Angels and the symbol of office for the Grand Master. With these icons came the honorific title keeper of the truth. Azrael continues to lead the chapter in battle, and his noble demeanor and unblemished honor continue to be an example to all. Homeworld. After the titanic battle between Luther and Johnson, all that remained of Caliban was the rock upon which stood the ruins of the Order's fortress monastery. Drilling deep into the bedrock and rebuilding the fortress's ruins, the Dark Angels transformed the dead asteroid into their new home, called the Tower of Angels in High Gothic, and more commonly called the Rock. Countless tunnels, halls, and chambers were constructed, and, in time, even warp engines were constructed to allow the Rock to move from star to star. As a result, the Rock does not stay in one place for any length of time, and Dark Angels recruits come from a variety of different worlds. Each recruit is screened thoroughly, and from the moment he becomes a Dark Angel, his past life is irrelevant. All that matters to him now is the chapter. Many dark secrets lie deep within the Tower of Angels, dungeons that have remained unopened in centuries, and secret caves that are sealed with adamantium doors and bound with holy sigils conceal vast stores of ancient archaeotech. Only the most senior members of the Dark Angels, the Masters and the Inner Circle, are aware of these chambers and may unlock their dread secrets. Combat Doctrine. With the breakup of the Space Marine Legions after the Horus Heresy, the Dark Angels are split into chapters according to Rabute Gilliman's Codex Astartes. With the exception of the Deathwing and the Ravenwing, the Dark Angels follow standard Space Marine combat doctrine, and their dogged resistance against overwhelming odds is legendary. In situations where even other Space Marines would fall back, the Dark Angels will fight to the bitter end rather than give ground to their foes. This is also reflected in their stubborn refusal to move in the face of the enemy, even in situations where it would sometimes be tactically beneficial for them to do so. The Dark Angels are also notoriously intolerant of non-humans, and will refuse to fight alongside armies that include alien races. They are highly suspicious of outsiders and often appear unreasonably aloof and intransigent. Indeed, there have been a number of occasions where the Dark Angels have withdrawn suddenly and with no explanation from a war zone when confronted by an Imperial Inquisitor or missionary. Organization. To an outsider, the organization of the Dark Angels is much the same as other Codex chapters, 10 companies each of 100 men. It is at their higher levels of command that the Dark Angels become quite different to other chapters. Each chapter has a number of senior officers and specialist troopers who stand apart from the main body of Space Marines. In the Dark Angels, these men are known as the Inner Circle. Only warriors who have fought through the ranks for many years and have proved their loyalty to the chapter time and time again are allowed to progress into the Inner Circle. It is these sinister individuals who shoulder the burden of the Dark Angel's secret shame, and it is they alone who decide who is worthy to join their ranks. Each company of the Dark Angels is led by a master of the chapter who has passed through the Deathwing into the Inner Circle. The first two companies of the Dark Angels are where the greatest difference between other Codex chapters lies. The first company is known and feared as the Deathwing, veterans who only ever take to the field of battle in bone-white Terminator armor. Originally, the armor was black, but after a single squad of Terminators freed their homeworld from gene-stealer infestation, it was forever decreed that their armor would be white to honor their valor. The second company is the Ravenwing, and those who make up its ranks are masters of high-speed attack. Every warrior rides a bike or land speeder, and is organized into squadrons of 5 vehicles rather than 10-man squads. Rather than the normal dark green colors of the Dark Angels, the Ravenwing's armor is painted jet black. The remainder of the chapter is organized along strict Codex lines, with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th companies forming the battle companies, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, the reserve companies, and lastly, the 10th company is made up of scouts. Beliefs. The Dark Angels chapter gives praise to the Emperor of Mankind, but, much to the chagrin of the ecclesiarchy, do not revere him as a god. Like most first founding chapters, the Dark Angels venerate the Primarch as much as they do the Emperor, who they worship as the founder of the Imperium and as their creator. To the Dark Angels, the Emperor is a man, not a god. The driving force of the chapter is the hunting of the fallen Dark Angels, who were swept into the vortex that destroyed Caliban. Only by hunting down and capturing each of the fallen angels will the shame of the Dark Angels be absolved in the eyes of the Emperor. The fallen have been scattered throughout time and space, and thus the Dark Angels' 10 millennia quest is far from over. It is this which drives them, and they will follow up any rumor, no matter how slim, if it offers a chance of recapturing one of the fallen. Should one be captured, he is taken back to the rock and thrown in the darkest dungeon, where the fearsome interrogator Chaplains attempt to make him repent his past sins. Should he repent, his death is swift and relatively painless, but in most cases he will refuse, and the chaplain will be forced to use any methods to force him to repent. Often this will result in the fallen's death, but this is a small price to pay for adding his name to the Book of Salvation. Gene Seed. As the first Space Marine Legion, the Dark Angels' Gene Seed is one of the purest and least degraded of all. With the breakup of the Space Marine Legions following the Horus Heresy, the Dark Angels gave rise to 3 successor chapters: the Angels of Absolution, the Angels of Redemption, and the Angels of Vengeance. Collectively, these chapters are known as the Unforgiven, and each continues the work of its parent chapter in hunting the fallen. There are no known aberrations in the Dark Angels' Gene Seed, which makes the reluctance of the High Lords of Terror to utilize it in the founding of new chapters perplexing. No doubt, there are other successor chapters of the Dark Angels, but their names and when they were founded are unrecorded. Battle Cry. Repent, for tomorrow you die. The Emperor's Children. For countless centuries, stretching back to the ancient times of the Horus Heresy, the corrupted Space Marines of the Emperor's Children Legion have been the bane of the Imperial Inquisition, spreading their foul and decadent ways across the galaxy like a plague of immorality. Loyal Inquisitors trained for decades to steel themselves against the temptations of Slanesh in order to combat this seductive, deadly threat to Imperial order. Yet, long ago, these agents of chaos were counted among the servants of mankind. Indeed, they once were the most devoted warriors of the Emperor. Long ago, during the Age of Strife, warp travel became impossible, and all the worlds which humanity had claimed were cut off from one another, forced to fend for themselves without the support of their neighbours in other star systems. The Librum Ex Domina, one of the few surviving texts from this time, tells that Chemos was one such world, a mining colony dependent on interstellar trade for food. The planet's rulers made every effort to extract enough raw food from the harsh environment to feed their people, but Chemos was a world dying a slow death. This all changed one day. The guards on the walls of Kallax, the largest remaining factory fortress, saw a meteor descend from the clouds, trailing fire across the sky before impacting barely a mile from the fortress walls. Though little manpower could be spared, the ruling executive of Kallax sent a handful of scouts to investigate the impact site, hoping for some evidence of human survivors on other worlds. What they found became legend. At the center of the crater, surrounded by the white-hot remains of a stasis capsule, was a child, barely more than a baby. Orphans were normally put to death on Chemos. The executive spared no resources to look after those who were unable to return their investment by working in the factories. But the captain of the Kallax scouts looked into the eyes of the child and saw something more than human. In defiance of tradition, the captain of the scouts appealed to the executive. Because of his value to Kallax, the captain was allowed to adopt the infant as his own. He named his adopted son after an old legend long since discarded by the people of Chemos, the mythical god of creation, Fulgrim. The child, named after this legend, soon created a legend of his own, one that would become known to all the people of his world. Fulgrim grew unnaturally fast, becoming a strong, capable man. At half the age of his fellow workers, he was able to fulfill his obligations to the executive, working for days without rest. Not only was he physically proficient, he quickly grew to understand the technology of the machines he worked with and began to contemplate their improvement. By the 15th anniversary of his fall from the sky, Fulgrim had risen from the ranks of the workers, first becoming an engineer, then one of the executive itself. Learning of the slow deterioration in Kallax and the other settlements of Chemos, Fulgrim set himself the task of saving his world. One by one, he convinced his fellow members of the executive to fight against the entropy that was destroying Chemos. Under Fulgrim's leadership, teams of engineers travelled far from the factory fortress, reclaiming long-dead outposts in the planet's most inaccessible regions. The ancient mines were reopened and expanded, bringing more and more minerals into Kallax and allowing the construction of more sophisticated machines. Recycling efficiency grew until, at last, Kallax was producing more than it consumed. Seeing his people prosper, Fulgrim took pride in fostering the re-emergence of art and culture, reclaiming the spirit of humanity that had been sacrificed so long ago in the struggle for survival. As Kallax grew, the other settlements began to ally themselves with Fulgrim. 50 years after Fulgrim fell from the sky, he rose to sole rulership of Chemos. It was not long after this that the planet's isolation came to an end. From the grey sky came a flight of dropships, armoured and battle-scarred, each bearing the same symbol, a two-headed eagle. On hearing of this, some fragment of memory stirred in Fulgrim. Chemos had no formal army, but the dropship's landing zone had been surrounded by the caretakers, the police soldiers, responsible for maintaining order in the factory fortresses. Fulgrim sent word to the caretakers to stand down and allow the visitors from above into Kallax. In his Spartan quarters, Fulgrim was faced by armoured warriors from the stars. Their faces bore the scars of many battles, and from their shoulders hung scrolls listing their achievements. Their armour and weapons were finely worked, and their banners and pennants were works of art. Fulgrim recognised that these men were not merely advanced, but civilised. His lost brothers from the stars had preserved the arts he had longed to return to Chemos. From the midst of these warriors stepped their leader, the Emperor of Humanity. Fulgrim surveyed him and, without a word, knelt and offered his sword. On that day, Fulgrim swore to serve the Imperium with all his heart. From the Emperor himself, Fulgrim learned of Terra, of the Great Crusade to reclaim the galaxy, and of his own origins. Though the story was fantastic, he knew it to be true, and at the Emperor's request, Fulgrim travelled to Terra to join his legion, the Emperor's Children. Unlike the other legions fighting in the Crusade, the Emperor's Children were few in number. An accident had destroyed nearly all of the precious gene seed, and, with the Primarch himself lost, the rebuilding had been a slow process. Fulgrim addressed the 200 warriors, who were then all that the Legion could muster. To them he gave the sacred task of bringing the Emperor's wisdom to all the stars in the sky, saying, "We are his children," the Book of Primarchs relates. "Let all who look upon us know this. Only by imperfection can we fail him. We must not fail." So inspired was the Emperor by the words of his newly found son that he bestowed on Fulgrim's legion a unique honour. The Emperor's Children would be permitted to display the Imperial Eagle on their armour's chestplates, the only legion then allowed to display the symbol in such a manner. Fulgrim was anxious to begin his conquest of the unknown regions of the galaxy, but realised that his 200 warriors were far too few to undertake a crusade on their own. With the Emperor's blessing, he and his legion joined the Lunar Wolves, and Fulgrim fought side by side with his brother Horus, aiding him in his newly assigned task of pacifying the eastern fringe of the galaxy. The War Master himself praised Fulgrim and his legion, declaring them the living embodiment of the Adeptus Astartes. Swelled by new recruits drawn from Chemos and Terra, the Emperor's Children finally mustered the strength to undertake a crusade alone, and Fulgrim proudly led his warriors into the unknown. To countless worlds he brought the rule of the Emperor, crushing any resistance in the certain knowledge that any who fought against the Emperor fought against humanity itself. From the growing ranks of his legion, Fulgrim selected a few individuals, the bravest and strongest and noblest, to become Lord Commanders, each given charge of a full battle company. Fulgrim taught the Lord Commanders personally, taking care that they were worthy of the honour of being the representatives of the Emperor. In turn, the Lord Commanders passed Fulgrim's words on to the officers under their command, and they to their squads. In this way, through their leaders, each Space Marine of the Emperor's Children Legion followed the Emperor himself. To honour the Emperor, they strove for perfection in all things. Battlefield doctrine was obeyed to the letter, Tactics and strategy were studied in minute detail and perfected, and the Emperor's decrees were memorized by every Space Marine, adhered to in every way. But the Emperor's children, like many legions, considered the Emperor a man, not a god. Their reverence and adoration for him bordered on the fanatical. The cleansing of Liran. Shortly after the beginning of their own crusade, the Emperor's children encountered an unknown alien race who called themselves the Lair. Analysis of captured scouts and envoys showed the Lair to be concentrated in a single star system, Liran. Nonetheless, they had the potential to be a powerful foe. Like the Emperor's children themselves, the Lair prized perfection in all aspects of civilization. By the use of chemical manipulation from birth, individual Lair were adapted to their roles, whether they be workers, soldiers, diplomats, even artists. Observers from the Adeptus Administratum wondered if perhaps the Lair might be made a protectorate of the Imperium, as conquering such an efficient race could prove to be a long and costly endeavour. Fulgrim refused any notion of cooperation. Only humanity was perfect, he insisted. For an alien race to hold its own ideals to be comparable to those of humanity was blasphemy in its most blatant form, and deserved nothing less than annihilation. He ordered his Lord Commanders to attack immediately, beginning a war that the Administratum predicted would last decades. Fulgrim heard this prediction and shook his head. "In 1 month's time," he said, "the Eagle will rule Liran." In every theatre of war, the battle was joined. The Emperor's children attacked the Lair in space, on the surface of their worlds, beneath their oceans, and over the hulls of their orbital platforms. Everywhere they faced enemies adapted to their conditions, warships connected bioelectronically to their crews' minds, liquid-breathing sea warriors, scouts capable of moving as fast as a speeder, gunners whose eyesight allowed them to target individual Space Marines in squads miles distant. The casualties on both sides were horrendous. It is estimated that, if not for the excellence of the Legion's apothecaries, more than half of its warriors would have died from their wounds. The Lair never surrendered. Their last warriors died fighting in the ruins of their capital city. 1 month after he had begun the attack, Fulgrim planted a standard displaying the Imperial Eagle over their corpses, leaving it the only thing standing on the worlds of the Liran system. Over 700 of his men were dead, 6 times that number injured. But Fulgrim believed he had proven himself correct. Against the most finely honed alien warriors ever encountered, humanity had proven itself more powerful. Archivist's note. The Liran system for 10,000 years now has been home to 3 cities and a dozen mining colonies. All traces of its former rulers are gone. Homeworld. During its isolation, the archivists of Chemos recorded a picture of a bleak, unforgiving world, warmed by 2 small, distant suns and surrounded by a nebular dust cloud. It experienced neither day nor night, only a perpetual grey twilight in which the stars never shone. Settled long ago as a mining colony, the cities of Chemos had fallen into decay since their isolation from Terra. Without the resources from other worlds, thousands starved, and eventually it fell to a few hardy factory fortresses to keep humanity alive on Chemos. Short of food, water, and energy, the people of Chemos were forced to limit themselves to the meagre supplies available. All citizens worked every waking hour, operating the vapor mines that drew moisture from the thin air, and the huge synthesizers that endlessly recycled food, turning yesterday's waste into today's sustenance. Recreation, art, and leisure were sacrificed in order to ensure survival, and efficiency became the only value adhered to. After coming under the rule of Fulgrim and its rediscovery by Imperial forces, Chemos quickly expanded its industrial base to become an important source of processed minerals. The fortress monastery of the Emperor's Children was established in the center of Kallax, drawing recruits from the strongest, bravest, and most intelligent of the planet's population. Though Fulgrim himself never returned to Chemos, he took great care to see that his will, as the emissary of the Emperor, was followed. The recruits from Chemos proved themselves strong and resourceful fighters, but even so, only a handful of them passed the rigorous tests imposed by Fulgrim to satisfy himself that they were worthy of becoming one of the Emperor's Children. After the lifting of the siege of Terra and the end of the Horus Heresy, Imperial forces set out to assault Chemos from orbit, intending to destroy the Emperor's Children's fortress monastery and eradicate any trace of chaos from the world. Following this action, Kimos was quarantined by the Inquisition, and in the past 10 millennia, no further information, not even a record of exterminators, has appeared in Imperial databases regarding the world. Combat Doctrine. Studying ancient battle and status reports, the scribes of the Inquisition have pieced together some of the practices of the Emperor's Children Legion, though the original doctrine texts were lost with the Legion itself. The Legion accepted nothing less than perfection in all their endeavours, and worked ceaselessly to perfect their military operations. Each and every Space Marine trained every waking hour for his assigned task, whether it be foot soldier, driver, gunner, scout or sniper. Every aspect of battle was analysed and used to their advantage. From terrain and weather to the deployment of reserves, nothing was left to chance. In combat, the Emperor's children were as brave as any Space Marine who ever lived, sustained not merely by the example of their peers but by a deep individual belief in their duty. They fought to the best of their abilities in all conditions, whether the battle was a massive attack or a simple patrol. It was widely believed that no Space Marine of the Emperor's children had ever been routed in battle. Similarly, the Legion was highly demanding of forces allied with it. Signs of hesitation or inefficiency in the Imperial Guard or even brother Space Marines were not tolerated. The principle of leading by example was ingrained into every fibre of the Emperor's children, and they had little patience for any other regime. Organisation. From its humble beginnings, the Emperor's Children Legion continued to grow, until it met its eventual end in the Eye of Terror. By the time Fulgrim joined the War Master in rebellion, his legion comprised 30 companies, each led by a Lord Commander, a charismatic individual who embodied the best qualities of a Space Marine. As each Space Marine looked to his superior officer for guidance, each company inherited its manner and practices from its Lord Commander. Though this was the case with many legions, the Emperor's children had a strength of devotion to their leaders that was almost unmatched. Beliefs. According to the surviving Legion monuments seized by the Inquisition, the Emperor's children did not literally deify the Emperor, but the strength and passion of their belief in him was equal to that of any adherent of the Imperial cult. Following Fulgrim's lead, the Legion believed that the Emperor represented the pinnacle of humanity, and that only by following his example was it possible to attain one's full potential as a human being. Any person or group who resisted this goal was below contempt, not worthy even of consideration as a brother human. However, the Legion's near worship of the Emperor was extremely hierarchical. The Emperor's perfection was thought to be embodied first by the Primarchs, by following their example, then the officers of the legions, the captains and lieutenants, and finally the sergeants and Space Marines themselves. Thus it is speculated by Inquisition theorists that it was possible for the entire Legion to be corrupted by seducing Fulgrim and his fellow officers. The surviving scrolls tell that, before their fall to chaos, the Emperor's children believed that the Emperor would eventually achieve total conquest of the galaxy, and with all hindrances removed, there would remain no obstacle to the perfection of human civilization. While their studies of battle were all important, the Space Marines of the Legion were taught reverence for the cultural aspects of civilization, music, art and sculpture, among others. Artisans were brought from all the worlds of the Imperium to fashion the Legion's armour, weapons and vehicles to the highest standard. The diversity of humanity was highly prized, and there were few restrictions on the avenues of learning available to the Legion. Gene Seed. After the near destruction of the Legion in the gene seeding process, surviving fragments of the Codex Apothecarium Terra indicate that absolute excellence was demanded of the apothecaries who handled and worked on the precious genetic material. This ethos quickly merged with the Legion's general belief in perfection, so that the Emperor's Children gene seed was perhaps the most pure and stable of all the Legions. Only the finest physical specimens were chosen for implantation, so that the mutation rate of the gene seed was practically zero. Every enhancement produced by the gene seed functioned at peak efficiency, allowing the Space Marines to achieve their full potential in battle. No other Space Marine Legion achieved such a goal, and the technology and expertise required have never been rediscovered in the millennia following the Horus Heresy. Battle Cry. Children of the Emperor, death to his foes. With his Primarchs and Space Marines executing the Great Crusade, the Emperor returned to Terra, intent on strengthening the Imperium which his forces were building. Most knew that his place was at the heart of his Imperium, but one man disagreed. War Master Horus, master of the now renamed Sons of Horus Space Marine Legion, mightiest of the Primarchs. In his arrogance, Horus believed the Emperor to be weak, a man unworthy of the battles fought in his name. Upon hearing evidence of Horus's betrayal, the Emperor sent 7 entire legions of Space Marines to challenge the War Master, if necessary to destroy him. The Emperor's children were the first to arrive in the Istvan system, where Horus waited, and Fulgrim met Horus in person to demand he account for his actions. Instead, Horus succeeded in corrupting his brother Primarch to the powers that now held sway over him. The Council of Charon, formed after the Horus Heresy to discover the causes of the traitor Primarch's betrayals, concluded that Fulgrim's respect for Horus allowed the War Master to influence him, weakening him enough for chaos to lure him away from the Emperor. Slowly, as he and Horus talked, Fulgrim's loyalty to Terra crumbled, replaced by a burning desire to destroy the false Emperor, whose rule held back humanity from the perfection Fulgrim had always believed it capable of. Seduced by Horus's words, Fulgrim turned to the promise of a new humanity, a humanity that would rise to the peak of civilization, a humanity free of the oppressive rule of the false Emperor. Slaanesh whispered to Fulgrim, promising perfection in all things, and Fulgrim gave himself willingly to his new god. As Fulgrim turned, so too did his Lord Commanders. They knew their Primarch to be the embodiment of perfection and needed little convincing to follow him into Slaanesh's service. Returning to their legion, Fulgrim and his Lord Commanders met with their captains, preaching to them the glory of chaos. The captains, in turn, passed the worship of Slaanesh to their subordinates, and so on, until the entire legion had forsaken the Emperor. Denouncing the teachings of their former idol, they turned wholeheartedly to Slaanesh, giving the Prince of Chaos the same measure of devotion they had once shown to the Emperor. Slaanesh, in turn, bestowed visions of paradise on the Emperor's children, a galaxy of ultimate freedom, where no evil was possible because every experience was a source of pleasure. The Legion's Chaplains exhorted their brothers to pursue this dream, to savour every sensation. The perfection of the Emperor's children became perfect hedonism, limitless in its scope, unstoppable in its fury. When the loyal Space Marines arrived on Istvan V, the Emperor's children were first among the traitors who stood against them, aiding in the massacre of the loyal legions with gleeful savagery. Horus's rebellion spread, casting the entire Imperium into turmoil. When Horus laid siege to Terra itself, the Emperor's children were at his side, but they took little part in the slow process of whittling down the massive defences of the Imperial Palace. Instead, Fulgrim turned his legion loose on the uncontested areas of the planet, where billions of terrified humans cowered at the sight of the followers of chaos, suddenly stripped of the protection they had counted on from the palace. The brutality and slaughter of Istvan repeated itself, but on a far, far greater scale. With the concentration of chaos around Terra, the apothecaries and sorcerers of the Emperor's children drew on the power of Slaanesh to enhance their pleasures, wantonly desecrating not only their minds and bodies, but now their immortal souls as well. Demons were summoned and set loose among prisoners, feasting on their flesh as they did so, while the Space Marines themselves sought even greater excesses of carnage and carnality. Fulgrim directed the slaughter with glee, believing that his legion were setting their victims free from the chains of the Emperor's rule, and allowing them to feel true humanity at the limits of experience. In that time, as the siege of Terra raged around them, the Emperor's children were reckoned to have murdered more than 40 times their number of unarmed, defenseless people in their efforts to create new stimulants to feed their addiction to pleasure. How many more died simply to sate the bloodlust of their killers cannot be guessed at. Eidolon, Lord Commander of the Emperor's Children. Lord Eidolon was the first Space Marine selected by Fulgrim to lead an entire company of the Emperor's Children, and was commonly regarded as the most proficient of all the Lord Commanders. Until the corruption of the Legion, Eidolon dedicated himself to mastering all aspects of warfare. His troops fought equally well in sieges, holding actions, rapid strikes, and grueling campaigns. Never displaying any inexperience or inefficiency, no matter what was demanded of them. Eidolon regarded Fulgrim as a father in the literal sense, considering his bond of gene seed to be as strong as true parentage. Though he accepted that he could never equal the Primarch in power, Eidolon nevertheless spent every waking moment studying Fulgrim's tactics and strategies, his writings and orations, in the hope of being as close to his leader's perfection as he could possibly become. Despite considerable effort, scholars in the service of the Inquisition have been unable to determine whether or not Eidolon survived the Siege of Terra. Unsubstantiated rumours claim that Eidolon is responsible for hundreds, if not thousands, of gruesome raids on Imperial worlds in the past 10,000 years, and have suggested he may have served as lieutenant to Abaddon the Despoiler, consort to Queen Sileel, and champion of the demon prince Nakari. No Inquisitor has yet succeeded in locating the source of these rumours, but without undisputed evidence, the Inquisition will not declare Eidolon dead. Post-Heresy. At the heights of the Siege of Terra, Imperial history records that Horus faced the Emperor in single combat and was defeated. With his death, the legions of Chaos fell into disarray, and so the Emperor's children were forced to flee, scattered along with the rest of the traitor fleets. Those Imperial vessels which pursued Fulgrim's fleet from Terra followed a trail of devastated worlds, where corpses were piled high, survivors pleaded to be allowed to die to escape their nightmares, and, ominously, thousands more were simply missing, never seen again. Eventually, after countless atrocities, the Emperor's children reached the Eye of Terror, where they and their fellow traitors hid from vengeance. According to Inquisitor Hades' oracle, the Emperor's children quickly exhausted their supply of slaves and playthings and began to prey upon the only victims available, the slaves and servants of the other traitor legions. The resulting wars were terrible and bloody, but there could be only one eventual result, and finally the legion of the Emperor's children was shattered. Of the fate of Fulgrim himself, none are sure. The enemies of Slaanesh claim he was killed during the battles against his fellow legions, but robot-crewed Mechanicus trawlers recovered neither his body nor the remains of his battle barge. Among the remains of the Emperor's children, it is rumoured that he was rewarded for his devotion to pleasure, and that he was elevated by Slaanesh to become a demon prince, lord of a demon world. Over the millennia, many of the Emperor's children, along with other Slaanesh-worshipping Space Marines, sought Fulgrim's world, hoping to discover limitless pleasure, but none have returned. After 10,000 years, the Inquisition still maintains a strike force devoted to pursuing rumours, however slight, of the traitor Primarch's existence. The Emperor's children, now leaderless, continue to pursue ultimate pleasure, finding solace for the loss of their legion in the horror of battle, joining with other corrupted Space Marines devoted to Slaanesh in vile crusades. Most became Noise Marines, twisted creatures addicted to fury and tempest, only satisfied by the roar of explosions and the screams of the dying. Only the most extreme sensations can provoke a reaction from these jaded veterans, causing them to decorate their armour in dazzling clashing colours and adorn it with shimmering silks and golden chains. Despite their insanity, they remain vicious, savage warriors, delighting in the destruction they cause in battle, willing to serve any master in return for fresh slaves upon which to practice their devotion to Slaanesh. Some even rise to become warlords in their own right, striving to recreate the days millennia ago when Fulgrim led his legion across countless worlds in an orgy of pain and death. Quite literally. These creatures are even more terrifying than the maniacs who serve them. From beyond pleasure-fueled insanity, they survey the galaxy with savage glee, never content to rest, always striving to surpass their latest indulgence with new, even more decadent experiences. Warbands of the Emperor's children are thankfully rare, for there cannot be a fate in the galaxy worse than to fall prisoner to them. The Iron Warriors. The Iron Warriors were the battering ram of the Great Crusade, hurled at every unbreakable wall or inaccessible citadel that stood between the Emperor and the establishment of the Imperium of Man. The blood and sweat shed during those distant times was wasted when the Iron Warriors turned on their brother Space Marines on Isstvan V, and ensured that their once proud name would be forever synonymous with treachery and heresy. The Iron Warriors are a legion of the first founding, formed when the Imperium was young and the Emperor walked amongst his people. As with the other legions, they were created after the Primarchs had disappeared. Although the Iron Warriors did not know their Primarch, during those early years they did inherit common characteristics, notably an affinity for technology and a cold, efficient logic, both of which served them well when calculation was needed, but left them lacking in faith. Tragically for the Iron Warriors, they were ultimately to be confronted by a threat against which the only possible defense was unshakable faith. On Olympia, the Emperor found the Primarch from whom the Iron Warriors had been fashioned, Perturabo. Dark and melancholy, with a mind like a razor, he was warlord to the Tyrant of Lokos, and, like his legion, was a master of siegecraft. By a curious twist of fate, Perturabo had been put in the one place where there was nothing for him to learn but the extent of his own superiority. Olympia was, in those days, 10,000 years gone, a rugged and mountainous world, its population concentrated within a multitude of city-states. The ready availability of quarried stone and the terrain made the control of strategic passes and high ground the key to military security. The young Perturabo was discovered climbing the sheer cliffs below the city-state of Lokos. Aware that this was no ordinary child, the city guard brought him before the tyrant of Lokos, Damokos. Intrigued by the strange, dark child, Damokos took him into his household, as if he were his own family. Perturabo never trusted the Olympians, and although Damokos took time and trouble to win the trust and affection of the boy, Perturabo did not respond with any warmth. Many saw him as a cold youth, but when one considers that he had been cast alone into a strange world, with no clue as to his own origins or the reason for his unusual abilities, this is perhaps harsh. When the Great Crusade reached Olympia, Perturabo pledged his loyalty to the Emperor, and, as was his custom with his Primarchs, the Emperor granted Perturabo command of a Space Marine Legion and suzerainty of the planet as the Legion's homeworld. The deposed tyrant of Lokos spent the last few years of his life trying to marshal support to reclaim Olympia. He failed, but created an undercurrent of unrest that was to be harnessed many years later. There was little time to delay. With the Great Crusade in full swing, Perturabo recruited new Iron Warriors from amongst the Olympians and conducted a lightning campaign against the nearby world of Justice Rock and the heretical Black Judges. The new recruits served well, and their triumphant return was celebrated in their Palmodes fresco, now known only through fragmented, hollow recordings. The Iron Warriors, led by Perturabo, were devastating siege troops, expert engineers with cross-training from the priesthood of Mars. They quickly built on their already impressive reputation. Whilst the Iron Warriors were determined to serve mankind and their Emperor, their specialization was an unfortunate one. The nature of siege warfare is a long period of dull, back-breaking labour, broken by the most brutal, merciless combat imaginable. Men, even Space Marines, cannot withstand hell indefinitely, and combat fatigue began to brutalise the Iron Warriors. The custom existed that once the siege lines were complete, the besieged must surrender either fully or expect no quarter. With each campaign, the Iron Warriors came to prefer the latter. Battle was to these Space Marines a release from the tedium of life in the siege trenches. As the Crusade moved forward, many Iron Warriors' citadels were established on liberated worlds, guaranteeing a safe line of communications. There was a grim irony that the first and last military use of these citadels was to resupply Horus's forces on their treacherous march on Terra. Tiny numbers of Iron Warriors garrisoned the new fortifications, where the likes of Russ, Vulcan, and Magnus refused to split their forces. Perturabo obeyed his orders with increasing bitterness. The Iron Warriors were turning into a garrison legion, with tiny deployments all over the Imperium. For example, the infamous Iron Keep on Dalagas II was garrisoned by one squad of 10 Iron Warriors, despite the world having a disgruntled population of almost 130 million. Resentment began to build up throughout the Legion, and particularly with Perturabo himself. The passage of years and the carnage of the heresy have long destroyed any possibility of proving why the Iron Warriors were treated with such casual disdain. Having finally found the truth of his existence, Perturabo was initially fanatically devoted to the Emperor, and was ready to embrace missions that the other Primarchs avoided. The Iron Warriors' indisputable success then led to them being typecast, to the extent that they became an automatic choice for a siege or garrison mission. But all troops need time for rest and reorganization if they are to be at their best. Clearly some authority chose to keep the Iron Warriors in action despite the harm it was doing. The Emperor may have been deliberately testing Perturabo's faith, but given that Horus, as War Master, had control over the precise conduct of many campaigns, it is more likely that he was responsible. When the heresy began, it was clear that Horus had already established understandings with other legions. In hindsight, it is perfectly conceivable that Horus was working to demoralize and derange the Iron Warriors, to make them more malleable. It is widely claimed that Perturabo was envious of Rogel Dawn. Given Dawn's well-attested vanity, one can imagine how frequent reference to the perfection of the defences of the Emperor's palace on Terra might have antagonized his brother Primarch. Dawn had this effect on a great many people, but Perturabo brooded on it and let each boast become an open wound that a cunning manipulator could pull and prod to elicit a response. It is undoubtedly true that the other Primarchs kept Perturabo at a distance. This may be attributed to his technical genius that was far in advance of any of the others. Perturabo could match wits with the Adeptus Mechanicus Magi on anything from warp drive to macro cannons. This was reflected in the way his deeds are recorded in the legends passed down from those times. In one infamous story, describing the occasion when Leman Russ and Jagatai Khan routed the orcs of Overdog Mashog, Perturabo features only as the comrade who calculated the optimum way to bypass Mashog's low-orbit defences. The Heresy. In the midst of the cleansing of the Hrud Warrens on Gugan, matters were brought to a head. It was Horus who broke news to Perturabo that Olympia was in rebellion. Damokos had died, and the population, incited by demagogues, had taken up arms. Perturabo was, by this time, tired of repeatedly having to prove his worth, and now, after all his battles, the thought of being the only legion unable to hold its own homeworld appalled him. Horus made the most of the opportunity. Before his departure, Horus presented Perturabo with the Hammer Forgebreaker. It is possible that the weapon acted as a conduit through which the forces of chaos could manipulate the Iron Warrior's Primarch. Alternatively, a mark of respect from such a leader as Horus could have signalled the sealing of a pact between the two. Perturabo and the Iron Warriors suppressed the rebellion on the streets of one city-state after another. No one was spared. It was the principle of surrender or no quarter, and the Iron Warriors had grown accustomed to granting no quarter. Perturabo watched on, as unmoved and cold as the fortifications in which he had taken pride were overcome. By the time the massacre was over, Olympia had been culled into slavery, with almost 5 million civilians dead. As the pyres burned through the long Olympian night, the Iron Warriors slowly realized the extent of what they had done. One moment, they were humanity's heroes, assaulting the Hrud, and the next, they were committing genocide. Perturabo was like a man emerging from a drunken stupor who finds blood on his hands, only dimly aware of how it had got there, but is aware of an oppressive feeling of shame nonetheless. He knew that the Emperor could never forgive him his crime. It was in this doomed mood that the Iron Warriors received news and orders. The news would have been shattering under normal circumstances, but when heard in ruins that were thick with the stench of the dead, it was apocalyptic. Russ's Space Wolves had attacked Magnus's 1,000 sons on Prospero. Horus had turned renegade, along with his own Sons of Horus. Angron's World Eaters and Mortarian's Death Guard were also with him. Fulgrim and the Emperor's children had tried to reason with Horus, but had been seduced into joining him instead. Now the universe exceeded the Iron Warriors in madness. Confused bewilderment gave way to the realization that, with the entire Imperium in flames, their excesses were irrelevant. According to the accompanying orders they had received, the Iron Warriors were to join 6 other legions to face Horus on Isstvan V. The events on Isstvan V are part of the Heresy legend. The Iron Warriors joined with the Night Lords, Word Bearers, and Alpha Legion to destroy the free legions in the task force who remained loyal. After Isstvan, the Iron Warriors were let loose, finally freed from doomed missions. They were possessed with a terrible energy. On a dozen worlds, an Iron Warrior warsmith replaced the true governor, and tithes were paid under the shadow of fortified battlements. A strong contingent of the Legion accompanied Perturabo to Terra, where he supervised the siege of the Emperor's palace. Here his skills were invaluable, and the Iron Warriors found a sublime pleasure in tearing the edifice of the Imperium down. The end was near for the defenders, when the Emperor confronted Horus on his battle barge and defeated him. Like many of Horus's followers, the Iron Warriors fled to the Eye of Terror, securing a new home world, where they could brood on the turn of events and plot vengeance. The rest of the Iron Warriors defended their small empire based on Olympia, but there was no refuge from the retribution of the Loyalist legions. The Imperial Fists supported the Ultramarines in a decade-long campaign to liberate the subjugated worlds. They discovered the Iron Warriors to be like a barbed hook that, once embedded into a victim, could only be removed with great risk of injuring the patient further. The Olympian garrison held out for 2 years, eventually triggering their missile stockpiles when defeat was unavoidable. They left a blasted wasteland that, like the other traitor legions' homeworlds, was declared perdita. Homeworld. Like the other traitor legions, the Iron Warriors have seized a planet within the Eye of Terror and made it their new home. Knowledge of the worlds within the Eye of Terror is scant at best, and the realm of chaos rarely stays the same for long. Medrengard is frequently depicted as a world turned into a vast fortress, all trace of its original form lost under mountains of impossibly high towers, its core penetrated by plunging dungeons. Whilst this is feasible within the Eye of Terror, where the laws of physics do not apply, it is inconsistent with the Iron Warriors' fortifications in real space, which are far more advanced in design and construction. Many depictions of worlds within the Eye of Terror have been derived from nightmarish visions rather than actual observations, and this may be so with Medrengard. Inquisitor Maul performed an extended reconnaissance of the Eye of Terror in M38. Although he was not cogent upon his return, his ship's interior bulkheads were covered by script in the Inquisitor's own blood, describing what he had seen. Medrengard was described as a bleak jail world, where slaves toiled and died while great chaos warships were tethered to its tallest towers, wherein resided the warriors themselves. Combat Doctrine. The Iron Warriors follow a simple method. They commence battle with a sustained bombardment utilizing every gun at their disposal. The basis of this is a complex fire plan in which every weapon is directed with utmost care at the optimal target for maximum effect. Where possible, the Iron Warriors will coordinate with traitor Titan legions to add to their own considerable firepower. The bombardment can last for weeks, as the Iron Warriors rarely seem to be short of ammunition. They handle their weaponry well, with formations moving forward to fire and then redeploying before any reprisal. Often their entire force will move laterally to bring their fire against enemy weak points, with the result that counterattacks founder helplessly in the teeth of the Iron Warriors' weapons. Where possible, field fortifications will be used to reinforce the line. Iron Warriors' doctrine includes extensive use of fortifications to tie opponents down with the absolute minimum number of troops. This in turn keeps the bulk of the Iron Warriors' troops fresh and available for assaults. When a breach has been forced in the enemy's defences, it will initially be probed by veterans and infiltrated. Then the gap will be prized open with firepower until a storming force can be unleashed. These storming forces are based around fast-moving heavy armour, which can move instantly from relentless barrage to lightning-fast attack. Breaches are then widened until the defences are shattered. For the key moment in battle, when a position absolutely must be taken, the Iron Warriors adopt an ice-cold ferocity that is comparable to the Blood Angels or World Eaters, but only when the moment is right and never for longer than necessary. Once they have an opponent at their mercy, the Iron Warriors are content to surround them and destroy them at leisure, always preferring to let shell and laser beam do their work for them. The Iron Warriors are expert sappers, engineers, and miners, and have acquired a formidable siege train of specialist equipment over the centuries. This includes termite tunnelers, a Leviathan transport, Dreadclaw assault boats, adapted for planetary landings, and a large assortment of Imperial-built artillery. These are used very sparingly and are maintained and guarded by the First Company. Additionally, they have a number of Corvus assault pods, which allow them to make use of any supporting Titans as siege towers. The Iron Warriors are so frequently supported by Titans that some Imperial experts have asserted that they are part of the same formation. This is not widely accepted, but the theory is a reflection of the Legion's predilection for heavy barrage. The Iron Cage. The one real triumph in the period following the heresy was the reason for Perturabo's ascension to the rank of Demon Prince. The Iron Warriors had been close to breaching the defences of the Imperial Palace, but had been thwarted by Horus's death. Afterwards, their empire was dismantled by the Imperial Fists, by virtue of overwhelming superiority of numbers. On Sebastus IV, therefore, Perturabo set a trap for their Primarch by building the self-styled Eternal Fortress. Upon hearing of the fortress, Rogel Dawn publicly declared that the Imperial Fists would dig Perturabo out of his hole and bring him back to Terra in an iron cage. Rabute Gilliman pleaded with Dawn to let him help, but just as Perturabo planned, Dawn was arrogant enough to undertake the mission alone. Rogel Dawn expected honourable battle, but that was not Perturabo's agenda at all. The Eternal Fortress was a sophisticated trap. At its centre was a keep, sitting in the middle of 20 square miles of bunkers, towers, minefields, trenches, razor wire, tank traps and redoubts. Radiating out from the keep in the shape of an 8-pointed star were underground tunnels that connected the surface fortifications. All the entrances to the underground network were concealed, and the keep itself was a decoy of no real value. Most fortifications are limited by the need to protect something. The Eternal Fortress was 20 square miles of killing ground. Perturabo and the Iron Warriors waited below the surface for the first shots of the Imperial Fists' orbital barrage. As soon as it commenced, they replied with a number of remote weapons silos located well away from the fortress. The Imperial Fists countered perceptively, with Thunderhawk-born troops attacking the silos and a full combat drop of the rest of the Legion. As soon as the attack on the silos was underway, the missile stockpiles were detonated. Thousands of tons of debris was hurled into Sebastus's atmosphere, making communication between ground troops and fleet virtually impossible. The detonation was the signal for the Iron Warriors' fleet to attack. The traitor fleet was no stronger than that of the Imperial Fists, but the Loyalist Thunderhawks were on the planet's surface. Also, the Chaos ships had many Iron Warriors amongst their complements, eager to man the assault boats. The Imperial Fists' fleet tried to hold, but was forced inexorably out of position. After a few hours, the only targets being engaged on the planet were coordinates pre-planned by Perturabo. Under fire from space, the Imperial Fists proceeded with their assault in parade ground formation on a 4-company front. Perturabo watched them from an observation tower and carefully began to destroy them. First, the minefields did their work. Then, when the Imperial Fists reached the first expanse of fortifications, the Iron Warriors manned their trenches and opened fire. While the trenches held the Loyalists' attention, squads of Iron Warriors with crack grenades and melter bombs emerged from hidden bunkers and attacked the tanks halted by the fortifications. The Imperial Fists turned back to fend off this threat, and for a time were pinned down amidst the tank traps. Once more, they rallied and swept forward to overrun the Iron Warriors' trenches, only to find them empty. So it continued. Perturabo dissected the Imperial Fists tank by tank, squad by squad. Rogel Dawn remained convinced that victory was in sight and pushed his men on. Perturabo pulled back some of his defenders and called upon others to hold, a stratagem that fractured the Imperial Fists, first into companies and then into squads. By day 6 of the battle, each Marine fought virtually alone. Dawn's troops were reduced to burrowing into the mud and piling up the dead bodies of their brethren for cover. Still, Perturabo remained patient. He allowed Dawn to rampage around the trenches, calling his name and demanding personal combat. Content that the sight of their Primarch's impotence would demoralize the Imperial Fists. The siege of the Eternal Fortress was to last for 3 more weeks. The Imperial Fists had burrowed into the killing zone and were unable to escape. Although his captains called for a breakout, Rogel Dawn would not give the order. He refused to believe the evidence of his eyes and continued to call for one last charge or for Perturabo to face him. Unable to abandon their Primarch, the Imperial Fists prepared to die with him. If Perturabo had a failing, It was that he had grown to enjoy tormenting his enemies too much. He could have finished off the Imperial Fists at any time, but chose not to. Fortunately for Rogel Dawn, Rabute Gilliman put the Imperium before pride and had brought the Ultramarines to the rescue. The powerful Ultramarines fleet forced the Iron Warriors back, while their Thunderhawks plunged through the dust clouds to evacuate the Imperial Fists. Perturabo had no desire to fight 2 chapters and concentrated on preventing the Imperial Fists evacuating their dead and wounded. Rogel Dawn was a broken man. It was 19 years before he and the Imperial Fists could once again go to war. They left over 400 Marines at the Eternal Fortress, and every refugee carried horrific wounds. The gene seed captured was sacrificed to the Dark Gods in return for Perturabo's elevation to Demon Prince. One insult had been avenged, and since then the Iron Warriors have lived only to settle accounts with the corpse on the Golden Throne. Organization. The Iron Warriors are organized as a number of grand companies, each commanded by a warsmith. Originally, each grand company would have had a similar organization totaling approximately 1,000 Space Marines, but now they vary in size enormously. The warsmiths themselves are all extremely gifted in combat engineering, many maintaining a large contingent of slave mechanicians to perform the more menial work. It is uncertain how many grand companies there are at any given time. At the time of the Heresy, the Legion had at least 12 companies, although with the widespread deployment of many small detachments of the Legion at the time, it is impossible to be sure. Like many of the traitor legions, their current organization is completely non-standard. The Grand Company will often be divided into component detachments led by lesser champions. A tendency towards operating in multiples of 3 has been noted, although this is far from being verified. Suitable recruits are taken, willingly or unwillingly, to Medrangard, where they are selected periodically by warsmiths for their Grand Company, and subjected to ordeals until they prove themselves worthy. The first obliterators witnessed amongst Chaos forces were amongst the Iron Warriors, and on very rare occasions Iron Warriors have manifested the ability to morph weapons, although with nothing like the versatility of the obliterators. Beliefs. The Iron Warriors believe that the Emperor used them to fight the bloodiest battles of his crusade and let the other, more favoured Primarchs take all the glory. They also believe that Rogel Dawn turned Olympia against them, so that they would be disgraced and discarded after they had served their purpose. They will have vengeance on both. They see themselves as titans of old, who are loose in the universe, doing whatever they like, knowing that no natural or man-made law can stop them. They honour the Chaos Gods as a pantheon, but are not truly devout themselves. Their greatest loyalty is to Perturabo, who they believe saved them from being sacrificed by the false Emperor. Gene Seed. The Iron Warriors are a first founding legion and bear the gene seed of Perturabo. Since turning to Chaos, they are subject to varying degrees of mutation and have been known to replace mutated limbs with cybernetic ones. They have a marked tendency towards superstition and paranoia, but are also extremely intelligent, with naturally well-developed problem-solving abilities. Battle Cry. Monotone chant of iron within, iron without. The White Scars. Known and feared throughout the Imperium for their highly mobile way of war. The Space Marines of the White Scars are the masters of the lightning strike method of attack, able to tear into their foes and vanish before they can respond. Fierce warriors, bearing the ritual scars of bravery, they fight with all the tribal savagery of their homeworld, and bring swift death to all enemies of the Imperium. The Apocrypha of Scaros speaks of the White Scars only rarely, and even then the text is coloured by the fact that much of what is said comes from the White Scars themselves. One legend tells that their young Primarch set out on his own from Terra to discover the galaxy for himself, while another speaks of him being abducted as a baby. The truth is likely to be somewhere in between. Whatever the true story, the Liber Historica Vingalia records that Jagatai Khan arrived at a world in the Segmentum Pacificus designated by imperial cartographers as Mundus Planus, but known to its inhabitants as Chagoris. It was, and still is, a fertile world with lush greenery, soaring mountains and azure seas. which at the time of the Great Crusade had achieved a black powder level of technology. A census imperialis of the day records that the dominant Chagoran Empire at this time was an organized aristocracy which had conquered most of the planet, with well-equipped and highly disciplined armies. Armoured horsemen and densely packed blocks of infantry had won every campaign their ruler, the Palatine, had fought. The history of the White Scars begins when Jagatai Khan, one of the greatest military strategists of all time. It is thought that one of his generals, Ogadai, penned the Great Khan of Quanzhou after the Primarchs' disappearance, and it is this ancient text which has provided imperial historians with one of the best accounts of his life. Chagoran sources have also left copious and often wildly exaggerated records of his exploits. To the west of Palatine's empire was a vast wind-blown steppe known as the Empty Quarter, home to nomadic tribes of savage horsemen who for centuries had roamed the vast grasslands. The tribes of the steppe lived in tents and followed a cycle of seasonal migration from summer pastures to protected winter valleys in the Quam Kata Mountains. Consummate horsemen and archers, these disparate tribes frequently fought one another for control of ancestral pastureland or, as Ogadai's opus would have it, the sheer joy of battle. Chagorian armies had never invaded the Empty Quarter, as the dry and desolate lands were of no value to the Palatine. However, Chagorian nobles would often lead hunting bands into the steppes and take whole tribes east as slaves, or capture a lone tribesman to hunt through the mountains for sport. Many passages in the Great Khan are devoted to detailing the full extent of Chagorian atrocities. The blood rituals and sacrifices described within these passages have led many imperial scholars to postulate that the Palatine's empire may have been dedicated to the worship of the dark gods. Jagatai Khan's legend began near the Quononan River, when Ong Khan, the leader of a small tribe known as the Talskars, encountered the Primarch. He believed that the growing child was a gift from the gods and took him into his family and named him Jagatai. It was said of Jagatai that since his early childhood he had a fire in his eyes, a Talskar term for a great warrior. It was also said about him that rival tribes hated the child because he had the wisdom to see beyond the constant warfare of the steppes. A colourful passage in the Great Khan of Quanzhou, known as the Bloodying, relates that while Jagatai was young, raiders from the rival Kuryad tribe slew his adopted father and killed many of Talskar's men in a vicious ambush. Jagatai was already the greatest warrior amongst his tribe, with many ritual scars of courage, and warriors flocked to join him when he set out to avenge these deaths. He led an attack on the Kuryad village and razed it to the ground, killing every man, woman and child in a frenzied massacre. Jagatai bathed in his enemy's blood and took their chieftain's head to mount above his tent. It was these events that were to shape the Primarch into the man he would become, a man of fierce honour, loyalty and ruthlessness. With blood and honour satisfied, Jagatai swore to bring an end to the destructive internecine wars that were destroying his people, to unite the people of the Empty Quarter, and to bring an end to brother fighting brother. Following this victory, Jagatai became Khan of the Talskars and fought many battles against Chagorian hunting bands and other tribes of the steppes. Each defeated tribe was brought within the Talskars and became part of his army. His military talents and the sheer force of his personality won him many followers, and soon his warriors numbered like the stars, the army becoming known as the Mathuli, a Talskar word meaning irresistible force. He made military service mandatory, and combined warriors of different tribes into the same units to break up tribal associations, fostering a fierce loyalty to the army and ultimately to himself. He promoted men purely on the basis of ability, and brought a feeling of shared purpose to everyone he came into contact with. 10 summers after Jagatai's victory against the Kuryads, while the army was moving to its winter camp in the mountains, Jagatai was pitched from the treacherous cliffs when a freak avalanche carried him and dozens of others thousands of feet to the rocks below. After much lamentation, the tribe continued onwards, but while the fall had killed the tribesmen, the Primarch managed to survive. Chagorian history records that at this time, a hunting band led by the Palatine's only son discovered a wounded tribesman deep in the mountains and began hunting him through the snows. What exactly happened in the freezing valleys of the mountains is unknown, but a single, horribly mutilated rider tied to his saddle was all that finally returned to Chagorian lands. The head of the Palatine's son hung around his neck. The man also carried a message from Jagatai. The people of the steppe are yours no longer. When the snows retreated, the enraged Palatine gathered an army and marched west, determined to wipe the barbarian tribes from the face of the planet. But he had underestimated the skill and cunning of Jagatai Khan. In the Valley of the Khans, on the Lausanne Plain, the Palatine's armies met Jagatai's forces. The battle was said to have lasted a day and a night. The tribes of the steppe fought like they hunted. A ring of lightning-fast horsemen coordinated movements to corral the human quarry. Unlike their enemy, who wore heavy steel mail, the Mathuli wore light leather armor, allowing for less protection but greater mobility. Accustomed to decisive hand-to-hand combat with their foes, the Palatine's army was no match for the Khan's horsemen and their relentless bowfire. Though significantly outnumbered, Jagatai outmaneuvered, outthought, and outfought them. The defeated Palatine and his bodyguard were only just able to fight their way through the Mathuli Ring of Death and fled to the capital city. Those soldiers who remained were slaughtered, almost to a man. One Chagorian survivor described the battle plain as an ocean of blood. The tribal leaders and holy men, the Stormseers, gathered after the battle and proclaimed Jagatai the Great Khan, ruler of all within the lands. Jagatai Khan then began the invasion of the Palatine's realm, 3 of his armies drawing off forces by attacking cities on the outskirts of his enemy's domain. Jagatai and his most able general, Subadai, led another army across a secret route through the Quazel Kwan Desert, a region believed to be impenetrable. Emerging seemingly from nowhere, Jagatai's army surprised the Palatine's garrison at the gates of Kushaba and slaughtered the entire force. Other cities fell in quick succession, and Chagorian historians record that bodies littered the roads like stones in a quarry. Raised fields smouldered, and those few who were spared the carnage prayed for deliverance from the fury of the Khan. In the years that followed, Jagatai's army overran Chagorian lands, defeating their best armies, storming their walled cities and slaying its nobles. Cities that lay in Jagatai Khan's path had 2 choices: surrender or face total destruction. Never before had such pillage and plunder been witnessed. Some sources claim that millions were killed by the bloodthirsty tribesmen, but contemporaries of Jagatai Khan assert that these figures are vastly inflated. However, it is certain that many hundreds of thousands died, and the people of the Chagorian Empire believed that the devil-faced savages were supernatural demons, exacting divine punishment for the sins of man. Eventually, Jagatai's invasion reached the Palatine's stronghold, Kopasta, a magnificently rich city on the eastern coast. He demanded his enemy's head on a spear, or the city would die, and he would leave no stone standing. Within the hour, a group of nobles from the city brought him that very thing. The Khan's power now stretched from ocean to ocean, the largest empire the planet had ever known, conquered by a single man in less than 20 years. Though Jagatai Khan dominated a vast area, he knew that his people had no desire to rule such a realm. His new empire had grown from his urge to unite the tribes and exact vengeance upon his enemies, not from any hunger to occupy their lands. Ultimate power rested with the Khan and his generals, and although they were well organized militarily, the tribes had no developed concept for ruling settled populations. The historian Carpinus, who compiled a detailed history of the Great Crusade, the so-called Speculum Historiale, noted that Jagatai's armies finished the destruction of the Palatine's realm a mere 6 months before the Emperor reached Chagoris. When the 2 men met, it is said that the Khan knew he had met someone who embodied the ultimate ideal he had striven for, a man who could unite all the stars in the sky. At his palace in the city of Quanzhou, in front of all his generals, he dropped to one knee and swore eternal fealty to the Emperor. The Primarch was given command of the 5th Legion, which adopted the long facial scars of the Tau-Scar tribesmen that ran from forehead to chin, and renamed themselves the White Scars. The Great Khan ascended to the heavens with the Emperor, passing the Khanship to his general Ogadai. Many of Jagatai's followers elected to join their Khan, and became Space Marines within the Legion. The White Scars went on to fight in some of the bloodiest battles of the Great Crusade, and the lightning-fast style of warfare employed by Jagatai Khan on the steppe would prove to be equally effective on the nightmare battlefields of distant worlds. During the Horus Heresy, when the Imperium tore itself apart in a bloody galactic civil war, the White Scars fought on scores of different worlds, and their banners indicate that the Legion helped to defend Terra and fought at the gates of the Imperial Palace. Jagatai Khan fought alongside his warriors for perhaps another 70 years before his eventual disappearance in a region of space close to the Maelstrom. After the defeat of Horus, Jagatai had embarked on a quest to rescue his fellow tribesmen captured by the Eldar in his absence during the Great Crusade. The White Scars maintain that he and his veteran warriors fought the leader of one of the murderous alien cabals, and that they were drawn into the horrifying realm that exists outside of space and time to battle the Dark Eldar for all eternity. How much of this tale can be taken at face value is uncertain, and it is more than likely that the Khan's ship was simply lost in the war, as travel through this region of space is fraught with peril. The Lost Kin. The Great Khan of Quanzhou dedicates an entire volume to the lost kin of the White Scars. This volume tells that many years after Jagatai's departure with the Emperor on the Great Crusade, an evil storm fell upon the world of Chagoris in the shape of the Eldar's Dark Brothers, who brought terror and pain on a scale never before seen. With their superior technology and weaponry, the aliens were able to easily defeat the scattered tribes, and tens of thousands of slaves were dragged screaming from the planet. It was only following the death of Horus that Jagatai learned of these terrible events and swore mighty oaths of vengeance against the Dark Eldar. The Khan was relentless in his pursuit, and it is said that during the horrifying Battle of Coruscant V, he and his first brotherhood pursued a mighty Dark Eldar lord through a pulsing gateway to the shadow realm of blood, which these degenerate aliens call home. The alien portal closed before the rest of the Khan's soldiers could follow, and the mighty Jagatai Khan vanished forever from the Imperium. Robbed of their Khan, the White Scars have held an enduring and unquenchable hatred for these bloodthirsty aliens, and whenever the White Scars encounter the Dark Eldar, their fury knows no bounds. To this day, the ultimate fate of Jagatai Khan remains a mystery, and whether he and his warriors still battle between dimensions or have long since perished, none can say. Jubal Khan, Great Khan of the White Scars. When the Great Khan of the White Scars dies, the Stormseers of the chapter gather in the deepest caves of Quam Kata, in the Valley of the Khans, to decide upon his successor. Each Brotherhood Khan, who believes himself worthy, must present himself before the Stormseers and prove himself to them. The horrors the Stormseers subject each claimant to are a mystery, and those that survive the trials never speak of them. When the Great Khan Kayuble vanished fighting the Dark Eldar in 943 M41, 4 hopefuls gathered in the Quam Kata Mountains. Only Jubal Khan survived the Stormseers' ordeals and returned to Quanzhou to be anointed Great Khan. Since then, Jubal Khan has proved himself time and time again, leading many successful campaigns against Orcs, Tyranids, Eldar, and countless other alien races. During the Jopal Uprising, his first Brotherhood was so successful at destroying enemy supply lines and disrupting communication that a huge proportion of the main rebel strength was diverted from frontline operations to deal with them. Imperial Guard regiments were then able to smash through the weakened rebel line and bring the insurrection to a close. Jubal Khan is currently involved in the Armageddon War, where Imperial forces have been stretched to the limit after Gaskull's invasion. The Great Khan's forces are launching lightning raids on Orc-held worlds and vanishing like smoke, before the Greenskins can muster sufficient strength to engage them. Thus far, his White Scars have proved to be instrumental in delaying many Orc offensives, allowing Imperial garrisons to better prepare for the onslaught. White Scars' operations in the Deadlands region of Armageddon were so successful that they were able to effectively destroy an entire Orc brigade without taking a single casualty or expanding a single round of ammunition. Homeworld. Chagoris is a fertile world that still exists in a semi-feudal state. With the departure of the Great Khan, Ogadai became the new leader of the tribes, and while he was a great warrior, he was now Jagatai Khan. Without the Primarch, the tribes soon returned to their warring ways, and within the space of a few years the unified nation created by Jagatai had ceased to exist. The tribes went back to their homelands, and life carried on much as it had before the arrival of the Great Khan. Some of the Primarch's biographers claim that Jagatai Khan must have known that this would happen, and yet left anyway. They suggest that perhaps he desired it in order to keep his people strong, to provide future recruits for his new legion. Indeed, in the millennia that followed, many men would rise to unite the tribes, but not as spectacularly as Jagatai Khan. To this day, the leader of the White Scars is known as the Great Khan and dwells in Jagatai's palace of Quanzhou, atop the highest, most inaccessible peak in the Quam Kata Mountains. The marbled fortress monastery is a magnificent sight, but few outsiders have ever been allowed within. The city and its savage beauty is famed throughout the Segmentum, and its walls are said to contain rivers and forests, running with game, which the Khan hunts for sport. The storm seers of the White Scars venture down into the steppe every 10 summers to observe the tribes and their battles, picking the best and bravest warriors and returning them to Quanzhou to become Space Marines. The pyre tombs of fallen White Scars in the Quam Kata, which means the mountains that scrape the stars, are places of great pilgrimage for young tribal warriors, and those that survive a journey through one of these dangerous valleys are considered especially courageous. Combat Doctrine. The method of war taught to the tribes by Jagatai Khan has served them well in the millennia following his reunification with the Emperor. Lightning-fast hit-and-run attacks by highly mobile forces that destroy the enemy piece by piece, and to never allow a decisive engagement, is their modus operandum. Speeding bikes and ultra-rapid deployment means that the White Scars can react much more swiftly than most chapters, and are almost never outmaneuvered on the battlefield. Heavily armoured opponents find themselves chasing shadows, as the White Scars encircle their forces and attack where they are weakest. Many an enemy who thought himself safe behind his lines has learned the error of his ways, when howling White Scar scout bikers come speeding out of nowhere to attack his flanks and rear. Having been born in the saddle, the scouts regularly take to the field of battle mounted on their bikes. Though the Space Marines of the White Scars prefer to keep their enemy at arm's length, they are fully capable of engaging in bloody assaults. The elite bike squads are rightly feared, and assault squads dropping from the skies on trails of fire and attacking with howling bloodlust are a terrifying sight with their fearsome scarred faces. Organization. The predominant organizational unit among the people of the steppe is the tribe, and a measure of this is true of the chapter itself. Fierce rivalries, blood feuds, and internecine warfare are a way of life for the young men of the steppe, and help to prepare them for when they must fight to prove their worth to the chapter's Stormseers. However, once a warrior has been chosen to join the White Scars, his tribal allegiance is replaced with loyalty to the Great Khan of the chapter. Warriors from different tribes are therefore mixed with one another in squads to break up individual tribal loyalties. Squads are then organized into brotherhoods, units which are roughly equivalent in size to a codex company, though on average are slightly smaller. The remainder of the chapter is organized slightly differently to most codex chapters, due to the higher proportion of bike squads and land speeder squadrons. The White Scars' preferred fighting style does not allow them the use of as many heavy weapons as other chapters, and as a result they have no Devastator squads. Their reliance on fast-moving fire support also means that most tanks are too slow for the White Scars, and those they do have are stripped-down versions that can keep up with the rest of the army. Dreadnoughts are not employed by the White Scars, as the cold metal sarcophagi of these mighty constructions evoke a horror of eternal confinement that goes against the White Scars' philosophy that when a warrior dies, his soul should be free to travel the afterlife. Beliefs. The White Scars Space Marines hold true to the vision of Jagatai Khan in the ultimate unification of humanity. They venerate the Emperor as the ultimate uniter and as their founding father, but not as deity. The Stormseers teach that it is the White Scars' duty to destroy the enemies of the Emperor, in preparation for the day when he will rise from the Golden Throne to begin the next Great Crusade to unify the galaxy. And on that day, Jagatai Khan will return from the void to once again lead his people to their destiny. The lightning bolt is a potent symbol to the White Scars, as it exemplifies their style of battle, and echoes the warrior scars they bear on their faces. It also represents the lightning which the Stormseers call to smite their enemies, and these sinister warriors preach that so long as the spirits of air and land heed their call, the White Scars will never falter in battle. Gene Seed. The gene seed of the White Scars appears to be stable, and initially displayed no aberrations or mutation. However, with the introduction of genetic material from the Steppes tribesmen, the genome seems to have inherited their wild savagery and thirst for war. Despite the teachings of the Khans and Stormseers, it is not unheard of for tribal feuds to flare up between fellow squad members. In addition to this, there have been several recorded instances where White Scars brotherhoods have bloodily exceeded their mission objectives, such as the infamous Red Highway Massacre. Whether such incidents are as a result of some inherent flaw in the White Scars' genetic material or came about after the integration of the tribesmen is unknown, but the Adeptus Mechanicus is eager to know which. The White Scars' successor chapters, the Rampagers, Marauders, Destroyers, and the Stormlords, are all equally ferocious and fine examples of the combat teachings of Jagatai Khan. Battle Cry. For the Khan and the Emperor. The Space Wolves. Since the Imperium came into being, the Space Wolves have fought tooth and nail for the cause of the Emperor. Among the most famous of the chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, their name and actions are known from one side of the galaxy to the other. As headstrong as they are fierce, the Space Wolves are experts at close-quarter fighting, and their warriors compete keenly for glory on the battlefield. The Space Wolves live to fight, and death holds no fear for them. The cornerstones of the Imperial Creed are related across 100,000 worlds. Although the details vary, it is widely acknowledged that millennia ago the Emperor of Mankind walked upon the face of terror. His mighty deeds unified the race of man in a spiritual golden age, and legends of his greatness have been told across the galaxy for countless centuries. The vaults of the Librarians Sanctus contain many truths such as these, held sacred by the Librarians of the Adeptus Astartes since the birth of the Imperium. One of the most coveted and respected of these legends concerns the creation of the Primarchs. The Emperor, at the height of his powers, was virtually omnipotent, yet the Emperor of Mankind could not be in every place at once. The blinding beacon of his light could not illuminate all dark corners of the galaxy, and so the Emperor created the Primarchs, sons born from his holy blood, each a paragon of humanity that surpassed mankind in every way. Each of these firstborn were brought into being as leaders, warriors whose might was tempered by serenity and wisdom. There are no records as to how the Primarchs became so widely spread across the galaxy. The prevalent theory maintains that as the Primarchs were still incubating in their nascent state in the laboratories of Luna, they were scattered to the far corners of the galaxy. One certainty to arise from this foundation of mystery is the fact that the Emperor subsequently used the lost Primarch's gene seed as a template for a genetically engineered species of superhumans, the Space Marines. Every one of these enhanced warriors were many times more powerful than an ordinary human soldier, and it was with these elite troops that the Emperor intended to unite the galaxy. Legion upon legion of the Legiones Astartes were created in their Primarch's image. One of the greatest of these legions would become the Space Wolves. Many of the Imperium's records concerning the Space Wolves' heritage owe much to the life's work of Gunuriel the Elder, a contemporary of the ancient Fenrisian king Thengar. His sagas have been retold word for word across continents where possessions are scarce and the written word completely unused. That such records remain after millennia has passed is a testament to the awe that the Fenrisians reserve for their mythology. Gunuriel tales, many of which detail the early years of Leman Russ's life, have passed into the folklore of Fenris itself. In the far northwest of the galaxy, on a remote and frozen ice world named Fenris, one of the infant Primarchs came to rest. Given the harshness of the climate, it is safe to say that a lesser being would have died almost immediately. It seems likely that the Primarch was adopted by a Fenrisian she-wolf. Leman Russ himself mentioned his lupine parentage on more than one occasion. Russ's wolf companions, Freki and Geri, are widely believed to have been his original pack brothers, growing to maturity at much the same time. Gunnerial's saga, The Ascension of the Wolf King, tells of one fateful Hellwinter, when the young Primarch joined his pack in a raid on a nearby settlement. Running into the village on all fours, a pack of lean, howling wolves behind him, he smashed his way into the village storehouses and gorged on great shanks of salted meat. The wolves were attacked by the villagers before they could carry the spoils to their starving kin, and the Primarch fought with unfettered ferocity to allow his fellow wolves to escape. The villagers had not seen the like, and petitioned their liege, King Thengar of Russ, to rid them of this menace. Within the week, a hunting party was sent out, with drake poison on their arrows, and knives sharp enough to slice through oak. Many of the Primarch's pack died as a result of this action, pierced by the spears and arrows of the hunters. Even the venerable she-wolf that defended the litter was impaled through the throat, ending the lives of 5 hunters before she finally succumbed to their poisoned arrows. But the wolf-child was spared as he crouched growling over the she-wolf's corpse, the poison slowly affecting his iron constitution, barbed arrows sticking like quells from his face and back. The wolf-child was bound and gagged tightly with straps of gut and sinew cut from the corpses of his pack, and thrown before King Thengar himself. The saga continues in detail, telling of the Primarch's first contact with the royalty of Fenris. In the evening, the wolfman was ungagged, and the king demanded that the feral creature grovel for his life like a dog. The strange beast drew itself up to its full height, and roared so loud and so long that some of the younger men had to leave the hall. The wild-eyed creature spat a great goblet of blood and poison at King Thengar, his golden eyes shining with regal pride. Over the next few years, the wolf-child was taken into the care of the king himself. He was taught to use a battle axe, how to fish, and soon after, how to speak. The Primarch matured quickly, absorbing knowledge at an incredible rate. He also showed a natural aptitude for weaponry, in addition to being unmatched in unarmed combat. Quick to roar with laughter or bellow tunelessly in song, the Primarch slowly realized that he was more human than wolf, and that he was far greater than either. When Russ handed the champion of the King's Guard his battle axes during their third sparring session, Thengar admitted to himself that the young man was destined for greatness. The Primarch soon spoke with powerful eloquence, and one evening King Thengar deemed him worthy to receive a true name. Thus it was that Leman of the Russ was truly born. Much of what is known of Leman Russ's early years is born of hearsay and legend, as his fame quickly spread throughout the land. The legends of Fenris cite him as being able to pluck an oak from the earth and snap it in twain over his back, facing armies of the king's enemies and sending them running without sustaining a scratch, wrestling a Fenrisian mammoth to the ground and roasting it whole for his meal that evening. When Thengar died, there was no question as to the succession. King Leman Russ took his place on the throne. Each all-winter's eve, in the halls of the Fang, the Space Wolves' fortress monastery, the rune priests recount in great detail the saga of Leman Russ. Every one of the Space Wolves knows the tale by memory, and the legends are passed down from solemn priest to knave cub with the greatest of reverence. In this way, the saga of Leman Russ is kept alive to this day. Due to their oral tradition, the following legend has not been written down in any form by the Space Wolves. However, the clandestine introduction of a vox corda to the Feast of the Wanderer by Inquisitor Chalfont, a guest at the table of Cormac Wolftongue, has provided Imperial scholars with the following transcription. Thus it came to pass that Russ was hailed as king of all Fenris, his judgment as strong as his sword arm, and his authority indisputable. No man, no beast, could best the Wolf King. No tribe could stand against his armies. Within Russ's kingdom, a truce existed between man and wolf. His court was attended by the fiercest of warlords and the most beautiful of maidens. Tales of his mighty conquests spread like forest fires, and it was not long before the eyes of terror turned upon his deeds. Such was Russ's fame, and so great were his accomplishments. The Holy Emperor of Terror did take it upon himself to meet with the Wolf King. He believed in the core of his soul that this mighty warrior was one of his true sons. He knew well that Russ would not bow to his rule without being beaten in a contest. The Emperor was convinced of his own power, and knew that such a challenge would be as nothing to him. Who could best a living god? Who could stand firm in the presence of humanity's king? And so it was that the great, sky-spanning ships of the Emperor traveled to the center of the Sea of Stars, settling on the hard, cold skin of Fenris, scant years after Russ's ascension to the throne. The Emperor, clad in a long, plain robe, entered King Leman Russ's court. Through a yawning cave mouth in the south of Fenris he came. His divine aura was hidden from the curious eyes of the king's court, and his towering physique was cloaked with runes of disguise and confusion. Half his face was within the shadow of his hood. In his hand he carried the oaken staff of the Wanderer, but to the sharp-eyed and sober, his nature was clear. The great wolves of Fenris slunk away at the stranger's passing. Slouched on his oaken throne sat Leman Russ, a flagon of fine mead in one hand, and the leg of a roast boar in the other. Fricki and Geri, the kin-wolves, lay curled about his bare feet, and a great pool of blood glittered in the torchlight around the base of his throne. The court had been hunting, and did not take kindly to the interruption of their feast. The Wanderer approached the gnarled wood of the throne and its gargantuan occupant, and stood firm, staring hard at where Russ was presiding over the feast. The court grew silent as the Wolf King's growl reverberated around the halls. Freke stood at the sound, baring his fangs. Geri, old beyond his years, proved wiser than his brother. The stranger was meeting their master's gaze unflinchingly. It was then that the stranger offered his challenge. The nature of the contest was for the king to decide. If he won, the stranger asked for nothing, but to be allowed to drink at the right hand of Russ during the feast. The shouts of the household rang against the shields strung around the roof. The laughter at this preposterous suggestion shared by all present. Russ demanded that should the Wanderer fail, he would serve at the king's behest for a year. Grimly, the stranger accepted. The Wolf King did not wish to spoil a good feast. His first challenge was to an eating competition. The food was brought forth on vast brass shields, and the stranger ate well indeed, consuming many times more than the stoutest warrior present without pause. And by the time he looked up from his platter, Russ was finishing his third orc. The vast red bones lay around him, not a morsel of meat to be seen. Giving voice to a thunderous belch, Russ grinned at the Wanderer, fangs glittering red in the torchlight. The stranger bowed his head. But the king was enjoying his sport. He realized that the brown-cloaked traveler had the spirit of a Fenrisian, and so challenged the newcomer to a drinking bout. The second contest began, sounded by a clarion horn. But by the time the Wanderer had reached his sixth barrel of strong Fenrisian mead, there was no more to drink. The Wolf King had drained the entire feast dry, consuming enough to fill a whole great company. The light of anger appeared in the Wanderer's eye. If he was not to be given the chance, how could he prove his mettle? If all that would greet him was derision and scornful laughter, how could he welcome this warrior, so fond of his mead as his lost child? Driven by disappointment, the Wanderer called Leman Russ a drunkard and a glutton, able to achieve nothing more than filling his face and bellowing hollow boasts. At this the court fell silent. None even dared to breathe as the Wolf King drew himself up to his full height. The bloody carcass of his meal crunched beneath his feet. Russ drew his greatsword and stepped on to the banqueting table, a growl rising in his throat. The Wolf King calmly laid down the consequences of his last challenge, and his court backed away as one. Time seemed to stop, as the Emperor of Mankind threw away his cloak, the hood falling from his face, his true form revealed. Standing far taller than any man present, swathed in light and clad in baroque gold armor. The God Emperor stepped on to the banqueting table, his sword shimmering as it was drawn from its gem-encrusted scabbard. With a roar that shook the walls of the court, the Wolf King leapt. Battle was joined between the two titanic figures. The Emperor fought gracefully and with precision, his every act like liquid fire, his swordsmanship faster than the eye could follow. The Wolf King attacked with the force of pure fury, tempered by years of living by his skill and wits alone. The lustrous gold of the Emperor's burnished armor reflected the glimmers of torchlight in the eyes of 1,000 onlookers. The Wolf King's skin glistened with sweat and blood, his matted hair flying around him as he roared and howled. The speed and passion of Rush's attack, a perfect fusion of martial prowess and a focus that was nothing less than total, convinced the Emperor without doubt that this was one of his lost sons. Swinging his power fist around in a blurring golden arc, the Emperor struck Leman Russ full in the face. It has been noted in the transcription that at this point in the recording, a great cheer erupts from all present. This part of the legend seems to be the cause of much mirth amongst the audience, all of whom have evidently heard the tale before. It is testament to the fortitude of our Lord Russ that within the hour he was able to think clearly once more, recovering quickly from a blow that would have destroyed any mortal man. Russ made little show of his headache. It was as a result of ingesting mighty quantities of Fenrisian mead, rather than the result of the duel. But nevertheless, with bloodied smile and broken fang, he swore fealty to the Emperor of Mankind. It is well known among Imperial scholars that, given proof as to his origins, Leman Russ did indeed pledge his sword to the Emperor. His teachings and training went swiftly. It was a matter of weeks before the Emperor judged Russ worthy of leading his armies in the Holy War across the galaxy. Leman Russ was introduced to the warriors who bore his mark within their very genes, and so it came to be that Leman Russ became the father, progenitor, and lord of the Space Wolves of the Adeptus Astartes. As Leman Russ settled into his role as the Primarch of the Space Wolves, he was gifted with a great suit of armor, blessed thricefold by the Emperor himself. His greatsword was replaced with the legendary frost blade, Miana, whose teeth were fashioned from the maw of the great kraken Gormenjal, and whose blade, it was claimed, could cleave the very ice mountains of Fenris in twain. It was without question that the Space Wolves Legion accepted the towering Wolf King as their Primarch and leader, and over the next few years they became as sons to Leman Russ. In time, all of the Primarchs were united with their respective legions. The records of that time speak of a golden age of conquest and success. The forces of the Imperium were unstoppable in their quest to unite the galaxy in the worship of the God Emperor. Russ plunged headlong into the fighting at the forefront of every battle, vanquishing all before him. Throughout the long and vicious battles of the Great Crusade, the Space Wolves and their lupine allies were at the forefront. Russ strode at the head of his legion, slaughtering all who dared stand before him, his coming announced by the howling of the pack. The Horus Heresy. Russ's actions met with such rampant success that his conquests led him into the far corners of the galaxy, many light years from the Segmentum Solar. Thousands of worlds were reclaimed in the Emperor's name, and it seemed that the Golden Age would never draw to a close, until, in an act that would scar the galaxy forever, Russ's brother, Primarch Horus, the progenitor of the Lunar Wolves, turned from the light. The Horus Heresy was a time of total war. A great schism rent across the Imperium in the wake of the Great Evil One's folly. Horus's trickery and deceit ensnared no less than 9 Space Marine legions, whether by coercion, misdirection, or corruption. The Space Wolves, although not present for many of the final battles when the forces of chaos laid siege to the Emperor's palace itself, were heavily involved in the foundations of the Horus Heresy. It was in the disastrous beginnings of this time that the Sons of Horus began their ages-long blood feud with the Thousand Sons Space Marine Legion. In contrast to the Space Wolves, the Thousand Sons Space Marines were fixated with the pursuit of lore, and, as a result, much can be gleaned from the tomes recovered since their fall. There are even accounts of the ruination of the Legion, most notably the fall of Prospero, but all are tinged with the bitterness of defeat. Within these rotting texts, the Space Wolves are painted in the worst light imaginable. However, with the careful integration of the legend of the Space Wolves that portrays this time, and the collation of events that appear in both accounts, it is possible to put together a fairly accurate picture of what truly started the blood feud between these two legions. Magnus the Red was a giant of a man, standing far taller than even his brother Primarchs, his hair and complexion a livid red. Most remarkably of all was the enormous cyclopean eye set deep into the Primarch's forehead. Where normal men have 2 eyes, Magnus had 1. His strength was lauded as rivaling that of Russ, but he preferred to expend his energies learning and pursuing ancient arcana than the art of battle. His physical peculiarities were never remarked upon by the other Primarchs. After all, Sanguinius was blessed with wings, and Leman Russ himself bore the sharpest of fangs. Nonetheless, the Wolf King feared that the taint of chaos was ingrained within the giant's soul, but the Emperor would not hear of his suspicions, as Magnus was one of his own sons. As the events leading up to the Horus Heresy ripened into terrible fruition, Magnus the Red sent a psychic message to the Emperor. No records exist as to what the message was, but more than one source theorizes that it was a warning against the treachery of Horus. Although the message was said to be of great import, it inadvertently revealed the true extent of the practices of the Thousand Sons. The Emperor refused to believe that Horus, his favoured son, would betray him, and he rose in anger against Magnus's warning. As the flame-haired Primarch opened a psychic connection to the Emperor was aghast at the extent of the research Magnus had conducted into heretical and blasphemous arts. In the Emperor's eyes, the Thousand Sons had probed too deeply into mysteries better left alone, willingly walking into the lair of the beast. Magnus's explanations did not pacify the Emperor, and Russ's worst suspicions were confirmed. At Russ's insistence, the Emperor was persuaded that Magnus was the traitor, not Horus. Horrified, the Emperor commanded Russ to leave immediately for the Thousand Sons' homeworld. The Wolf King mustered his legions about him and prepared once more to go to war. Prospero was once the very image of paradise. Great towers of ice and ivory studded the landscape, and beautiful gardens and peaceful lakes were abundant. Russ believed that this veneer of civilization and culture hid a roiling foundation of evil. In his eyes, every scholar, scribe, and sorcerer had delved too far into the mire of chaos, had drunk too deeply from the blasphemous waters of forbidden knowledge. There was no option. The Wolf King knew that he must follow the Emperor's command to the letter, cast down the Thousand Sons. After a lengthy and punishing series of bombardments, the legions of the Wolf King fell upon the inhabitants of Prospero in an avalanche of howling fury. The savagery and ferocity of the Space Wolves' attack enabled them to strike through to the heart of Prospero's capital, but the Thousand Sons had prescience enough to prepare their final defences. By the time the Space Wolves had slaughtered their way to the gates of the largest citadels, the legions of Magnus the Red were waiting for them. The ensuing battle raged day and night without pause, the Space Wolves fighting with furious zeal, the Thousand Sons battling for their very homeworld. By all accounts, although there is little in the way of specifics, the war between the legions took many days and cost thousands of lives. Ultimately, for all their wisdom, the Thousand Sons could not stand against the fury of the entire Space Wolves Legion in the field of war. At the forefront of the Space Wolves battle lines, led by Jorin Bloodfang, was the 13th Great Company. They were those who adopted the form of the Wulfen, their bestial souls transforming them into nightmarish half-wolves in the heat of battle. The sheer scale of the carnage the 13th Company caused opened a massive hole in the lines of the Thousand Sons, and soon the verdant pastures of Prospero ran red with streams of blood. Magnus's brave warriors were slowly but surely culled, their numbers melting under the intense fire of the Space Wolves' assault. Although they did not fear for their lives, they fought to their last breath to protect their lore and their homeworld. The loss of each and every Space Marine is recorded in Prospero's lament, and although its veracity is in question, it remains the only account of the Cyclopean Primarch's horrifying bargain. Magnus, squatting in his vast tower, watched in agony as his sons were torn to pieces by the barbarian wolves of Ras. The howls of the pack resounded in his ears, destroying his concentration, breaking his psychic boards and driving him to the edge of madness. Bounding from his ebony throne, he flung his arms in the air and roared a plea for help, to save his legion and their great works. As if something malign had been waiting for the Cyclops' core, the sky grew dark and the air boiled with energy. Magnus was infused with eldritch power, his frame buckling, as vile changes were wrought upon his body and his soul. He gazed out from the parapets of his citadel at the landscape of pain stretching before him and screamed. Hundreds of the sons of Rus lost their minds completely as the magics of Magnus took their toll. The skies cracked open, kaleidoscopic lightning blasting apart squad after squad of the savage Space Wolves. The very soul of Prospero sprouted 10-fingered hands like obscene fungi, clutching at the legs of the beast warriors. And yet they fought on regardless, sheer bloodlust inuring them against the numerous terrors now defending the citadel. It can be presumed that this tale is continued from a Space Wolf's perspective of the titanic battle between Rus and Magnus, as related by the legend, The War of the Giants, committed to memory by Inquisitor Bastelak Grimm. Magnus the Red took to the field of battle, the ravaged ground liquefying under his mighty strides, as he cut a swathe through the ranks of the Space Wolves, crushing everything in his path. Where his gaze fell, even the stoutest Longfang turned white and died. The single orb in his forehead pulsed with an unnatural light, and his red mane stood on end with the energies coursing around him. Truly this was an abomination in the eyes of the Emperor. Leman Russ leapt from the thick of the melee to intercept the rampaging giant. As he turned, Russ grabbed one of the traitors by the throat and flung it at the giant's face. Magnus's petrifying gaze was blocked for a moment, and with celerity unheard of, Russ charged bodily into the crimson behemoth, and yet he did not fall. The giant moved far faster than a being his size might, smashing his fist into Russ's chest with force enough to splinter his breastplate, pushing slivers of ceramite into Russ's heart. But the Wolf King was undaunted, grabbing the giant's arm as Magnus reared back for another blow. Russ was brought near to the giant's face and kicked him squarely in the eye. Magnus's roar of pain shattered the sky above, and thick black blood began to rain from the heavens. Russ took his chance and grabbed his blinded foe about the waist, lifting the Cyclops clean off the ground, teeth grinding in a grimace of pain. The Wolf King broke the Cyclops' back. The Thousand Sons, seeing their Primarch broken and cast down, turned and fled. But as Russ raised the frost blade Mjolnir to deliver the killing blow, Magnus gasped a word of power and sank into the iridescent ground. As for the conclusion of this epic battle, the accounts vary widely. Some sources maintain that the sorcerers of the Thousand Sons opened a gate into the warp, fleeing into the jaws of chaos rather than face the fury of the Space Wolves. Some claim that, as his quarry escaped, Leman Russ swore an oath that he would destroy the Legion to a man. Some claim that the traitor Legion became as ghosts, their diabolical patron protecting them from further harm. But there are certainties about the flight of the Thousand Sons. They were not destroyed, and they salvaged much of their knowledge and arcane literature. Magnus himself was not killed, as he and his minions have plagued the Imperium for thousands of years since that day. Also, however they escaped, the 13th Company, the Wulfen kind, were in pursuit. They have vanished from Imperial records since that time. The Space Wolves honour their loss by a blank stone in the Grand Annals, and the 13th Company has never been replaced. The disappearance of Russ. Once every 1,000 years, the ancient dreadnought Bjorn the Fell-Handed is awoken from his dreamless sleep. He gathers the chapter's rune priests to him and retells the ancient sagas, testing them on their remembrance of their heritage. The following text is a direct transcript of Bjorn's account of Russ's disappearance, recorded by Wagner Ravenmane in 7662 M35. The feast of the Emperor's Ascension was as fine as any Space Wolf had seen, in celebration of the Emperor's final victory over the Evil One. Thousands of his sons joined in the revelry. The torches that lined the walls were as stars in the night sky, and our spirits soared high as the vaulted roofs. The halls rung loud with the song and laughter. At the head of the feast, surrounded by his closest friends, sat the Wolf King himself, Leman Russ. The great Primarch climbed once more onto the ancient oaken banqueting table, the very same one in which he had fought the Emperor in a titanic and desperate struggle for his life and pride centuries before. One by one, the raucous voices stopped. Russ's speeches were legendary. Seconds passed, then minutes. The great hall was as silent as a barrow tomb. All eyes were fixed on Russ. But the Primarch made no sound, and his body remained frozen. We who were closest to him could see that his great yellow eyes were glazed over, that his iron muscles were locked in spasm. Slowly, a susurration of noise bled into the natural amphitheatre of the hall, as his warriors questioned what in the eye of the Kraken could be happening. Surely this was a joke. Surely at any moment our roaring, charismatic king would bellow with deafening laughter, calling for more ale. Was it some kind of challenge, or something worse? We could not tell, and none dared ask. Suddenly, Russ fell heavily to his knees, a resounding crack reverberating around the hall and bringing utter silence once more. He turned to his most faithful retainers and, in a voice that no others could hear, not even I, issued his instructions. His face lined with sorrow, he addressed the throng, and his grave words sank deeply into every one of the Space Wolves' souls. As one, Russ and his retinue turned on their heels and strode out of the great hall. Only I, youngest of the Primarch's favoured, was left behind. Every year hence, his place was laid at the feast. Every year his drinking horn was filled, should he return. 7 long painful years passed, and still Russ did not come home to us. It was a bleak time, and many say that the worst of all hell winters raged outside the walls of the banqueting halls on the night when the Wolf Lords came to their decision. If Russ could not come back to us, then we would find him ourselves. Elected as Wolf Lord, I led the Space Wolves in the search for our forefather, and thus the first of the great hunts began. The companies of the Space Wolves took to their ships and sailed on different headings far into the Sea of Stars. The tale of the battles we fought and the worlds we discovered is a long one indeed, too long for any time, save all Winter's Eve. But ultimately our search was in vain, earning nothing more than stories and hollow prophecy. And thus it was that the first great hunt ended in sorrow. It is not unheard of for the spirit of Russ to grant a senior rune priest a vision, to speak directly into his mind. Their words are then the words of Russ himself, and it is then that a new great hunt is called. Although none have succeeded in our ultimate goal, many victories have been won, and many mighty tasks have been accomplished in the name of Russ. And we are left with the comfort of his final words. At the end he will return to us, for the final battle, for the wolf time. Homeworld. Fenris is a world of pain and hardship, swathed forever in a freezing ice, or unforgiving fire. It drifts in the far northwest of the galaxy, perilously close to the Eye of Terror, and yet its denizens remain pure. From space, it is apparent that the vast majority of Fenris is covered in ice-cold water, and what little landmass there is floats as a small island of frozen earth and snow. Imperial scholars have wondered at the fact that, in the dark, long days of the Fenrisian winter, the oceans freeze over completely, swathing the planet in a hard white skin. One small continent is the only area of land that remains stable throughout the years, the land of Asaheim, which sits atop the crest of the world. The planet orbits its sun in a pronounced eclipse. As a direct result, the climate on Fenris ranges from ice-cold during the most part of the year to searing heat in the summer. Even at the time when Fenris reaches its perigee, the primary continent remains intact, although it is ravaged by blazing lava and rivers of magma. Tectonic plates grind, mountains are thrown up, and chasms rend deep gashes in the skin of the planet. Yet somehow, amongst the shifting ice floes and fierce tides, the men of Fenris thrive. As the constant ravages of a cruel and constantly changing climate harden its people, so does it harden the native species. The prey, such as the herds of giant Fenrisian elk, with their majestic and razor-sharp antlers, and the hulking mammoths that can crush a man's body to a pulp, are dangerous indeed. However, extensive observation has revealed the predators of Fenris to be amongst the most ferocious in the galaxy. Ancient drakes and wymes soar on the thermals above the shifting islands, thriving in geothermally heated caves. Sea serpents and kraken haunt the deeps, terrifying tentacled leviathans that can grow thousands of yards in length. The respected Magus biologist Anatole Leviticus has theorized that these kraken, one of which is said to have been caught by Russ himself, are remnants of an unsuccessful Tyranid invasion from the distant past. Great white bears, raging beasts that weigh as much as an ice shark and are almost invisible in a blizzard, can be found prowling the frozen tundra, fully capable of smashing apart the strongest buildings to feed on the unwary occupants. But most dangerous of all, a predator so advanced that it is known throughout the galaxy, is the Fenrisian wolf. These iron-furred monsters range from the mass of a small horse to that of an armoured personnel carrier, and are possessed of a singular cunning. A brief series of studies prove that their jaws can leave impressions in plasteel. Perhaps the most terrifying thing about these beasts is that they live in packs, and, when they are hunting, their prey has little hope of escape. Given that many space wolves wear the pelts of these vicious creatures, having killed one such beast with their bare hands, the warriors of Fenris can be surmised to be mighty indeed. Born into a world of such omnipresent danger, only the toughest can thrive. Few worlds in the breadth of the galaxy hold any fear for the Space Wolves. Organization. In defiance of the Codex Astartes, the Space Wolf chapter is split into 12 great companies. Each of these is led by a Wolf Lord, who answers only to the Great Wolf himself. For the last 800 years, the position has been occupied by the infamous Logan Grimnar. Each great company has its own headquarters, or lair, within the Space Wolves chapter fortress, the Fang. This mile-high edifice of steel dominates the mountain ranges of Asaheim, and is said to be the most steadfast Imperial fortress outside of Terra. The range serves as headquarters, cathedral, and fortress to each of the great companies. In almost all respects, each of the 12 companies is a freestanding body of troops, with its own weapons, spacecraft, forges, customs, and heroes, settled within the depths of the Fang. These great companies take much from their current Wolf Lord, including his name. When the Wolf Lord dies in battle, another is chosen to replace him, and so the company will reinvent itself. This provides a fluid command structure within the chapter. The mortality rate of Space Wolves is unsurprisingly high given their yearning for close-quarter fighting, although a few particularly stalwart Wolf Lords have seen out their 1000th year. Each Wolf Lord chooses a symbol from the mythology of Fenris as his personal sigil, and it is this symbol that adorns the company's banner. Presiding over the 12 companies is the household of the Great Wolf himself. This is comprised of all the chapter's most venerable heroes, the Rune Priests, Iron Priests, Wolf Priests, and Dreadnoughts. Their badge remains constant, the wolf that stalks the stars, the personal emblem of Leman Russ himself. Gene Seed. The Space Wolves' gene seed is as unique as it is deadly. The frightening potency of the first gene seed to be implanted into an aspiring son of Russ is legendary, and has accounted for the lives of hundreds of Fenris's warriors. Those it does not kill, it transforms into a slavering monster. The Canis Helix is necessary, however, as without this essential part of Leman Russ's heritage, the other gene helices cannot be implanted at all. Unfortunately, the genetic coding of the Canis Helix contains a number of acids that are not synthesized by the human body, and they have a dramatic effect on the physique of the potential Space Marine. The ravages of this unique gene first take effect during the aspirant's indoctrination. Ultimately, he is cast out into the wilderness to make his own way back to the Fang. The gene works hideous changes on the warrior's mind and body. He reverts to a primal state, where his bones split and buckle, thick hair sprouts from across his body, and his only desire is to gorge on fresh meat and glut himself on hot blood. His body mass grows by up to 80%. Many of the bones fuse, and vestigial fangs sprout from his gums as he undergoes the transformation. Whilst his body is racked with pain, the warrior must overcome the gene, lest it overcomes him. It is common knowledge that the Knights of Fenris are prowled by giant feral creatures known as the Wulfen, who fail to overcome the curse. To become one of the Wulfen is to fail, and truly become a monster. If the aspirant manages to find his way back to the Fang, across chasms and glaciers populated by snarling predators and blasted by freezing winds, he is implanted with the remainder of the Space Wolf's gene seed, stabilizing the Canis Helix and completing his genetic indoctrination into the ranks of the Sons of Russ. A minority of these warriors do not completely conquer the gene seed's original effects, however, and in times of great stress they revert to the hulking, bloodthirsty state that haunts their genetic structure like a ghastly shadow. This is the curse of the Wulfen, and it is rightly feared. Beliefs. The warriors of Fenris are brought up on tales of monsters and heroes, sky-straddling wolves and world-spanning sea beasts. They have a proud tradition of storytelling, and value a good tale almost as much as a good fight. The mythology of Fenris is crowded with the deeds of heroes, and many of their legends stem from the Fenrisian wolves that prowl Asaheim. These pagan beliefs are looked upon with scorn by the ecclesiarchy, but the Sons of Russ refuse to give up their beliefs, even when their fangs are long and their skin weather-beaten and wrinkled. Superstition is rife, and the Space Wolves regularly enter battle, festooned with totems and talismans to bring luck and ward off evil spirits. Central to their belief system is Leman Russ, who they look upon as more than just a man, and to whom they attribute the deeds of a god. Heroes are held in the highest esteem, and none more so than their Primarch, who they believe will return to fight alongside them at the end of the world. Combat Doctrine. The forces of the Space Wolves have a very different approach to martial strategy from their brother Space Marines. There are several distinct types of squad, or pack, in each great company, and each fulfills a different role in battle. As a Space Wolf progresses through his life, he may rise through the ranks until he is old and his fangs are long. If his bravery and might are without question, he will be asked to join the Wolf Guard, or even become a Wolf Lord himself. Most Space Wolves begin their careers as Bloodclaws, hot-headed, young warriors who cannot wait to prove themselves, charging in howling packs at the front lines of the enemy in their efforts to garner personal glory. The Bloodclaws are the shock troops of the Space Wolves and spearhead the majority of assaults. If they survive to become mature and capable warriors, they will be elevated to the ranks of the Grey Hunters, tempered by battle but nonetheless ready to give their lives in the name of honor. When the Space Wolves are fully mature, their hair grey and their canines pronounced, they are likely to be inducted into the Long Fangs, veteran soldiers who are disciplined and steady even in the heat of battle, and hence are entrusted with the company's heavy weapons. The bravest and strongest of the Space Wolves, after proving themselves in a feat of exceptional valor or martial prowess, may become Wolf Guards. The Wolf Guard either lead less experienced packs of warriors into battle, or form a retinue for the mightiest warriors of the battle force, the Wolf Lord. Few can stand against these heroic warriors, equipped as they are with the best war gear in the company's armory, making them virtually unstoppable in close combat. The Space Wolves' combat doctrine is unfortunately nowhere near as organized as their brother chapters. Given that they live for the honor of battle, it is almost certain that the younger Space Wolves would abandon a standard tactical structure in favor of simply rushing headlong at the enemy, howling at the top of their voices. This has been known to aggravate many allied commanders, over the millennia, including Lord Solar Macarius himself, who famously recorded his displeasure in the Tactica Ultimatum. The blood claws of the Space Wolves endanger not only themselves, but the lives of their comrades in arms. If they are so eager to die, and they will not heed the words of their superiors, then let them rush headlong into the jaws of the lion. We can only hope some of them get caught in its throat. However, far from being uncontrolled berserkers, the Space Wolves, as a chapter, simply relish the thrill of close combat above all else. Nonetheless, the battle tactics are undeniably effective. The Space Wolves have fought in a similar manner on 100,000 battlefields since their conception, and are unlikely to stop merely to conform to the precepts of the Administratum. Battle Cry. The battle cry of the Space Wolves varies from great company to great company. However, it is certain that when the assault is launched, every member of the attacking force will raise his voice in a blood-curdling howl. The Space Wolves' 13th Great Company. To the Inquisitorial Representative, my lord, as per your instructions, I have begun to delve as deeply as possible into the recent events in the Fenris system prior to the creation of the Great Rift, in the hopes that we may determine what actually transpired there. This work continues apace, despite the difficulty of finding information with the universe as it is, and due to the nature of those involved, being both the Vilke Fenrika, the Dark Angels, the Grey Knights, despite their affiliation to our glorious organization, and of course the nature of the foe, being the demon Primarch Magnus. I shall forward this report on to you upon completion, but in the meantime, I send this initial study into the 13th Great Company of the Space Wolves. As ever, I am your loyal servant, Inquisitor A.B. Prince. Legend states that many centuries ago, the Space Wolves numbered 13 great companies. To this day, a place is reserved at the feasts held in the Hall of the Great Wolf for a lord who has not attended his liege since the time Russ himself led his sons into battle. The tales of this company are vague and often contradictory, but one fact is known. The men of the 13th Great Company were marked apart from the rest of their chapter, for every one of them bore the curse of the Wulfen. The origins of the 13th Great Company lie in the dawn of the Age of the Imperium, when the Primarchs were reunited with the Emperor and their legions. The Space Wolves, the 6th Legion, were the genetic progeny of Russ and carried within them a unique gift, the Canis Helix, the mark of the wolf, that sets the Space Wolves apart from the Space Marines of other chapters. The Canis Helix invests the Space Wolves with acute predatory senses of the wolves native to their homeworld of Fenris, or apparently native. But this gift comes at a price, the curse of the Wulfen. Those brothers who succumb to the curse degenerate into savage, malformed parodies of their brethren. In most cases, the curse manifests during training, but in others, the effects of the curse become apparent many years later in the heat of battle. The Space Wolves' harsh induction regime generally ensures that these individuals perish at an early stage in the process. However, at the time of the Great Crusade, when the Emperor and his legions were conquering vast swathes of the galaxy in the name of mankind, those brothers touched by the curse were banded together into the 13th Company, where their feral ferocity could be brought to bear en masse and contained for the safety of the whole legion. That the 13th Company accompanied Russ on the Great Crusade is known, although the details of the campaigns in which they fought are lost to antiquity. Only the names of actions long since forgotten, battles such as the First Siege of Mithrix, the Battle of the Plains of Moshan, the fall of the paramours of the Morpheus Rift, and the crossing of Hangman's Void appear in the archives. The fate of the 13th Company is a subject of numerous myths, and the Space Wolves themselves will not say which holds the true account. In truth, it is probably that an element of veracity exists within each, and that none are wholly inaccurate. There are some sagas that outsiders are never permitted to hear, once held by the rune priests on only the most sacred of occasions, though some sagas have been set to record by strangers, and the Space Wolves have spoken, some would say bragged, at length regarding certain aspects of their long and glorious history. There are other passages that mean death should outsiders overhear them. The saga known as the War of the Giants purports to be a record of the fall of Prospero, one of the opening conflicts of the Horus Heresy. The Space Wolves were ordered to assault their brother legion, the Thousand Sons, and to call them to account for their sorcerous actions and the actions of their Primarch, Magnus the Red. The saga states that the 13th Company was at the head of the assault on the Thousand Sons' homeworld, and that the sheer ferocity of their attack smashed a hole in the traitors' lines, through which the remainder of the Space Wolves could penetrate. At the height of the battle, it is told that Magnus opened a portal, a means of escaping the destruction wrought by the Space Wolves. Magnus and the remnants of his legion fled, but it is said that Russ ordered the 13th Company to give chase. In so doing, they left the realm of man, never to return. The fragments of other records suggest that the disappearance of the 13th Company did not occur until after the siege of the Emperor's Palace, which saw the rebel War Master Horus finally defeated and the traitor legions routed back to the Eye of Terror. It is stated that in the wake of the galaxy-spanning civil war, which saw the Imperium brought to its knees by Horus's treachery, the Ultramarines Primarch Rabute Gilliman sought to consolidate the forces of mankind. But Leman Russ, headstrong and proud as he was, demanded that the traitors not be allowed to establish a foothold within the Eye of Terror, and that the Imperium should strike immediately. Though Gilliman and Dawn overrode him, it has been suggested that Russ may have dispatched the 13th Company with orders to hunt down Abaddon, the War Master's lieutenant, and bring his head as a trophy to set before the Emperor. Other less charitable theories suggest the Wulfen gave chase on their own accord, and some even whisper that the 13th Company had been tainted by chaos all along, and were seeking to join the ranks of the traitors. This legend bears up well to the little evidence that exists to support it, and the timing of their emergence from the Eye indicates that the Wulfen may be pursuing Abaddon. However, another legend speaks of the disappearance of a Space Wolves force through an Eldar webway portal, though. In this particular case, the story refers only to the so-called Wolf Brothers. Little information as to the true identity of this group survives, though what scraps of data have been recovered suggest that the Wolf Brothers were in fact a successor chapter of the Space Wolves that was disbanded due to some form of genetic instability. A passage in the Caleria states that the Wolf Brothers pursued an Eldar force through a mystical portal from which they never returned. The similarity between this story and other legends suggests that a kernel of truth lies at the heart of the matter, though the exact details will likely never be known. For instance, some sagas seem to hint that the Wolf Brothers were in fact the mortal followers of the Primarch Russ, who formed his warband as he battled across the world of Fenris before the Emperor was reunited with him. These warriors were then transformed into Astartes. If the Vilke Fenriker know the truth themselves, they have not been sharing it with us. Until the events in the Fenris system, only a handful of reports had been logged regarding actions in which the newly emerged 13th Company had taken a hand. In each of these battles, the Company had attacked without warning and penetrated deep into enemy lines before launching a devastating close-range assault. It has been observed that the 13th Company warbands prefer to attack during the hours of darkness, where the element of surprise can be used to greatest effect. But even in the daylight hours, the Company's ambushes and infiltrations proved decisive in a number of early engagements during Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade. In terms of equipment, the warriors of a 13th Company warband fight and travel light. They have never been observed using transports of any type. It is of course entirely possible that the 13th Company was never issued any vehicles in the first place, as the Company's superior infiltration skills would make the use of front-line vehicles undesirable and unnecessary. The equipment carried by the company appears basic and even debased compared to a conventional Space Wolves force. Each Space Marine carries a variety of weapons, from bolter to primitive blade, and many of these weapons seem to have been scavenged from Chaos forces, or have been adorned to appear that way. There is no doubt that some of the men of the company wear power armor, stripped from the bodies of fallen traitors, which is a matter that the Ordo Malleus will no doubt wish to pursue when the current crisis has been resolved. Indeed, a number of Inquisitors have already expressed a desire to call the Space Wolves of the 13th Company to account. Among them are Radicals, who believe the Company has successfully turned the weapons of chaos upon itself, as well as Puritans who wish to see the 13th punished for the very same reason. A conventional Space Wolves Great Company is formed around a core of Grey Hunters, experienced warriors capable in a number of battlefield roles. Supporting these troops are the Long Fangs, who provide heavy firepower. Fighting alongside are the Blood Claws, packs of eager young aspirants who throw themselves into battle in an effort to prove themselves to their superiors. Leading the Great Company is a Wolf Lord and his retinue of Wolf Guard, highly accomplished warriors who provide an officer cadre within the company. The force can call on support from any number of armoured vehicles, dreadnoughts, transports, bikes, and landspeeders. The 13th Company Warband differs from a Space Wolves Great Company in a number of respects, most of which can be explained by the circumstances of the company's disappearance. At the core of the army are the Grey Slayer packs. These squads fulfill a role similar to that of Grey Hunters in a Space Wolves Great Company, but each Slayer is far and away a superior fighter to his Grey Hunter equivalent. This fact comes as no surprise to Imperial observers, as the normal flow of new recruits into the Great Company has been cut off, making the progression from Grey Hunter to Wolfguard impossible. The company has adopted an ad hoc structure, often separating men into specialized units that support one another, in the manner of wolves on the hunt. The core of this force remains the equal of the elite elements of many other armies. There are no Blood Claws in the 13th Company. All of the Blood Claws that disappeared with the company would have either died in action or long since progressed up the ranks, and their replacement would have been forthcoming in the Eye of Terror. Some of the senior ranks found within the Space Wolves are also absent from the 13th Company. Other than the Wolf Lord himself, the only leaders to be found operating outside of the packs are the Rune Priests and Wolf Priests. Casualties among the other ranks could not be replaced due to the difficulty of specialized training and the lack of resources. This fact poses some interesting questions regarding the Rune Priests, as the company appears to have no trouble maintaining a cadre of these psychically gifted individuals. Evidently, the Eye has had some effect on the men of the company, and unlocked previously untapped psychic abilities within its ranks. The formation that represents the most drastic departure from the Space Wolves organization is that of the Wulfen packs. The Wulfen are consummate predators who throw themselves at their foes as soon as they are scented. Whether the Wulfen packs are standing formations, or rather formed on a temporary basis as men succumb to the curse of the Wulfen, is, at this stage, unknown. The first reported instance of direct contact between Imperial forces and a 13th Company warband was during the raid on the Omentep listening post. One of only a handful of survivors, a sanctioned psyker stationed within the post's Kazakin defenders, reported she was almost decapitated by a Wulfen with whom she tried to communicate. It was only on the orders of another 13th Company leader that the beast spared her. That the Wulfen are highly effective in close quarters combat is evident, but it is also clear that they are potentially as dangerous to Imperial troops as they are to the enemy. The Omentep raid. On the 13th day of Secundus, in the Imperial year 999 M41, Cadian Sector High Command lost contact with the world of Omentep, a sparsely populated mining planet situated on the outskirts of the Cadian Sector. The planet's proximity to the Cadian Gate made it an ideal location for a listening post. A narrow astropathic duct focused on the approaches to the gate, which was guarded by a company of Cadian Kazakin. The attack that crippled the station came without warning and left only a handful of survivors. A single dying astropath was able to call for aid from a nearby Imperial Navy cruiser. The attackers were a small, elite company of Black Legionnaires who fell upon the listening post with cold, methodical brutality and cut down all they encountered. However, they seemed specifically determined to murder the astropathic choir that resided within the central keep. The Kazakin mounted a heroic defense that held off the Black Legionaries for several hours before aid came from a totally unanticipated quarter. As the traitors closed on the hastily constructed barricades of the inner sanctum, survivors report that the night was filled with a mournful howl. Answering calls sounded from all directions, yet the source could not be seen, as the Black Legionaries faltered in their attack and cast glances in all directions. The rearmost were dragged into the shadows. Soon the Legionaries were firing their bolters on full automatic and emptying entire magazines into the gloom, as more were set upon by an enemy the Kazakin defenders could not discern. In minutes, all of the Black Legionaries were dead. Their bodies were found savagely ripped open, as if worried by hugely powerful jaws or racked by savage claws. The only evidence of the force that attacked them was the distorted Vox recording of the howls that filled the complex in the moments before the Chaos Space Marines were attacked. It has been noted by Inquisitor Asmorales that the numbers of the Wulfen kind that disappeared 10,000 years ago must have been equivalent to a contemporary Space Marine chapter, owing to the far larger size of the first founding legions. To date, only a handful of men of the 13th Company have been observed. Thus, the Inquisitor believes that the majority of the company remains within the Eye of Terror, has been slain, or has embarked on a mission, the nature of which only the 13th Company understands. It is also likely that a number of separate contingents of Wulfen kind are at large, each harrying the forces of chaos and led by a lord who is a vassal to an individual yet to reveal his hand in the conflict. The 13th Company has reappeared at a time of great peril for the Imperium, and is mercilessly hounding Abaddon in a campaign of ambushes and infiltrations. It is evident that the 13th Company is pursuing Abaddon's forces, which is entirely consistent with the legend that Russ dispatched the Wulfen kind to hunt down the Despoiler. That the 13th Company has been hunting him for 10,000 years is testament to their persistence, though none can tell how many years have passed for them within the Eye. One question that remains is just how the Space Wolves, Great Wolf Logan Grimnar, will receive the Wulfen kind. Will they disappear once more, when some unknown short-term goal is met? Or will they wish to return to their chapter? Some say that the Wulfen have lived too long within the realm of chaos, expressly against inquisitorial diktat. This fact alone should preclude their return to the Imperium. Of course, the Space Wolves, known for their strident independence from the institutions of the Imperium, may well oppose any and all censure of their erstwhile brothers. With Abaddon's invasion at full height, the Imperium could ill afford internecine conflict, and so the issue was not really raised. And with the birth of the Primarchs and the events that have unfolded since the birth of the Great Scar, it is difficult to see what the Imperium can possibly do to enforce its will upon the Vilka Fenrica. That the Canis Helix is responsible for the condition of the Wulfen is known, and it has been suggested that the savage force that resides within each Space Wolf has allowed the 13th Company to survive the long millennia of contact with the powers of chaos. What is not known is whether the 13th Company's presence within the Eye of Terror has tainted its gene seed in any way. Many simply point to the bestial appearance of the Wulfen kind and their use of scavenged traitor war gear as all the evidence needed to condemn them, but others defend their methods as pure necessity. Wulfen packs are often led into battle by wolf priests, and it is theorized that these individuals play a vital role in controlling the excesses of the curse. Wolf priests of the Space Wolves are the keepers of the genetic law, passed down to them in a direct line from Russ, and appear to be the only men able to control a Space Wolf when the wear is upon them. The Wolf priests are obviously acting as guardians, leading packs of Wulfen in combat, and ministering to their charges between conflicts. The Adeptus Mechanicus undoubtedly wish to analyze the gene seed of slain 13th Company wolves, but to date have not succeeded in doing so. Should the Mechanicus, or Call, find any impurities, then the scale of the Imperium's response, and which side the Space Wolves would take, could only be imagined. So to conclude, the Space Wolves have been present, combating the forces of chaos, since the start of the 13th Black Crusade and in its aftermath. During this time, a large contingent of them entered into conflict alongside their Space Wolf brothers, fighting against the Thousand Suns, led by the demonic Primarch Magnus the Red, centered upon the Fenris system. This conflict also drew in, apparently, elements of the Dark Angels chapter, potentially including the presence of the Rock itself, as well as elements of the Grey Knights chapter. I'm currently doing all I can to discern what actually occurred here, as the reports I currently have at my disposal are contradictory and lacking in detail. My lord, as soon as I can get to the truth of this information, I will of course forward it on to you directly. In the meantime, I will forward this initial report on to those who need to know. As ever, I remain your most loyal subject, Inquisitor A.B. Prince. The Imperial Fists. The Imperial Fists are one of the most respected chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. Not only is their loyalty to the Emperor acknowledged as absolute, but their standing with the institutions of the Imperium is unparalleled. Their reputation with the enemies of the Imperium is a greater source of satisfaction to them, though. They have gained battle honors against 8 major alien races, been instrumental in holding the Imperium together through the darkest of times, and have the honor, being one of the chapters, to have defended the Imperial Palace in the greatest battle of the Horus Heresy. The Great Crusade had reached the ice hives of Inuit when Rogel Dawn presented himself to the Emperor for the first time. He arrived at the helm of Phalanx, the great mobile station that was to become the Imperial Fists' fortress monastery. The ship was his gift to the Emperor, and its like had not been seen since the dark age of technology. The size of a small moon, its foredeck could dock a dozen cruisers, and its superstructure was a towering forest of spines interlaced with flying buttresses. It shone like a small star, a precious treasure and a momentous portent in the days of the Crusade. The Emperor duly welcomed Dawn and appointed him the commander of the 7th Space Marine Legion, the Imperial Fists, returning Phalanx to serve as their fortress monastery. The 7th Legion had been formed on Terra, as evidenced by its earliest battle honor, Roma, now only discernible on a ceramite icon too precious even to be displayed in the inner reclusium. The 7th Legion had recruited heavily on Inuit, and over 70% of its strength were aspirants. The Imperial Fists were therefore a rarity, in that Battle Brothers and Primarch were united very early in their service to the Emperor, and quickly formed an unbreakable bond. Born from the same gene stock, Primarch and Legion had the same uncompromising self-discipline and total commitment to order. The handful of Terran Battle Brothers brought a tradition of honor duels that was readily embraced by the Legion as a whole. Brothers still duel with swords, following the same conventions. No man knows the true age of this form of ritual combat, but it binds the brothers together, giving and receiving honor and remembering their Terran heritage, even if far from their home. The Legion's early actions were extremely successful. While the Great Crusade pushed forward, the Imperial Fists acted as the strategic reserve of the Emperor's forces, able to deploy quickly and reliably where and when required. The Imperial Fists struck the decisive blow in many battles. Their detailed planning made them especially efficient at sieges, and their resolute endurance made them superb city fighters. They remained the Emperor's Praetorians throughout the campaign, and when he returned to Terra to build a capital from which to rule an empire of 1,000,000 worlds, the Emperor took Rogel Dawn with him. Dawn was charged with the task of fortifying the Imperial Palace, an honor that did not go unnoticed by the other Primarchs. In all this time, Rogel Dawn had sought no favour, and exemplified the qualities of truth, courage, and humility more than any other Primarch. Although some of the other Primarchs resented his closeness to the Emperor, most held him in high esteem. On Macragge, home of the Ultramarines, Dorn's statue is one of the 4 Primarchs that stands alongside Guilliman's in their Hall of Heroes. Jagatai Khan is shown gifting Dorn with a dozen of his finest stallions as a gesture of eternal brotherhood shortly after the defeat of Horus in the illuminated preface of the Apocrypha Scaros. Dorn's rivalry with Perturabo, Primarch of the Iron Warriors, was the most marked exception. One of Dorn's qualities was that he always, without fail, told the truth. On Scaravan, the Iron Warriors won a great victory when they stormed the final refuge of the Badoon. They breached the defences and held while the other legions carried the city beyond. During the victory feast, Horus proclaimed Perturabo the greatest master of siege warfare in the Crusade. Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's Children, then asked Dorn whether he thought even the defences of the Imperial Palace could resist the Iron Warriors. Dorn considered carefully, and then said that he regarded the defences as being proof against any assault, if well manned. Perturabo fell into a rage, and unleashed a torrent of vitriol at Dorn, accusations so unfounded their onlookers were dumbstruck. After this, the two rarely spoke, neither legion serving in the same campaign again. The Imperial Fists were ever at the Emperor's side, and the Iron Warriors were part of Horus's vanguard. After the Imperial Fists won a major victory against the Orcs on the ash wastes of Necromunda, the Hive Lords consented to recruits being drawn from their population in gratitude. A fortress chapel was duly consecrated, but the Imperial Fists were there as esteemed guests, not as masters. Rogel Dorn asked no special rights on the worlds where the Fists recruited. Some Primarchs, such as the increasingly mercurial Perturabo, took every opportunity to garrison a world and claim its tithes. Dorn is famously recorded as saying, "I want recruits, not vassals," and was always satisfied to keep his legion as a military unit, with none of the civil responsibilities that came with having a homeworld. The Horus Heresy. When the Dropsite massacres on Istvan revealed the full extent of Horus's treachery, the Emperor, accompanied by the faithful Rogel Dorn, was on terror, determined to prevent Horus claiming the throne of the Imperium without a challenge. Along with the White Scars and the Blood Angels, the Imperial Fists put up a heroic defence of the Imperial Palace that has since passed into legend. Then, when all hope seemed lost, they accompanied the Emperor in his last battle aboard Horus's battle barge. It fell to Dorn to discover the bodies of the Emperor, Horus, and Sanguinius after the final drama had run its course. His grief was immense. Until that point, Dorn had been true, noble, and enduring, but now he became an avenging son. While the Ultramarines maintained order within the Imperium, the Imperial Fists hunted down the traitors, levelling fortress after fortress. Dorn led them, dressed in the black of mourning, his customary mercy set aside until the guilty were punished. While others shaped the new Imperium, Dorn immersed himself in implacable justice. It was rumoured that he saw the Emperor's death as his personal failure, and his crusade as penance. And after all, were the traitors not his brothers? Whatever the cause, Rogel Dorn was absent from the highest councils until he was summoned back to Terra when Rebute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, presented his Codex Astartes as the future of the Space Marines. Dorn was shaken. His quest for retribution had blinded him to changing times. He could not see why humanity would not trust the Imperial Fists because of what the traitor legions had done. Without the fire of battle to engage him, Rogel Dorn and the Imperial Fists hovered on the brink. The Emperor was gone, and now it seemed that their very brotherhood was to be sundered. At this time of uncertainty, the Iron Warriors issued a clear challenge to the Imperial Fists by building a formidable fortress and daring them to attack. The Iron Cage. The Imperial Fist chaplains teach that Dorn found strength in meditation. For 7 days he resisted the pain glove, until at last he was gifted with a vision of the Emperor. The Imperial Fists had wavered in their faith, thinking the Emperor had gone, but they knew that he was still watching them from the Golden Throne. The Imperial Fists could no longer serve the Emperor that had been, but they knew they must still be true to the Emperor that was. Rogel Dorn decreed that the Imperial Fist would symbolically enter the Pain Glove as a legion and emerge redeemed as a chapter. Dorn knew that many of his battle brothers did not wish to found new chapters as the Ultramarines were eager to do. There would be far too many left for one of the new 1,000-strong chapters. Leaving Phalanx, he led these diehards against the Iron Warriors in their lair. His doubts gone, Dawn focused on the enemy ahead. Perturabo was a master of fortification, whose writings had been retained by Guilliman in his codex. Dawn had always been his match, though, and what was more, his honest warrior's soul was indignant. The Iron Warriors had rebelled and lost. Their master was dead, and the Emperor still ruled. Yet still they dared raise their heretical banners over another Imperial world, as if they had some right to be there. Dawn would not tolerate this. Without his customary caution and planning, Dawn led his men into the heart of the Iron Warriors' defences. The battle should have favoured the treacherous trench fighters, but the Imperial Fists endured. They countered every ambush and fought their way out of every trap. Rogel Dawn was a colossus who personally turned back attack after attack. Ammunition expended. Brothers fought in half-flooded trenches with combat knives, giving and expecting no quarter. Eventually it became apparent that the Iron Warriors could finish them. For all their skill and ferocity, the Iron Warriors lacked the faith to make the ultimate sacrifice that victory demanded. While they paused, the Ultramarines intervened. Guilliman had decided that Perturabo's destruction was not worth the loss of Rogel Dawn, and had brought his chapter to drive off the Iron Warriors. Cleansed by their sacrifice, the Imperial Fists immediately began their reorganization. For the next 2 decades, they went into retreat, their successor chapters taking to the field in their stead. Dawn used this time to retrain the chapter to embrace all aspects of the Codex Astartes. When they later emerged, their adherence to the Codex was matched only by the Ultramarines. The new Imperium. Early in their reorganization, Space Marines from the Imperial Fists departed to found the Black Templars and the Crimson Fists. The willingness of Dawn to put his initial misgivings aside and embrace the Codex Astartes reassured the High Lords of Terror. Because they were not tied to a homeworld and had a mobile chapter fortress, the Imperial Fists could be more responsive to calls for help. In particular, Rogel Dawn was more amenable to requests from other institutions for assistance than other Primarchs, and this built a valuable store of goodwill. When the age of apostasy engulfed the Imperium, none of the protagonists were willing to risk their good relations with the chapter, which continued to conduct a campaign against the Ebon League unaffected. Often, the Imperial Fists were able to unify the rival factions to face a local threat, which would have otherwise found them divided and vulnerable. Rogel Dawn outlived many of his brother Primarchs, and each loss saddened him greatly. Also, as fewer Primarchs remained, each began to attract unhealthy respect. With the Emperor on Terra, some distant systems began to deify the Primarchs they encountered. To Dawn, only the Emperor was worthy of this attention, and he feared the consequences. However, sacrifice came easily to Dawn. Soon after the disappearance of Corax, Primarch of the Raven Guard, the Imperial Fists were asked to help against the Black Crusade, bludgeoning its way through the Cadian Gate. Phalanx and the majority of the chapter were committed to shadowing the movements of Ulfwe, the Eldar Craftworld, and could not be spared. Rogel Dawn managed to piece together 3 companies to join the Cadian campaign, which he led himself. The Black Crusade threatened to envelop Cadia, and the Imperial Navy had failed to see the threat until it was too late. With his infallible sense of timing, Rogel Dawn, with 3 strike cruisers, surprised the heretic anchorage in the Palanos Belt before they could strike. The Imperial Fists' force struck at the centre of the Black Crusade, their Thunderhawks wreaking tremendous damage on the unprotected troopships, while Imperial Fists Space Marines teleported aboard the largest warships before they could raise their shields. Although the powerful Chaos Armada was able to overwhelm the strike cruisers one by one, they were unable to deal with the Imperial Fist assault teams rampaging through the enemy vessels. The boarding parties sought out the engine rooms and succeeded in disabling many warp drives. Their tasks accomplished, the boarders would call in Thunderhawks and move on to another vessel. Some managed to use their victims' own teleporters to move on, and a few even captured batteries long enough to redirect their fire against other Chaos ships. The uneven battle could only end one way. But Rogel Dawn was determined to inflict every last grain of damage, whatever the cost. He made his final stand aboard the crippled Sword of Sacrilege, a despoiler-class battleship that had been rammed by the last Imperial Fist cruiser. The final report by the serving Chief Librarian commended their souls to the Emperor before dawn led a desperate attack on the Sword's Bridge. There was no chaos attack on Cadia. The Imperial Navy arrived in force while the traitors were still licking their wounds. Released by the sudden disappearance of Ulfwick, Phalanx and the Imperial Fists led the Imperial counterstrike. They caught the Chaos Fleet in the midst of repairs and routed it decisively. Even without their Primarch, the Imperial Fists were able to get to the right place at the right time. They boarded the Sword of Sacrilege before it could flee, and discovered what remained of Rogel Dawn. His engraved skeletal hand continues to be maintained in stasis, their holiest relic, and serves as a constant reminder of the commitment expected of a Space Marine. Gene Seed. The Imperial Fist Gene Seed is very stable, and has never exhibited signs of mutation. They have, however, lost the use of some of the more minor genetic enhancements of the Space Marines. Specifically, they no longer possess the Suzanne membrane that allows the Space Marine to enter a state of suspended animation. Neither do they have the Betcher's gland, which allows a Space Marine to spit corrosive acid at a foe. With the exception of a peculiar and unexplained need to scrimshaw the bones of past battle brothers when off duty, they have exhibited no weaknesses. One trait that has attracted scrutiny is the practice of using a device called the Pain Glove to punish infractions. Named after a more ancient device, the Pain Glove is actually an all-encompassing tunic of electrofibers suspended in a steel gibbet. The errant Space Marine is placed entirely within the device and kept conscious while waves of pain wash through him. Through this ordeal, the miscreant learns to focus past the pain and strengthen his link with the Primarch. However, the chapter tends to use the sanction with unusual frequency for a unit whose discipline is legendary. Considering the circumstances of Rogel Dawn's eventual death, it is clear that the Imperial Fists have a drive for self-sacrifice that they must continually battle to overcome. Combat Doctrine. Initially, the Imperial Fists were an inflexible formation. Each company had an identical organization and company commanders tended to be unimaginative. Overall planning was excellent, however, and this, coupled with the unshakable determination of the individual Fists, made them an excellent assault formation against static defenses. Throughout the Great Crusade, the Imperial Fists would be held in reserve, waiting while other legions pinned the enemy in position and identified the keystone of their defense. Inevitably, their position would be shattered by the Fists. They were equally valuable when resolutely blocking and often totally defeating enemy breakthroughs. The Legion had a willingness to fight until they won, which few opponents could match. Rogel Dawn led them from the front, a tireless warrior who, having set the strategy for a battle, would unerringly place himself in the most critical engagements. In the immediate aftermath of the heresy, the Imperial Fists became noticeably fiercer in their approach, attacking with virtually no reconnaissance and fighting on when a tactical withdrawal would have been wiser. With their adoption of the Codex Astartes, this tendency was less evident, although their determination was undiminished. Some of the more fanatical battle brothers had departed to become Black Templars, a chapter on permanent crusade. Many of the more recent initiates, less rooted in the traditions and philosophy of the Fists, had departed to found the Crimson Fists. They quickly developed a reputation and a legacy of their own, which was also a source of pride for the Imperial Fists. After the carnage of the Iron Cage, what remained was a hardened veteran force, fully able to embrace the concepts of the Codex Astartes. Alongside the Ultramarines, the Imperial Fists have become the epitome of Codex doctrine. All ranks are able to make tactical decisions and are encouraged to act on initiative. The Imperial Fists combine all arms in flexible, balanced battle groups, each of which can present an opponent with a diversity of threats, then press their attack so swiftly that the foe is overwhelmed before he can react. They retain their traditional skills in urban and siege warfare, although they are quite willing to engage and defeat the enemy in open battle. They will use fortifications on the defensive, but only after all more aggressive options have been exhausted. Their only weakness is perhaps a reluctance to accept the possibility of defeat that sometimes blinds them to risk. Battle Cry. First pronounced by the Chaplains and then repeated by the Battle Brothers before going into action. Primarch, Progenitor, to your glory and the glory of him on earth. The Black Templars. The history of the Black Templars can be traced back to the Imperial Fists' defense of the Emperor's palace during the Horus Heresy. After the traitor legions had been defeated, it was decided that the loyal Space Marines should split into smaller chapters. Dawn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists, reluctantly agreed, and so the Black Templars were created. Since this time, the Black Templars have been on the greatest and longest crusade the Imperium has ever known to prove their loyalty to the Emperor. At the birth of the Imperium, during the Great Crusade, the War Master Horus was possessed by the dark gods of the warp and declared himself rightful ruler of the Imperium. Along with Horus, nearly half the Space Marine legions revolted against the Emperor's leadership, and from amongst their ranks rose warriors who were so wholly devoted to the gods they became their champions, infused with the energies of chaos. Mighty warriors, many times more powerful even than a Space Marine. Even as Horus's forces assaulted the Imperial Palace at the end of the heresy, Dawn chose a warrior from amongst the ranks of his Imperial Fists to be the Emperor's champion. Brother Sigismund, finest of the warriors of terror, was given the best armor and weapons, and swore a holy duty to seek out the champions of chaos and slay them. And so he did, counting fully 24 of the warped creatures in his bloody tally before Horus was defeated and the traitor legions fled to the Eye of Terror. At the end of the heresy, the Primarch Rebute Guilliman of the Ultramarines Legion devised a military organization that would spread the power of the Legionis Astartes, Imperial Navy and Imperial Army across the galaxy, so no longer would one individual wield the power of an entire legion again. For the Space Marines, these rules were laid down in the Codex Astartes, a mighty tome that also dealt with unit organization, markings, tactical doctrine, and all other aspects of the Marine structure. Dawn, Primarch of the Imperial Fists, responsible for the defense of Terror itself, refused to have his legion broken down into much smaller chapters, stating that it was his sacred duty to protect the Emperor, and he could not afford to split his forces across the Imperium. Dawn called Guilliman a coward, for his legion had not participated in the defense of the Imperial Palace, while the Ultramarines Primarch accused Dawn of being a rebel and a heretic for refusing the diktats within his Codex Astartes. Dawn would not relent, and neither would Guilliman. Leman Russ of the Space Wolves and Vulcan of the Salamanders agreed with Dawn, for they too did not want their legions scattered to the corners of the galaxy. But Corax of the Raven Guard backed the Ultramarines. In the Gulf left after the near death of the Emperor, it seemed the Space Marines were destined to tear themselves apart in bloody conflict. When the Imperial Fists began to be violently persecuted for their supposed heresies, and the strike cruiser Terrible Angel was fired upon by the Imperial Navy, it was almost inevitable that once more internecine war would engulf the Space Marines and the Imperium. But even as the newly formed chapters and the old legions were preparing for battle, Dawn relented. He agreed to the formation of 2 new chapters from his legion. The Crimson Fists and the Black Templars would join the Imperial Fist chapter. He chose Champion Sigismund to lead the Black Templars, and the chapter took upon themselves the black and white panoply of his armor. Sigismund had been chosen as the Emperor's champion for his fervent faith in the Emperor and his undying devotion to mankind. Seeing the strife that currently beset the Legionis Astartes, and the suspicion in which he and his battle brothers were held, he determined that a gesture of supreme faith was needed. As High Marshal of the Black Templars, Sigismund declared that after leaving Terra, he would prove his loyalty, never resting in the prosecution of his duties against the enemies of the Emperor. It is an oath that every subsequent High Marshal has renewed, and so the greatest and longest Space Marine crusade was begun. It has continued unbroken for 10,000 years. Homeworld. The Black Templars have no single homeworld. Instead, they live in their crusade fleets, upon many battle barges, strike cruisers and other craft, such as trading vessels and gigantic forge ships. The Black Templars establish chapter keeps on every world they conquer or reclaim for the Emperor. The main purpose of the chapter's keep is to recruit new Space Marines from the population and to act as a staging post for mustering the Crusades together. These chapter keeps are sizable, with chambers to accommodate 2 to 3 companies of Space Marines, but are far smaller than the fortress monasteries of other chapters. However, there have been hundreds of chapter keeps established over the millennia, some of which are still standing, others which have fallen into ruin and disrepair and are no longer manned. The High Marshal himself has his own battle barge, the Eternal Crusader, and he can travel from crusade to crusade, lending his military genius and spiritual guidance to those under his command. The Eternal Crusader is gigantic, even for a battle barge, having been expanded and refitted over 10,000 years, with extra docking facilities to escort ships, additional launch bays for shuttles and thunderhawks, as well as accommodation for twice as many Space Marines than a normal battle barge. Combat Doctrine. The Black Templars have continued in the style of their founder Sigismund, in preferring close combat to ranged warfare. Face to face with his enemy, a Space Marine can earn honour and respect and be sure that his foe is truly vanquished. This is further emphasised by the fanaticism of Black Templars' battle brothers, whose righteous anger makes them impatient and headstrong. They will drive towards the foe relentlessly, their own casualties only serving to spur them on faster, hungry for vengeance on the slayers of their brethren. As part of their dedication to the Emperor, the Black Templars swear fell oaths of faith and protection. Before a battle, it is customary to renew one of these vows to the Emperor, the type of vow made focusing the thoughts of the initiate on a particular aspect of their duties, encouraging extreme bravery, ruthlessness, or sacred revulsion at the foe. Organization. The Black Templars are a fleet-based chapter. They are rarely assembled as a chapter, but instead are divided into a number of crusades at any one time. Each crusade is led by a marshal, while the High Marshal is responsible for monitoring the progress of all the current crusades. There usually numbers 3 or 4 more crusades at any one time. Their history shows that during the treachery of Dalmark, there were as many as 14 crusades, fighting across the Segmentum Solar. The size of a crusade can also vary wildly, sometimes as few as 50 to 100 Marines, sometimes the equivalent of several companies from a Codex chapter. Only the Black Templars themselves have even the roughest idea of how many Black Templar Space Marines there are, but it is obvious that they are far more numerous than most conventional chapters, although dispersed over a much wider area. If certain accounts are taken to be true, then they could even be as strong as 5,000 to 6,000 battle brethren in total, a force which in the present Imperium would be all but unstoppable if ever gathered in a single place. The larger crusades are often broken down by their marshal into fighting companies, led by sword brethren, given the additional honorific of Castellan. Whether such companies exist or not, individual squads are gathered and dispersed in a fairly ad hoc fashion, and initiates will fight together regularly out of familiarity and comradeship rather than any imposed organization. Another pronounced break from the doctrines of the Codex Astartes by the Black Templars is the manner in which new recruits are trained. The chapter keeps recruit a few individuals each year who may be suitable to become Space Marines. Those found acceptable by the chapter's keeps are given the initial implants that will eventually change the neophytes into fully fledged Space Marines. When roughly 24 recruits are ready for additional bioengineering and the start of their training, they are transported to one of the Crusade fleets. Here, certain battle brothers of the chapter, or initiates, as they are properly known, will accept one of the recruits to be their neophyte. It is the responsibility of the initiate to train the neophyte in the art of war and the rituals of the Black Templars, overseen by the chapters. During this time, the neophyte will undergo the remaining surgery to implant all of the specially grown organs that turn them into Space Marines. The neophytes act as servants to their master, waiting on them at the great banquets and seeing to domestic chores, whilst on the battlefield the initiate teaches their young pupil through example. This means that the Black Templars have no dedicated scout company. Instead, the neophytes are spread across the entire chapter, gaining valuable experience in a wide variety of combat situations, and receiving personal attention and tuition from the initiates. The greatest warriors of a crusade are inducted into the Marshal's household, in what would be the equivalent of the first veteran company of a Codex chapter. Known as the Sword Brethren, these hardened fighters receive additional training, particularly in the use of Terminator armor, and are no longer responsible for the training of neophytes. When a marshal dies or is elected by the other marshals to succeed a dead High Marshal, it is one of the Sword Brethren who will take his place. This is decided by ritual combat, during which all who contest the right to lead the crusade will battle one another with various weapons, as well as pitting their strategic and tactical prowess against one another. The winner earns the right to be the Marshal, upon approval by the High Marshal. There's only ever been one incident of the High Marshal not approving, and the Sword Brethren will swear new oaths of loyalty. The Land Raider Crusader. Marine artificer Symmachus constructed the first Crusade pattern Land Raiders during the Garrulus Crusade to aid the Black Templars in the numerous besiegements they had to fight, reconquering the Hive World. Other chapters requested information regarding the Crusaders' remodeling as the tales of their successes spread. And in 763 M39, the Crusader pattern became officially recognized by the Tech Priests of Mars, a mere formality, since it is estimated the design had spread to nearly 3/4 of the chapters by this time. The Crusader is a line-breaking tank, built and armed to plough into the enemy, and is particularly useful against foes who are entrenched or occupying other highly defensible positions. It has an expanded troop capacity, and its special frag charges allow it to disgorge a sizable squad of Space Marines or Terminators into the heart of their adversaries. The most common Crusader pattern has the specially designed Hurricane Bolter arrays in its sponsons, originally constructed by Symmachus from scavenged Rhino bolters. Its heavy bolter replaced with assault cannons taken from Dreadnoughts in the Garrulus Crusade, and a multi-melter on a pintle mount. Land speeders proved too lightweight for their heavy fighting in the hives. The Emperor's Champion. Ever since Sigismund was elevated to the rank of First High Marshal of the Black Templars, there are others who have risen to take his place as Emperor's Champion. The practice of having an Emperor's Champion has spread to other chapters, but it is enshrined most strongly within the dogma of the Black Templars. Each crusade nominally has an Emperor's Champion, but in practice there is actually one for every fighting force. On the eve of battle, one amongst the Space Marine host will receive a vision from the Emperor and present himself to the Chaplains. They will anoint him as the Emperor's Champion, and he will be gifted with the best weapons and armor in the force. Although the actual weapon and armor may change, these are always known as the Black Sword and the Armor of Faith. In battle, it is the duty and honor of the Emperor's Champion to seek out the champions of the enemy and challenge them to single combat, just as Sigismund first did at the Battle of the Emperor's Palace. Although few foes have specific champions, it is usually sufficient for the Emperor's Champion to kill any enemy leader, as well as anyone else who is unlucky enough to cross his path. It is considered a bad omen for the Emperor's Champion to fall, and if he does so, it is the duty of his fellow brethren to bear his body from the field of battle and reclaim the armor of faith and the Black Sword. Beliefs. All Space Marines are renowned for their fervent dedication, but the extremity of the Black Templars' faith is often described as fanatical, even rabid. They lust to crush the enemies of mankind. They have absolutely no tolerance of heretics, mutants, psychers, aliens, or any other abomination against the Emperor. For 10,000 years, they have crusaded to prove their loyalty, and this creed has become so embedded in their doctrines that they are utterly ruthless towards anyone or anything perceived as a threat to the Emperor. They will mercilessly wipe out the populations of worlds to expunge the sin of heresy, while the mere presence of a witch on a battlefield drives them into a rage of hate and vengeful bloodletting. Gene Seed. The Black Templars' gene seed is derived from the Imperial Fists, second only in stability and purity to that of the Ultramarines. It has been supposed by some that slight flaws in the hormonal organs of the Black Templars may make them slightly overreactive, thus explaining their reputation for being quick to anger. However, this seems unlikely, and the trait is more likely down to the fanatical nature of the Black Templars' creed. Battle cry. No pity, no remorse, no fear. The Crimson Fists. A second founding successor of the Imperial Fists, the Crimson Fists have maintained the proud traditions of their progenitor legion for 10 millennia, battling their multitudinous enemies of the Imperium with a stoic ferocity, for which they have become renowned. Though recently decimated by the war of the infamous Orc warlord Snagrod, the arch-arsonist of Caradon, the noble battle brothers fight on through the chapter's darkest epoch, drawing on their proud spirit and 10,000 years of faithful service to the God Emperor of mankind. The origins of the Crimson Fists lie at the end of the Horus Heresy, in the wake of the cataclysmic civil war that saw the arch-traitor Horus bring the Imperium to the very brink of ruin. Those Space Marine legions still loyal to the Emperor embarked upon a massive program of reorganization and rebuilding. Rebute Guilliman, the Primarch of the Ultramarines Legion, presented his Codex Astartes, a tome of epic proportions that set out the future of the Legionis Astartes, as smaller units called chapters, each formed from a parent legion. A number of the Primarchs, including the Imperial Fists' Rogul Dawn, vehemently opposed Guilliman's plan, hailing it as detrimental to the security of the Imperium and a grievous insult to the honor of his legion. The matter came to a head when the Imperial Fist strike cruiser Terrible Angel was fired upon by the Imperial Navy. To his eternal credit, Rogul Dawn relented rather than plunge the Imperium into another bitter internecine war, as did his brother Primarchs. He divided his legion into 3 chapters, the die-hard followers of the Primarch retaining the livery and title of the Imperial Fists, the more zealous brethren becoming the Black Templars, and the more recently initiated and level-headed members, the Crimson Fists. The newly formed chapters were appointed a battle barge, a number of strike cruisers, and several rapid strike vessels from the Imperial Fists' extensive fleet, and struck out to forge a destiny all of their own. Over the next 10 millennia, the Crimson Fists would carve their name in the annals of the Imperium, proudly maintaining the legacy of Rogul Dawn and the Imperial Fists. Taking pride of place within the Assamoralorium of the chapter's spacefaring fortress monastery is a majestic hololith carving depicting the chapter's first master, Alexis Pollux. In this masterpiece, Pollux is portrayed during the newly formed chapter's first action, the Scouring of Urlek Prime, in which the Crimson Fists fought and defeated a large force of Exodite Eldar, who were attempting to eradicate the small Imperial colony recently founded upon that world. Pollux was a giant of a man, whose physical strength belied a cold, rational, and supremely logical mind. His character did as much to mold the future of the new chapter as the legacy of its Primarch Rogul Dawn, and his masterful and stoic defense of the colony serves to this day as a tangible example to new initiates of the chapter. Pollux fell 8 centuries after the founding of the Crimson Fists, during the battle for an unnamed system codified as HR 8518. The system was occupied by a previously unknown alien race, who came to be referred to as the Scythians. These deviant Xenos warrior monks made war using terrible venom-based weapons, and it was such a poisoned projectile that struck the chapter master in the temple and brought about his death. It is said he fought the deadly poison for many days before his superhuman physiology was finally overcome. After his death, his forces enacted his plan, and the aliens were repulsed from the system after a short but extremely bloody campaign of xenocide, from which the Scythians learned the true power of the Imperium. The Xenos have since rarely engaged Imperial forces in open battle, preferring instead to mount stealthy raids and assassinations where their deviant, underhand and dishonourable ways can prevail. Homeworld. For 9,000 years, the Crimson Fists were a spaceborne chapter, plying the space lanes of the Imperium aboard a fleet led by the gigantic fortress monastery Rutulus Tyrannus. They were a crusading chapter in the same manner as the Imperial Fists and the Black Templars, though they maintained close ties with the Loki sector in Segmentum Tempestus, which is home to a number of feral worlds from which the chapter draws new recruits. Segmentum Tempestus is infested by many Orc empires, and the chapter soon became expert in fighting these barbaric aliens. It was after the glorious conclusion of the Voltigern Crusade in 745 M40 that the Crimson Fists were granted fiefdom over Rinnsworld in the Loki sector. The sector had been threatened by a number of nascent Orc empires, and the Crimson Fists were able to attack each one in turn before any individual warlord could amass the strength to start a war. In the aftermath of the Crusade, these empires collapsed as warlord turned upon warlord, their ambitions stymied by their inability to present a unified threat to the Imperium. It was more than 1,000 years before another Orc empire would threaten the Loki sector, in the form of the disastrous Snagrod. Prior to Snagrod, Rinnsworld was a pleasant agri-world, providing exotic foodstuffs to the Imperial nobility across the entire sector and beyond. The Crimson Fists built their fortress monastery in the inhospitable Hellblade Mountains. Though they retained feudal rights to the world, they allowed the hereditary governorship to remain in the hands of the local nobility. This very much follows Rogel Dawn's approach to worlds from which the Imperial Fists would recruit, allowing the chapter to concentrate on their own duties, while the administration of their world is handled by those most qualified to do so. Rinnsworld's proximity to the chapter's primary source of recruitment, the feral world of Blackwater, made it an ideal homeworld. This allowed Crimson Fist's apothecaries and chaplains to attend the annual Festival of the Bloodied Fist, during which the most promising of the feral world's young men would vie for the opportunity to join the mighty warriors from the stars. During the festival, the aspirants must undertake feats of great strength and courage, culminating with the Rite of the Dragon, in which the would-be Space Marine must track and kill one of the ferocious swamp-dwelling barb dragons, killing it with only his bare hands, in order to earn the right to become an aspirant Marine. Each year, only a handful of young men get as far as this rite, and only 1 or 2 of these are likely to survive it, ensuring that only the best are accepted into the chapter. With the destruction wrought by Snagrod, Rinnsworld has much rebuilding to undertake. The siege of New Rinn City was a protracted conflict that saw the city and vast swathes of surrounding land reduced to a barren, war-torn wasteland. Now the conflict has been won. The surviving Crimson Fists are looking to their chapter's future and the building of a new fortress monastery. Combat Doctrine. The Imperial Fist Legion was divided into individual chapters. Those brethren of a more moderate nature became the Crimson Fists. Where many of their former brethren in the Legion railed against the changes wrought by the implementation of the Codex Astartes, the Crimson Fists embraced them. As a result, the chapter has maintained the combat doctrine set down by Guilliman, training in all aspects of war the Astartes may expect to undertake. Throughout the chapter's long and glorious history, it has become noted for its expertise in fighting the many alien monstrosities that assail the Imperium of Man, in particular, the Orcs. While the Crimson Fists have never neglected training to fight any and all foes, it is true that they have proved a valuable asset to the Order Xenos, contributing many battle brothers to secondment in the kill teams of the Death Watch. In the aftermath of the Battle of Rinnsworld, the chapter has found itself severely depleted and unable to fight in the manner prescribed by the Codex Astartes. Throughout the war, Chapter Master Cantor was forced to field his squads as infiltrators and guerrilla troops, attacking specific high-value targets rather than spearheading massive assaults, as would most other chapters in such a conflict. With the resolution of the war, one of Cantor's primary aims has become the rebuilding of his chapter into a viable fighting force once more. Chapter Master Cantor. Pedro Cantor has served as the master of the Crimson Fists for almost a century, and his record of service goes back another 250 years before he assumed that position. He first rose to prominence at the Battle of Melkit Sound, where as a sergeant he led his squad in a boarding action against the Orc kill cruiser, the Growler. The cruiser was disabled by the attack, allowing the Crimson Fist strike cruiser, the Crusader, to break the Orc battle line, scattering the alien fleet and winning a battle for the Imperium. He is close comrades with Captain Cortez, and served alongside Cortez during the battles at Steel Cross, the defense of Fortress Maladon, and the Caridian campaign. The two warriors rose through the ranks together, fighting side by side as brothers, Cortez's stubborn nature tempered by his friend's even-minded calm. Cantor reportedly grieved deeply when his compatriot disappeared fighting Eldar pirates in the Wheel of Fire, though Cantor, like many of those who knew the captain of the Fourth Company, harbours the belief that the notoriously invulnerable captain lives on yet. Faced with the destruction of the vast majority of his chapter at Rinnsworld, Cantor was faced with a choice few chapter masters have ever had to make. He could lead the remnants of his decimated force in a vainglorious last stand, or, as he chose, he could marshal his resources and deploy his remaining force in missions that favoured small elite units looking to the eventual rebuilding of the chapter. It has been noted that many would have chosen the former option, ensuring their chapter a place in legend rather than accept their virtual defeat. It is to Cantor's eternal credit, and as a mark of a leader of superior character, that he made the choice he did, for the Imperium can ill afford the loss of such a chapter as the Crimson Fists. Organization. As has been noted, the Crimson Fists have, since their founding 10 millennia ago, adhered rigidly to the precepts of the Codex Astartes. Following the Battle of Rinnsworld, the chapter is committing all available resources into rebuilding this organization. True to their origins as a space-born crusading chapter, the Crimson Fists have traditionally maintained a large fleet of battle barges, strike cruisers, and rapid strike vessels. Though the Battle of Rinnsworld saw these assets depleted enormously as Orc kill cruisers rampaged throughout the system, those vessels that survived the initial losses of the war proved invaluable in stalling the Orc invasion until the Imperial Navy could muster a response, reinforcing the Navy once they were in system, and in moving Cantor's small force around the war zones to make best use of its skills. Following the losses of the Rinnsworld campaign, the chapter finds itself in the unusual position of having more specialists than battle brothers. The chapter's fleet vessels are commanded by tech marines under the master of the fleet, and a number of apothecaries are also stationed aboard these ships. The presence of these experienced brothers is vital to the rebuilding of the chapter, for without the tech marines' intricate knowledge of the workings of the machine god, the Crimson Fists could not maintain a viable fighting force. And without the apothecary's knowledge of the complex process of creating new warrior brethren, the chapter would dwindle and disappear within a short span of years. With the completion of the Rinnsworld campaign, the apothecaries have begun the long process of inducting new brethren. The process cannot be rushed, however, for the Crimson Fists have a long and noble tradition to maintain, and to compromise on the quality and suitability of aspirants at such a critical juncture in the chapter's history could one day spell its doom. A number of scout squads have been accepted into the ranks of the newly reformed 10th Company, and these individuals are forging the future of the Crimson Fists with every battle they fight. They have already distinguished themselves in early actions against the Orc invaders, and are developing an abhorrence for the barbaric race, beyond even that of a veteran of many Xenos wars. Beliefs. The Crimson Fists venerate the Emperor as the gene father of the Adeptus Astartes and Rogel Dawn as the Primarch of the Imperial Fists Legion. They maintain a strict calendar of holy days, one of the most sacred being the Day of Foundation, during which the entire chapter gathers to celebrate its creation. During the ceremony, extracts from the works of Alexis Pollux are recited, as well as the words of Dawn himself. The chapter's greatest victories are remembered, and its boldest sacrifices commemorated. In this way, the lessons of the chapter's history are passed down through the ages, ensuring the Brethren learn from the actions of their ancestors. This sort of critical introspection is encouraged by the Codex Astartes, but actually practiced by very few Space Marine chapters, whose pride will often preclude any admission that they have anything to learn from past mistakes, or indeed that their predecessors erred in any way. In line with their ancestry, the Crimson Fists have been observed on occasion to follow the Imperial Fists tradition of fielding a champion of the Emperor. The chapter fields the Emperor's champion far less frequently than other Imperial Fist successors, such as the Black Templars, but there have been a number of recorded instances when a battle brother has been overcome with visions of the Emperor on the eve of battle and taken up the black sword and donned the armour of faith to lead his brethren into righteous battle against the Emperor's foes. No instance of an Emperor's champion being fielded has been recorded since the destruction of the Crimson Fists Fortress Monastery on Rindsworld, and it is entirely likely that the ancient and sacred vestments of the office were lost forever in the destruction. Gene Seed. The Crimson Fists draw their recruits from a number of feral worlds in the Loki sector, most notably the world of Blackwater. The natives of this world are renowned for their ferocity and courage, but are far from barbarous primitives. They are a noble people whose lives are a daily struggle against adversity, and it is this stoic nature that makes them such ideal material for the Crimson Fists. Being a successor chapter of the Imperial Fists Legion, the Crimson Fists share their genetic legacy with them, inheriting many of the characteristics of their Primarch Rogel Dawn. The chapter's gene seed is highly stable, though the Imperial Fists and therefore the Crimson Fists' genome is lacking the Becher's gland that allows a Space Marine to spit acid, and the Suzanne membrane that allows him to enter a life-sustaining state of deep sleep. The Imperial Fists are known to suffer from a deep-seated drive towards self-sacrifice and penance. They strive to master the self-inflicted punishment of the Pain Glove, and are notorious for their dogged pursuit of victory, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Perhaps because their initial membership was drawn from the less extreme members of the Imperial Fist Legion, the Crimson Fists do not suffer from this headstrong impulse to anywhere near the degree of their progenitors. They are certainly every bit as noble, relentless and dedicated, but have clearly conquered any urge they may have to prove their devotion in the fires of self-imposed penance. The chapter only narrowly escaped extinction during the destruction of its fortress monastery. According to the Genitor Adepts of the Adeptus Mechanicus, a chapter reduced to less than a company of brethren has only a 20 to 25% chance of survival, for the failure rate of the prognoid gland will often preclude the successful harvesting of new gene seed, resulting in an inability to induct new brethren. It was only the chapter's superior gene seed that saved it from extinction, for the Crimson Fists have been reduced to less than a company of brethren, yet seem more than capable of rebuilding their numbers. However, it will take many decades before those numbers are at anything approaching full strength. Battle Cry. Chaplain. There is only the Emperor, brethren. He is our shield and our protector. The Rindsworld Incident. In mid-989 M41, the Orc warlord Snagrod, the arch-arsonist of Claridon, united the warring factions bordering the Loki sector and launched the largest war the Periton 163 cluster had seen in almost a millennium, on the isolated Imperial colony of Bad Landing. The defenders of Bad Landing were utterly unprepared for the invasion, and within days the only major strong point of resistance was the town of Krugerport, where the remnants of the Mordian 18th, 24th Lamas and 49th Boros regiments put up a bold but ultimately doomed defense. Confident that he had the world in his grasp, Snagrod put out insistent, ranting broadcasts, broadcasting that his next conquest would be Rindsworld, which lay only a few weeks' warp travel from Bad Landing. Chapter Master Cantor responded immediately. dispatching the 4th Company under Captain Draken to Bad Landing to stall the Orc War and determine its strength. The Battle of Krugerport was a tragic defeat for the Crimson Fists, who found War Snagrod to be far larger and more aggressive than they could have predicted. Only a handful of Space Marines survived the battle, though those that escaped were able to bring invaluable intelligence back to Rindsworld. Cantor ordered the immediate recall of those companies fighting away from Rindsworld, mobilized the Planetary Defense Force, and prepared for the inevitable invasion. When the War hit Rindsworld, it was with a force unparalleled by any other Orc invasion since those of Armageddon. As Orc dropships and rocks fell through the night sky, Cantor and his command squad, along with a bodyguard of 10 Battle Brothers, were inspecting the outer defences of the Crimson Fists' fortress monastery. Seeing the invasion upon them, the small force prepared to return to their base, when the horizon turned an incandescent white. Night turned to day, and an instant later a blast wave struck the Marines, barreling them to the ground. For long minutes the very air burned and howled, like the gates to hell had been flung open, before subsiding and leaving the night lit red by a distant conflagration. The Crimson Fists fortress monastery had been destroyed. By infernal chance, a single warhead, launched from the Laculum battery, had faltered on its trajectory, falling from the edge of the stratosphere back towards the ground. One single missile should have proved insignificant to the mighty adamantium walls of the fortress monastery, but this was not the case. The missile struck an unknown weak point, penetrating deep into the rock upon which the fortress stood. The missile, designed to penetrate the armoured hide of a starship before detonating, penetrated deep into the rock of the fortress monastery, eventually hitting and detonating within the chapter's arsenal. The fortress monastery of the Crimson Fists, the mountain, and an area half a mile wide was atomized in a heartbeat. Cantor witnessed the destruction of his chapter from afar, but set aside his grief to consolidate what little power he still commanded. Going to ground, Cantor resolved to make for New Rin City, where a small contingent of Crimson Fists stood beside the local militia. The trek to the city took 10 days, with the Fists lying low during the day to avoid the increasing numbers of Orc patrols. They marched through the night, never stopping for food or rest. On several occasions they ran into Orc invaders and were forced to fight their way through. But on the 10th day they reached New Rin City, to find it under siege by a massive force of barbaric invaders. Skirting the edge of the enemy, Cantor led his men towards the only intact access to the city, an underground tunnel that crossed under the river Pacomac to the island on which the city stood. The gates of the tunnel were barred and barricaded, and Cantor's force reached them scant moments before the invaders launched a near-suicidal frontal assault upon them. To Cantor's great joy, though, the Crimson Fists manned the gates. Together the two forces fought for hours to repel the endless tide of Orcs that smashed into the barricades. The siege of New Rin City was to grind on for 18 months, but under the inspired leadership of Pedro Cantor, the Imperium won out against near impossible odds. The wider war would take many years to win, and many of the worlds of the Loki sector captured by War Snagrod, including Bad Landing, are lost, remaining in Orc hands to this day. The Night Lords. The Night Lords have always belonged to the darkness. Ever since their inception, the black seed of their Primarch infected them with violence and despair. Although they once fought with grim efficiency in the name of the Emperor, the Night Lords were among the first to turn to the darkness, sowing misery and fear like a plague across innumerable worlds. According to the heretical handwritten chronicle of his life, entitled simply The Dark, Comrade Kurz's earliest memory was of descending from the heavens in a crackling ball of light to the night-shrouded planet of Nostramo. His embryonic form impacted on the dense cityscape of Nostramo Quintus, smashing through countless layers of debris and mouldering architecture, through the planet's crust and into the geosphere, before finally coming to a halt near the liquid core of the planet. His descent left a scar in the virtually inviolable adamantium strata of Nostramo, the result of the supernaturally resilient Primarch's violent birth into a world that knew no light. The cratered pit his descent had carved into the planet was closed off and regarded with fear and suspicion. Theoretically, the only way the Primarch could have reached the surface was to have swum through molten metal, borne upwards through volcanic vents to the surface. The Arcana Progetonium of Nostramo Quintus details the incident in vague, awkward terms. A glowing child form it was, crawled from the pit onto the broken street, hissing molten metal dripping from its limbs. It was a demon, no less, with the body of an infant, but the expression of an old man, its eyes black and cold as obsidian. Due to the pollution-clogged atmosphere, Nostramo was barely better lit at noon than at midnight. A shroud of perpetual darkness kept the planet swathed in dull greys and deep blacks. Only the rich could afford the Nostraman idea of light. Little more than dim blue illumination strips in the ceilings of the ruling hierarchy's luxurious dwellings. The adamantium that riddled the planet's crust, Nostramo's chief export to its neighbouring worlds, was the reason for the thousands of metalworks and chemical plants that scarred the landscape and choked the air with noxious filth. The vast majority of the planet lived in abject poverty as foundry workers, whilst the rich grew in affluence, trampling down or killing any who dared oppose the status quo. Murder, theft, and extortion were rife. Crime ran unchecked. The only gesture towards law enforcement was the horrific brutality meted out by the hierarchy's hired thugs upon those who opposed them. Depression was inescapable, and overpopulation was prevented not by war, disease, or legislation, but by suicide. Unlike many of his brother Primarchs, Comrade Kurz raised himself, and his survival instincts and iron constitution undoubtedly carried him easily through whatever rigours the pollution-choked city of Nostramo Quintus could throw at him. He spent his early years stalking silently through the streets, feasting on the pack animals that prowled the barrens around the hive-like cities. He did not ascend to heights of intellectual prowess. He was not schooled by the finest tutors in the land, nor taught the blade or axe by noble mentors. Rather, he rose to the top of the food chain, at first eating rats and other vermin, then the black, lean dogs that stalked the choked streets, and finally the corpses of the many victims of Nostramo's corrupt society. His powerful form, clotted with filth and blood, fueled the citizenship's fears of this feral menace. The Purging of Nostramo Quintus. One of the better-known facts about Comrade Kurz was that he was cursed by visions of horrific potency throughout his life. Rather than seeing the myriad possibilities the future could hold, as the sorceress Eldar claim they are able to, the visions he would experience were inevitably dark and troubled, the blackest paths the future could take, unwinding before him. Among the most debated writings of Kurz's history are the revelations contained in Volume 2 of The Dark. At times, in raptures of pain, I saw what was to occur laid out before me. In these waking dreams, I took countless lives with my bare hands, heads taken as trophies. I died again and again at the hands of my father, my sons butchered and maimed by their brothers. My name was to become synonymous with dread, but most vividly and with most frequency, I saw my world pierced by a lance of purest light, splitting it, shattering it into dust. Some unrecorded events during his maturation pitched Kurz into a destructive cycle of persecution and murder, with his focus always upon the structured criminal elements of Nostramo's society. This vigilante war may well have started small, with Kurz merely intervening when he witnessed something he thought wrong, but soon he deliberately hunted down those members of society that transgressed. At first, several prominent figures among the city's corrupt hierarchy went missing. Others were quick to fill their shoes. Later that year, as an unusually long and swelteringly hot summer set in, those who protested loudest also began to disappear. The citizens of Quintus quickly ceased voicing their objections. Bodies of known criminals were being found splayed, gutted like fish by the cruel attentions of an unseen assailant. The corpses of hierarchy officials were found hung by their feet from high windows. Headless bodies were found mutilated, open so that their corruption could be exposed to the acidic air of Nostramo. Many of the corpses found that summer were unrecognizable due to the severity of the beatings they had fallen prey to. Body parts blocked storm drains, the beggars and children of the gutters quick to divest them of expensive jewelry and rich fabrics. It was obvious that Kurz had no compunction in putting to death those that defied his law in displays of horrific brutality. Within the year, the crime rate of Nostromo had fallen away to nothing. Society was transformed, and the ripples were felt all over the planet. Quintus developed a self-imposed curfew. None stayed out later than early evening. The midnight streets, previously buzzing with activity, were as silent as the grave. Mothers threatened disobedient children with the depraved attentions of the night haunter. Soon the name became more commonplace, used by the populace as a whole. Rumours of a hideous dark creature that stalked the alleyways and tunnels, its filthy claws ever ready to disembowel those who strayed, abounded within the city. The citizens of Quintus lived a half-life of fear, silent lest their words should be taken as heresy. Nostromo was ripe for the rule of the Night Haunter. The Dark King. Soon enough, Conrad Kurz saw a glimpse of salvation for his world. There was simply no crime left, no killers aside from himself. He was the only object of fear and hate left in his city. No longer did his people live in cringing anticipation of being robbed or shot whilst they slept. Now they feared only him. He had taken the burden of evil upon himself, and found he was more than able to stand it. It seemed his martyrdom lent him strength, and soon even he began to refer to himself as Night Haunter. The following excerpt is taken from the last annals of Gerethicus, a noble of some standing before he swore fealty to the Primarch. He was waiting for us, the few nobles left alive in Nostromo, and as he squatted engulfed in shadow, we thought he was, I can't say. He dwarfed the luxurious throne he was perched in. The magnitude of his presence incredible. I could hardly breathe. As he rose, his pallid, sunken features coming into the light of the glow strips. Just then I thought he was going to leap, when I could not move. But it seemed he had a use for us. We were to become his mouthpiece, the instruments through which he would command the people of Nostromo. His word was absolute. Anyone straying from his path would be killed, not by us or by enforcers. He would find the transgressors himself and make an example of them. There was something in his tone then that made me want to run. Nonetheless, we had no choice but to obey. And so the Night Haunter became the first monarch of Nostromo Quintus, absorbing accumulated knowledge with diligence almost akin to greed. Night Haunter ruled with temperance and reason, unheard of until word came to him that some injustice had been done, whereupon he alone would hunt the offender through empty streets until exhaustion forced his quarry to collapse. He would then proceed to mutilate his prey, although not beyond recognition. This unpredictable pattern of benevolent wisdom and hideous vengeance ushered the shocked populace into new realms of efficiency and honesty. Exports of adamantium to the neighbouring worlds tripled. The society existed in a terrible harmony of shared wealth and shared fear. None dared have more than his neighbour, and under the shadow of Night Haunter's rule, the city grew well lit and prosperous. And as Nostromo Quintus led, the rest of the planet followed, anxious to keep the Night Haunter from their doors. Imperial historians have correlated Night Haunter's rule over Nostromo Quintus and its surrounding cities with the time the Great Crusade reached the fringes of the galaxy, when Nostromo orbited its dying sun. The following is a fragment of astropath Thockel's personal records, transcribed during the Great Crusade, as the Imperial battle barge Divinity's Sword entered Nostromo's system. So far, 16 Imperial scholars have been fatally chastened after unwisely expressing their concern over the implications therein. I felt I knew well why the Emperor's ship changed course for that bleak orb, even before consulting the cards of the Lesser Arconi. They described great wealth, prosperity, stability. The moon, the martyr, and the monster lay in triangle. The king lay reversed at the feet of the Emperor. Strangely, the sign of hope was also reversed, and the horrific aspect of death, ever present, lay above the entire tableau. But the course was set, my misgivings as a mere breath against the maelstrom of his will. The history of Nostromo was littered with references to an event called the Coming of the Light. The Emperor's arrival on Nostromo had such an indelible impact in the minds of Nostromo's citizens that the world was irrevocably changed. Though the Emperor's arrival brought hope to the populace, it ultimately brought a terrible curse. When the internally dark skies above Nostromo played host to the lights of the Emperor's fleet, the entire population of Quintus, one by one, overcame their fear. They stood in the cold streets, faces uplifted to the sky, many for the first time in their lives. Undeniably, light was coming to the world. It was growing brighter by the minute. Men stood as children, mouths agape, eyes shielded from the light they could not understand. Many went into seizures of confusion and fear. Many cried in joy. Many crawled on their bellies, convinced they would all die. The Emperor of mankind had watched the way that this world worked from his divine auguries. The citizens were clean and efficient, working towards a common good with determination and silence. The night streets were completely empty as the entire planet slept. Evidently, they lived in ignorance of the glory of the Imperium, but their king, undoubtedly possessing great authority and able to command unquestioning respect, had molded the society into a model of productivity, matchless efficiency, natural conformity, total obedience. Due to the entourage of scribes, attendants, and aides that accompanied the Emperor on his journey to the centre of Nostromo Quintus, it is possible to accrue a detailed account of the meeting between the Emperor and Night Haunter. Even some of the Emperor's words to the Primarch have withstood the ravages of time. The Delegation of Light, as it came to be known, entered the city of Nostromo Quintus on foot. The drizzle of acidic rain ceased, as if in acknowledgement of the Lord of Humanity's presence. Before them were the citizens of Nostromo, few of whom could bear to look directly at the glowing form of the Emperor, but many of whom wept as the healing light of his radiance reflected from the rain-slicked streets upon their pale faces. Those who dared to glance directly at the burnished gold of the Emperor's power armor found their delicate sight lost to them forever. The shining image of mankind's savior burned indelibly into their jet-black eyes. Strangely, not one of the citizens made a single sound at the passing of the delegation. In his subsequent report, Captain Lysias Mysander of the Ultramarines mentioned that the pleading look in the eyes of those who dared to raise their faces must have been because the poor creatures had never seen any real kind of light before. Scholars have since speculated that perhaps they sought deliverance from the regime of fear, shackling them to what were almost certainly bleak, joyless lives. At the end of the sprawling Broadway that led to Night Haunter's faceless tower stood the towering Primarch, his lank hair shielding his face from the light as the delegation marched towards him. The crowds parted like dead wheat before a summer breeze. The Emperor opened his arms wide as he approached Night Haunter. Suddenly, Night Haunter began to shake violently, his hands flying to his eyes as if to claw them out. A thin scream issued from the Primarch's palsied lips, and he dropped to his knees. His closest advisors were taken aback. This was greater in severity than even the fits they had recently witnessed. Then, with a benevolent smile, the Emperor stepped forward and gently placed his glowing hands on the Primarch's head. His screaming stopped. His hands dropped to his sides, and his body became still. Night Haunter's advisors, fearing the worst, started forward, only to be stopped by the sheer force of the newcomer's presence. The Emperor spoke to the Primarch, and his reply echoed clear across the plaza. Since that day, it has echoed across the gulf of time.
Comrade Kurz, be at peace. I have arrived, and I intend to take you home.
That is not my name, Father. I am Night Haunter, and I know full well what you intend for me.
The fall of Nostromo. The glimpse of hope given to the citizens of Nostromo by the arrival of the Emperor was ripped cruelly away from them as the Emperor left with their monarch. Many were at first overjoyed that the Night Haunter had been taken from their midst. so that they could talk and act freely once more, without fear of gory retribution. But despite the nominal presence of the Administratum, the society soon degenerated into a seething morass of corruption. In fact, the punctual reports of the Administrator Regent Balthius, stationed upon Nostramo after the Emperor's delegation left for Terra, grew steadily less frequent, eventually straying into depression and irreverence. It is rumoured by Administratum scholars of the period that he took his own life. Worse still for the populace of the planet, the Emperor had shown that there was civilization outside of Nostramo's star system, that there were better places in the galaxy, and that these places had light and splendour. The curse inflicted upon the citizens was that of futile hope, as each knew in their hearts that these places were far beyond their reach. The Emperor's light had robbed Nostramo of its last defence against the darkness: ignorance. Nighthaunter quickly adapted to the teachings of the Imperium, though his manner remained dour and silent, even when introduced to his brother Primarchs. With the Primarch of the Emperor's children, Fulgrim, as his tutor, he learned the complex doctrines of the Adeptus Astartes perfectly, committing them to memory with consummate ease. He often referred to Terra as a paradise, and his physique adapted to the diurnal cycles so unusual to his home planet. Soon, Nighthaunter was incepted as the spiritual and military leader of the Night Lords, his genetic progeny, an entire legion of sons to whom the prodigal father had returned. As the Great Crusade pushed onward once more, Nighthaunter demonstrated a highly unusual grasp of military strategy, and his new legion adapted to his tactics with intelligence and dedication. Although he excelled in many theatres of war, he was completely oblivious to the subtleties of negotiation and parley. It simply did not occur to Nighthaunter to use anything less than total and decisive force to achieve his objective. This tendency spread quickly throughout the Night Lord's upper echelons until it was accepted without question. Where a simple surgical strike would suffice, Nighthaunter regularly used excessive force to achieve his aims. On several occasions, the Primarch is recorded expressing the opinion that by utterly crushing the transgressor in full view of his compatriots, an enforcer not only solved the original problem, beyond all doubt, but ensures that those who observe it dare not stray from the path of Imperial law. Ultimately, the actual physical presence of the enforcer is not necessary to enforce the law. This was the belief underpinning Nighthaunter's political and military tactics from the beginning. Over the first few years of his rule as Primarch of the Night Lords, his legion utterly destroyed traces of heresy with the fanatical thoroughness of witch hunters. Nighthaunter moulded his sons into an efficient, humorless force of warriors to whom killing was second nature, achieving their goal by any means necessary. It is recorded that early in his career as a military commander, Nighthaunter led his finest warriors against a temple devoted to the worship of an agricultural deity, burning the entire settlement to the ground. An incident in which the Night Lords virus-bombed a continent because an emergent cult devoted to Slanesh had been uncovered on a remote island was cited as a damning proof of their dangerous use of excessive force. Nighthaunter encouraged his legions to decorate their armor with icons of fear and death to further enforce their already terrible reputation. Winged skulls, death masks, screaming faces, and other hideous images were painted onto the Legion's power armor with the greatest of care. Even the shrunken heads of their enemies often adorned the armor of the Night Lords. The tactic proved incredibly effective. Soon the extreme measures of the Night Lords became infamous. The mere mention of their presence in the system, enough to ensure that civilized planets paid all outstanding tithes, ceased all illegal activity completely, and killed those who bore deformities, rather than invite a purge from the Night Lords. As his Space Marines fell in the front lines of battle, Nighthaunter ordered new recruits from his homeworld of Nostramo. He knew the citizens of his homeworld would obey him without question, and was convinced they would work towards the common good of the Imperium with the same dedication they showed as his subjects. What Nighthaunter did not know was that Nostramo had spiraled into the corrupt and decadent society it had been before his arrival. Only the most ruthless, hardy criminals remained healthy and strong on the cutthroat world of Nostramo, and it was these men, possessed of strength and vicious nerve, but absolutely no scruples, that ended up populating the Night Lord's ranks. Warrior cults emerged within his black-eyed, pale recruits. Pacts were made and oaths sworn. Incidents of the Night Lord's culling of defenseless populations increased with worrying frequency. Although a son of the Emperor was answerable to none but the ruler of mankind himself, Night Haunter's behavior was looked upon with suspicion by his brother Primarchs. The scars left by his former life on Nostromo ran deep. Despite the fact that he spent time with his peers, the Primarch kept himself at a distance, never able to join in their camaraderie or share their joy. He still fell into convulsions, plagued by visions of his own death, of his Night Lords fighting war after war with the other legions of the Adeptus Astartes. But despite the concern of his companions, he would not reveal any more than dark hints of the cause of his tormented spirit. This feeling of isolation gradually grew into paranoia, and the gulf between Night Haunter and the Brotherhood of the Primarchs widened. The matter of Night Haunter's heretical beliefs did not come to a head until some time later, and only because Night Haunter had managed to maintain some semblance of trust with his former tutor, the Primarch Fulgrim. Fulgrim's own outlook may have allowed him to understand Night Haunter's twisted logic, even if the resources the Night Lords expanded on their purges could have been better spent elsewhere. It has been concluded that when Fulgrim came to his aid after a violent fit, Night Haunter felt that he could confide his fears in Fulgrim. Given Fulgrim's reaction, it seems likely the Night Lord Primarch told of his certainty that he would be killed by his own father, and that their children would die fighting amongst themselves rather than their enemies, and that the light the Emperor had brought to Nostromo would destroy it forever. Fulgrim, in turn, confided Night Haunter's story to Rogel Dawn, who took exception to this slight on the Emperor's name. The following description of subsequent events hints at a confrontation between Rogel Dawn and Night Haunter, and given some of the writings, it is obvious that the two came to blows. The excerpt is allegedly part of an account by Lord Princeps Icbod Lithre of the victory banquet held in honor of the pacification of the Charut system. It is kept in a solution of oils to prevent its degeneration, and is among the most closely guarded texts within the cloister archives of the Library Sanctus. Lying on the stone floor, breathing shallowly, was Rogel Dawn. Blood soaked his robes. Great gouges of flesh were missing from his torso. Crouching on the giant warrior's chest, like a hideous white gargoyle, was the hunched, pallid form of Night Haunter, his flesh covered in a film of sweat. He was panting heavily, and matted hair fell down over his jet-black eyes as he turned to face us. He was weeping, but his face was contorted into a snarl, his features racked with hate and guilt in equal measure. The events immediately following this incident are not recorded, but it appears that the Primarchs held a conference amongst themselves, with Night Haunter exiled to his chambers. What decision they reached has been lost to history, but the conclusion of this terrible chain of events is engraved deeply in the tragic story of the Imperium's darkest hour. When the Council of the Primarchs disbanded many hours later, they found Night Haunter missing, his honor guard butchered to a man. The corridors, walls, and ceilings of the cloisters leading from his quarters were slick with blood and peppered with pieces of shattered bone. Night Haunter had already mobilized his legion's craft. By the time the Primarchs had enough craft ready for pursuit, Night Haunter had already entered the warp. Without the supernatural skill and incredible prescience of the Emperor's Primarchs, many of Night Haunter's pursuers could have been lost that day, as the rogue vessels delved deep into the heart of the Imperium. The journey, malleable within the warp, may have taken hours or months. No reliable records exist. But one thing was certain: despite their valiant pursuit, his brothers arrived too late. The Night Lord's ships orbited Nostromo, hundreds of weapons trained on the shrouded planet, the rays of the system's dying sun glinting from barrels too numerous to count. As the fabric of space buckled and twisted, disgorging the few craft able to keep pace, the lances and massed drivers of Night Haunter's flagship opened fire upon the planet. Beam after beam of incandescent light joined the fusillade, all concentrating upon the same point, a weak spot in Nostromo's adamantium crust, theorized to be left by the Primarchs' initial landing. The lasers of the Night Lord's ships focused a blinding lance of pure energy into the planet's core, and with a cataclysmic explosion, the dark planet burst apart. Horus Heresy. In the wake of this terrible act, Night Haunter became susceptible to the whispered temptations of chaos. By this time, he was dangerously unhinged, leaving a trail of devastated worlds across the galaxy. Few civilized worlds were totally without blemish, and the pretext on which Night Haunter launched full-scale invasions became less and less credible. Imperial reconnaissance craft followed in the wake of the Night Lord's fleet, reporting back to the Emperor's throne room across unimaginable stretches of time and space. The atrocities the Night Lords were wreaking in the Emperor's name were abhorrent. Blasphemous acts and horrendous violence were the signature of the Night Lord's visitations. The fleet pressing ever onwards to avoid retribution. The tastes of the Legion twisted from physical sadism and torture into the infliction of psychological damage, with the dark armored warriors beginning to slow their frantic orgy of destruction into premeditated campaigns of mind-numbing terror. They became connoisseurs of pain and despair, taking weeks in the infliction of misery and fear upon a planet, feeding upon the dark emotions they conjured. The Night Lords made sure to invade helpless, backward planets, where the population could barely comprehend that hell had come to their world, feeding on their confusion and fright like leeches. No longer did Night Haunter crusade in the name of the Emperor, who he now denounced as a weak hypocrite without the courage to admit that his own doctrines were just as extreme. Now the Primarch fought in the name of death and fear, knowing full well how the horrific arsenal at his disposal could aid him in his malign work. Night Haunter changed physically during this time, his lips receding completely, his muscular frame hunching over, and his gnarled hands stretching into grasping talons. Appalled by his son's grotesque acts, the Emperor was forced by repeated protest to call Night Haunter to account, demanding his presence for a full inquiry into his legion's methods. But as the edict was issued, and the slow but powerful arm of Imperial law stretched out to Night Haunter, the greatest betrayal the Imperium had ever seen came to terrible fruition. Horus, first among the Emperor's chosen, betrayed him by converting several of the Space Marine legions to the worship of chaos. The true extent of his treachery became evident to the Emperor at Isstvan V, and the quest to bring the Night Haunter to justice was abandoned as the Imperium tore itself apart in all-out war. Night Haunter was quick to pledge allegiance to Horus, and it became clear that all the allegations levelled at the Night Lords were true. From the planet of Sigulsa, deep in the wilderness area of space known as the Eastern Fringes, the Night Lords launched a campaign of genocide and purest evil that made their previous atrocities pale in comparison. They pledged no allegiance to any particular chaos power, looking upon such devotion with scorn. Instead, their Primarch fed on fear, and eventually became what he most loathed. Soon enough, the ranks of his once proud legion were entirely composed of sadistic murderers and criminals, granted the power to oppress anyone they chose by the Primarch's own potent gene seed. Rather than serving chaos, the Night Lords used it as a tool in their inhumane works. The galaxy trembled at the very mention of the Dread Legion, and slowly but surely the Night Lords carved a bloody trail towards terror. Even at the conclusion of the Horus Heresy, when the Chosen One of Chaos lay broken and beaten on the burning remains of his battle barge, the Night Lords fought on with unforgiving ferocity. They continued to raid the Imperium, all military strategy and carefully planned campaigns of terror discarded in favour of wanton murder and destruction. The hand of Night Haunter was still evident in the acts of his legion, but it is obvious from field recordings of the time that the battle orders of the Primarch had changed. Where they were originally cold and calculating, the Night Lords now struck against overwhelming odds, their tactics eventually betraying a self-destructive desperation. It is quite possible that Night Haunter was aware of the fact that the Emperor had finally issued the order for his life to be terminated at the hands of the Kaladas Temple of Assassins. Fully half of the existing Kaladas operatives were dispatched to locate and destroy the Primarch, hoping his death would disband the Night Lords forever. The last words of Night Haunter stand as one of the greatest enigmas of Imperial history. It is thought that the assassin, M'Shen, was consciously allowed to infiltrate Night Haunter's grotesque palace on the world of Sagalsa, an edifice constructed entirely from still living bodies. Expecting to have to deal with numerous guards and loyal retainers, she was surprised to find the halls of bone and flesh completely deserted. The vidlog built into M'Shen's Baroque vambraces, kept in stasis at the heart of the most venerated Calidus shrine, shows the final confrontation between the twisted Primarch and the avenging angel. The events are portrayed thus. They're sitting in a pool of shadow, upon a throne made from the fused bones of his victims, a carpet of still screaming faces, leading up to gnarled, naked feet, sits Night Haunter himself. His madness and hate radiate from him, palpable, even through such a remote medium as a vidlog. M'Shen stops in her tracks when the fallen Primarch raises his head, her face reflected in the impassive, deep black pools of his eyes. Long moments pass. Then, in a voice thick with contempt and pain, Night Haunter speaks.
Your presence does not surprise me, Assassin. I've known of you ever since your craft entered the Eastern Fringes. Why did I not have you killed? Because your mission and the act you are about to commit proves the truth of all I have ever said or done. I merely punish those who had wronged, just as your false emperor now seeks to punish me. Death is nothing compared to vindication.
Then the vidlog blurs for a fraction of a second as M'Shen leaps forwards, and the last image in the recording is of dark, staring eyes, brimming with madness above a lipless smile, before the recording inexplicably shorts out. The culling of Grendel's world. In the early part of M34, the Imperial frigate Hand of Mercy detected a residual distress call from a small, isolated world in the Yazubal Crowd, a twisting system orbiting a small bright star deep in the reaches of the Eastern Fringes. When the world was investigated by the crew of the Mercy, every single inhabitant was found dead. Many of the symbols cut into the corpses were identified as the sigils of the Night Lords. After an understandably brief investigation, the crew filed a report on the incident, and a squad from the scout company of the Mortifactor Space Marines was assigned to assess the situation. From their findings, they were able to glean much information about the methods with which the Night Lords conquered the worlds in their path. The Night Lords initially observed the planet from orbit. This is evident due to their unerring accuracy in finding the communication centers of a given world, where they aim their initial attacks. These are blood-fueled orgies of carnage, mangled corpses testament to the violence of the assault. The buildings and communication apparatus bear not even the slightest scar or burn. Evidently, the Night Lords eschew the wasting of ordnance during these purges. It would be around this point that any frantic warning signals are abruptly cut off, and the screams and pleas of the dying replace any usual information. These demoralizing sounds, in conjunction with static and whispered obscenities, are looped into the world's communication networks. Scenes of butchery and blood-soaked depravity are broadcast across the vid screens of the terrified population. These looped images and messages were still playing, albeit in a stilted, halting pattern, when the Mortifactor scouts investigated the empty habitats of Grendel's world. None of the buildings on the planet were harmed in any way, showing clearly that the Night Lords have no interest in random destruction. If the planet had been able to muster any real defense, the damage wrought by a full-scale battle would be evident. The fact that this is lacking on a world hosting considerable military resource is testament to the Night Lord's skills. After destroying the planet's electrical grid, the atmosphere is brought into a state of permanent night. This is achieved by the detonation of nuclear-level explosions in uninhabitable areas, launched from the Night Lord's ships still in orbit. The resultant fallout throws up vast quantities of dust and irradiated smoke, so that the entire planet is consumed by a blanket of darkness, which was still blotting out the sun during the scout team's investigation. Levels of radiation poisoning in the corpses littering the streets were dangerously high. Presumably the loss of teeth and hair and the deterioration of skin tissue in the populace is a desirable side effect for the Night Lords. The psychological trauma caused by these tactics takes a considerable toll in itself, and roughly 1/3 of the planet's casualties appeared to have taken their own lives rather than face the Night Lords. Once word had spread of the Night Lords' arrival, the population had reached the point of hysteria. It was then that the Chaos Space Marines began their sport. This appears to have lasted several weeks, given the varied levels of decay exhibited by the corpses of Grendel's world's inhabitants. Closer inspection revealed that roughly 14% of the populace died from fear itself, their cause of death not bolt-around or chainsword, but total nervous failure. Men, women, and children alike were found dead, and the all-pervading silence, coupled with the unnatural twilight of the nuclear winter, was profoundly unsettling even for the members of the Mortifactors. Not a single body of a Night Lord Space Marine was found on the planet. However, given the symbols daubed in blood and the ashen corpses lying dead in their beds in the streets and in the parks, the fate of Grendel's world was unmistakably their work. It can only be hoped the senseless genocide of the populace could furnish us with a little more information on how to scour this menace from the face of the Imperium. Homeworld. Nostromo was a dark, bleak planet shrouded by vast clouds of dust and pollution. It had 5 major cities sitting at the habitable hub of the planet, Nostromo Prime to Nostromo Quintus, each city functioning as a self-contained industrial system. Due to the synchronicity in the orbit of Nostromo and Tenebor, the moon interposed between Nostromo and its dying sun, these cities experienced the equivalent of a Terran night even during the middle of an Nostraman summer. The physiology of the humanoids that lived there remained virtually identical to that of humans from the Segmentum Solar, another argument in favor of Genitor Chief Ratifer's convergent evolution hypothesis, with the exception that none of the planet's indigenous life forms have irises. The visible part of their eyes consisted entirely of pupils. Their skin was very pale, and an acute form of albinism, although recessive, was common in the populace. The geology of Nostromo was nothing short of priceless, as the crust had unprecedented amounts of naturally occurring adamantium. The presence of such abundant quantities of valuable metal meant that the cities of Nostromo enjoyed very profitable trading with their neighbouring worlds, although it is well known that these worlds sold the metal on at a much higher price to the traders of the Imperium. An entire strata of the planet's crust was comprised of this valuable metal, and it is thought that the planet had a very volatile core, hence its megaton explosion at the hands of the Primarch. Since the Night Lords lost their Primarch, it would seem they were one of many Chaos Space Marine forces based in the Eye of Terror. Most likely they have found some shadowy demon realm in which to exist, although this conclusion is mere hypothesis. Without committing extensive resources, it is unlikely the Imperium will be able to tackle the threat of the Night Lords at their source. Combat Doctrine. The Night Lords adopted the modus operandi of their Primarch without exception, and thrive in sowing fear and confusion among their enemies. It is common practice for Night Lords, Chaos Space Marines, to ensure that the communications of a target planet are shut down, broadcasting hideous messages and screams across the airwaves as they begin slaughtering the occupants at their leisure. It is very rare that the Night Lords voluntarily fight a force able to withstand them. They much prefer to attack the weak and frightened. Repeated instances have shown that the Night Lords will not give quarter, and are entirely bereft of mercy. Any poor soul offering to surrender will have their pleas answered by mutilation and painful death. Night Haunter's Legion have no holy crusade, no belief that causes them to spread murder and misery to the worlds they visit. Similarly, they have no martial creed, or concept of honour eroded by the supplanting of vicious criminals into their ranks. The Night Lords are masters of stealth, able to infiltrate a position quickly and silently. These arts appear to be innate to the Legion, and come to the fore during the sick games they use to drive their prey into paroxysms of terror. Even before they turn to chaos, The Night Lords adorn their armor with imagery of death. This is because they know that fear can be used as a weapon just as effectively as a chainsword or bolter. Given their predilection for picking on weaker foes, a fully armoured Night Lord's champion armed with a devastating array of weaponry is always more than a match for the foes he chooses to fight. Beliefs. Night Lords are exceptionally versatile for their use of the forces of chaos, employing the hell-spawned powers of each of the major chaos deities with equal favour. It is just as likely that the Night Lords will be seen fighting alongside a group of foul plague marines, as it is the warriors of the Thousand Suns. However, it has been ascertained that the Night Lords have nothing but scorn for faith in all its forms, whether it be the fanatical bloodlust of the Khornate Berserker or the devotion of the Imperial Creed. The only authority they recognise is that of temporal power and material wealth. Observational evidence would suggest that the only reason the Night Lords fight is for the love of killing and the material rewards that this can bring. They take great pleasure in gunning down defenceless prey, especially those too young or sick to stand up to them. It is certainly not for the thrill of battle that they fight, as an army of Night Lords can be expected to try every underhand trick in the book before resorting to honest combat. This is possibly a vestige of their ancestry in the criminal classes of Nostromo, where it was commonplace to ruthlessly force the will of the strong upon the weak. Gene Seed. The gene seed of the Night Lords seems to be surprisingly pure. In fact, of all the Chaos Space Marine legions, the Night Lords seem to bear the least evidence of mutation. This is perhaps due to a stable gene seed stock, perhaps due to the fact they rarely associate themselves with a particular chaos power for any length of time. Although the Night Lords are distinguished by jet black eyes and pale skin, the real legacy of Nighthaunter may be psychological. There is a tendency for paranoia and self-destructive behaviour in the Night Lords, and it is said that their sorcerers have a pronounced vulnerability to being racked with painful seizures in which they experience visions, oblique or not, of the future. Nighthaunter is believed to have only been able to see the darkest path of all possible futures, a terrible curse, and the visions tended to be self-fulfilling. It is to be hoped that the Night Lord sorcerers suffer the same fate. This is as yet speculation. However, given their Primarchs' susceptibility to such prophecies, it seems more than likely. Battle Cry.
We have come for you.
The Blood Angels. The Blood Angels were once regarded as the most blessed of all the legions of the Adeptus Astartes, possessed of the bravery and porcine skill of their Primarch Sanguinius. But the events of the Horus Heresy dealt them a terrible blow, the loss of their angelic forefather himself. His death was so terrible that it has left a deep scar in every member of the Legion, and ever since that dark day, it is whispered that the Blood Angels have carried a terrible curse within their veins. Perhaps the most heretical belief, whispered in the shadowy corners of the Imperium, is that the Primarchs were touched by chaos from their very infancy. It is generally thought among Imperial scholars that the genetic predecessors of the Adeptus Astartes were indeed taken from the cryo-chambers by the powers of chaos. Some give credibility to the belief that the powerful magics ensorceling the infant Primarchs wrought by the Divine Emperor himself protected them from the deprivations of these powers. Yet others would have you believe that instead of being destroyed, they were cast out to the far corners of the galaxy, denied the shelter and succor that terror could bestow. It seems plausible that the powers of chaos had attempted to pervert and distort the perfect works of the Emperor, but the possibility that one or more of the Primarchs were altered by chaos at the very beginning of their lives must surely be preposterous. The inhabitants of the desolate planet of Baal and its twin moons have never been culturally advanced enough to maintain written records of their history. Nevertheless, the oral traditions of the Baalite tribe, known as the Blood, describes the infant Sanguinius as bearing tiny vestigial wings, even when he was first found, in the place now known as Angel's Fall. And not without reason, for Sanguinius was indeed angelic, not just physically, but also within his unblemished soul. Many of the parables and psalms still recited by the Blood have been transcribed by Blood Angels librarians over the years. The contemporary equivalents of the first Baalite tribe claim to house remote descendants of the original line, and are kept with reverence in the most holy shrine archives of the Blood Angels. Alas, the history of the tribe is unrecorded until the time of Sanguinius' descent. It can only be assumed that they were typical of the tribes of Baal Secundus, a miserable, godless group of individuals attempting to eke out some kind of existence upon their harsh, irradiated world. Baal Secundus has levels of radiation that would debilitate an unprotected man in seconds. As such, it can be surmised that when the tried brothers of the blood found an unblemished cherub lying safe but naked on the scalding sand of their homeworld, his back adorned with tiny feathered wings, they considered him a mutant. Ironically, it is said that many of the tribe wanted to put the one who would later show them salvation to a quick death. Although such ultimate blasphemy is difficult to credit, it must be remembered that at this stage the inhabitants of Baal were little more than barbarians. However, they must have felt the divinity of Sanguinius even before he could speak. Compassion prevailed, and the child, in every other aspect, more perfect and complete than any of those around him, was taken in. Although the details of Sanguinius' early life are lost to time and memory, the notable events of his childhood have been told and retold so many times by the Baalite tribes that they are ingrained in racial memory. One of these tales describes how, before he had seen 3 weeks, he was the size of a child of as many years, fully capable of walking. He exhibited this capacity by wandering from the tribe's vigil, as curious as he was fearless. When his wards finally found him, he had strayed into the lair of a Baalite fire scorpion, a grotesque predator which, when rearing up, is twice the height of a man. The unarmed infant bested the creature, despite repeated blows from a sting coated with virulent poison that is said to burn a man from within in seconds. Allegedly, the tribe ate well that night. Like the other Primarchs, Sanguinius grew at an incredible rate, and his wings grew also. The feathers were as white and pure as a swan's, but as strong as those of the Imperial eagle itself. His wings ultimately became mighty pinions that would bear him aloft through the scorching desert air, inspiring awe and devotion from the lesser beings beneath. A single year after his discovery at Angel's Fall, Sanguinius stood taller than any man the tribes of Baal's shriveled moons had ever seen. His form was perfection, his beauty such that many could not look upon him, lest their impure gaze be blinded. He could walk under the fiercest rays of the sun, whilst his adoptive family scuttled at his feet, encumbered by the weight of their rad suits. He could smash a path through a rockfall with the blade of his hand, best wild animals with but a glance, and soar high into the sky on his mighty wings to observe the land below from the perspective of a god. As Sanguinius reached maturity, the tribe prospered and grew under his guidance. The transcription of Baalite myth provided by the ancient and venerable scholar Harantarchus Lucidio has been preserved with the greatest care since its interment in the altar tomes of the Blood Angels. Hence the following quote remains in its rawest form, transcribed from the words of Eldar Imritelthak, directly into the Sadio's Baalite scripture. They, the cannibal mutants, numbered in their hundreds, far more than we. Blades sprouted from mouth, curdled eye stared, buckled hand clutched rusted sword. We knew death in that moment. Then the angel started his work. He, the pure one, wanted no harm to befall us. He raged, at first a white blazing light, then as death walked beside him, a terrible red thing. His eyes and crown seemed to burn, intense, a corona of bright violence, a sandstorm of destruction. We were caught in the deadly beauty of his dance, and then there were no mutants, only silence, and he stood before us, dripping, still as the calm. Sanguinius soon rose to the pinnacle of society upon Baal Secundus, and under his leadership the pure-blooded Baalite tribes soon united against the infestation of mutants that had begun to plague the radioactive wastes of Baal. Despite being grossly outnumbered, those of the pure blood won the war against the foul mutants. Sanguinius's perfect and divine leadership, coupled with his total mastery of physical combat, drove back the tide of filth that threatened to drown the true people of Baal Secundus. In battle, his wrath was total and unstoppable. Perhaps, inevitably, Sanguinius was worshipped as a god by his followers. They were convinced that paradise would follow in the crimson footsteps of the angel. And so it came to pass that by the time the Emperor came to Baal, his lost son sat at the head of the conclave of blood. The high majesty of mankind had correctly divined the presence of one of his Primarchs upon the blighted planet of Baal Secundus, and led the finest of his men to the surface. Note, at this point, the scholars cease having to rely upon conjecture and the myths of primitives, however diligently recorded, as the entourage of the Father of Mankind included many distinguished persons and scrivener artisans. It is therefore known that at the climax of the Conclave of Blood, the Emperor entered the massive natural amphitheatre carved from Mount Sarif by the ponderous tides of Baal's geology. Those of the pure blood attended Sanguinius's address in their tens of thousands. The Emperor stood within their ranks, a shining golden figure among the tattered warriors of the blood. But the Emperor knew humility as well as divinity, and he listened as intently as any warrior there. Sanguinius gave a speech which lifted the very souls of his people, giving them more than hope. At its conclusion, soaring into the air above them with a shout that every man there echoed. Thus, the Emperor was convinced, without a doubt, that this was indeed one of his missing sons. It is also recorded that, when approached, Sanguinius recognized the Emperor immediately. Many believe that Sanguinius's reputed ability to foresee future events informed him of the Emperor's visit, explaining his reaction. He fell to his knees, crystal tears falling from his cheeks into the dust. Where they fell, alabaster flowers thrived upon the barren and foul soil of Baal Secundus. And so, the Emperor bade him stand, and looked upon the myriad faces raised unto him, proud and resolute. He saw that they were both fair in mind and deed, possessed of a small part of the nobility and strength of their leader. So it was that, under Baal's blistering sun, the Blood Angels were born. The Angels of the Blood. Imperial history recognizes that the Emperor subsequently selected the best of Sanguinius's warriors and tucked them into his Great Crusade, raising them up into a full legion of Space Marines. They were implanted with the very core of the Primarch's physical being, his pure and precious gene seed. Under such a blessing, no man could fail in his duty, and the Blood Angels added their might to those already fighting in the Emperor's crusade. Those that remained upon Baal Secundus were entrusted with the holy duty of defending mankind's birthright upon the planet, and ensuring that future generations of warriors were taught the Imperial Creed and the truth of the gods that once walked amongst men. So it is that, even now, with millennia past since those fateful days, the Blood Angels take their new recruits from the moons of Baal. To ascertain who is worthy to join the ranks of the Blood Angels, the youths from the tribes of the pure blood must take part in violent games and magnificent tournaments, battling against both the harsh landscape of their homeworld and, ultimately, their peers. This has been established practice since the very first time new recruits were summoned from the blood, and the rituals remain much the same even now. The contests are held once every generation at Angel's Fall, the forbidding cliff where Sanguinius was first found, and are announced by great flying chariots, the Thunderhawks of veteran Blood Angels. Aspirants must reach the place of challenge, by whatever means they can, a process that itself weeds out the weaker warriors hoping to join the ranks of the Blood Angels. They must race across uncharted miles of hostile desert, and leap from high cliffs with only their angels' wings to support them, a primitive assembly of skins and thin canes barely able to support the aspirants' weight. They must find their way through canyons infested with gigantic fire scorpions and thirst water, a liquid species that drains moisture from anything it comes into contact with. The desiccated husks of previous hopefuls speak well of those who have underestimated the danger posed by this threat. Once they reach the place of challenge, gladiatorial contests similar in scale to those held in the Ultramarine system are held. Only the most skilled fighters survive. Once the 50 or so victors have been separated from the unsuccessful aspirants, they will be taken up in the Thunderhawks to fulfill the next stage of their trials. Those that fail go on to occupy places of honour in their society, or to guard the place of testing until the next generation of aspirants is ready. The successful aspirants are taken to the fortress monastery of the Blood Angels upon Baal itself, where they see sights of such magnificent glory that many lapse into speechless states of awe. They are marched in front of their future battle brethren, and it is here that the contrast between aspirant and space marine is truly made clear. The atmosphere and climate of Baal's moons are known to have severe and debilitating effects on those who have lived on their unforgiving surfaces. Most of the aspirants bear the physical marks of their old lives. It is all but impossible for an ordinary man to live in such conditions and not feel the terrible kiss of radiation. Despite their youth, they are often bent and stunted, their ropey physiques riddled with lesions and blemishes, their growth stunted by malnutrition and constant hunger. In contrast, the towering physiques of the Space Marines around them are a sculpture's ideal of beauty, with smooth skin, sleek features, and fine white teeth. The hopefuls are taken to the great chapel of the Blood Angels, where they observe a vigil for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. Some fall asleep despite their best efforts and are taken away. Their fate is unrecorded. Soon after, the sanguinary priests enter the candlelit chapel. These noble individuals fulfill the role of apothecaries for the Blood Angels, but with a far more unusual duty. The sanguinary priests are entrusted with the care of Sanguinius' own blood. The chalice they offer the aspirants at the conclusion of the vigil is said to contain a small portion of this precious liquid. Once the hopefuls have partaken of the sanguinary chalice, they fall into a profound, timeless sleep, and their heartbeat all but stops. They are then taken by hooded blood servitors to the apothecarian, where the holy gene seed of Sanguinius himself is implanted into their recumbent bodies. The blood servitors, chanting the Credo Vitae, take them to the hall of sarcophagi. This breathtaking chamber resembles a gilded cathedral in design, but could house many lesser structures, with nary a spire touching its embossed roof. The walls are adorned with a vast array of mighty golden sarcophagi, each twice the size of a man. The sleeping hopefuls are entombed within, dwarfed by the size of their caskets, and attached to a large network of life support nodes. There they remain for a full year, fed intravenously with nutrients and injected with the blood of Sanguinius. Many hopefuls die at this stage, their feeble forms unable to accommodate the incredible changes wrought upon them by the gene seed. These unfortunates are best left undescribed. Those able to stand the trial of the blood grow swift and true, reaching proportions reminiscent of their spiritual forefather in a similar timescale. It is rumoured that occasionally an entombed hopeful will awaken well before the casket is opened, and live out a hideous existence of claustrophobic blood-sodden darkness, emerging from their imprisonment catatonic, insane, or worse. If the aspirants' bodies adapt, they put on extra muscle and assimilate the organs implanted into them in the apothecarian. As they slumber, they are gifted by vivid and strange dreams, depicting the memory of Sanguinius himself. Thus the very essence of the Primarch permeates the minds of his new sons, and ever afterwards these potent emotions and memories will be permanently imprinted upon their souls. When they are finally removed from their sarcophagi, they have changed so thoroughly that few believe they were once the twisted creatures rescued from the living hell of Baal Secundus. They have become tall, immensely strong, and superhumanly powerful. Their restructured bodies have taken on a haunting beauty reminiscent of their angelic forefather, their senses keener and their muscles stronger than tempered steel. And yet, they have only completed the first step on the road to becoming a Blood Angels Space Marine. The Horus Heresy. Perhaps more than any other Loyalist chapter, the terrible events of the Horus Heresy had a horrifying and permanent effect upon the Blood Angels. And it is this tragic fate that has shaped the chapter since that time. War Master Horus, once the Emperor's most trusted and beloved son, turned to chaos and plunged the dagger of betrayal so far into the heart of the Imperium that it is yet to recover from his evil deed. In a tragic consequence of events, the corrupt and evil being that Horus had become managed to manipulate and coerce several other Primarchs, turning them against their own father and mentor, the Emperor himself. These events culminated in the combined attack of War Master Horus's forces upon the Emperor's palace. Space Marine fought Space Marine, traitor battled loyalist, until the fortifications of Terra's finest monument to divinity itself looked set to fall. Chaos was ascendant. The powers that Horus had allied himself with had given him power beyond imagining, at the cost of his immortal soul. Sanguinius is immortalized in the magnificent stained-glass windows of the Sanctus Praetoria Imperator, as fighting high above the raging battle, facing demons so powerful they could unhinge the minds of great heroes with but a word. He single-handedly held the crenellations from the tides of demonic filth, attempting to wash into the holy chambers of the Emperor's palace. Many accounts of the time praise the Blood Angels' valor and unceasing efforts in their defense of the Eternity Wall spaceport. Although hundreds of Blood Angels died, they stemmed a sea of foulness, the like of which had never been seen before. Many speak of the bright light bathing Sanguinius' sons as the Primarch slew his foes in the skies above with his mighty blade of fire. And yet, it was upon Horus's battle barge that Sanguinius was to fulfill his greatest duty. In his victory, Horus became complacent, watching the battle from the bridge of his bloated leviathan of a command ship. He wanted to experience the Emperor's defeat firsthand, to force him to his knees before he fed on the father of mankind's soul. In his folly, as his forces breached the defences for the last and final time, spilling into the corridors and chambers of the palace, Horus relaxed the psychic defences around his ship. At the speed of thought, the Emperor was aboard the hellish craft, Sanguinius close behind him. It is known that Sanguinius was gifted with the power of foretelling, able to see visions of what lay ahead. His soul was pure, and the prophecies he spoke of inevitably came to be. It can thus be surmised that he knew full well he was going to his doom when he confronted the War Master, and yet he went without hesitation. Whether his act was prompted by a fatalism or loyalty to the Emperor is a point debated by many Imperial theologians lacking in faith. However, there is no doubt in the minds of the Blood Angels. They maintain that he walked into the lion's den out of duty, knowing full well what the outcome would be. And thus it was that the Blood Angels alone know the details of their Primarch's fate. The sacrifice of their founder is echoed in the soul of every one of their number, and their souls burn with troubled dreams of Sanguinius' death. These inherited memories are so powerful that the Blood Angels are known to lapse into a fugue state known as the Black Rage, experiencing horrific visions of death and pain that they share with Sanguinius himself. It is true that as a Blood Angel ages, as he sees more bloodshed and battle, he becomes more and more prone to the onset of the Black Rage. Chaplain Lestralio, a great and tragic martyr of the Blood Angels, instigated a method that enabled those unfortunate few who fell into the rage when the chapter was in deep space to be of service nonetheless. Lestralio's procedure involves giving oneself to the sanguinary priests when all attempts at stemming the Black Rage have been unsuccessful, and there are no enemies for the victim to slaughter in the throes of a heroic death. The volunteer is restrained, shackled in adamantium, often at the cost of many blood servitors, and brought into the bowels of the craft. There, in the darkness of the ship's apothecarian, he is encouraged to talk of what he sees around him, his visions echoing those witnessed by Sanguinius within the unholy depths of Horus's battle barge. The following account is from the descriptions of Chaplain Lestralio himself, recorded by a blood servitor in M36. It remains the longest recorded example of the visions granted by the Black Rage, a testament to Lestralio's great strength of will.
It's dark. It burns. Taint is strong. The smell. Rot. Foul rotten death. It's hot. So hot. I feel my feathers singe. Furling against me to avoid touching the walls. The walls. This is hell. Thorns, spines pushing through wet flesh. The subject goes into spasm. The subject screams in rage. What's that? What's that? So fast. Ah! For the Emperor! Die! Die! The subject falls still, mutters unintelligibly, possibly a prayer. Where is he? Where is he? You cannot stop me, foul chaos filth! Ah! The subject spasms, gnashes teeth. Curse the light! Burn! Burn, all of you! Indecipherable section. The walls! There are no walls. This tunnel made of flesh, rotted flesh, bursting underfoot, bleeding, the stench of pus. The subject screams, then calms. I will find you, coward! 6 seconds pass, the subject's eyes open. My name, you traitor! Face me, for the Emperor! For the Emperor! At this point, after a violent spasm that lasted longer than any before, and nearly shook his body to pieces, Chaplain Lestralio died of massive physiological trauma. This is a regrettable side effect of the Lestralio procedure, but one deemed fitting by many among the Blood Angels. From the collated results of these experiments, it is possible to draw conclusions from the valuable evidence provided by those suffering the Black Rage. Sanguinius is thought to have undergone unimaginable psychic damage at the hands of the War Master, who, it is believed by many Blood Angels, could not beat him in personal combat. Horus, in his limitless malice, made sure that Sanguinius's death was the most painful and foul that the boundless evils in his service could administer. The War Master's psychic assault echoed not just throughout space, but also throughout time, resonating in the souls of his children. The Primarch's sacrifice is thought to have kept Horus occupied long enough for the Emperor to reach the traitor in the very depths of his lair, where the Emperor eventually bested him at a terrible cost. The pain inflicted upon the Primarch was so total that every one of his sons carries the echo imprinted deep within their soul to this day. And so it was that the Blood Angels came to bear their blood curse, and they bear it still. The Death Company. Deeply ingrained within the Blood Angels' gene seed is the encoded experience of Sanguinius, and many say that most deeply imprinted of all is the memory of his final battle with Horus. Sometimes, an event or circumstance will trigger this race memory. This appears to happen only rarely, often on the eve of battle, and it is likely to be a fatal experience for the warrior, whose mind is suddenly wrenched into the distant past. What has become known as the Black Rage overcomes him. The memories and consciousness of Sanguinius intrude upon his mind, and dire events 10,000 years old flood into the present. This we know to be true. To others, a Space Marine overcome by the Black Rage appears half mad with fury. He is unable to distinguish past from present, and does not recognize his comrades. He may believe he is Sanguinius upon the eve of his destruction, and that the bloody battles of the Horus Heresy are raging around him. As well as Sanguinius's memories, the Space Marine is touched with a small portion of the Primarch's unearthly power, boosting the warrior's already prodigious strength and vitality to superhuman levels. In order to keep the Black Rage in check, on the eve of battle, the Blood Angels bend their thoughts to prayer and to the sacrifice of their Primarch so many centuries ago. Chaplains move from man to man, blessing each in turn and noting those amongst the Brotherhood whose eyes may appear a little glazed, or whose speech is slurred or overexcited. Some, almost all, overcome the ancient intrusion into their minds. All their warriors' training is directed at controlling it, beating it down into the depths of their being. But for some, the imprint of Sanguinius is too strong, the memories too loud and demanding. As the chaplains chant the Mora Patris, the Mass of Doom, the chosen ones fall into the arms of their priests and are taken away. The afflicted Space Marines are formed into a special unit called the Death Company. Suffused with the dying memories of their chapter's Primarch, the warriors of the Death Company seek only one thing: death in battle, fighting against the enemies of the Emperor. The Death Company paint their armor black, with red saltaires, crosses of blood red which symbolize the sacrifice of Sanguinius. The company is led into battle and directed towards the foe by the chapter's chaplains. The warriors fight with the certainty of death and are completely fearless, ignoring wounds that should fell even a Space Marine. Should they survive the battle, they will probably die of their wounds afterwards, once the frenzied slaughter is past. It is thought that the Blood Angels welcome this death,
as they fear their madness will later lead them down the darkest path of all. Better by far to die cleanly and quickly in battle than suffer such a fate. Homeworld. In ancient days, Baal and its moons all had Earth-like atmospheres. Several explorator teams, equipped with state-of-the-art rad suits, have studied Baal's moons in some detail. Beneath their blackened crusts was a wealth of information, as the strata bear very different patterns to what was originally expected. It was concluded that Baal itself was always a world of red rust deserts, but its moons could potentially have been paradises for mortal men, where folk concentrated on art and science rather than survival and conquest. The surface of Baal is dotted with ruined edifices, incredible monuments that must have been constructed with incredible skill to have stood the test of time. It is obvious that the people of Baal spent their time creating mighty monuments, carving the mountains themselves into statues of their rulers and their gods. Thus the Imperium was able to build a picture of life on Baal through architectural remains. It is still unknown as to what exactly happened to change this idyllic state of affairs, a cause of great consternation among Imperial historians. All that is certain is that the cataclysmic and fearful events that changed the face of Baal forever happened at roughly the end of the Dark Age of technology. The moons of Baal suffered terribly. Evidence of ancient weapons, both viral and nuclear, have been found, perhaps accounting for the incredible rad count of the moons. The strata of these planets include plains of blackened glass and vast tracts of polluted desert. What were once seas became poisoned lakes of toxic sludge, now covered in layers of pallid dust. The folk of the system must have died in their millions. But somehow humanity has prevailed. The populace became scavengers, picking the bones of their own once great civilization. Without their now characteristic rad suits, many must have perished still, growing sickly and feeble as the atmosphere was radically altered. It is theorized by many Imperial scholars that in the dark time that followed the collapse of all order, some became worse than scavengers and turned to cannibalism. One side effect from the ensuing radioactive atmosphere was inevitable, however. In time, the accumulated chemical and radioactive toxins that built up in the survivors' bodies led them to devolve into mutants, shambling parodies of the men their forefathers had once been. The disintegration of society can be seen depicted at the Lascaux caves of Baal Primus, grotesque images of mutants and madmen butchering the more wholesome members of the populace, drawn in ancient blood onto the parched walls. But as we know from the Baalite scripture, there were some who held on to their humanity and preserved some semblance of sane behaviour, forming tribes the like of which adopted Sanguinius upon his descent. But these were the embattled few, as a new and savage culture evolved amid the ruins of the old. The only social unit left was the tribe. For human and mutant cannibal alike, the only folk they could rely on were their own kin. The folk of the Baal system became nomads, shifting from place to place, picking the ruins clean, warring to preserve the spoils they had gathered. The tribes fought constant wars, webs of alliances shifted constantly, extinction awaited the slow and the weak. Where once the moons had been close to paradise, now they were close to hell. For the few surviving humans, life must have been a constant struggle for existence. For a long time it must have seemed that Baalite humanity was doomed, and soon there would only be an endless desert ruled by the feuding mutant tribes. Although we can only guess as to when, the miracle of Sanguinius' descent onto the planet introduced a new hope into a barren world. Organization. Although the Blood Angels share much of their organization with their brother Space Marines, adhering in many ways to the precepts of the Codex Astartes, there are notable exceptions. The Blood Angels have several specialist units they do not share with any chapter other than their successors, the Angels Vermilion, Angels Sanguine, Angels in Carmine, Blood Drinkers, and Flesh Tearers, to name a few. It is worth noting that, unlike the others mentioned here, the Blood Drinkers are strict followers of the Codex Astartes. Their markings are similar to those of the Ultramarines chapter. Perhaps the most notable exception that the Blood Angels exhibit in their ranks is a preponderance of close combat troops. The chance to become one of the Blood Angels' assault marines is much sought after, as it is in close combat that these Space Marines can exercise the ghosts of their ancestral memory. Even Devastator squads, those entrusted with the duties of fire support, have been known to run towards the enemy in an attempt to engage them in close combat. For instance, at the Tracassia massacre in M34. The members of the Blood Angels' First Company fight as assault troopers when not equipped as Terminators, rather than as tactical squads, as is the case with many of their brother chapters. The entire 8th Company is dedicated to close combat, many of their members being amongst the finest assault troops in the Imperium. Those Space Marines not equipped with jump packs often make use of land speeders and bikes to support their brethren. The 10th Company, consisting of a variable number of scout squads, is unusual in that its members are extremely aggressive. They work their way into forward positions, infiltrating enemy positions and relishing every opportunity they can take to close quarters and to tear their enemies apart in a storm of blood. The other companies of the Blood Angels conform to the structure established by the Codex Astartes, although many of their rhinos are customized with overcharged engines so that their passengers can reach the front line with haste. No doubt, this straying from the precepts set out in the Rhino STC has an adverse effect on the vehicle as a whole. Specialist squads are distinguished by the colour of their helmets. Tactical squads are marked in red, Devastator squads in blue, and Veteran Assault squads in yellow. The Blood Angels Headquarters Division includes a number of ranks that are not found in any other chapter, reflecting their unique nature and organisation. These include the Sanguinary Priests, custodians of the holy blood of Sanguinius. It has been known for a Sanguinary Priest to administer a potent blood transfusion to a battle brother with his exsanguinator, even in the midst of combat. Another exception to standard Codex organization is the inclusion of squads of Honor Guard, the high elite of the close assault cadres of the Blood Angels and the bodyguard of their most revered heroes. These warriors take the place of the usual command squad, and may include a standard bearer or sanguinary priest. It is said by some that few more formidable units exist in the entire pantheon of the Adeptus Astartes. The members of the Honor Guard are denoted by their helmets, marked in shining gold, a sign of hope for their allies and despair for their foes. The Blood Angels are also famous for the Furioso pattern Dreadnought, a design perfected by the chapter's Lord of the Forges many millennia ago, to grant the opportunity of slacking the bloodlust of Space Marine heroes beyond salvation. The mighty twin power claws of the Furioso are a match for any opponent, and are capable of tearing open the adamantium hide of a Land Raider when the Furioso is gripped by battle lust. Finally, and perhaps most notably, the organization of the Blood Angels is often disrupted by those who suffer from the Black Rage. These unfortunates are formed into the infamous Death Company. Alas, there is no way to predict exactly how this phenomenon will affect the chapter's organization until the battle itself. Combat Doctrine. The companies of the Blood Angels generally fight as one would expect from a disciplined force of the Adeptus Astartes. The 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are battle companies, and these 4 companies form the main battle lines and generally bear the brunt of the fighting. The specialist companies are kept in reserve and only deployed when necessary. However, these companies cannot be relied upon to fight in the structured, disciplined way of the Imperial Fists or the Dark Angels, for the strength of their genetic curse can turn even the most taciturn veteran into a berserker, wishing only to rend his enemies apart and slack his overriding thirst for battle. The Black Rage can possess any and all Blood Angels during the heat of battle, be they a Devastator squad or the driver of a Vindicator. As such, it is always uncertain as to whether a Blood Angels contingent will hold a position. It is just as likely that they will run screaming forward in an attempt to rip the enemy limb from limb with their bare hands. This has in the past led to the total massacre of the Blood Angels' foes on innumerable occasions. Possibly one of the most famous of these was the battle at Hive Tempestora, where the Blood Angels assaulted en masse with such undaunted ferocity that their charge smashed apart the enemy line, enabling them to establish a beachhead in a situation considered hopeless by Imperial tacticians. It is said that the fanatical zeal of the Blood Angels also enabled them to achieve the impossible throughout the Armageddon campaign. This unpredictability makes them extremely unpopular with other Imperial commanders, but the Blood Angels care not. They know that their constant struggle against the Black Rage makes them stronger, not weaker. Battle cry. By the blood of Sanguinius. Beliefs. Sanguinius was a visionary, During his early life, he desired to lead his people to a new and better life. When he joined the Great Crusade, he transferred this vision to a greater arena, but did not abandon it. He wanted a better life for all mankind, and an end to the strife brought on by the collapse of human civilization during the dark age of technology. We have established that the outlook of Sanguinius did much to shape his chapter. There is a mystical streak to many of the Blood Angels' doctrines, and also a strong belief that things can be changed for the better. After all, the process of transforming a scavenger into a tall, proud, and handsome warrior is living proof of this tenet. This belief can be seen on everything the Blood Angels do. They strive for perfection. Their works of art are things of beauty and symmetry. Their martial disciplines are practiced unceasingly. Their doctrines are permeated with a sense of mortality and the fallen greatness of man. Physically, the Blood Angels are among the longest lived of all the Space Marine chapters. One of the peculiarities of their gene seed is that it has vastly increased the lifespan of those who possess it, so it is not uncommon for Blood Angels to reach 1,000 years of age. Indeed, the current chapter master, Commander Dante, has lived for nearly 1,100 years. These vastly extended lifespans allow the Blood Angels to perfect their techniques in art as well as in war. They have centuries in which to perfect the disciplines to which they turn their minds, and this accounts for the fact that Blood Angels' armour and banners are among the most ornate ever produced. Perhaps the strangest of all the chapter's traits was witnessed by Inquisitor Garillion on his sojourn to the fortress monastery of Baal in M40. The Blood Angels have a habit of sleeping whenever possible in the sarcophagi used to create them. They apparently believe that in this timeless slumber they are one step closer to Sanguinius, and seek to gain some insight into the psyche of their forefather. While the Blood Angels sleep in their sarcophagi, their blood is cleansed and purified. The chapter thus hopes to slow the long process of possible genetic degeneration until a permanent solution for the Black Rage can be found. Nevertheless, it is clear to any who study the martial records of the Blood Angels that they enforce the Emperor's will with a fervour and zeal that equals or exceeds that of any other chapter. In fact, these records point to the fact that the Blood Angels are responsible for many of the Imperium's successful actions, and that the number of aliens and heretics they have killed in the name of the Emperor is beyond count. Gene Seed. This chapter, once among the most blessed of all the chapters, now shuns the company of the other Adeptus Astartes where possible. Some Imperial officers have reported suspicions that they are afflicted by a terrible thirst, a craving for blood, which paranoid scholars claim may be the first sign of a descent into chaos. It is known that the Blood Angels themselves spend much of their time seeking a cure for their condition, but surely this does not mean that they are a chapter trying in vain to keep the insidious tendrils of chaos from their very blood. The trials of their inheritance may well be the Blood Angels' greatest salvation, for it brings with it a humility and understanding of their own failings, which make them the most truly noble of the Adeptus Astartes. The fate of those unfortunates overtaken completely by their Primarch's legacy is known only to the chapter itself. There are tales of a secret chamber within the fortress monastery on Baal, and of howling cries that demand the blood of the living. Unsurprisingly, none are willing to say for certain what secrets lie in this haunted, desolate place. There have been incidents when the Blood Angels have been stationed on distant worlds, where members of the local population have gone missing, only to turn up later, drained of blood. It is possible that this is the work of Chaos cultists, seeking to discredit the chapter. It may even be that some of the more superstitious local citizens have taken to offering up sacrifices to their godlike visitors. However, those Imperial historians possessed of dark and fervent imaginations claim it is possible that these folk have been killed by Blood Angels, overcome by an unholy thirst. Some among those who entertain such unwholesome beliefs say that it is because Sanguinius was more touched by chaos than the other infant Primarchs. They cite the fact that he possessed wings, an obvious mutation, to support their case. Their argument runs that the gene seed which was extracted from him was flawed even before the first Blood Angels were created, and thus terrible consequences were preordained. At the time of the first founding, the Emperor himself oversaw the process of transferring gene seed from Primarch to Space Marine. However, since the Emperor's internment in the Golden Throne, each chapter has had a different method of controlling and managing the change. The Blood Angels originally practiced exsanguination, a process initially triggered by injecting aspirants with tiny samples of the Primarch's blood. Alas, this process ground to a halt after Sanguinius's death, but fortuitously some of his blood was kept in the relic known as the Red Grail. This living blood, even possessed of such incredible power, could not last for long in an unprotected state. Thus, it was then the vitae of their dead Primarch which was injected into the veins of the sanguinary priests. They became living hosts to the power of the Primarch. Even today, drinking the blood of the assembled sanguinary priests from the Red Grail is part of the ritual used to induct new Blood Angels priests. In turn, it is from these custodians of the pure lineage that the blood given to aspirants is taken. It is possible that over the countless generations since the time of the heresy, the cells within the blood of the sanguinary priests have mutated. Slowly at first, but more quickly in recent years. As it is, the blood used in the induction of the new recruits to the chapter is technically vulnerable to degeneration. It is theorized by some that errors in replication have resulted in the Blood Angels' development of a genetic flaw. There are very few records of the occurrence of genetic instability in the early years of the Imperium, or throughout the long millennia during which the Blood Angels were shaped. In the present day, however, it is for their unstoppable thirst for battle that the Blood Angels are considered unstable. Their fearsome reputation precludes them from many alliances with other Imperial forces. Thus it is that the curse has spread like a cancer, not only through the Blood Angels' body and psyche, but also through their honor.
The Flesh Tearers.
The Flesh Tearers chapter was created during the Second Founding, from the Blood Angels Legion. The Flesh Tearers possess the same savagery and fearsome reputation as the Blood Angels, but have also inherited the Black Rage. Indeed, the Black Rage has become more apparent, and it is now only a matter of time before the entire chapter is consumed. During the terrible bitter fighting of the Horus Heresy, the Blood Angels' Primarch Sanguinius was killed by the War Master Horus in the Emperor's assault on the traitor's battle barge. The psychogenetic after-effects of this trauma were not fully realized until later. The resulting Black Rage flaw had yet to be recognized. So, according to the dictates of the Codex Astartes, the Blood Angels Legion of Space Marines was broken into successive chapters, each numbering around 1,000 battle brothers and in possession of a fraction of the old Legion's gene seed stock. One of these successive chapters was the Flesh Tearers. Following the dreadful slaughter of the Battle on Terra, the Flesh Tearers were granted a single battle barge, the Victus, and immediately headed off into deep space with orders to crush any remaining rebel strongholds. For 3 millennia, the battle barge was directed to the loneliest regions of galactic space. The Flesh Tearers Space Marines on board, crusading against worlds still loyal to the dead War Master, and ruthlessly driving back any alien incursions that crossed their path. During this time of exploration and battle, the Flesh Tearers gained a reputation for outright savagery, far outstripping the rumours surrounding their parent chapter, the Blood Angels. Even the distant High Lords of Terror heard tales of whole populations slaughtered whenever treacherous followers of the fallen War Master were found, and entire convoys of ships destroyed when they tried to flee the Flesh Tearers' bloody retribution. But the galaxy is a huge place, and communication can be unreliable. The High Lords ruling the Imperium in the Emperor's name saw the amount of previously hostile worlds pacified by the Flesh Tearers' actions, and in this time of rebuilding after mankind's dreadful civil war, they were satisfied and did not look too closely. The Flesh Tearers chapter journeyed through space, on board the Victus, dispensing the Emperor's justice to all who would stand against him. Taking centuries in its course, the Victus navigated its way through the far western reaches of the galaxy, intent on eradicating the increased alien presence rumoured to be there. Eventually, the Flesh Tearers discovered the isolated, forgotten world of Cretacia. Homeworld. The oversized planet of Cretacia was the 4th planet in a system of 7, and at first approach it appeared to be uninhabitable. Finding Cretacia perpetually shrouded in dense cloud, the Flesh Tearers effected landings on the planet to discover what lay below. What the Marines discovered was a planet to rival any death world known in its lethality to human life. A trackless landscape of dense jungles and steamy swamps harboured many vicious reptilian, amphibious, and insectoid forms of life. Many Space Marines were lost to these hostile creatures on the first day before effective perimeters could be established. Even so, patrols still reported casualties from insects as big as men, with sharpened probosces that could penetrate power armour. Huge reptilian predators, almost as large as scout titans, that ripped through entire squads, and gigantic herbivores that could easily crush an unweary Space Marine with a massive foot. The Flesh Terrors quickly fought back against these immense creatures. Squads were engaged in hunts to cull as many of the native monsters as possible, ostensibly to clear more landing areas, though garrulous Imperial scholars now speculate that these hunts were for no other reason than to satiate the Flesh Terrors' lust for killing. As the patrol squads ranged further through the jungles and swamps, incredibly, humans were found. The humans discovered were apparently descended from some long-lost colony, originally formed millennia ago, during the dark age of technology, but had since devolved into an extremely primitive state. Lacking all but the most rudimentary aspects of a language, these primordial humans had somehow managed to not only adapt to living amongst the titanic monsters that roamed Cretaceous, but to actually thrive in the hostile environment. They proved to be incredibly strong and had superior reflexes to compensate for their limited intellects, giving rise to a race that was fierce enough to defend itself against the largest of the creatures that preyed upon them. The Flesh Terrors promptly rounded up hundreds of the ferocious humans, and the chaplains and sanguinary priests of the chapter set to work, testing their minds and bodies in soul-destroying trials to determine any evidence of corruption caused by their long isolation from the master of mankind. Though extremely backward and primitive, the Flesh Terrors deemed them free of deviancy. Chapter Master Amit saw the value of the world of Cretaceous. The inhospitable terrain and deadly creatures provided an ideal testing ground for his troops, whilst the primitive humans already inhabiting the world could easily be moulded into a potential battle brother. Declaring right of conquest, Amit founded a permanent home for his Flesh Terrors. Seth, Chapter Master of the Flesh Terrors, Guardian of the Rage. Chapter Master Seth has presided over the chapter of the Flesh Terrors for over 100 years. In his time, he has experienced many great victories, but he has also seen many of his battle brothers fall to the Black Rage. He has earned a great degree of enmity with most other Imperial armies he has fought alongside. Imperial Guard and Adeptus Sororitas commanders are often simply ignored, whilst other Marines grow frustrated with Seth's impetuous desire to instantly destroy all enemies. In battle, Seth can always be found in the vanguard of his forces, leading his Marines through incredible acts of savagery and bloodshed. When the Flesh Terror's presence is not required on the battlefield, he becomes stern and dour, forever preoccupied with the doom he now believes is impossible for his chapter to avoid. Gene Seed. The Flesh Terrors dropped the Blood Angels' practice of blood transfusion to new recruits when they split from the Legion after the Heresy. But by this time, Sanguinius' pain had already become so bound within the chapter's gene seed itself, they could not escape the effects of the Black Rage. Indeed, the Black Rage seems to have become more uncontrollable, perhaps because of their isolation or change in their gene replication practices. It has now become apparent that the Flesh Terror's gene seed has mutated a great deal over the past 10,000 years and degenerated vastly. Every year, more and more Flesh Terrors succumb to the Black Rage, with very few being able to survive more than 200 years before the curse of Horus overtakes them. Cretaceous has provided the Flesh Terrors with a good source of recruits in the past, as the primordial humans make excellent potential Space Marines. Only a small percentage of them reject the genetic modifications that make a Space Marine superhuman, while their simple minds are easily adapted to the mental conditioning all Space Marines undergo. However, even that supply of battle brothers has proved insufficient, as the Flesh Terror's defective gene seed accelerates in its degradation. This has increased the burden on the chaplains and sanguinary priests, whose responsibility it is to restrain brethren whose violent and uncontrollable behaviour forces them to be kept apart from other Marines. They are habitually locked away in a purpose-made prison known as the Tower of the Lost, located many miles from the main stronghold of the Fortress Monastery. The victims of the Black Rage imprisoned within the Tower of the Lost constantly howl their fury at the walls surrounding them, their wailing cries competing with the roars of the huge creatures that prowl the swamps around the tower. The chaplains and priests constantly search and experiment, anxious to discover a cure for their lost brothers and bring them back into the chapter, knowing all the time that the Black Rage will soon consume them as well. It is the duty of the Librarians of the Flesh Tearers to travel widely, desperate to find the ancient and sacred texts which they believe must exist, in the hope of finding lasting salvation from their curse. Carnarvon, High Chaplain of the Death Company, Watcher of the Lost. The High Chaplain of the Death Company bears a terrible responsibility, as it falls to him to watch over all 400 remaining Space Marines of the Flesh Tearers chapter for the onset of the Black Rage. This is a position he has occupied for nearly 250 years, and it is whispered by many that the strain of watching so many of his friends and comrades descend into the rage, becoming raving lunatics, hungry only for blood, has started to take its toll on his sanity. At this time, he has the final word as to who must be inducted into the Death Company, and which of those Marines must be permanently incarcerated in the Tower of the Lost when they fall so far into madness that even he cannot control them. When not in combat, Carnarvon spends most of his time within the Tower of the Lost, watching over his charges, ostensibly to find a path that will allow them to rejoin the chapter. However, his constant secrecy has a great many of the Flesh Tearers questioning his motives. Combat Doctrine. The Flesh Tearers are considered by Imperial strategists to be the epitome of a dedicated assault force. Those who have actually witnessed their bloodthirstiness in action, however, report of seemingly calculated brutality and savagery on an unparalleled level. A Flesh Tearers army in battle seeks nothing more than to rush towards the enemy with all haste, in an effort to tear them apart with chainswords and power fists, and, if need be, their bare hands and teeth. Heavy weapons and armoured vehicles are eschewed in all but the very largest of armies, as the barely controlled bloodlust that arises in every battle brother drives each Flesh Tearer Space Marine forward to destroy their foes in close combat. The extremely limited vehicle resources of the chapter tend to be concentrated on transports such as rhinos and razorbacks, as the Flesh Tearers prefer to surge forwards and take the enemy with bolt pistol and power axe. When confronted by enemies who cower within bunkers and fortifications, the Flesh Tearers employ short-ranged melter weapons, power fists, and even their own raw strength. Once unleashed, they will permit nothing to stand between themselves and the gratification they can find only in close combat. There have been occasions, though none well documented, when Allied forces have accidentally interposed themselves between the Flesh Tearers and their foe. The Flesh Tearers remain unrepentant to this day regarding the savage consequences of this folly. The terrible violence that follows a Flesh Tearers army has made many other forces of the Imperium extremely weary of fighting alongside these Space Marines. Carefully laid plans can be shattered by the Flesh Tearers' eagerness for combat, and their bloodthirsty actions on the battlefield have sickened even veterans of countless wars. The chapter has been under almost constant inquisitorial investigation following the Kalan massacre of M36, and some Imperial Guard officers have dared to refuse the dubious honour of fighting alongside the Flesh Tearers, particularly after rumours started to spread concerning their vindictive assaults on entire planetary populations during the Arakata uprisings of M39. Relatively few forces have fought alongside the Flesh Tearers more than once. Claims regarding their unnatural behaviour during the Feast of Victory, during which many enemy prisoners disappear, have meant few force commanders are willing to stay in the vicinity once the fighting is finished. Organisation. Though originally formed within the dictates of the Codex Astartes, the Flesh Tearers have been ravaged by the curse of the Black Rage, and now number barely 4 full companies. Unless some salvation can be found, their numbers may be halved within the next millennium. Though the chapter tries to adhere to the Codex Astartes, Adjustments to the structure of their companies have been necessitated by their depleted numbers. All 4 are considered to be battle companies, with no reserve being present anywhere in the chapter. Each Marine is fully expected to be proficient in tactical, assault, and even devastator duties, as well as being skilled in the operation of all the chapter's remaining vehicles. In theatres of war, individual squads will rapidly change their role to suit the mission and equipment on hand. In addition, the first company, breaking from the tradition of most Space Marine chapters, is not a pure veteran force, as so few flesh tearers are able to withstand the pressure of the Black Rage long enough to gain such status. Instead, individual squads of veteran Marines are formed within each company out of the most accomplished warriors they have. The Flesh Tearers' fleet is also comparatively small, with the battle barge Victus being their only major warship. The Victus is millennia old, but has been kept in fighting condition and is capable of transporting the entire chapter. A far more common sight for the enemies of the Emperor are the 7 rapid strike vessels which the chapter keeps in operation. Each has been modified to carry an entire company. Battle Cry. The Flesh Tearers have developed a dreadful cry when they charge that, amplified by their power armor's Vox systems, has been known to stun lesser enemies into utter submission. To date, there have been no recordings made of their cry, though the few survivors of their assaults have described it as a wailing sound that drove deep into their minds, bringing to the fore an absolute terror that made it almost impossible to halt the Space Marines' brutal assault. The Iron Hands. The Iron Hands have been unforgiving devotees to the Emperor's word since the time of legends, when the godlike Primarchs walked amongst men. Through the countless centuries, the Iron Hands have remained unwavering in their faith and belief. They have endured dark years of suffering and pain, where others have faltered and been forgotten by time. They look with disgust on those who lack their strength of will and punish them without remorse. Their Primarch Ferrus Manus is seen as a strong and unwavering warrior god, the saviour of his people, who will return one day to lead all of humanity from the darkness that besets it from all sides and from within. At the very dawn of the Imperium, a time of great deeds and mighty battles, Ferrus Manus broke the darkness of the world of Medusa and became the shining light of its people. The sky, perpetually darkened by a great calamity of the long-gone ancients, was ripped asunder as Ferrus descended from the heavens amid a great inferno of light. Never before had the primitive human clans of Medusa seen such a light, and they were awed and frightened by the fiery display that burned their eyes. The great star crashed into the mightiest mountain of Medusa, Karashi, the ice pinnacle. The impact shattered the mountain top, burying Ferrus deep in the ice in a tremendous explosion of steam. The land shook under the impact, which could be felt the world over. Mountains were toppled, and great chasms were formed, as the world rumbled under the coming of the great Primarch. Years later, the great warrior god, Ferrus, walked unscathed and fully formed from the uninhabited mountain ranges of the far northern wastes, where the ice pinnacle lies. The legends of the roaming clans, taught from father to son throughout the ages, revolve around the early exploits of Ferrus, tales of fantastic acts of strength and endurance. No one could match his strength of arm, try as he might to find a worthy opponent. He sought out every physical challenge that he could, always returning victorious. According to one often recounted mythic tale, he once challenged a storm giant to a competition of strength. The giant lifted a mountain between his hands and set it back down a mile away. The giant's laugh died as Ferrus lifted the entire mountain range onto his back, carrying it to a neighbouring island. The humble giant was never seen again. Ferrus travelled the length and breadth of Medusa, becoming well known by all its people, and coming to know the land itself as no one ever had. He travelled areas that any other man would have found inaccessible. He climbed the highest mountains. He swam the deepest oceans, always pushing himself and his body, pushing his levels of endurance and strength to unfathomable levels. His strength and fury made him renowned and feared amongst the people of the clans, who valued such qualities highly. And he was uniformly adopted by them as one of their own. He never sought to end the conflicts between the clans, seeing such competition as healthy and strengthening. He always remained neutral, never participating in their feuds, so as not to favour one clan over another. The most famous heroic story of Ferrus was his titanic battle against Asenath, the Great Silver Wime. This is recounted in the Canticle of the Travels, an epic poem of unknown origin that is still taught to clan children at their parents' knee. He had stalked the great beast for days through the legendary land of shadows, the fearful land of the ancients, a place of great fear and mystery. This place, long since lost, was said to be a land of metal and stone relics of giant proportions, remnants of a forgotten age. The ghost spirits of the clans are said to roam there once they leave the world of the living. The Canticle describes the monstrous creature as having skin made of living metal that was impervious to harm. Try as he might, Ferrus could not pierce the metal hide of the beast, his fists pummeling harmlessly against it. Fighting the creature for days on end, across continents and seas, Ferrus remained undaunted, confident of his own abilities. He eventually slew the great beast by holding the writhing creature submerged in a lava flow, enduring horrific pain but bearing it stoically. When he finally removed his arms from the lava, the Wime was no more. His hands, however, were encased in the same living metal that the creature's skin was made of, a metal that was as flexible as flesh, as strong as the hardest ceramite. It is known that myths involving Ferrus and his metal hands precede the Canticle of Travels, but only in the Canticle is this explanation given as to how the metal came to be fused to his body. He returned to the clans after his travels, fitted with new and wonderful ideas, which he taught to all who wished to learn. He created strange and powerful weapons and tools out of metal, shaping them with his living metal hands. He taught the clans such wonders that they could never have imagined possible. It was a time of greatness for the people of Medusa. The civilization of the clans advanced at tremendous pace, and the people became increasingly strong and proud. When the heavens split open for the second time in history, and dark Medusa was once again filled with light, the clans were confused and frightened. They could not understand what this might mean for them and their world. They were happy as they were, and saw whatever was coming as a threat. Ferrus did not speak, but left the clans immediately to travel to the northern reaches where the light had descended. The clans grew worried, as days passed with no word of their saviour. A great council was called, the first of its type ever formed on Medusa, with representatives from each of the clans present. They argued over what should be done, but could come to no agreement. Days turned to weeks, and the people grew desperate in their unease. This unease turned to terror as the land literally erupted beneath their feet. They ran out of the council great tent in their panic, savage electrical storms ripping the skies asunder above them. They wailed in their dread, for the fury of the storm seemed far from natural, and they felt certain the end of their world drew near. The terrible storm assaulted the land for a week and a day, so it is said, after which time an unearthly silence descended. The clans returned to the great council, unsure what would come of such dire portents. The next morning the doors to the great council were thrown wide, and Ferrus strode in, resplendent in his magnificence. At his side walked a figure that stood as his equal, a radiant figure who awed the clansmen as much as Ferrus had always done. The very air was set to crackle with the combined power that exuded from the pair, and the bond between them was immediately apparent. What actually occurred when the two divine beings met is unknown. The myths surrounding the meeting of these two most powerful and heroic of figures revolve around a clash of wills and power that tore the land asunder. Many of the myths relate to how when Ferrus saw the Emperor, he recognized in him an equal. He strode up the mountains to confront him, confident of his own abilities and wishing to test them against this personage of obvious power. In the ensuing conflict, the two godly beings were evenly matched in all ways, neither being able to better the other. The awesome confrontation of power devastated the landscape, shattering the very heavens and earth alike. Regardless of details, all the stories agree that when the two figures came down from the great northern mountains, the bond and mutual respect between them was unwavering. Ferrus left Medusa reluctantly. He was torn between conflicting feelings of loyalty. On the one hand were his people, whom he had helped to flourish, and his beloved Medusa that had tempered and strengthened him. On the other hand, the sense of duty that he felt towards the Emperor was overwhelming. He knew that his people would survive without him, and that his Emperor needed him now. Further, he learned of his legion, an entire army of warriors formed in his image. Still, he was distraught at the thought of leaving this land and its people that had formed who he was in so many ways. The Iron Hands Legion, as they came to be known, fought with valor across the galaxy, cutting a deadly swathe through any and all who opposed the Emperor's word. For surely only those who wished humanity ill would reject his divine teachings. As the need arose, the Legion recruited many of its members from Medusa, and these warriors proved especially resolute both in body and in faith. Ferrus believed passionately in the Emperor's attempt to unify all of humanity. Mankind, Ferrus believed, was in grave danger, not least of all from itself. Unless it stood united, it would be slowly destroyed, piece by piece. He saw many weak people around him, and saw that infirmity as a plague. He would rather see those weak links of humanity destroyed than have them pose a threat, an unnecessary frailty that would pose a burden to the rest. On Medusa, the weak children were exposed to the elements so as not to place an unnecessary encumbrance on the rest of the community. So too, when the time came that an adult was incapable of providing for the community, that person left their clan. Those who accepted the Emperor's divine teachings were embraced. Those who did not were cut down without pity. The ruthlessness of the Legion and its Primarch terrified those who stood in the way of their relentless approach, and many worlds turned to the Emperor out of the overwhelming fear of retribution that these callous warriors were becoming renowned for. The Horus Heresy. It is said that Horus, the first and most trusted of the Emperor's Primarchs, was held in great esteem by Ferrus, who appreciated his martial ideals. The news of Horus's treachery was met with outrage by the Iron Hands and their Primarch alike. They were disgusted at the weakness of those they had previously called brothers. Their holy crusade had led them to a far outlying section of the galaxy, and Ferrus fumed over their remote position. Nevertheless, full of righteous anger, the Iron Hands turned their ships for Isstvan V, where the treacherous War Master was gathering his might. Ferrus despaired for humanity when it seemed that even the most devoted of battle brothers could be turned from their divine mission. He raged at the flaws of his fellow men, all of whom seemed susceptible to weakness except those of his own legion. He became even more strict on himself and his brothers, training against such dangerous fragility in all its forms. Ferrus chose the fastest of the Legion's ships and together with his most veteran troops sped towards Isstvan V ahead of the rest of the Legion. As they had feared, the majority of the fleet arrived too late to take part in the attack, and it was with dread and horror that they learned of the disastrous treachery that had greeted their Primarch's attack. He and the veterans joined with 6 other legions in the planetary assault. Ferrus spearheaded the attack, with 2 other legions suffering horrendous casualties as they dropped into the planet's atmosphere. The 4 legions that were backing up their initial attack turned on the unprotected flank of the Loyalists in an unforeseen betrayal, sealing the doom of the legions, who were massacred in the ensuing battle. What became of the great Primarch Ferrus remains a mystery. It is known that when the legions showed their true colours, he realised his impending doom and attacked the traitors with renewed fury. So desperate was he to face Horus. The number of the Iron Hands were few, however, and they alone were not enough to back up Ferrus's attack, although they died trying. The Iron Hands have never forgiven the Salamanders or the Raven Guard for failing to follow his lead. They believed that had they done so, Horus would have fallen, triggering the collapse of the forces of chaos. The body of Ferrus was never found. However, and many believe he somehow survived. One particular story is that his racked body was rescued and restored, and that he took refuge on Mars, where he resides still, though this is violently refuted by the Iron Hands themselves. The Iron Hands despaired as to the fate of mankind. Their distress and confusion grew when they learned that the God Emperor had fallen in a titanic battle with the corrupted Horus. And lo, despair was compounded, for mankind had lost not only he who broke the darkness, Ferrus Manus, the shining light of Medusa, cut down by foul corruption and betrayal, but worse was to come. and there was much anguish and horror, for the most holy God Emperor was, alas, to be lost to the world of man. Extract from the Scriptorium of Iron. Having lost all of its veterans in the disastrous assault on Istvan V, the crippled legion returned to Medusa full of anger. Their brooding fury was directed at those whose weakness had forced them into a situation where their Primarch was lost and the crusade abandoned. Their anger grew as time passed, and even extended to a resentment towards those loyal legions who could not protect the Emperor. They felt sure that had they been closer to Terra, then things would have worked out differently. They cursed the War Master Horus, who they believed had known of the Iron Hand's unyielding faith and strength, and whose subtle manipulations had surely arranged for them to be far away from both Terra and Istvan V at the moment he struck. Taking refuge in their anger, the Iron Hands have used that emotion to further strengthen themselves against the dangers of frailty. This became their guiding devotion, and they use any means necessary to destroy any form of weakness that they perceive in themselves and others. They do this without remorse, for they see that they are doing humanity a blessing by removing such a dangerous failing. Only a strong and united humanity will survive. And so until the return of Ferrus, when he will lead humanity out of the darkness, the Iron Hands strengthen and prepare themselves, seeking to eradicate any weak links that could once more threaten the eventual unification of humanity. There were dark stories told of the Legion replacing its lost warriors with purely mechanical power-armored creations, though these rumors were never substantiated, nor were they widely believed. Homeworld. The world of Medusa is a harsh realm of perpetual gloom, situated precariously close to the Eye of Terror. The sun almost never breaks through the dark and polluted sky, as it constantly churns over a land of frozen mountain ranges, interspersed with volcanoes and boiling hot geysers. The landscape is under constant flux, the shifting of tectonic plates forming new mountains and seas, and destroying them as quickly as they were created. The people of Medusa are a hardy race that flourishes despite the hostile environment. They are in a constant battle with the elements and with each other, as each clan vies for hard-to-come-by and jealously defended resources. The unpredictable nature of the landscape of Medusa means that the little that is built will not last for very long, except in those few areas of relative calm. And as such, the clans build very few permanent structures, but rather carry their possessions and livelihoods along with them as they traverse the landscape. In days gone past, the clans hauled great caravans along by hand. The inhabitants of Medusa still follow this tradition, though the means of transport has changed to reflect the changing times. Great caterpillar-like mining haulers crawl across the landscape in grand processions as the clans move. These haulers constantly disgorge their raw exhaust into the atmosphere, adding to the thickening sulphurous clouds that swirl around the planet like a shroud. Karashi, the ice pinnacle, can still be seen today, though it is said to be half the size it once was. The great gaping hole at its peak that spews ash and steam into the atmosphere is evidence of where the shining light of Ferrus crashed in an age previous. Still, it rumbles the anger of Medusa, a constant reminder of the need for vigilance. The clans of Medusa prepare for that day when the ice pinnacle ceases to rumble Medusa's unease. For that day, it is foretold, will mark the second coming of the great Primarch. With his return, Medusa will be at last content. Combat Doctrine. The Iron Hands' particular hatred for weakness in any form or nature has a marked effect on their combat doctrine. Their hatred is extended to incorporate the physical body, and they see weakness even in their own augmented physiques. These perceived frailties are ruthlessly eradicated through any possible means. This has further developed to a near worship of the mechanical that approaches the zeal and devotion of the Adeptus Mechanicus. A weak body can easily be broken or led into temptations of the flesh. So they believe, and this is what the Iron Hands hate and fear most of all. Consequently, the harder, more mechanical the body, the less room there is for physical failings and frailties. The Iron Fathers fuel the hatred and anger of the Iron Hands with rousing speeches and oratories, encouraging its growth and intensity. The chapter takes this powerful emotion onto the battlefield, where it is focused against the enemy at hand, whoever that may be. The Iron Hands fight with renewed intensity and determination, certain in the knowledge that they act for the good of mankind, by crusading against the weak and corrupted. The cold fury of the chapter as it goes to battle is fearful to witness and deadly in its effectiveness. The bitter Space Marines advance machine-like and relentless, throwing themselves violently at the enemy in their focused, severe fervour. The Iron Hands revere the limited number of Terminator suits and Dreadnoughts that they possess, and treat them with the utmost respect and devotion. Entire squads of Terminators are rare, however, for the inspiration they create amongst the ranks is better served when they act as leaders of individual squads. Sergeants will often wear Terminator armour that is rumoured to be physically bonded to them, and it is not uncommon for battle forces to be led by Dreadnoughts. The inspiration which their presence causes amongst the Iron Hands proves to be of more benefit when acting within these roles. Organisation. The organisation of the Iron Hands changed upon its return to Medusa. The Legion was split into 3 separate and individual chapters. The newly formed Red Talons and the Brazen Claw left their brethren and founded their own fortress monasteries, ever since becoming increasingly reclusive. One chapter retained the name of the Legion and based itself on Medusa, the homeworld of their Primarch. The organisation of the chapter has moved away from the standard codex form, becoming more like a reflection of the native clans of Medusa. Contact between the 3 chapters deteriorated as they became increasingly insular, while contact with other Space Marine chapters became virtually non-existent. There are 10 clan companies, which act in much the same way as the battle companies of traditional codex chapters, being versatile and capable in any given situation. However, where traditional codex chapters have a distinct separation between the various companies that form it, such as the 10th company being formed as scouts, the Iron Hands chapter is made up solely of its 10 clan companies. These generally act as completely separate entities in their own right, and it is not unknown for minor skirmishes to break out between clan companies. This is encouraged so as to keep the Space Marines strong and vigilant. Each clan company has its own hierarchy, and is responsible for the recruitment of new Space Marines in order to keep the clan company numbers at their required level. These new recruits are taken from the clans of Medusa, who embrace their clan company and the chapter as a whole. The clan companies are nomadic, much like the clans they are recruiting from. They travel the galaxy, following their continuing crusade against weakness and corruption. When the Iron Hands return to Medusa, they travel the inhospitable Medusa landscape, seeking recruits, remaining ever vigilant against weakness in any guise appearing on their homeworld. The Iron Hands do not maintain a fortress monastery as such, for the shifting lands would inevitably make any such structure temporary. Rather, each individual clan company maintains a mobile version, great land behemoths that constantly traverse the treacherous landscape. These fully automated creations, arcane wonders made by the Adeptus Mechanicus, are served by great armies of mechanical servitors, keeping them in perfect order during the chapter's absence. As a direct result of their respect for the mechanical body, the Iron Hands differ significantly in some regards from the standard Codex organization. On induction to the chapter, new recruits have their left hands removed and replaced with bionics, a ritual symbolizing their link with Ferrus and their refusal of the weakness of the flesh. This is the start of a slow process of mechanization of the body for the recruits, leading towards the stage when the entire organic body can be rejected. The ultimate aim for the Iron Hands Marines is to become mind-fused with the body of a hulking dreadnought, the perfect blend of organic and mechanic. One particular revered and respected warrior is chosen to represent each clan within the chapter. Together, these 10 warriors form the Great Council of the Iron Hands. As such, there is no single commander of the chapter. They see this as a strength and a precaution, so that no individual can lead the Iron Hands astray, as they saw happen to so many of their brother Marines. The Great Clan Council is often formed of ancient dreadnoughts, warriors who have long given up the frailties of their organic bodies. Another variation from the standard codex form is the distinct lack of chaplains within the chapter. They are replaced in sorts by the Iron Fathers, who in effect take the dual role of Tech Marine and Chaplain. The reverence the Iron Hands hold for the mechanical is represented by the Iron Father, who has ties to the cult Mechanicus as well as acknowledging the supreme divinity of the Emperor. Beliefs. The anger and hatred that the Iron Hands feel towards weakness grows daily. They are increasingly doubtful of the strength and worth of their brother chapters, becoming resigned to the fact that they alone can stamp out the deficiencies that they see besetting humanity from all sides. They perceive weakness in everything around them and prepare for the day when Ferrus will return to at last lead them. That time when they will stand firm with the Primarch in the final reunification of mankind. According to their scriptures, the moment the Emperor fell, the psychic shockwave was felt with such intensity that it reached Ferrus even though he had left the realm of man. An image of Ferrus appeared before his legion, and his anguish and despair was unimaginable. It is said that this apparition spoke of his fears for mankind. He spoke of a great calamity, a darkness that would assail humanity at some unforeseen moment in the future, and his promise that he would be there to lead humanity through its trials of darkness. Amongst the Iron Hands, it is taught that he ascended to an unearthly paradise realm, where he fights eternally, becoming ever stronger. And so it is said that Ferrus Manus left the world of man, preparing for the time when he is required again, that time of darkness when his light is needed most of all. The actions of their Primarch, so the Iron Hands believe, implicitly warned against the weakness of the flesh. His clearly superior metallic hands have long been interpreted as a direct message of this to his legion. The Iron Hands therefore follow their Primarch's example by gradually eliminating the inherent weakness within their bodies, making them increasingly mechanized. This was further developed to form the most important principle of the Iron Hands: the unyielding mind and the unyielding body. Under this maxim, the strongest, most incorruptible warrior is formed, so they believe. This has proved to be extremely effective, for in all their long and glorious history, there has never been any record of an Iron Hands Space Marine failing in his duty as a result of any physical frailty. The Iron Hands have a close link with the Adeptus Mechanicus and embrace many of the beliefs of the machine cult. The reverence they hold for the mechanical, the physical embodiment of knowledge, is frowned upon by the majority of more Codex Space Marine chapters. The most talented of the chapter's Iron Fathers are sent to Mars, the ancient and mysterious homeworld of the Adeptus Mechanicus, where they study under the Tech Priest engineers. The Iron Hands often make use of weaponry and armor that is generally unseen outside the Mars-based cult. What the mysterious and typically insular cult Mechanicus gains from this strange relationship is unclear. The retaking of the Comte Qual subsector. The reclamation of the heretic subsector of Comte Qual was achieved with such astonishing swiftness and fury that it stands as an example to all those who contemplate inciting the wrath of the Iron Hands. Indeed, many would-be usurpers and heretics have renewed their faith in the glory of the Emperor under the threat of the Iron Hands' fearsome retribution. Comte Qual contained several planetary systems, primarily conglomerations of agricultural worlds rich in resources. They had prospered in a happy isolation for centuries, and the people lived a decadent life, believing they had found an earthly paradise, far removed from the turmoil and ugliness of the rest of the universe. The taint of chaos spread quickly through the upper hierarchy of the planets, feeding off the desires and weaknesses of those in positions of power. Within a month, the entire subsector writhed with the corrupting essence of chaos. The terrible fury of the Iron Hands was overwhelming. They stormed into the subsector, taking the first few planets before any form of resistance could be assembled. Entire populations were ruthlessly cut down to a man, slaughtered while their pleas for mercy went unheard. The death of every heretic and traitor only strengthened the Imperium, and the chapter had no mercy for those who would let such corruption overtake their world. The pivotal battle came on the hive world of Shadonos, the nucleus for the chaotic powers that were rife in the subsector. A tear had appeared in the fabric of real space, opening a direct link to the warp. Foul abominations formed of pure chaos matter poured through the rift, to be welcomed and embraced by the twisted inhabitants of the planet. Demons whispered sweet words of corruption into the ears of the assaulting Space Marines. But true to their beliefs, not a single warrior was tempted. The Iron Hands fought with such ferocity and hatred that despite the horrendous losses, they eradicated the foul presence within days. The rift was closed by the combined force of will of the chapter's librarians, and the cleansing of the subsector continued. After the fall of Shadonos, the rest of the subsector was quickly forced into submission, returning humbly to their faith in the Emperor. One after another, the worlds turned on their perverted overlords in mass rebellions. The Iron Hands executed 1 in every 3 citizens in an intensive mass cleansing, a punishment and warning to remain ever vigilant against the inherent dangers of weakness. In what has become typical fashion, the evidence of the unforgiving fury of the Iron Hands inspired a wave of devotion that spread before them. When the chapter left Quanqual, mere weeks after its arrival, they left a subsector whose surviving worlds were to become amongst the most devoted of all those within the Imperium. Great heroes. Paulian Blanter was an inspiration to his chapter, who served the Kargol clan company for many centuries. His technical abilities became apparent soon after his induction into the Iron Hands, and within decades he had become the preeminent Iron Father of the clan company. The other clans sent their young aspirants to study under the Great Master, and the entire chapter benefited from his experience. In the realm of bionic enhancement, he was unparalleled, and his refinements of the augmentation process distinctly affected the direction of the chapter. It was Paulian who led the dramatic counterattack against the insidious Dark Eldar on the industrial world of Caladrone, rescuing the badly wounded war leader Banus and carrying him to safety. Banus had been terribly mutilated by the twisted aliens, and it was Paulian himself who performed the tech surgery that enabled Banus to continue to lead his chapter for centuries to come. Indeed, Banus still leads his clan company as an ancient and powerful dreadnought. Being an integral member of the Great Clan Council, his wisdom and experience continue to benefit the chapter as a whole. The disdain that Paulian felt for his organic body was legendary. The augmentation of his body was a constant process, and he ceaselessly sought new ways of strengthening himself. Indeed, towards the end of his long and successful lifespan, there was little organic left of him other than his brilliant, mechanically orientated mind. The ritual scarring and punishment that he inflicted on the few exposed areas of his skin became synonymous with his skill as a tech. The Iron Fathers of the chapter, as a whole, routinely scar their bodies in reverence to him, and they uniformly aspire to his technical brilliance and insight.
The World Eaters. Of all the Space Marine legions created by the Emperor to reconquer the galaxy during the Great Crusade, none were more feared than the World Eaters. At the forefront of the bloodiest assaults and most vicious battles, the World Eaters became a byword for bloodshed and terror on a horrifying scale. Kept chained within the deepest dungeon of the Library Sanctus on Terra, the bloodstained pages of the Liber Malum record the fate of those who have trod the path to damnation. To even mention its name is to risk madness. Many other blasphemous heretics and tyrants, whose names sully the pages with their treacheries. But foremost amongst all these damned souls is the name of Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters Space Marine Legion. The legend of Angron is incomplete, and there is much that is not known, or so shrouded in dark legend that the true facts are impossible to discern. How Angron came to be separated from the Emperor so soon after his creation, and the name of the planet he eventually came to call home, is unknown. Indeed, where this planet was, or even if it still exists, is uncertain. Carpinus' Speculum Historiale speaks of Angron's world as technologically advanced, though does not name it, ruled over by a caste of wealthy elites who lived in decadent opulence, while the populace of their cities lived in abject poverty in the slums surrounding their walled palaces. To distract the populace from their daily woes, the rulers of this world held regular death games in colossal arenas with cybernetically enhanced gladiators who battled in mortal combat to satisfy the bloodlust of the people. It was on this world that Primarch Angron was eventually to be discovered, but how he came to be there is unrecorded. However it came to pass, it is known that Angron was discovered by a slaver who chanced upon the bleeding figure of the Primarch, surrounded by scores of alien corpses high in the northern mountains. History does not record to what race these aliens belonged, but many Imperial scholars believe them to have been Eldar, perhaps attacking the Primarch with some foreknowledge of what the future held for him. Angron had been grievously wounded, but was alive, and, seeing that all his wounds were to the fore, the slaver realized that Angron must be a formidable warrior. Taken as a slave, Angron was nursed back to health, and bio-neural implants were surgically grafted to his cerebral cortex. Relics from the dark age of technology, these would boost a warrior's aggression and strength in battle, and turn him into a frenzied killer. Angron was taken to the planet's capital, where his obvious potential as a gladiator was soon realized, and he was brought by the largest and most patronized arena in the city. The cells below the arena were home to several thousand cyber gladiators, and Angron now took his place amongst them. After only a few months, Angron had gained a bloody reputation as a proud warrior of fearsome skill, with a strong sense of martial honor. He killed hundreds of warriors in single and multiple combats, but those who fought well he spared. Angron was a firm favorite of the baying crowds, and while he appeared to relish the life of a gladiator, he was always plotting ways to escape his life of slavery. He was a troublesome slave, with an instinctive anti-authoritarian streak, and several times attempted to break out of the arena's dungeons. The fighters were held under extremely heavy security, with hundreds of heavily armed guards constantly on duty, and every attempt met with failure. Within a few years, his fame had spread to every corner of the globe, and his reputation as a fearsome killer was well established. Thousands flocked to watch Angron fight, and under his tutelage, the gladiators became deadlier and deadlier, until no other arena's warriors could stand against them. Following another failed escape bid, Angron finally understood that he could not succeed alone. His unbending warrior's code and training methods had made him a well-respected leader amongst the gladiators, and, with the largest death games on the planet rapidly approaching, Angron began planning his most daring escape attempt yet. For these games, Angron was permitted to stage a vast display of battle involving every one of the arena's gladiators, and, at its height, as the crowd drowned the arena in cheers, Angron's followers turned on their guards, butchering them and fighting their way free. Against soldiers armed with guns, their casualties were horrendous, but nearly 2,000 managed to escape into the city, stealing what weapons and supplies they could before battling their way into the mountains. Angron's army took refuge in the highest reaches of the northern mountains, close to where he had been discovered by the slaver many years ago. The rulers of the planet immediately dispatched a force to destroy the escapees, but woefully underestimated the capabilities of Angron's slave army. Within days, a few pitiful survivors were all that remained of the once proud host, stumbling back to the city, their weapons taken and comrades slaughtered. For the next few years, many such forces were sent against Angron's slave army, and each one was defeated, cut to pieces by the psychotic fury of the cybernetically enhanced warriors. But attrition and hunger were taking their toll on the slaves, and soon they numbered less than 1,000. On a mountain named Fedden Mahor, as darkness fell, Angron was finally surrounded by no less than 5 vastly superior armies, and it looked as though the slave rebellion was finally over. Not even the Primarch could stand against such numbers, and the following day's battle would surely see him dead. It was around this time that the Emperor came to this world, drawn by the psychic aura of the Primarch. The Emperor had observed Angron in secret from orbit for some time, watching with pride as he led the slaves in battle. Now he descended to the planet's surface, offering Angron leadership of the World Eaters Space Marine Legion and a place at his side. But to the Emperor's surprise, Angron refused. His place was here, with his fellow slaves, and he would die before deserting them. Angron and the slaves dug their graves during the night, a signal to their enemies that they would fight to the death rather than surrender. The Emperor knew that even though Angron was a Primarch, he would perish in the coming battle, and bringing his ship into low orbit, teleported Angron away from Feden Moor. Without their leader, the morale of the slaves was destroyed, and the following morning they were slaughtered by the combined armies of the planet's rulers. In space, as the Great Crusade continued, Angron eventually took command of the World Eaters, but never forgave the Emperor for his abduction from the planet, and what he saw as a betrayal of his martial honor. Knowing how effective at boosting a warrior's prowess the psychosurgery could be, Angron ordered the Tech Marines of the World Eaters to duplicate the process, using the implants in his head as a template. However, the art of this technology's construction had long since been forgotten, and the early attempts at reproducing it were unreliable, often triggering uncontrollable and unstoppable psychotic episodes in the recipients. Eventually, the Tech Marines were able to construct working implants that heightened aggression and strength, drafting them to whole companies of World Eater Space Marines. Initially, the enhanced companies were highly successful, quickly gaining a fearsome reputation as terror troops. No mercy was offered by the World Eaters, only bloody death at the end of a chain axe. The Liber Malum speaks of whole systems surrendering wholesale rather than face the wrath of the World Eaters. But it was only a matter of time before the Legion's use of psychosurgery on its recruits became widely known. Following the infamous Gehenna Scouring, where an entire planet's population were butchered in a single night of bloodshed, the World Eaters were censored by the Emperor and commanded to cease the use of the implants. Angron paid little heed to this and ordered the work of the Tech Marines to continue until almost every Space Marine in the Legion had undergone the ritual surgery. Blood rites became an increasingly important part of the Legion's heritage as their slaughter continued across the galaxy, and it became common practice for Space Marines to compete in the number of enemy skulls they could take in battle. Many of Angron's brother Primarchs voiced their concerns to the Emperor, and now the Master of Mankind made a fatal error. He dispatched Horus, the most trusted of all the Primarchs, to confront Angron and bring him back into line. Horus was a master psychologist, and, unbeknownst to the Emperor, had already been corrupted by the Chaos powers. In Angron, he saw a warrior consumed by bitterness and resentment, and it was a simple matter for Horus to feed that bitterness, emphasizing the Emperor's betrayal, painting him as a weakling in need of replacing. He told Angron exactly what he wanted to hear. And when Horus eventually betrayed the Emperor, beginning the First Galactic Civil War, Angron's World Eaters marched beside the sons of Horus. The ferocity and horror once visited upon the enemies of the Emperor by the World Eaters now fell upon the Imperium. The World Eaters fought in the vanguard of every battle, fighting in the bloodiest assaults, preferring to tear the enemy to pieces at close quarters rather than with long-range firepower. Angron's warriors could have bloody swayed across the galaxy towards Terra, drinking the blood of their victims and taking their skulls in honor of their new master, Khorne, the Blood God. On Terra, surviving vidlogs from the Siege of Terra show the World Eaters breaching the walls of the Imperial Palace, the twisted red form of Angron wielding his glowing rune sword at their head. The World Eaters reaped a bloody harvest on Terra, but ultimate victory was to be denied them. With the Dark Angels and Space Wolves en route to Terra, Horus gambled everything in order to end the siege, lowering the shields on his battle barge and daring the Emperor to come for him. The Emperor rose to the challenge and faced his betrayer in a combat that would decide the fate of the galaxy. The two fought a battle that was waged in every realm, physical, spiritual, and psychic, until at last the Emperor slew Horus, but only at the cost of his own humanity. Without the great betrayer to bind them, the Chaos host disintegrated and fled the planet. Angron was the last to leave, leading the World Eaters deep into the Eye of Terror. The battle had been lost, but the war would go on. He and his warriors had all eternity to seek revenge. Homeworld. The homeworld of Angron remains a mystery to this day. No known record exists of where the Emperor encountered Angron, and none of these histories scanned by the scribes and Terra appear to match the description given in the Speculum Historiale of Angron's world. Scholars postulate that Angron himself may have returned to his homeworld upon the outbreak of the Horus Heresy and destroyed it to avenge the death of his fellow slaves. It is certainly true that the World Eaters destroyed a number of worlds, seemingly at random on their bloody advance to Terra. But whether one of these was his homeworld is a riddle that only Angron knows the answer to. With the heresy ended, the World Eaters fled to the Eye of Terror, the Legion swiftly degenerating into roving bands of chaos renegades. As such, they have no particular base or homeworld. Each warband operating from whatever craft they can lay their blood-stained hands upon. Combat Doctrine. The World Eaters have only one desire: to slay their enemies in close combat and take their skulls for corn. To this end, the Legion cast aside their long-ranged weapons and took up the chain axe and pistol. The thirst for blood and slaughter has become such an overpowering need to the World Eaters that when battle is joined, they rampage across the battlefield, roaring the name of Khorne, all strategy and tactics forgotten in their thirst for bloodshed. In combat, these frothing madmen are ferocious warriors who will fight to the death, knowing that their blood is as welcome to Khorne as that of their foes. Truly, it is said that the World Eaters' credo is victory or death. Organization. Banished to the Eye of Terror and tied forever to the worship of Khorne, the blood rituals of the Legion became an ever more important part of the World Eaters' daily lives. Mighty oceans of blood filled in his praise. The legendary tactical organization of the Space Marines broke down, washed away by the years of slaughter that followed. As more and more of the Legion's officers and champions were possessed by demons or became mighty chaos champions, the last vestiges of discipline and organization fell away. The once proud Space Marine Legion was reduced to howling berserker killers, thirsting for death and bloodshed. After the night of madness on the demon world of Scalathrax, when a champion named Khan turned on his fellow World Eaters, the Legion tore itself apart in a day-long slaughter, becoming nothing more than roving bands of renegades, endlessly questing for battle and death. Such bands vary enormously in size, from single champions, small squads to company-sized forces capable of untold destruction. The champions who lead these marauders will fight alongside any other Chaos Lord who is gathering his forces, asking for nothing more than the chance to spill blood in the name of Khorne. But even a Chaos Lord must be weary lest his head be added to the tally of skulls. The Cleansing of Aragata. During the heady days of the Great Crusade, the boundaries of the Emperor's space were continually being pushed back by his Primarchs. Many worlds welcomed the arrival of the Emperor's armies, while others foolishly resisted. Aragata was a technologically advanced world that had been isolated for the Imperium for many centuries, and when Imperial envoys arrived bearing word of the Emperor's return, they were executed in a bloody gesture of independence. The military might of Aragata was formidable, and thus the honour of its pacification fell to warriors from no less than 3 legions: the Lunar Wolves, the Ultramarines, and the World Eaters. The Emperor's War Master, Horus, was in overall command of the force, and under his masterful generalship, the armies of Aragata were quickly subdued, until only the Basalt Citadel, seat of the planet's rulers, remained in enemy hands. Imperial forces laid siege to the Citadel, but the pacification was taking too long for Horus's liking. He wanted to be away from this world to seek further glory. To quickly end the siege, he bombarded the mighty walls of the Citadel from orbit, ordering Angron and the World Eaters to storm the breaches created and slay the enemy leaders. The walls of the Citadel had been forged during the Dark Age of technology, and despite a week-long orbital bombardment, only a single breach was made. Rabute Gilliman cancelled caution, but neither Horus or Angron were willing to wait.
Angron threw the World Eaters at the walls of the basalt citadel, a firestorm of lasers and bullets, wreaking bloody carnage among their ranks. The World Eaters were undaunted, a ramp of corpses, allowing them to finally crest the breach, and, once within the citadel's walls, the battle-maddened Space Marines slew everything that came within reach of their chain axes. The ancient halls echoed with terrifying screams for a day and a night, as the World Eaters rampaged through the citadel. And when Angron finally led his warriors from the charnel house, not a single soul remained alive within. When the Ultramarines moved in to secure the citadel, they were horrified at what they discovered. The chambers and vaults of the citadel resembled a madman's abattoir. Dismembered corpses lay where they had fallen, and the stench of death was an almost physical thing. No one had been spared. Every living thing had been butchered in the World Eater's fury. By the time the appalled Ultramarines left the citadel, the World Eaters and the Lunar Wolves had already departed, leaving the Ultramarines to garrison Aragata until the Imperial army arrived. Before Guilliman was able to confront his brother Primarchs regarding the massacre on Aragata, the heresy erupted, both Horus and Angron spitting on their oaths of loyalty to the Emperor, and Guilliman's worst fears were confirmed. Beliefs. There is only one thing the World Eaters believe in: the spilling of blood. The sole purpose of their existence is to kill and to shed blood in the god's name. Whether that blood comes from a foe, an ally, or even their own veins, it matters not. All that matters is that the pile of bloody skulls laid at the brass throne of Khorne grows ever larger. Gene Seed. After countless millennia raiding from the Eye of Terror, the gene seed of the World Eaters has been contaminated beyond redemption. Many suspect that Angron's gene seed was corrupt from the start, and the World Eaters were damned the moment they were created. Others point to the known history of Angron and insist that his legion could have been saved had the signs been noticed earlier. Whichever is correct, the Space Marines of the World Eaters have a physical need to shed blood and kill, a driving imperative that sends them into a berserk fury of unrestrained, bloodthirsty psychosis. So strong is the desire to kill that the World Eaters will turn on one another to satisfy their bloodlust should no other foe present itself. Battle cry: blood for the Blood God. Kharn the Betrayer. Equally cursed and revered among the World Eaters, the name of Kharn stands as a legend amongst those who would kill in the name of the Blood God. Kharn was to earn the title Betrayer on the demon world of Scalathrax with a supreme act of slaughter. Here, the Legion was finally sundered when the World Eaters clashed with the Emperor's children through the planet's storm-lashed cities of black rock and ice. City after city fell to the berserk assaults of the World Eaters, blood pouring through the streets as fire and lightning split the sky. As the battle continued to rage, the freezing Scalathrax night began to draw in, bringing certain death to all those not in shelter. Time and time again, the Chosen of Khorne hurled themselves at the Emperor's children, slaughtering the hated foe, until forced to halt their attack as darkness fell. Freezing storms scoured the canyons of the city bare of life, both forces sheltering from the deadly man-killing cold. A champion, named Kharn, screamed his frustration to the skies as the Legion paused in its attack, demanding that he be allowed to continue the killing. Furious with his fellow warriors for sheltering while there were foes yet to slay, Kharn took up a flamer and turned its incandescent death on his fellow berserkers, and those who tried to stop him he cut down with his shrieking chain axe. He strode through the burning city, his blood-spattered armor glowing with unnatural balefires as he burned friend and foe alike. As the flames spread to the rest of the city, the Legion tore itself apart, berserkers fighting each other and the Emperor's children for what little shelter remained. Like an avenging angel of death, Kharn burned and hacked a bloody path through the flaming ruins of Scalathrax, the living incarnation of the Blood God himself. And from that day forth, the World Eaters were broken as a legion.
becoming scattered bands of berserk warriors, forever in search of death. Khan now stalks the Eye of Terror, an avatar of blood-soaked butchery, who has never tasted defeat. And only the most insane warriors dare to fight alongside him, since few who do so never survive. The Ultramarines. Since the ancient times of the Great Crusade, the Ultramarines have fought at the forefront of the Emperor's armies. Highly disciplined and courageous warriors, the Ultramarines remain true to the teachings of the Holy Codex Astartes, the greatest work of their Primarch, Rebute Guilliman, for 10,000 years. Tales of their victories are told from their homeworld, Macragge, to the sacred halls of Terror. Whenever the enemies of mankind threaten the Imperium, the Ultramarines stand ready to fight them. Uniquely amongst the first founding legions, the history of the Ultramarines is relatively well documented, and there exists a wealth of information regarding the formation of this most illustrious chapter. One of the greatest mysteries concerning the Primarchs of the Space Marine legions are the circumstances of their sundering from the Emperor, and this has vexed scholars down through the millennia. There are many wild and fanciful theories, but none can fully explain how such a calamitous event could be allowed to transpire. While it is a mystery that will probably never be solved, it is when Rebute Guilliman's discovery on Macragge is examined that Imperial scholars find perhaps the greatest clue to the true facts of the matter. Macragge is a rocky, inhospitable world on the eastern fringe of the galaxy. 3/4 of its surface is covered by bleak, mountainous uplands, the rest with glittering blue seas. Macragge had survived the worst catastrophes of the Age of Strife. Its industries had remained intact. Contact has remained with nearby star systems, and spacecraft regularly travelled between them. The people of Macragge were ruled by 2 kings, or consuls, and their word was law. To break their laws was to invite severe retribution, but honest toil was rewarded, and positions of power granted to those most capable. Life on Macragge was harsh, and only the strongest survived to adulthood. The state determined whether children, both male and female, were strong when they were born, and weakling infants were left on the mountains to perish. To be a citizen of Macragge was to live a life of discipline, self-denial, and simplicity. The people viewed themselves as the true inheritors of humanity's best traditions, shunning luxuries and occasion for leisure. Reliance on technological advancement was seen as bringing discord, weakness, and a decline in moral values. This exercised a profound pull on the surrounding systems, which admired the discipline and order of Macragge. To maintain this way of life, children of both sexes were sent to military and athletic academies at the age of 6, where they were taught to fight, build their stamina, and maintain discipline, endure extremes of pain, and survive in the wild. Life for the students was brutal, and only the very best survived. At 14, after 8 years of the toughest training imaginable, those students became soldiers. This punishing regime ensured that the military might of Macragge was second to none, and many of the surrounding systems adopted the same method of training. While the rest of the galaxy threatened to plunge back into the anarchy of the Age of Strife, Macragge and her neighbours prospered, disciplined armies of highly trained warriors hurling back alien invaders, pirates, and human renegades, time and time again. A soldier served until he or she reached the age of 30, when they were allowed to leave the military and start a family of their own. However, despite the overwhelming military successes off-planet, the areas of Macragge remained untamed and wild, with bandits and brigands raiding from the barbarous islands of Illyrium in the north. Connor, the mightiest battle king of Macragge, had led armies against the northern barbarians, but even he had never managed to pacify the region for any length of time. The coming of Rebute Guilliman was a time of great omen for the people of Macragge. Scribes recorded many strange sights, and a passage in Connor's journals offers a significant clue to the mystery surrounding the Space Marine Primarchs. These writings have been preserved by the Librarians of the Ultramarines, and its words have enlightened and divided Imperial historians in equal measure. Such dreams as might make a man believe he had lost his mind, or worse, fallen prey to a demon beset me nightly. It had been 3 months since I
spent a night not woken from sleep by a scream so terrible I scarce believe it to be my own. Every night, dark terrors of fang and claw seek to rend my flesh and feast on my soul. The physicians prepare me infusions of Lasium root, but they do not help. Until tonight I felt like I should go mad. But as I dreamed of dark monsters that longed to suck the marrow from my bones, I beheld an armoured figure in a moulded breastplate of iron, embossed with an eagle and polished so that it shone like silver. A close-fitting helm of bronze obscured the warrior's face, and he stood with a wide-bladed sword that crackled with powerful energies. The dark beasts swarmed around him, but he smote them with his mighty weapon, and as each creature fell, it howled and vanished from sight. As the last beast was slain, the warrior turned to me, and I suddenly found myself beside Hera's Falls in the valley of Laponis. Spray from the mighty waterfall drenched me, and I saw a golden-haired child on the ground. The warrior bade me protect the child, and as I reached to gather the baby in my arms, I woke, feeling more refreshed than I have in months. Dream or vision? I do not know. But I awoke with a fine mist of fresh mountain water on my face. According to legend, the Valley of Laponis was the site of the crowning of the first Battle King of Macragge, and the following day Connor rode east at the head of his bodyguard to Hera's Falls. Weeks later, the king's expedition eventually crested the impenetrable snow-capped peaks and reached the vast falls, glacier waters thundering to the rocks tens of thousands of feet below. Here, wrapped in swaddling clothes, they discovered the child that Connor had seen in his vision. How the child came to be in the isolated valley was a mystery that would never be solved, but it was seen as a great omen that the child should be found in a place of such historical significance. Connor took the babe back to his palace and named him Rebute, which means Great One. Rebute grew quickly, as did his capacity for learning, and within the space of a few years, he had mastered everything the wisest men of Macragge could teach him. At the age of 6, as was the custom for children of Macragge, he was taken from his father and inducted into the Agacilius barracks, where he mastered the art of war with breathtaking speed. His grasp of philosophy, history, and science was greater than anyone alive, yet his true genius lay in the field of military organisation. After 2 years, it became farcical for Rebute to remain at the training barracks, as he was already the mightiest warrior on Macragge. He could best every one of his instructors in hand-to-hand combat, and none could outthink his battlefield stratagems. As Rebute took his place within the military, Macragge itself was in a state of change. Connor was a well-liked ruler, yet his fellow consul, a vain and jealous man named Galen, plotted against him. In these times of prosperity, Galen and a powerful group of wealthy elites of Macragge had grown fat off the labour of slaves and vigorously opposed Connor's proposed reforms that would oblige them to provide their slaves with reasonable food and accommodation. Connor also pushed through legislation that forced the wealthy to contribute to his ambitious program to enlarge and improve the capital city. His reforms were of great benefit to the people of Macragge, but Galen and his supporters were fearful of losing their wealth and power. Such was Rebute's fearsome reputation, Galen knew that he could not strike while Connor's son was still in the capital, and secretly arranged to have him removed from the city. Spreading gold amongst the Illyrian tribes, Galen had the tribesmen launch a series of bloody raids against the northern communities of Macragge. He then counselled Connor that the pacification of these tribes would be the perfect task for Rebute. Connor readily agreed. He had been seeking a task worthy of his son, and he believed that this was the perfect opportunity for him to prove his readiness for command. Rebute marched north into the untamed lands of Illyrium and launched a brilliant campaign against the tribesmen. His genius for military strategy and organisation was nothing short of legendary, and within 2 months, his expeditionary force had not only pacified the entire region, but had earned the respect of the fierce tribesmen. Rebute became blood brother to Baradilis, headman of the strongest tribe, after sparing his life in battle and accepting oaths of loyalty from the leaders of every other tribe at the gathering of Paeonia. Bidilis then told Rebute of the gold that had come north from Galen and begun the bloodshed. Rebute immediately gathered his men
to march south to the capital, but as they came within sight of the city, they saw thick pillars of black smoke in the flickering glow of many fires. Rabute led his army towards the gates, advancing through hordes of citizens fleeing from the terror within. The city was in anarchy. Drunken soldiers looting and killing at random, and fires raging unchecked. Rabute marched to the Senate House, executing any looters he came across, and formed work details to fight the fires that threatened to engulf the city. 100 soldiers in the pay of Galan blocked the gates of the Senate House, but Rabute butchered them and forced his way inside. Leaving his troops to deal with the drunken mob, he fought his way through the Senate building to find Connor lying near death, an assassin's blade lodged in his heart. With his dying breath, Connor told his son of Galan's betrayal and implored him to continue his works. The physicians did what they could for the Battle King, but the wound was poisoned and they could do nothing to save him. Rabute's thoughts filled with vengeance as he began the task of restoring order within the city. Those soldiers who remained faithful to Connor were besieged within their barracks, but when word reached them of Rabute's return, they broke out and linked with other forces loyal to the Battle King. With Rabute at their head, the rebels were soon crushed and not a single man was spared the Primarch's wrath. Galan had fled the planet, but Rabute hunted him down and dragged him back to Macragge in chains, personally beheading him with Connor's sword. By popular demand, Rabute assumed the mantle of Battle King of Macragge, and he worked swiftly to destroy those who had betrayed his father, executing them and seizing their lands and titles. He distributed these amongst his loyal supporters and set about continuing his father's works. A year later, the rebellion was forgotten and Macragge flourished like never before. Soon, Macragge had been almost completely rebuilt with wondrous structures of smooth marble, steel and glass. The people prospered and wanted for nothing. Disciplined, well-equipped armies from Macragge kept the king's peace, and starships travelled regularly between neighbouring systems. It was, in all respects, a perfect model of human society, and when the Emperor learned of this utopian civilization, he took ship for Macragge to meet its legendary king. The Speculum Historiale records the meeting of the Emperor and Rabute Guilliman in great, and often unnecessary detail, and many historians cite this as proof that the Emperor had set Rabute Guilliman on Macragge deliberately. The Emperor met Rabute wearing a polished silver breastplate with an eagle at its centre and an all-enclosing bronze helm. He carried a glowing power sword and welcomed Rabute as an equal. Rabute instantly recognized the Emperor from the description in his father's journal and knew that he had at last met his true father. The Emperor was astounded by the prosperity and strength of this world and immediately assigned the forward base of the Ultramarines Legion to Macragge. The Ultramarines had been created from Rabute's genetic template, and they established their base in the high Laponis Valley, beginning construction of a mighty fortress on the exact spot of Rabute's discovery. The Primarch soon assimilated the wonders of the Imperium and readily took command of the Ultramarines Legion. As ever, his greatest talents lay in the arts of war, and he led the Ultramarines to victory after victory, further expanding the Emperor's realm. He liberated countless worlds from the domination of aliens and foul chaos renegades. But where some of his brother Primarchs left a trail of death and destruction in their wake, Rabute brought peace and fresh prosperity. Every world the Ultramarines liberated rapidly took its place amongst those loyal to the Imperium, and Guilliman's genius for planning campaigns ensured that the planet's population and industry suffered the minimum amount of collateral damage. On Macragge, the fortress of Hera took shape, a building of such magnificent proportions that it defied the human mind with its grandeur. Upon its completion, those Ultramarines who had remained behind to oversee its construction began recruiting from Macragge and the surrounding systems. The training academies provided many fine candidates for the Legion, and soon the Ultramarines received the first influx of warriors born and bred on Macragge. The surrounding systems also provided warriors for the Legion, and, before long, the Ultramarines were the largest legion in existence. When Horus turned against the Emperor and led the galaxy into the most destructive civil war it had ever seen, the Ultramarines were engaged deep in the galactic south. Their very successes had carried them far from Horus's armies in the northeast, and Guilliman did not receive word of the betrayal until the battle for Terra was underway. Gathering his legions, Guilliman led his forces towards Terra, en route destroying a rebel fleet on its way to reinforce Horus.
The war had been won by the time Guilliman's warriors reached Terra, but the Imperium was in turmoil. Half the Space Marine legions had sided with Horus, and the remaining Loyalist legions had been badly mauled in the fighting. There were desperately few Space Marines, and never were they more needed. The enemies of mankind, sensing the weakness of the Imperium, prepared to attack. But Rabute Guilliman vowed that the Emperor's realm would not fall, and took it upon himself to hold it together. He dispatched his legion throughout the galaxy to stem the tide of invasion and unrest, holding the fragile Imperium together through a time of great danger. Macragge provided recruits as fast as it could, and soon the Ultramarines accounted for more than half of the Space Marines in the field. After almost a decade of total war, stability was restored to the galaxy, and the philosophies of the Ultramarines' way of war had permeated almost every legion. Under Guilliman's guidance, the holy Codex Astartes was taking shape, and its doctrines would shape every future Space Marine force and lay the foundations for the Imperium's conventional military might. The Codex Astartes laid down the tactical doctrines of the Imperium's fighting forces and was to grow and evolve over the millennia into a massive tome that detailed everything from battlefield stratagems to uniform markings for various squad types. The most immediate change was the decree that each legion would be split into smaller units known as chapters. One chapter would keep the name and heraldry of the original legion, whilst the remainder would take a new name and iconography. No longer would the power of an entire Space Marine legion rest in one man's hands. Some legions resisted this change and refused Guilliman's orders, but when the matter threatened to erupt into a new and bloodier civil war, they eventually relented. Most of the original legion split into 5 or less chapters, but the exact number created from the Ultramarines is uncertain. According to the oldest known copy of the Codex Astartes, the so-called Apocrypha of Scaros, the Ultramarines were split into 23 chapters, but it does not name them all. Rabute Guilliman continued to lead the Ultramarines for the next 100 years, until he and his warriors fought against the traitor Primarch Fulgrim, and the Emperor's children, on the world of Thessalia. Fulgrim had changed beyond all recognition. The nobleman he had once been had died long ago upon his elevation to a demon prince of Slaanesh. And now, he was corrupt beyond words. His serpentine body was multi-armed, and each taloned fist carried an envenomed rapier. Billowing clouds of heady musk enveloped the Primarchs as they met in single combat on the red fields of Thessalia. None who were present on that day can say for sure what happened. Yet when the cloying musks cleared, the Emperor's children were gone, and Rabute Guilliman lay unmoving, a single bright slash of blood across his throat. Not even the Primarch's godlike physique could halt the spread of Fulgrim's poison, and as Guilliman died, the apothecaries set up a stasis field and transported their leader back to Macragge. To this day, Rabute Guilliman remains entombed within the stasis field, held immobile on his marble throne in the Temple of Correction on Macragge. There are those who claim that the Primarch's wounds are healing, but this is clearly impossible within the time-locked bubble of a stasis field. Despite this self-evident fact, many believe such tales and await the time when Guilliman will be fully recovered. Ancient Galatan, bearer of the banner of Macragge. During the 7-year Corinthian Crusade, in 698 M41, over 50 Imperial Guard regiments and detachments from 6 chapters of the Adeptus Astartes took part in the fighting to liberate the Corinth system from the domination of Orc warlord Skargar the Despoiler. In the final stages of the Crusade, the forces of Skargar had been pushed back to Corinth itself, and the Orcs had not been idle in augmenting its already fearsome defences. A heavy price in blood was sure to be exacted in its recapture. The Ultramarines were chosen to plan the siege, and within 3 months, Imperial forces had destroyed the outer defences, and Imperial Guard artillery pieces began shelling Corinth's main citadel. When a practicable breach had been established in the wall, a force led by ancient Galatan, the bearer of the banner of Macragge, launched a final assault. Warlord Skargar himself led the defence of the breach, knowing that win or lose, the battle would soon be over. The fighting raged in the kilometre-wide breach for 9 days, with thousands of casualties on both sides. Each time the Imperial forces wavered, Galatan would raise the banner high and demand all men of valour to fight on. Inch by inch, the attackers climbed until, as the sun set in blood on the 9th day, Skargor and Galatan met in single combat in the midst of the breach. The warlord was enormous, even for an orc, and his strength was easily equal of a space marine. The Greenskin's massive power claw severed Galatan's right arm, and the Ultramarines roared in fury as they saw the banner topple. The warlord reached down to snap the banner pole, the crackling energies of the claw coruscating along its length. But this was an icon touched by the Emperor's own hand, and the warlord could not break it. Ancient Galatan reared up behind Skargor, driving his power sword through the orc's head, and, seizing the banner in his remaining hand, raised it high once more. Again he led the charge up the breach, his superhuman powers of endurance carrying him ever onwards. Thrice more was he wounded, but his strength of will would not let him fall until the battle was won. As Imperial forces finally took the breach and millions of soldiers poured into the city, Galatan planted the banner atop the breach, slid slowly down the pole, and allowed himself to die. The taking of Bridge 2-4. In 999 M41, the taint of chaos was detected on the world of Thracia by Inquisitor Apollyon. The Imperial forces rapidly moved to meet the threat. Over half the planetary defense force had been corrupted, and worse still, there were reports that indicated the presence of Night Lord's Chaos Space Marines. Imperial forces drove the poorly armed traitors before them, until they were in a position to launch a full offensive against the capital city of Mercia. Before the assault could be launched, 6 bridges on the Imperial right flank needed to be destroyed in order to prevent the Emperor's forces from being attacked in the rear. These bridges were believed to be held by understrength PDF units, and detachments of Ultramarines were deployed via Thunderhawk gunship to capture and destroy each bridge with melter charges. Captain Idias of the 4th Company led the attack on Bridge 2-4, and, after a brief firefight, the bridge was captured. As Tech Marines rigged the bridges for detonation, shells began dropping in the midst of the Space Marines as a massive Chaos counterattack thrust towards the bridge. The main Imperial attack had been anticipated by the Night Lords, and now a considerable force was attacking the Ultramarines' position. The right flank of the Imperial army was exposed, and Idias knew that he must not allow the forces of Chaos to cross. He pulled his men back across the bridge, and signaled to the Thunderhawk as he prepared to detonate the breaching charges. The Ultramarines fell back in good order, but before the bridge could be destroyed, the Tech Marine carrying the detonators was obliterated by a direct hit from an artillery shell. As the Thunderhawk swept in behind the Ultramarines' position, concealed Hydra flak tanks blew it from the sky in a hail of high explosive rounds. The Ultramarines occupied the bunker and gun nests at the end of the bridge and prepared to hold their position to the last man. Idias voxed a warning to the Imperial army and ordered another Thunderhawk to extract his men. For the rest of the night, the servants of Chaos assaulted across the bridge, and each time were repulsed by disciplined waves of bolter fire. Idias knew that they could not hold the bridge much longer, and dispatched a raiding party to attempt to detonate the explosives manually. The attempt ended in failure, and none of these men were seen again until dawn. As the sun rose, Rhino APCs in the colours of the Night Lords pushed across the debris-strewn bridge. Ultramarines prisoners taken during the night were nailed to the hulls, their rib cages cracked open and spread wide. The attack was defeated, but there was no doubt there would be many more before the day was out. This is not the place to speak of the horrors the Night Lords visited upon the Ultramarines, but the traitor Space Marines utilised all manner of despicable tactics in order to undermine the discipline of the Ultramarines and break their resistance. Less than a fifth of the Ultramarines who had begun the operation were still alive, and Idias knew that one more push would see them defeated. He ignored the advice of his officers and set off alone in a suicidal attempt to blow the bridge himself. Idias managed to reach the first of the charges as the second Thunderhawk roared overhead, landing out of range of the enemy anti-aircraft tanks. Idias ordered the remaining Ultramarines to retreat under the command of veteran Sergeant Uriel Ventris. As the Night Lords began yet another assault, The surviving Ultramarines withdrew under fire to the Thunderhawk, and Idius waited until the last possible second before detonating the first charge. In a lethal chain reaction, the remaining charges exploded and destroyed Idius and the bridge in a searing blast. The Chaos attack across the bridge had been thwarted. Within 2 months, the planet had been brought back under Imperial control. Homeworld. The homeworlds of the Ultramarines are situated deep in the galactic southeast in the Ultima Segmentum, whereas most chapters have their fortress monastery on a single world. The Ultramarines control no fewer than 8 nearby systems. Collectively, these are known as Ultramar, and, while each has its own government, armed forces, and individual cultures, all look to the Ultramarines and Macragge for leadership. The worlds surrounding Macragge are largely industrial in nature, and under Rabute Guilliman's guidance, these worlds were revolutionized into prosperous, productive planets where honest toil and virtue are rewarded. The inhabitants of these worlds are industrious, disciplined, and intensely loyal to the Ultramarines. When looking to their defenses, each world maintains its own dedicated armies, but can also call upon the protection of the Ultramarines. They are not required to levy troops for the Imperial Guard, but such is the prosperity and disciplined nature of Ultramar that hundreds of regiments stand ready to fight throughout the galaxy. As well as their own defense, the worlds of Ultramar provide recruits for the Ultramarines, and it is a source of fierce pride when a family can point to an ancestor who became a Space Marine. In the glory days of the Great Crusade, the world surrounding Macragge provided the Ultramarines with hundreds of new recruits, raw materials and supplies. This tradition has continued to the present day, and strong ties have been maintained between Macragge and its surrounding planets. Given the close-knit structure of Ultramar, it is not surprising that many of its worlds share a communality of language, culture, architecture, and governmental styles. Macragge is a rocky world, protected by numerous orbital batteries and 2 vast polar defense grids. It is here in the harsh and unforgiving mountains that the Ultramarines built the Fortress of Hera, housing the shrine of the Primarch himself within the Temple of Correction. Here the Primarch's body is held within a stasis field, and the temple is a place of great pilgrimage for many loyal citizens of the Imperium. Talassar is a turbulent planet of tempests and violent seas, with but a single continent named Glaudor. In contrast, the free worlds of Quantern, Tarantus, and Masali orbit a common centre of gravity, and outside the huge, enclosed agri-cities, the land is desolate and arid. Wind traps collect water for domed cities that protect verdant greenery and hundreds of square miles of agricultural land. Kauf's populace lives underground, far from the deadly rays of its blue sun, long ago seeded with poisons by the word-bearer's traitor legion. Vast, underground caverns honeycomb the planet's crust, and, though the planet is self-sufficient, like all others in Ultramar, a great deal of food is shipped in from nearby Ajax. The planet's shipyards are justly famous and construct a sizable proportion of ships in the Ultramarines' fleet, as well as those used by other arms of the Imperium. Both Ajax and Espandor are sparsely populated worlds, towards the edge of Ultramar. Ajax is a agri-world and one of the most productive worlds in the Imperium, while Espandor is primarily composed of forests and rumoured to have been settled when traders were blown off course by a warp storm during the Age of Strife. The crowning glory of Ultramar was once Prandium, and its natural beauty was famed throughout the Imperium, but the planet is now a barren, lifeless rock, stripped bare 250 years ago by the rapacious tyrannies of High Fleet Behemoth. Combat Doctrine. As befits the chapter of Rabute Guilliman, the Ultramarines adhered rigidly to the tenets laid down in the Codex Astartes. For 10,000 years they have fought in the manner described in its holy pages. Other chapters may freely interpret the words of Guilliman, but to the Ultramarines such deviation is unthinkable. The Codex Astartes is a work of divine inspiration, sanctified by the Emperor himself, and the Ultramarines see no reason to deviate from its wisdom. The lifelong lessons of discipline and self-reliance that are taught to the people of Ultramar from birth give them the strength of character to hold true to teachings over 10,000 years old. For any given tactical situation, the Codex has hundreds of pages devoted to how it may be met and overcome. Each warrior of the chapter is required to memorize whole sections of the codex, so that within a company there exists an entire record of the codex's tenets. The wisdom of thousands of Imperial warriors have contributed to the codex, and details on everything from unit markings to launching a full-scale planetary assault are contained within its pages. Organization. Following the breakup of the Space Marine legions into smaller fighting forces, Guilliman laid down the organizational diktats that would become a part of every chapter from then on. Though some would later stray from the precise structure laid out in the Codex, most chapters remain faithful to its teachings. The Ultramarines are split into 10 companies, each 100 Space Marines strong, and led by a captain. The first company consists of battle-hardened veterans, and is invariably the most powerful. It is also the only company capable of fielding warriors in Terminator armor. Following its complete destruction at the claws of High Fleet Behemoth, the Ultramarines' first company has slowly rebuilt its strength, and only now, 250 years later, has returned to full strength. Companies 2 to 5 are the battle companies, and these are composed of a mix of tactical, assault, and devastator squads. Each battle company is a self-sufficient battlefield unit, capable of meeting any threat and defeating it. These form the backbone of the chapter, and bear the brunt of the fighting. Companies 6 through 9 are the reserve companies, and each one comprises squads of one particular type. Companies 6 and 7 are tactical companies, 8 is the assault company, and 9 the devastator company. The 10th company is made up of scout squads, and the chapter's newest recruits. These divisions were decided upon 10,000 years ago by Rabute Guilliman, and have served the chapter well since that day. Beliefs. The harsh life on Macragge breeds hardy people with strong martial values and a hard-working nature. Discipline and self-reliance, as well as honour, are seen as cardinal virtues, and the children of Ultramar are taught these values from the earliest age. These are reinforced in the training academies, and by the time students graduate, they are amongst the most disciplined humans in the galaxy. The people of Ultramar are taught to respect the might of the Imperium, and to strive in its name is the highest form of service a person can render to the Emperor. As such, the workers and warriors of Ultramar are respected throughout the galaxy, and are a byword for strength, courage, and honour. In battle, the Ultramarines follow the teachings of Rabute Guilliman, fighting with all the strength and ferocity of their legendary Primarch. An ancient saying of the Battle Kings of Macragge was that a warrior should return from battle either carrying his shield or carried lifeless upon it, and this is as true today as it was then. No warrior of Ultramar would bring shame on the chapter, and many other deeds recorded by the Librarians of heroic feats of bravery undertaken to uphold its honour. Gene Seed. The Horus Heresy highlighted weaknesses inherent in the gene seed of several Space Marine legions, and this was exacerbated by the accelerated zygote harvesting techniques used to keep the legions up to full strength. When the legions were broken down into chapters, a genetic repository was set up on Terra to store their gene seed and monitor its purity. As the largest Space Marine legion, the Ultramarines' contributions to this resource are greater than any other legion, and as a result, their gene seed became the stock type for many of the second founding chapters. Those chapters created from the Ultramarines' gene seed stored on Terra are known collectively as the Primogenitors or Firstborn, and they also venerate Rabute Guilliman as their founding father. The Ultramarines' gene seed is by far the purest stock, and there are no known aberrations in its genetic structure. Every one of the esoteric organs utilized in the arduous creation of a Space Marine by the Ultramarines are fully functional, and it can truly be said of this chapter that they are as perfect today as they were in the days of Guilliman himself. Battle Cry. Courage and Honour. The Death Guard. The Death Guard Legion, consisting of the dread Plague Marines of Nurgle, have become a relentless and terrifying scourge upon the Imperium of Man. But it was not always so. The Death Guard was one of the original 20 Space Marine legions, united in the defense of mankind under the command of the Emperor and their fearsome Primarch, Mortarion. When the Emperor's 20 nascent Primarchs were scattered across the galaxy,
The Stygian scrolls tell of one who came to rest on a bleak moor, strewn with dead and scattered with the carnage of battle for leagues in every direction. The planet was barbarous, perpetually shrouded in poisonous fog, whose mountainous crags were ruled by warlords with fantastic powers and horrific appetites, and whose human settlers, stranded there millennia before, were crowded into the lowest valleys beneath the choking mists. They lived lives of unrelenting terror, eking out a peasant's existence by day beneath a dim sun which never burned completely through the fog, and cowering by firelight after dark from the terrible beings which moved unseen above. The greatest of these warlords stood in triumph on the battlefield, reveling in his massacre until the silence was shattered by a child's cry. Legend tells that the warlord walked the sea of corpses for a day and a night in his creaking battle armor, drawn by the wail of the infant. For an instant, he considered ending its young life, but no mere human ought to be able to breathe the poisonous miasma of the heights of Barbarous, much less cry out as this child did. For long moments, he contemplated the thing which appeared human, but was clearly more. Then he gathered up the infant and carried it from the carnage. For all his dark power, until that moment, he had not had what this child now promised, a son and heir, born of death, upon a field of death. The warlord christened the infant Mortarion, child of death. His master tested the infant's limits. When he had determined precisely how high into the toxic clouds of Barbarous's peaks the child could survive, he erected a stony keep and fenced it behind black iron. Then he moved his own manse beyond, to the highest crag, where the atmosphere was deadly even to the nascent Primarch. Mortarion grew to adolescence in such a world, of citadels of weeping grey stone and iron fences, where the very air was death, and the sun never more than a distant smudge. It was a world of constant war, against opposing lords who came with golem armies of stitched-together dead one day, then tormented shapeshifters, more monsters than men the next. To survive, Mortarion learned at the foot of his overmaster, and learned ferociously everything his master could teach him. Mortarion devoured it all, from battle doctrine to arcane secrets, from artifice to stratagem. He learned and he grew, a child of the Emperor for all that, superhumanly resilient to the poisonous air around him, and superhumanly strong, even in the absence of sufficient sunlight or nourishment. Mortarion possessed an intellect which was highly keen, and which asked questions his lord was not wont to answer. Increasingly, the questions centered around the fragile things in the valleys below, which the warlords preyed upon for their corpses to reanimate, or victims to a curse. His master kept Mortarion as distant from the human settlements as he could, but his very act of denial fed the maturing Primarch's obsession. The day finally came when Mortarion could be denied no longer. Mortarion slipped through the dungeons from his keep. The last thing he heard was the voice of the Overlord, the only father he had known, roaring in the miasmic darkness from the high battlements as Mortarion descended from the mountain, renouncing the Primarch for his betrayal, warning Mortarion that to return would mean death. Descending beneath the mists was a revelation to Mortarion. His lungs were filled with air free of poisons for the first time. He smelled aromas of food being prepared, of crops freshly harvested, heard voices unmuffled by fog, and for the first time, heard laughter. The young Primarch realized that he was among his own kind, that the fragile prey of the warlords were his own people. And with the realization came rage. He determined to bring them justice denied them by the dark powers which moved above. Mortarion's acceptance among the human settlers of Barbarous was no simple thing. However like them he felt himself to be, to them he was little different from the monsters above, towering over even the tallest of them, gaunt and pallid, with hollow, haunted eyes, which betrayed the horrors he had seen. Mortarion terrified most of the settlers. They looked upon him with suspicion and fear. It stung the young Primarch, but he bided his time, using his great strength to work the fields for their meagre harvest, knowing that his opportunity to prove himself would come. When it did, in the twilight hours,
he was ready. From the darkness came shambling dark things. A lesser lord led his corpse-like thralls into the settlement, taking with silent, remorseless strength those they could carry off to their master's dark purpose. The peasants fought back as best they could, with torches and farmers' tools, rendered into makeshift weapons. It was all they could do not to run, much less offer a meaningful fight. They had played out the futility of this scene their whole lives, and they knew how it would end. Until, that is, Mortarion strode into their midst. Towering over them, with an enormous two-handed harvesting scythe, he charged into the ranks of the enemy with all his rage-born might, and drove them from the village. Their dark lord smiled at him as he neared, and withdrew into the poisonous heights where this rebellious human could never reach him. He was still wearing his contemptuous smile when Mortarion caught up with him on the mountainside and exacted his vengeance for the fragile prey below. After that night, Mortarion's place among the settlers was never in doubt. As he matured, Mortarion taught the settlers of Barbarous what he knew of warfare. Word of his exploits spread, and many others made the perilous journey to learn. Slowly, villages became strongpoints, and the villagers more effective defenders. Eventually, Mortarion went amongst the people, travelling from settlement to settlement, teaching, building, and, when occasion demanded, defending them. Always, however, his ultimate justice was denied. The dark powers could always retreat into the impregnable bulwark of their poisonous mists. His people could only fight in defense. That had to change. Mortarion recruited the toughest, most resilient of Barbarous's population, forming them into small units which he drilled himself, teaching them not only defense but also attack. He turned blacksmiths from tool working to weapon making when time allowed, and crafters to the shaping of armor. And with the best artificers he could find, he bent his formidable intellect to the problem of the poisonous air. Inquisitor Menkoff's monograph, Cataphract of Death, relates the now infamous result. When next a warlord descended from above, the villagers mounted a defense, successful enough to drive his unholy army back. Mortarion and his retinue of warriors, masked with crude filtering hoses and breathing gear, advanced into the fog after them. For the first time in living memory, the prey brought death into the realm of death, killing the warlord and massacring his army. Mortarion continued to improve his warriors' breathing apparatus, and he and his Death Guard, as his retinue came to be known, campaigned ever higher into the Dark Powers' domain, encountering ever more virulent pestilence. The constant exposure to ever higher doses of toxins toughened the Death Guard, traits which proved transferable to each new iteration of the Death Guard, growing tougher, as though emulating their champion himself. Only the most toxic peaks were denied Mortarion and the Death Guard, and they warred for months across the poisonous spine of Barbarous, until only one grim manse stood against them, one which Mortarion knew well. The concentration of death about it overcame his force, threatening even Mortarion himself, and so he withdrew. Upon his return, however, his world was destined to once again spin out of his control. Mortarion and his brethren arrived to find the village alive, unlike he had ever known it, when everyone's lips was word of the arrival of a stranger, a great benefactor, who brought promise of salvation. The Primarch's mood darkened. This day of deliverance was one he had worked for his whole life, and he found himself altogether unhappy to see it co-opted by the arrival of some newcomer of uncertain agenda. Tale-tellers say Mortarion flattened the massive wooden door of the hall upon his entrance. Seated at banquet, he found the elders and a stranger, who was their opposite in every imaginable way. Where they were gaunt and pale, he was robust, his flesh bronzed, his physique utterly perfect. The people greeted Mortarion's arrival expectantly. Despite the effect wrought upon him by Barbarous's poisons, the connection between the new benefactor and their defender was nevertheless plain to all of them, as plain as father and son. However, Mortarion was oblivious to any connection. He greeted the stranger with barely masked hostility, which quickly turned to outright anger at the stranger's utter unflappability. The elders spoke of the new arrival's promise to unite the people of Barbarous within a great expanding brotherhood of humanity,
which could help them be rid of their persecution from above. Mortarion felt his moment of triumph slipping from him, twisting the haft of his ever-present scythe until his knuckles whitened. He declared that he and his Death Guard needed no help to finish their quest for justice. It is said that the benefactor quietly challenged the stormy young Primarch's assertion, pointing out the Death Guard's failure to reach the last High Citadel, and then threw down a gauntlet. If Mortarion could defeat the High Overlord alone, he would withdraw and leave Barbarous to its own means. But if he failed, they would join his Imperium of Man, and Mortarion would swear total fealty and allegiance to him. Over the protests of his Death Guard, he spun on his heel and struck out alone for the last man standing against him, the keep of the Overlord he had called father. If some part of him knew that even he could not survive the highest reaches of Barbarous, he did not acknowledge it. Mortarion climbed ever higher, driven by the inevitability of the imminent conflict with his once master, driven by his desire to bring final justice for the people of his world. However, he was mostly motivated by a compulsion to prove himself to the stranger below. The confrontation, when it finally came, was mercilessly brief. Mortarion choking in air so toxic that the hoses of his protective breathing gear began to rot away, struggled to the very gates of the Overlord's citadel, calling out his defiance. The last thing he saw as he fell to his knees, the world turning grey as he was overcome, was the Overlord of Barbarous coming for him, to fulfill the promise he had made generations before. Then, the mighty stranger stepped between them, defying the death fog, and felling the Overlord with a single blow of his gleaming sword. Mortarion was true to his oath. When he recovered, he bent his knee to the stranger and swore himself and the Death Guard to his service. Only then did the Emperor of Man reveal himself as the young Primarch's true father, and the destiny such service would bring: command of the 14th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines. The Librarian Primaris, or the Book of Primarchs, tells how Mortarion brought the relentlessness, remorselessness, and resilience of his personal Death Guard to the Legion built of his own genetic material, and how in turn they adopted his retinue's title as their own. The resulting prowess of the Death Guard was recognized from the moment Mortarion took command, but the young Primarch never settled in Imperial society outside of battle. Mortarion was a grim, driven Primarch, fixated on reckoning with the oppressors of the galaxy. The easy camaraderie of the other Primarchs was alien to him. The Shadow Journal of Bellerophon, the Dark Angel's librarian, confides that, of them all, he found kindred spirits in only two: Night Haunter, the Dread Master of the Night Lords, and Horus, War Master of the Imperium, the right hand of the Emperor. Horus, above all others, recognized the value of the Death Guard. He would often place Mortarion and his legion in the center of his battle line, counting on the enemy's inability to oust them so that he could either lever his advance from the rock of Mortarion's immovable position or use it as the anvil upon which the Imperial hammer, in the form of the Lunar Wolves or the Night Haunters, Night Lords, would break the foe. It was a mercilessly effective combination. In the charismatic War Master, Mortarion found a mentor who seemed to understand his goals and appreciate his methods. So close did Mortarion appear to be to Horus, in fact. It is believed that at least two of the other Primarchs, Rebute Gilliman of the Ultramarines and the ever-watchful, ever-taciturn Corax of the Raven Guard, approached the Emperor with concerns about where the Master of the Death Guard's loyalties lay. The story of his allegiance to the Emperor, won through his own failure, was by then well known, and anyone with even a passing familiarity with Mortarion knew that the pallid Primarch chafed at it. The Emperor is said to have dismissed their concerns with a wave. Loyalty to Horus was de facto loyalty to the Emperor. On that matter, the Emperor could not have been more wrong. The Betrayal. On the feral planet of Davin, the War Master and his legion, now named the Sons of Horus in his honor, had fallen to chaos. Before they would leave, Horus would be utterly possessed, forswearing allegiance to the Emperor for the cause of chaos and his own advancement, and would draw the Primarchs and battle brothers of half the Imperium's legions to his cause. Transcripts of the Council of Charon, convened after the heresy, ascribed responsibility, suggesting that, unlike some of the other Primarchs, Horus did not need to resort to ritual possession to win the Death Guard to his side. Horus promised that, under his rule, the old order would fall and a new age would dawn. A just age, with right ensured by the mighty. Mortarion turned on the Imperium, as he had turned on the overlords of Barbarous, and joined the rebellion which would forever sunder the Imperium, the Horus Heresy. What he did not know, then, was the price he would be called upon to pay. Horus was a brilliant strategist. He knew that the heart of the Imperium was Terra, and from the very moment of his rebellion, Terra was his objective. In short order, he had gathered sufficient strength to shatter the defences of the Imperium and lay siege to the Imperial Palace itself. Mortarion was determined that the Death Guard would be there with him. With his entire fleet, he crossed into the war and straight into nightmare. The Death Guard fleet was becalmed by an impenetrable warp storm, its navigators neither able to guide them through it nor find safe passage into real space. The fleet was reduced to drifting through the Immaterium, and while they were still, the destroyer came. For Mortarion and the Space Marines of the Death Guard, there was nothing so terrifying as the plague, which made their legendary resilience meaningless. These were the warriors who the Imperium had sent to conquer worlds no other man could set foot upon, much less fight and win. Pestilence, contagion, toxin and pollution. There was no environment so hostile, which Mortarion and the Death Guard could not overcome. Until the plague which raced through their fleet. It roiled in their guts, bloating and distending their once superhuman bodies, transforming them into horrible, pustulant grotesques. They were made corrupt within, and sickening to behold without, and they grew sicker and sicker, yet could not die, their own constitution becoming their worst enemy. What they endured was unimaginable, yet none suffered more than Mortarion. For the Primarch, it was as though he were back upon the mountaintop of Barbarous once more, surrendering to the poison, without the mercy of unconsciousness to claim him or the Emperor to come to his salvation. Whether he perceived, in those terrible hours, the loss of what he had once stood for, and the damnation he had brought upon himself and his legion, only Mortarion will ever know. Unable to endure the suffering any longer, Mortarion offered into the Immaterium himself, his legion, and his very soul in exchange for deliverance. A presence in the Immaterium answered, as though it had been waiting all along. In the depths of the warp, the great god Nurgle, lord of decay and father of disease, called that debt and accepted Mortarion and the Death Guard Legion as his own. What emerged from the warp when the Death Guard fleet broke out bore little resemblance to what had entered. The gleaming white and grey armour of Imperial champions was no more, burst and shattered from the horrific bloating of infected bodies, scabbed with boils, protrusences and the filth of corruption. Their weapons and machinery of war were now powered by the sickly sorcery of chaos, glowing with lambent green luminescence and oozing gangrenous pus. The name Death Guard itself would pass into secondary use, as the walking, pestilent carriers became a terrifying sight across the Imperium. To their victims, to their erstwhile allies, even to themselves, they had become the Plague Marines. Horus was eventually defeated by the Emperor, and chaos was driven back across space, finding refuge in the weeping sore known as the Eye of Terror. Mortarion and his Death Guard retreated there as well, but not in disarray as many of the other legions did. Even in damnation, the resilience of the Death Guard remained, and under the direction of their master, they withdrew into the Eye intact. Loyalist Space Marines and Imperial Guard regiments breaking upon them time and again. Within, Mortarion claimed the world, which would become known as the Plague Planet, as his own. Its location, near the fabric of reality, was ideal for launching new strikes into the Imperium and across the galaxy. He shaped it so satisfactorily and defended it with his Plague Marines so well that his patron, Nurgle the Unclean, elevated the Primarch to demonhood and gave Mortarion what the Emperor had denied him, and what Horus had not been able to provide: a world of his own. Mortarion became the overlord of a world of poison, horror, and misery. He had come home. Homeworld. Barbarous was a feral world which orbited near its dim yellow sun, creating a thick, miasmic atmosphere of toxic chemicals. The most virulent gases rose through Barbarous's perpetual cloud towards the heat of its star, making the world beneath it a dismal place of night, unbroken by starlight and with short, shadowy days. An atmosphere breathable by humans existed only in the lowest elevations, on flat moors and in the valley basins of the jagged, stony mountains which spined the world. Beings immune to the toxic soup of the planet's higher atmosphere once existed on Barbarous, building great grey keeps in the mountain fastnesses. When humans came to Barbarous, the horrific conditions from which they had to eke out survival quickly reduced them to a pre-feudal state. The higher beings' incomprehensible powers, their ability to survive where men could not, and above all their hunger to prey upon them, experiment with, and curse humankind, caused the settlers to ascribe to those beings a medieval supernaturalism. What manner of creatures these dark overlords were will never be known. Since his elevation to demonhood, Mortarion has, consciously or not, remade the plagued planet very much in Barbarous's image. Its citizens cower in festering villages on the planet's surface, serving their supreme masters, Mortarion's champions and other demonic chosen of Nurgle, who reside in mighty fortress citadels high above them. Diseased things, which should be dead, yet are not, roam the landscape, and skeletal Mortarion rules over all, enthroned upon the highest peak of the world. Combat doctrine. Mortarion was well educated, if narrowly. Matters of culture, history, philosophy were often alien to him, but on the subjects of dealing death, he was a prodigy. Mortarion believed that victory came through sheer relentlessness and communicated that ethic throughout the Death Guard. Their weapons and armour were rarely the most expertly artificed, certainly not the most beautifully ornamented, but functioned without flaw. The Death Guard did not manoeuvre fancifully or confound their opponents. They picked the best ground upon which to fight, then smashed their foes after they had broken themselves against the Death Guard line. There was no environment which Mortarion and the Death Guard feared. What Mortarion and his adepts could not devise means to compensate for, the Death Guard overcame through sheer resilience. Mortarion learned battle in a theatre of rocky mountain terrain without the benefit of machinery. Though his considerable intellect allowed him to grasp the value of such support, when his elevation to Primarch of a Space Marine Legion made such things as tanks and transports available, the primacy of the foot soldier remained ever the trademark of the Death Guard. Mortarion preferred to utilize huge waves of infantry, well equipped and highly trained on an individual level. He demanded that they be able to function and fight in almost any kind of atmosphere, and gave little emphasis on specialized units using jump packs or bikes. In fact, the Death Guard did not have dedicated assault and tactical squads as such. All his Space Marines were expected by Mortarion to be equally adept with bolter, pistol and close combat weapon, to fight with whatever weapon circumstances dictated. Such doctrine lent itself well to the use of tactical Dreadnought armor, and the Death Guard regularly used Terminators before the Heresy. The Death Guard were particularly renowned for their success at such high-risk missions as Space Hulk clearances, and the Plague Marines continued that success, using Hulks to spread disease, infection, and the cult of Nurgle throughout the body of the Imperium. The combat doctrine which served the Death Guard so well in life now suits the damned character of the Plague Marines to perfection. Organisation. Mortarion was an infantryman, and the Death Guard were organised around the principle of equipping the individual Space Marine as well as possible. Obedience was extended through every rank. Sergeants were extensions of their captains, who were extensions of Mortarion himself. If there were any of the original legions that could be said to be of one body, it was the Death Guard. As a consequence, the Death Guard were organised into fewer companies than any of the other first founding legions. There were never more than 7 companies at any time in its history, but each was of considerably greater size, and heavy with Space Marine infantry, including Terminator squads. With Mortarion elevated to demonhood, his hand upon the Legion became more remote, and the Death Guard became broken up through space and time into smaller units. Warriors of the Death Guard are most often seen afoot, or at best accompanied by mad, plague-infested dreadnoughts. Few of the tanks and transports of the Legion still function, their upkeep and maintenance being no priority to Space Marines, dedicated to the incarnation of rot and decay. Some such constructs do soldier on, possessed by minor demonic entities or infested and animated by nurgling hordes, the swarming worker drones of the Lord of the Unclean. These forces are often found organised in squads of 7, banded together into cohorts of 7 squads, an echo of their Legion's organisation model at its height. 7 is also the sacred number of the Death Guard's patron power, and they believe that by forming themselves in multiples of that number, they carry the favour of the Demon Lord Nurgle and create a Kabbalistic strength. Whether their rule of 7 draws the attention and sorcerer's blessings of the Death Guard's deity or not, the manner in which the Plague Marines carry themselves to war still reflects the hand of the Primarch, which forged them, shaped them, then led them to their damnation. The Demon Prince Mortarion remains master of the Death Guard even after their fall, orchestrating their movements unseen from his bubonic throne. Captain Garrow, hero of the Death Guard. When Horus's rebellion was finally understood, 70 Space Marines, alone of 5 legions, remained steadfast in their loyalty to the Emperor. These men seized the Imperial cruiser Eisenstein and broke the traitor's blockade of the Isvan system to carry word of the treachery to Terra. Their warning may have saved the Imperium. Commanding the Death Guard contingent was a great battle captain, Garrow. There are conflicting testimonies regarding the fate of Captain Garrow and his men. There are those who say that in the turmoil accompanying Horus's assault on the Imperial palace, no one knew what to do with a handful of loyal Space Marines whose entire legions had turned traitor. The captain, indeed, all of the Eisenstein's 70 who survived the gauntlet to reach Terra, were placed in custody, pending deposition by the Emperor himself. A deposition which, after his fall and enshrinement in the Golden Throne, never came. Garrow and the other heroes of the Imperium never saw the light of day and died prisoners. Others maintain that Garrow himself fought in the palace defence, and when he saw what his brother legionaries had become, he renounced arms and served devoutly as the Master Apothecariat, where Space Marine apothecaries received their training, futilely seeking a cure for the plague which had taken his entire legion of brothers until his own death. More fanciful tale-tellers link Garrow and his band to secret societies, moving behind the public face of the Imperium, and claim that Garrow and his original Space Marines still live, an elite force committed to thwarting the aims of Nurgle, Mortarion and the Death Guard, who appear in battle clad in the colours and flying the banners of the pre-Heresy Death Guard, then vanish like grey ghosts from the warp. Still others report that Garrow was unable to resist the same lure to damnation which claimed his Primarch. In the aftermath of the heresy, Garrow turned to Nurgle and became a champion of the Death Guard. As the Lord of Flies, he still leads plague fleets from the Eye, clad in black, iridescent armour, and a power claw like a skeletal hand, accompanied by the maddening buzz of insectoid wings. Beliefs. The beliefs of the Death Guard echoed those of Mortarion, beginning as one and ending as the corrupt opposite. A resolute determination that individuals should be free of oppression and terror became a conviction that individuals were not suited to decide what was just for them. A faith in inner strength, iron will, and unshakable resolution in the face of hardship led to pride, arrogance, and an utter contempt for those they deemed inferior. When Nurgle's wrath came to the stranded Death Guard, their pride and arrogance was revealed, and their contempt for weakness turned upon themselves. Their surrender to Nurgle left them with only one seething, burning outlet, stoked white-hot by the depths of their self-loathing, to infect the strong, slay the weak, and rot the foundations of everything in their path until it collapsed. Their debasement would no longer seem shameful if the pestilence of their unclean lord eventually brought everything to ruin. Gene Seed. The Space Marines of the Death Guard always reflected the gaunt, shadow-eyed quality of their Primarch, that gave the lie to the hardiness with which they were made. The contagion which led to their damnation corrupted them physically as well. As Plague Marines, the once gaunt Death Guard are now bloated and seeping like an infected abscess, covered in boils, sores, and weeping wounds,
crusted with the brown and green filth of the unclean. Nurgle does not accompany this repulsive aspect with gifts of mutation as freely as other powers. Such capricious change is the province of his antithesis, Tzeentch, but on occasion will alter the countenance of a Death Guard aspirant with a tentacle, facet-eyed head of an insect or some other hideously repulsive form. Battle Cry. The Death Guard have no rallying cry as such. As Plague Marines, they are the incarnation of silent death, the virulent epidemic, the wasting disease and the remorselessness of decay. They are a pestilence and pox, famine and blight, contagion and cancer, and like all of these things, are most terrifying when they come without word or warning. The Thousand Sons. The Thousand Sons were born of Magnus, the changeling Primarch, a physical giant possessed of coppery skin, fiery red hair, and a single baleful eye. Some say his massive size reflected his enormous intellect, his cyclopean eye, his single-minded strength of purpose. At the height of the Great Crusade, Magnus was amongst the most imposing of the Primarchs, and was always the one most suspected of taint. He would endure the whispers of chaos throughout his life. When the Primarchs were mysteriously scattered from their incubation on Terra, the infant Magnus fell upon the remote colony world of Prospero. He could hardly have been more fortunate. A grotesque cyclopean mutant who might have been feared and shunned on any other world came instead upon a hidden planet of kindred spirits, a commune of outcast human psychers. It would not be the last time Magnus's destiny would be so conveniently manipulated. The original settlers of Prospero had chosen the world for its remoteness from Terra, and had gone to great lengths to sever contact with humanity. Their single citadel was situated deep in the planet's ventral mountain range, nourished by vast underground hydroponics for sustenance and techno-psychic collector arrays for sustainable energy. It was a construct of extraordinary beauty. The so-called City of Light glittered amidst the desolation of Prospero, all gleaming silver towers, soaring obelisks and majestic pyramids. Within this carefully artifaced reclusium, far from the sight of man, its commune of human refugees devoted themselves completely to the pursuit of knowledge and the mastery of the nascent mutation which had set them apart, their developing psychic powers. Legend tells of Magnus arriving from a portentous comet, striking through the thin atmosphere of Prospero and coming to rest in the central plaza of the city. The vulnerability of their sanctuary to approach from above was something the adepts of Prospero failed to recognize, a failure for which they would suffer greatly in times to come. Magnus became a ward of the scholars of the commune. Perhaps they recognized their kinship in a mutant cast out among mutants. Perhaps they recognized his potential. What is known is how quickly the young Primarch himself began to manifest the sort of powers which had caused his mentors to flee into isolation, and how utterly he brought those powers under his control. Magnus mastered every psychic discipline, quickly surpassing the abilities of the greatest adepts in the commune. By the time he approached physical maturity, Magnus had grown into a giant in the psychic and intellectual, as well as the physical sense. Then came the day that Magnus opened his cyclopean eye upon the Empyrean, and instead of channeling power from the warp, Magnus instead soared into it, and life on Prospero was changed forever. The instant his single enormous eye soared into that place of power, Magnus the Red went from the student to absolute master. The warp is no more a lifeless place than the physical world, and the arrival of so prodigious a psychic presence as Magnus did not go unnoticed. More than one consciousness sensed the new life across the Immaterium, and more than one recognized him for who he was. More than one came to find him. The Apocrypha of Scaros records the day the Emperor and his host arrived upon Prospero. It was as though they were friends of old, of many years' acquaintance. Magnus's mutant visage disturbed not the Emperor of Man, who embraced his lost Primarch and proclaimed him his own. It has been suggested that the face-to-face meeting of Emperor and Primarch was a virtual afterthought,
their minds having long since found each other across the warp. The Emperor had chosen as his vanguard force for the expedition his 15th Legion, the Space Marine progeny, infused with Magnus's own gene seed. The Apocrypha record the moment Primarch and Legion were united. The warp-lost Primarch heard his Emperor and spoke but a simple response. "As I am your son, they shall become mine." Then he knelt, and in that moment accepted primacy of the 15th Legion, his 1,000 sons. The discovery of their lost master could not have come sooner for the 1,000 sons. Born from Magnus's own gene seed, the Legion was disposed towards psychic mutation in disproportionate numbers, a circumstance the fledgling Imperium was ill-equipped to handle. Deep factionalism divided those who recognized the benefit of stable mutations, such as the so-called Navigator gene of the Navis Nobilitae. The Navigator House's third eye allowed them to steer a course through the Immaterium, making warp travel possible. But some perceived the increasing and seemingly random nature of human mutation as a destructive internal threat. An entire legion of potential mutants was seen as a dangerous development. The 15th Legion had suffered terribly from the spontaneous, uncontrolled manifestation of psychics amongst their ranks, and those who survived to receive training became amongst the most powerful librarians of the epoch. Many more did not. Moreover, the increasingly vocal anti-mutant witch-hunting crusades within the Imperium had seized upon the out-of-control Legion as evidence of the danger of psychic mutation. Cries that demanded purging the Imperium of psyches completely were not uncommon, and those directed at the remote and superhuman Space Marines of the 1,000 Sons were amongst the most strident. Magnus came just in time to save the Legion from the threat of destruction. Relocating its entire depleted strength to Prospero, Magnus turned the might of his intellect to their instruction in the ways of the Psyker. There are scholars, especially among the librarians of certain Space Marine chapters, who suggest it was during this time that another threshold was crossed. They believe that the crisis of controlling an entire legion's destructive psychic mutancy caused Magnus to seek shortcuts or explore more perilous paths. There are others, including prominent members of the Inquisition, who suggest that no such threshold ever existed, that the original commune of psychic adepts were already students of darker arts before Magnus came amongst them. Thus, his initiation into similar rites was inevitable. Still, others postulate that it was the magnitude of the Primarch's own insatiable hunger for knowledge that made what followed inevitable. When it happened will never be known. But at some point Magnus the Red and the 1,000 Sons Legion pursued knowledge beyond scholarship and psychic discipline and began to practice sorcery. The difference was not universally noticed at first. Magnus joined the Great Crusade with vigour. He led the 1,000 Sons alongside the Emperor, the other rediscovered Primarchs with their legions and all the fighting forces of man. They fought in a grand campaign, radiating outwards from Terra, liberating colonies long isolated and claiming new worlds for the glory of the Imperium. That the 1,000 Sons accomplished their victories through guile and deception as often as by strength of arms did not initially draw concern. Victory was victory, after all. However, the further the Emperor's realm expanded, the more tenacious grew the opposition. Increasingly, legions of Space Marines or regiments of the Imperial Army would make planetfall expecting to find lost colonies of man, only to discover the thralls of mysterious powers, utterly inimical to them. These slave cults resisted with sorcerous powers, granted them by demonic beings from across the warp. Powers that few could fail to notice were akin to those wielded by the 1,000 Sons of Magnus. There were those amongst the Imperial court suspicious of the 1,000 Sons' methods. Paramount amongst them was Mortarion, sepulchral lord of the Death Guard, who knew too well from his own dark past that sorcerous power never came without a price. Leman Russ, Primarch of the Space Wolves, for whom any battle fought through sleight of hand and clever deceit was by definition dishonourable, also lent his voice to the critics of the 1,000 Sons. The schism grew so great that it threatened the very foundations of the new order, and so the Emperor of Man himself decreed a council to resolve the issue for all time.
The mightiest proponents of both sides convened on the planet Nicaea to debate, with the Emperor himself enthroned upon the dais as arbiter, in an ancient amphitheatre that seated tens of thousands. Beneath the glittering starlight, the witch hunters presented their case. They recited a litany of human misery inflicted upon the Emperor's own subjects by sorcerers enslaved by chaotic monstrosities, of mutants unable to control what they had become, and despots who turned their psychic gifts to dark and selfish purposes. To speak against these charges came Magnus himself. He climbed the dais in silence, his own visage seeming to confirm everything the witch hunters asserted. But when he began to speak, it was clear none of his accusers could match the charisma or presence of a Space Marine Primarch, and least of all, this particular Primarch's certainty of conviction. Magnus told the assembled throng that no knowledge was tainted of itself, no pursuit of knowledge ever wrong, so long as the seeker of that truth was master of what he learned. And Magnus decreed with finality, there were no secrets the Thousand Sons had not mastered, no way too labyrinthine for them to know. When he stepped from the dais, the council was divided more sharply than ever. The witch hunters made their case collectively with great impact, but with insufficient power to blunt the persuasiveness of the Primarch of the Thousand Sons. The assemblage openly wondered if even the Emperor could decide against one of his own sons. The tension had reached the palpable knife edge of violence. When a contingent of Space Marine librarians approached the dais, the Emperor acknowledged them with a nod, and all fell silent. For visible amongst the librarians were the chiefs of some of the greatest legions in the Imperium. These mystic warriors formed a semicircle about the podium to indicate they spoke with one voice. But it was a young epistolary who stepped forward to deliver their words. Though his identity has been lost to history, he is said to have spoken with a passion that bordered on ferocity, and offered to the assembled council a third alternative. A psyker, he proposed, like an athlete, was a gifted individual whose native talent must be carefully nurtured. Psykers were not evil in themselves. Sorcery was a knowledge that had to be sought, even bargained for, and neither man nor paragon could be certain they had the best of such bargains. The other librarians united around him and proposed that the education of human psykers to best serve mankind be made an imperial priority. The conduct of sorcery would be outlawed forevermore as an unforgivable heresy against mankind. The compromise presented by the librarians offered both factions something, and appeared to be what the Emperor himself had been waiting for. The Emperor ruled it law without allowing any rebuttal, and the edicts of Nicaea stand to this millennium as imperial policy regarding human psychic mutation. But it was not the decision favoured by Magnus. The Grimoire Hereticus records the fateful face-to-face confrontation between father and son, when the Emperor himself barred Magnus's attempt to storm from the hall in protest. He bade Magnus cease the practice of sorcery and incantation, and the pursuit of all knowledge related to magic. It is said the Cyclopean Primarch's face appeared brittle as aged stone as he received his father's command. Brittle enough to crack. But the Primarch of the Thousand Sons bent his shoulder and pledged himself and his legion to obey. Neither Emperor nor Primarch knew that this moment would be the last time they would meet, and that events had been set in motion that would climax in treachery, bloodshed, and pain. The betrayal. The threat to the fledgling Imperium, resolved by the Council, served to mask other darker betrayals already in motion. On Davin, events were reaching their tragic climax as Horus, first among equals, War Master and right arm of the Emperor, fell victim to the manipulations of chaos. This threat would not be resolved by debate or decree. Enthralled completely by the dark powers, Horus emerged from the events on Davin intent on nothing less than the complete destruction of the Imperium. Suborning brother Primarchs and their legions to join his own, Horus intended to take the rest of the Imperium, and indeed the Emperor himself, by complete surprise. He was a brilliant strategist. He believed he had manipulated every possible factor to ensure his success. He had miscalculated in only one regard. Despite the decree of his father, and despite his own sworn promise, Magnus had not turned from the pursuit of the dark arts. Seeing into the depths of the warp from his sanctum upon Prospero, Magnus beheld a vision of Horus's pledge of fealty to chaos upon the fields of the feral world of Davin. Horus's treachery was revealed, every detail made known with total clarity. Magnus saw the two human foibles of Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children and Angron of the World Eaters, played upon masterfully by Horus, the greater forces veiled by the warp. He saw the terrible trap being laid for Ferrus Manus of the Iron Hands, Vulcan of the Salamanders, and Cautious Corax of the Raven Guard on Istvan V. He saw the Emperor's mightiest bastion of unalloyed loyalty, Guilliman's Ultramarines, being cleverly decoyed to the far side of the galaxy, where they could play little part in the drama to unfold. Alone, in the entire galaxy, more clearly than even Horus himself, Magnus was given to understand the events at hand. He saw it all, and understood each consequence, and every role, except his own. There are generals, tacticians, and great military minds who say that had Magnus acted upon his knowledge and taken ship with his 1,000 sons, he could have changed the course of the heresy. Others point out that the warp is an imprecise place, and Magnus could not be sure he would arrive in time to prevent Horus's treachery. Instead of direct intervention, Magnus embarked upon a more perilous path. The Primarch had never accepted the Emperor's belief in the peril of sorcery, and had broken his oaths to turn from the pursuit of such knowledge. In his precognitive vision of the coming war, and the warning it provided, Magnus was certain he had found proof of the value of his studies. With the combined power of his fellow sorcerers, he set about casting a spell across time and space, breaching all the protective hexes and wards of the Imperial Palace on Terra. He projected his warning of impending revolution into the presence of the Emperor himself, naming War Master Horus as its chief architect. It was to be his moment of triumph and vindication, the occasion of his self-righteous justification. Only the power of Magnus's sorcery had revealed the viper within. Surely, the Emperor would at last see its value. Instead, the Emperor named Magnus's sorceries themselves as the viper. He judged Magnus's accusation of his brother Primarch heretical, and his blatant deception evidence of the worst sort of oath-breaking. Magnus's pursuit of forbidden knowledge was deemed tragic proof that he had fallen under the sway of the very powers the Emperor had warned him against. The Emperor's worst fears for the soul of his Cyclopean son had been realized. The content of Magnus's warning was ignored completely. It is said the Emperor broke contact with such force that the psychic wards throughout the palace arced with lightning and shattered. At the Emperor's side stood Russ, quaking with barely contained wrath at Magnus's actions. The Emperor turned to him, for he knew he could be counted upon to prosecute his next orders without restraint. He ordered the Space Wolves to be unleashed upon Magnus and the scholar soldiers of Prospero. Only those who witnessed those distant days will ever truly know what happened upon Prospero when the Space Wolves attacked, as extant accounts often contradict each other dramatically. The epic Prospero's Lament describes a lengthy orbital bombardment by the Space Wolves, followed by a systematic campaign across the planet that took many days and nights, with a death toll of horrific proportions on both sides. On the other hand, one of the Space Wolves' strongest oral accounts of the battle, the Edda of the Hammer, asserts that the Space Wolves took the 1,000 Sons completely by surprise. The Space Wolves fell upon the City of Light from above, as Magnus had so many years before, and reduced it in one terrible, bloody night of violence and carnage. The single night of burning libraries, crashing towers, and feral mayhem is a potent image, and the action described in the Edda matches the popular image of the Space Wolves. But the Edda is oft criticised, for how could a planet of sorcerers, able to see across time and space and into the future, be so completely surprised as to face destruction in the course of a single night? How indeed, unless the dark powers which granted them their visions did not mean for them to see. However it occurred, the sack of Prospero was the ultimate horror for the scholarly 1,000 Sons, as Russ and his Space Wolves smashed their way through the sanctuary of the City of Light. Russ's warriors built pyres from Magnus's libraries of books, parchments, and ancient texts, destroying artifacts unique in all the galaxy with a stroke of the chainsword. Though they differ in their specifics, Most accounts suggest that Magnus himself met Russ in hand-to-hand combat, Primarch against Primarch, Berserker against Giant in the ruined heart of the city. The War of the Giants, committed to print by Inquisitor Bastelex Grimm from the Space Wolves' oral tradition, describes the titanic duel that followed.
Magnus the Red did take to the field of battle, causing the ravaged ground to liquefy neath his mighty stride.
Russ charged bodily the Crimson Bearmoth and did lift the Cyclops off the ground. The Wolf King broke the back of the Cyclops, and the last 1,000 sons, seeing their Primarch broken and cast down, did turn and flee. But as Russ raised Frost's blade Mjolnir to deliver the killing blow, Magnus spoke a word of power and did sink away into the iridescent ground. Accounts of what happened next differ wildly, depending upon the source, but all agree that somehow, in the City of Light's dying moments, Magnus cheated Russ of total victory, and in doing so, paid the very price the Emperor had warned him against all along. Everything that mattered to him was burning to the ground, and Magnus turned to what he knew best to save it. Magnus was swept upon the currents of the warp, and there he found the knowledge he sought. His sorcerers, his beloved legion, all the precious knowledge they had accumulated within the silver spires of the City of Light could still be saved. He discovered the solution, looking back at him as if it had always been there, watching his way, and subtly changing him to its own purpose. He beheld sorcery incarnate, promising knowledge, power, and salvation. But this time, it was on its own terms. Magnus was no longer the master of the way, as he had believed himself, but servant to it. It is said that even then Magnus hesitated. But as he thought back to his city, his works, his knowledge, and his brethren, reduced to fiery ruin at the command of his own father, he changed his allegiance for all time. And in that instant, the City of Light, its silver towers and vast libraries, and its legion of 1,000 sons, vanished from the face of Prospero forever. When Magnus and his 1,000 sons were seen again, it was above Istvan V, fighting alongside Horus. Magnus had become a demon prince of the chaos god Tzeentch, lord of sorcery and changer of the ways. The battle for their souls, and their fate now so complete, it leaves one wondering whether it was ever truly in doubt. The sacking of the Ite Nun Reclusium. The 1,000 Sons will often employ guile and trickery where other legions would engage the enemy head-on. These tactics were illustrated when Mordant Hex, a sorcerer lord of the 1,000 Sons, led a raid on a distant world in the eastern fringe called Etanum Free. This airless, barren planet was home to a small community of hermits who for millennia had lived out a simple life of contemplation and study. This peace was to be shattered forever when the 1,000 Sons dropships fell from the skies above the mountain retreat. Recovered fragments of the facility's security vidlog record the scene, as soon after the landings the passes were filled with relentlessly advancing armoured warriors. Records indicate that the Hermit's reaction to the attack was one of calm acceptance. As the Space Marines filed up the mountain passes to the gate of the Hermitage, its occupants showed no signs of the panic one would expect faced with a chaos attack. A brightly robed and armoured figure reached the great adamantium doors of the monastery, and stood before them for several minutes before striking upon them 9 times. A party of beguiled monks had gathered in the airlock, and at the 9th stroke they activated the depressurization rune. The airlock camera clearly shows the looks of serenity upon the faces of the occupants as the atmosphere rapidly bleeds from the chamber. The camera shows the monks' noble struggle to stand as their oxygen supply is cut off. Then the great doors part, and for a single second, the old men stand open to the airless expanse, with the silhouette of the armoured warriors visible beyond. An instant later, the hermit's legs give way, and they are swept from the chamber by the last venting gases, to be dashed upon the statuesque warriors' armoured forms. The remainder of the assault was little more than a massacre. The 1,000 Sons gained entry to the Reclusium and gunned down any who stood before them. Little or no resistance was offered. Hex and its force penetrated deep into the mountain complex, and at its heart found what they had come for. The central chamber housed a long-forgotten entrance to the Eldar webway. Whether this portal had been forgotten by the Eldar or had been cut off from their main routes is unknown. What can only be guessed at is the potential for damage now that the Thousand Sons Lord Sorcerer had gained entrance to the secret paths of the Eldar. The Rubric of Ahriman. The Thousand Sons had nearly been destroyed by the threat of uncontrolled mutation in their earliest days before their reunion with their Primarch. Even the salvation presented by Magnus's instruction was imperfect, requiring constant and vigilant oversight. The terror of it never left some of the Legion's most veteran members, and the rampant corruption they beheld amongst other traitor legions as the heresy ran its course appalled them. They dedicated themselves exclusively to their new master, and for a time Tzeentch seemed to shield them from a similar fate, even when the heresy ultimately failed, and the Thousand Sons were forced to fall back to the Eye of Terror with their comrades in rebellion. Tzeentch's favour seemed unilateral. Their patron god provided a new planet, rich in magical power for them, a haven from the madness within the Eye, for them to continue their research. But the way of the Master of Sorcery is capricious, and no sooner were the Thousand Sons ensconced upon their new homeworld than the changer of ways began to alter them. Grotesque mutations in images favoured by Tzeentch appeared spontaneously throughout the Legion. Many embraced these manifestations as tokens of their new destiny, but to the senior members of the Legion, it was as if all they had been through counted for nothing. All their sacrifices, the loss of Prospero, the bloodshed of the heresy, all was rendered meaningless. Their valiant pursuit of knowledge had resulted in the very madness and abomination they had always feared. An inner cabal of the mightiest sorcerers, led by their chief librarian and Magnus's most trusted advisor, Ahriman, determined to counter the warping corruption. They laid the foundations of a mighty spell, and protected their workings with wards of secrecy, for they doubted Magnus would bless so risky an enterprise. They would dispel the violent mutations washing over their battle brothers, and render the Thousand Sons immune to the warping effects of chaos. The Grimoire Hereticus describes a spell of such unimaginable power that even demonic horrors fled before the singular roaring maelstrom of magic unleashed by Ahriman and his cabal. The planet of sorcerers was enveloped in impenetrable storms of blue and yellow lightning, forks of the titanic energy arcing across the planet to strike down corrupted Thousand Sons one after another, until it is said Magnus himself was forced to intervene. The aftermath was nothing like what the Cabal had hoped for. Across the breadth of the world, the fighting strength of the Thousand Sons Legion had, in a single stroke, been destroyed utterly, and preserved for eternity. The reviled mutations were no more, because the flesh of the affected Space Marines had been reduced to dust, sealed forever inside armour mystically welded shut. Every clasp, joint and seam had been sealed as though by internal fire, trapping the animate spirits of the Thousand Sons irrecoverably within. Virtually the entirety of Magnus's Legion had been transformed into little more than implacable automata for all time. Magnus was enraged. The Legion he had sacrificed everything for was no more. The pursuit of knowledge that had always been foremost to each of his brethren was now denied them for all time. By their own hand, the majority of this legion of scholars could no longer even think. Everything he had done, all he had sacrificed, every critical decision he had made in his life had been founded upon two sacred beliefs: that knowledge was pure, and that he was its master. With his homeworld destroyed, his father, his sworn enemy, and his legion in ruin, Magnus of the Thousand Sons ascended his tower in despair. Casting his bitter gaze upon the war-weary and fragile Imperium of man, Magnus vowed, as Horus had at the height of the heresy, that he would see the galaxy burn. Ahriman, Chief Librarian of the Thousand Sons. The transmuting spell which rendered the Thousand Sons a legion of closed, armoured automata was the construct of the Legion's greatest sorcerer, after Magnus himself, its chief librarian, Ahriman. Before the events of the heresy, Ahriman had shared his Primarch's obsession with arcane mysteries, and had come to be the keeper of the now mythical Book of Magnus, a tome of incalculable sorcerous power. It may have been knowledge gleaned from this very tome with which Ahriman conjured his now infamous master spell. The result of his rubric, while imperfect, is said to have satisfied Ahriman in its consequences. A veteran Thousand Son from before the coming of Magnus, Ahriman's revulsion at the corruption of the Legion was so great that even the terrible price of reversing it was not too high. Magnus was not of like mind, however. So great was his wrath when the Cabal was discovered that the Primarch threatened to obliterate them utterly. But the very patron who had worked mutations upon them in the first place was said to have intervened. Who can say what the most enigmatic and capricious of entities intended? In any event, the Demon Prince stayed his hand, instead banishing Ahriman from the planet of sorcerers and condemning him to wander the Eye of Terror and beyond in a hopeless quest to understand the Chaos God Tzeentch. For his part, Ahriman refused to acknowledge Chaos as his master. Across the ensuing millennia, he has become a scourge, raiding ancient museums, librarians, scholaria, and reclusia, places of learning, religion, and contemplative thought. He seeks to acquire artifacts, data, or even persons he believes can lead him to mastery over the way of the sorcerer. He fosters cults on dozens of worlds at a time, providing cult magi with sorcerer's power until such time as they acquire some antiquarian trinket or satisfy another of Ahriman's demands before turning the wrath of his warband upon them. It is rumoured that Ahriman has of late turned his relentless predation upon the Eldar, determined in his belief that the lost knowledge he seeks can be found in the darkest of halls of enlightenment, the vast repository of arcana, referred to in whispers as the Black Library. Homeworld. Prospero was chosen by its original settlers for one reason: its remoteness. Isolated from the most common Imperial travel lanes and boasting virtually no independent resources of any value, Prospero had only one redeeming quality: it was a good place to hide. In the end, it was not even that. Today it is a blasted ruin, declared purgatus by the Inquisition. Through the millennia of endless raiding since, it has been discerned the City of Light survived its transit through the Immaterium intact. It came to rest within the Eye of Terror, upon a world that has come to be known as the Planet of Sorcerers. That demonic place is a seething cauldron of magical power, reflected across its breadth in the form of infernal volcanism and tempestuous skies saturated with magical vapour. Towers jut from craggy fists of rock, thrust up from the plains of lava, twisted and obscene mockeries of the spires and pyramids of learning which were the hallmarks of the City of Light before its fall. Mightiest of them all is the obsidian monolith, that is, the Tower of the Cyclops, said to be so massive it can be discerned from space with the naked eye. More obscenely, the Tower of the Cyclops looks back, as the pinnacle of the obelisk is a glowing warp eye, through which Magnus watches the paths of the future. The silver towers of the City of Light have been transfigured by the sorcerous might of the Thousand Suns into space-faring fortresses in which Psycho-Lords set out from the planet of sorcerers to traverse the cosmos, launching vengeful assaults upon the Imperium of Man. Combat doctrine. The Thousand Suns were well known for preferring to avoid close combat, instead relying upon their mastery of psychic power and sorcery to carry the day. Guile, feint, confusion, and misdirection were their hallmarks, all stratagems better used at range. Many were the occasions a Thousand Suns detachment would accomplish through illusion or trickery what a brother legion would pay for dearly in blood. Whatever else it may have changed, the rubric of Ahriman affected that doctrine very little. The sorcerer lords of the Thousand Suns still use their ghost brethren as implacable bulwarks of gunfire, around which they construct elaborate plans of guile and misdirection to achieve victory, all driven home with a timely application of potent magic. Organization. Magnus placed great faith in his subordinates, believing he had taught them well, that their powerful sorceries gave them the necessary tools to function independent of him. Before the heresy, individual Thousand Suns squads were not led by veteran sergeants, but by those who showed the most psychic promise. These thrall wizards were apprenticed to more experienced sorcerers for their Kabbalistic training, but at the same time gained experience leading men in small units. While this practice meant it was rare for a Thousand Sun who did not possess some measure of psychic talent to become a ranking officer,
It also meant those sorcerers who did gain prominence had considerable combat experience. As a result, the Thousand Sons, a numerically small legion to begin with, rarely took to the field en masse. Instead, they campaigned in smaller detachments under the command of sorcerers who often acted with much more authority independent of their Primarch than the officers of other legions. This command experience has stood them in good stead as independent leaders of warbands since the Heresy, to the Imperium's considerable and continuing misfortune. Beliefs. For the Primarch Magnus, knowledge was power. He believed there was no discipline his intellect could not master, no secret he could not unlock and make serve his purpose. For the Thousand Sons, knowledge was salvation, the means to controlling the psychic legacy of the Primarch's gene. Every book was sacred, every writing worthy of study, every document a resource to be drained. The ultimate knowledge was sorcery, the way to final enlightenment, the key to the universe. Before the Heresy, the Thousand Sons were publicly dogmatic, swearing oaths of loyalty and singing the Imperial hymns. They fought for the expansion of the Emperor's realm with diligence, but, as their oath-breaking illustrated, their final loyalty rested not with the Emperor, but with their Primarch. When Magnus's reach for intellectual mastery exceeded his grasp, Tzeentch was waiting for him, and the Space Marines who believed as he did could do nothing but fall with him. Gene Seed. Magnus was unquestionably the most profoundly mutated of the Emperor's Primarchs, both physically and psychically, and the Legion imprinted with his gene seed reflected that with a high percentage of Thousand Sons manifesting some level of psychic ability. Early in the Legion's history, a small but significant percentage were prone to physical mutation, but in the wake of falling thrall to Tzeentch, that percentage escalated wildly. The rubric ended that forever for the Battle Brothers of the Thousand Sons, but the sorcerers who command those armoured shells still carry the gene seed of their demon Primarch, and wear their grotesque mutations proudly as tokens of their mercurial patron's favour. Battle Cry. A ghostly whisper of all is dust. The Sons of Horus. The Primarch of the Lunar Wolves was the infamous Horus, first and greatest of all the Primarchs. His legion conquered countless worlds during the Great Crusade before Horus betrayed the Emperor and led a violent rebellion that devastated the Imperium. The Lunar Wolves are the only Space Marine Legion to have changed their name, becoming the Sons of Horus, and finally, the Black Legion. The early history of the first founding Space Marine Legions is largely lost, due to the relentless march of time. Accounts and details of those legions that rebelled, especially of the arch-traitor Horus himself, were further expunged from Imperial records after the Horus Heresy. To deny any knowledge of those events from the vulnerable minds of Imperial citizens. Indeed, only a select handful of powerful individuals know any of the truth, and it is likely that none know it all. Such information that does exist is sketchy and anecdotal, and lies in ancient heretical tomes closely guarded by certain inquisitors or handed down within the secret orders of the original legions that remained loyal. These records suggest that the Space Marines of the Lunar Wolves Legion were created using human stock taken from the violent hive gangs inhabiting the planet called Chthoniya. This planet allegedly existed in one of Earth's closest neighbouring systems, being within reach even for non-warp spacecraft. Chthoniya had been colonized, built upon, tunneled, and mined probably since the dawn of space travel. As such, all natural resources had been stripped away and used up millennia before. And the ancient mining technology had long since been rediscovered and removed by the adepts of Mars. The planet that remained was largely redundant and abandoned, completely riddled with catacombs, crumbling industrial plants, and exhausted mine workings. Fierce gangs inhabited the lawless depths of Chthoniya, enjoying freedom from the rigors of imperial citizenship, but at the time of the first founding, they provided an easy source of human specimens whom nobody would miss. One report talks of so-called recruitment squads, rounding off thousands of gangers and shipping them away, chained together in the holds of prison shuttles to Geno laboratories on Luna. Here they were modified, using the genetic code of the Primarch Horus. It is more common for Space Marine genetic stock to be gleaned from feral or primitive worlds. However, after the usual hypno-psychological indoctrination process, the Lunar Wolves recruits emerged as excellent and ferociously loyal specimens. Horus. Information about Horus himself is even harder to uncover. It is thought that he was the first of the Primarchs to be recovered by the Emperor, having been cast much closer to Terra than the others, and was found at a much younger age. As a result, Horus was for many years the Emperor's only son, and there was a great affinity between them. The Emperor spent much time with his protege, teaching and encouraging him. Horus was soon placed in command of the Lunar Wolves Legion, 10,000 Space Marines created from his own genetic code. With these warriors to lead, Horus accompanied the Emperor for the first 30 years of the Great Crusade, and together they forged the initial expansion of the young Imperium. The two fought together on many occasions, at the fortified city of Realis, a human settlement unwilling to accept the Emperor's beneficent will. The defending army used secret tunnels to infiltrate behind the besieging Imperial army, and hundreds of shock troops swamped the command encampment. Unprepared and unarmoured, the Emperor and Horus fought back to back until a plasma blast stunned Horus and sent him staggering to the floor. The Emperor stood over the Primarch and refused to give ground until reinforcements arrived to drive their attackers back. On the orc-infested planet of Goro, Horus repaid the debt by hacking the arm from a huge, frenzied greenskin warlord as it struggled to choke the Emperor's life out of him. Then came the day that the Emperor divined the presence of a second Primarch in their proximity, and immediately set out to find him, leaving Horus in temporary command of the massed legions of the Great Crusade. While he rejoiced at the discovery of one of his brothers, Horus determined that the Emperor would always remain most proud of him, his first son. As other Primarchs were discovered, the Emperor's time was pulled more and more in other directions, and while many of the legions now had their destined leaders, Horus was often given overall strategic command. It was a position he relished, proving himself time and again a consummate general, winning praise and decorations from the Emperor for his achievements and conquests. He had the approval and admiration of all the Space Marine legions, including their Primarchs. It is said that as well as being a great warrior and strategist, Horus was fiercely intelligent. He was charismatic, persuasive, and had an innate understanding of psychology. He could read men in order to use their strengths or exploit their weaknesses. These skills made him a well-loved leader, but also allowed him to find non-military solutions when others would simply have attacked. On many worlds, a blunt explanation of the destructive might at his disposal and a day's parley with the planetary leaders was enough to bring them into the Imperial fold without bloodshed. Horus always took trouble to follow the local human customs and modes of greeting if he thought it would lessen the chances of a hostile reception to his arrival. His practice of taking part in local rituals to establish ties for later exploitation soon became Imperial policy. Horus was also skilled in getting the best out of the other Primarchs and their respective legions. Many of them excelled in a particular style of fighting, and Horus encouraged this diversity and endeavoured to deploy them to war zones that would suit them best. If a sudden strike was needed, he would send the White Scars or the Night Lords. If a protracted campaign was expected, then the Death Guard or the Salamanders were used. When precise timing or covert operations were required, the Alpha Legion were favoured, and if simple ferocity was called for, other legions were brought to the fore. Horus wielded the Space Marine legions as a lesser commander would wield squads of his army, positioning them so that each could perform to their advantage and win glory for all. There is also evidence that he sent dispatches detailing the World Eater's most ferocious victories to the Blood Angels Legion and vice versa, presumably to foster a competitive rivalry. Likewise, it can be assumed that Horus was well aware of the feud between the Space Wolves and the Dark Angels. These two legions were repeatedly deployed in joint actions, spurring them both on to greater military feats in order to outdo each other. His own legion had all the glory of being the greatest Primarch's personal guard, and they shared Horus's credo of fighting to be the best. Under his inspiring command, the Lunar Wolves were always at the forefront of the latest campaign,
pushing the boundaries of the Imperium ever wider, driving further and further into the galaxy and striving to conquer and liberate more worlds than any other legion. In the Arato, Kaskastin, and Androv systems, the Lunar Wolves were known to have moved swiftly on to planet after planet as soon as the local armies had been subdued. The Ultramarines and the Iron Warriors, who were fighting alongside Horus's legion at this time, were repeatedly left to mop up any final pockets of resistance and establish garrisons on the conquered worlds. The Lunar Wolves' officers apparently refused point-blank to assign any troops to these duties, insisting that every man was required for the ongoing crusade. Further rebellion flared up on a number of planets after the Lunar Wolves had left, and it is believed that the Ultramarines Primarch Rebute Guilliman subsequently had words with Horus on the matter. At the time, it seems that Horus pacified the Primarch by admitting that Guilliman was much better at this sort of thing than he was. However, in his great work, the Codex Astartes, completed much later, Guilliman prescribed a much more thorough tactical doctrine for the suppression of the planet. The Heresy. The Ultramarine Crusade saw Horus battling a huge Orc empire. At its conclusion, the Emperor declared it the greatest victory yet for his mighty Imperium, and was said to bestow much praise upon the Lunar Wolves and Horus for their part in the campaign. The most notable reward was the renaming of the Legion. The Emperor sent word that henceforth they would be known as the Sons of Horus, in honour of their Primarch. Horus himself was given the title War Master, now officially Supreme Commander of the Emperor's forces. Despite these great honours, there is some suggestion that Horus was less than content. The wording of the Emperor's proclamation clearly claimed the glory of Horus's victories as his own. This was the usual rhetoric for such announcements. After all, the Primarchs were the sworn vassals of him and his Imperium. And yet in the Primarch's eyes, the Emperor now spent his time in safety at his palace on Terra, while Horus won his Imperium for him. It seems likely that a deeply rooted resentment had surfaced. Before he could return to Terra to be officially invested with his new title, Horus apparently fell ill on a small feral world called Davin. During his convalescence, he took part in the induction ceremony of a warrior lodge on the planet. This was the Primarch's well-tried practice to develop ties with the local populations. Feral natives were more easily recruited into the Imperial fold when the warriors from the stars had become brothers. However, this time was different. In the days that followed, Horus's officers detected a change in his character. It is now presumed that the Warrior Lodge was in fact a Chaos Coven, which somehow managed to ensorcel the War Master. The Primarch proceeded to introduce similar warrior lodges into his own legion, and then others under his command. Horus's fealty had changed. His legion believed that he was actually possessed by a demon. Whether or not this is true, it is certain that he was now allied body and soul to the powers of chaos, and he had a new vision for the Imperium, with himself at its head. Whether the events at Davin were just planned by the gods of chaos or just the work of an isolated group is unsure. Certainly a Primarch becoming ill was almost unheard of, and it would surely have required a virulent and unique ailment to affect him, perhaps indicating a greater conspiracy. The Sons of Horus, already fiercely loyal and proud of their War Master, had no hesitation. They quickly renounced their oath to the Emperor and started to worship Horus and his new gods. The corruption spread to every organization with which Horus had dealings, including a division of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and from there to the Collegia Titanica and the Legio Cybernetica. The other Primarchs, Horus knew like brothers, and was already well practiced at motivating them, appealing to their pride, martial prowess and courage, while playing upon past grudges and favours. The War Master gained the loyalty of fully half the Primarchs. The war that followed was the most terrible in the history of the Imperium, and came close to shattering it forever. Space Marines fought Space Marines, and Titans fought Titans, as Earth was invaded, and the Emperor's palace itself was besieged and breached. History records that on the 55th day of the battle, overwhelming Imperial reinforcements approached. In a bid to slay the Emperor before it was too late, Horus lowered the shields around his battle barge, daring his creator to teleport on board. But it was Horus who was slain, and with him died the rebellion. It was a traumatic and devastating blow for the Sons of Horus. Everything they had ever fought for was lost. The Legion fell back immediately from the attack on the palace, and fought their way back to their shuttles. This action alone is thought to have secured the enmity of all the other traitor legions. On board the battle barge, the captain of the First Company led a furious counterattack to drive the Imperials from the vessel, then fled into space with the War Master's body. The Ullanor Crusade. The Ullanor sector was the domain of Orc warlord Erlak Urg. His empire was founded on dozens of conquered and enslaved human planets. Knowing the Orcs' love for battle, the War Master's tactics were to lure the Greenskins away from his real targets. Other Space Marine legions were tasked to retake the outlying planets, supported by newly raised Imperial Guard regiments. As the Orc armadas moved out to resist this invasion, the Lunar Wolves' fleet drove straight for the central system. Drop pods crashed to the ground all around Erlak's fortress palace. Heavy shuttles deployed land raiders and predators, and armoured Space Marines advanced on the defences. Then, as hundreds of Orcs rushed to join the battle on the perimeter walls, Horus and the entire Terminator-armoured First Company teleported directly to the foot of the Great Central Tower. As the Lunar Wolves blasted away the guards, mobs from the walls raced back to protect Erlak. Horus left most of the Terminators to hold back the Orcs and pushed on up the tower with just 10 Space Marines at his side. At the pinnacle of the tower, they found Erlak in a grand chamber, accompanied by 40 of the biggest Orcs in his empire. Horus charged straight into the midst of the knobs, slicing apart the muscled green bodies with the twin lightning claws of his battle armour. The Terminators with him would not fire into the melee for fear of hitting their beloved Primarch, so they too crashed into the combat. Slowly they hacked a path through the mob until Horus faced Erlak himself. The Overlord was an enormous Orc, but he was simply no match for the Primarch's skill and unnatural power. First crippling his enemy, Horus hefted Erlak's broken body out onto the roof and threw it screaming from the battlements to fall far below amongst a horde of Orcs still assaulting the lower levels. The sudden demise of their mighty leader sent a panic through the Greenskin forces, which started to fall back from the Terminators. But the fleeing mobs found they had nowhere to run, as the outer walls had been breached by the attacking Lunar Wolves, and the day turned into a slaughter. Back in the Overlord's chamber, Horus found every Orc and Terminator dead, apart from the gore-drenched captain of the First Company, Abaddon, surrounded by crushed and broken bodies. As word of his death spread, the Overlord's empire fragmented. Imperial forces were able to destroy or drive out the remaining Orcs and free the Quadrant for Imperial rule within a year. Naturally, the Lunar Wolves claimed to have liberated substantially more worlds than their allies. Exile. Along with the other rebel legions, the Sons of Horus found refuge in the Eye of Terror, where they established a base from which to continue the campaign against the Imperium. They constructed a fortress tomb for the body of the War Master, and even in death still revered him as their commander. Nobody was appointed in his place, and the captains of the Legion would offer sacrifices and pray for guidance in his shrine. In the following centuries, they were the most active of the traitor legions, possibly trying to maintain their tradition of achieving more than the others, or perhaps seeking to atone for their moment of weakness on Terra. During this time, they offered their worship to each of the Chaos Gods in turn, willingly giving their bodies to possession by demons in emulation of their dead Primarch. However, with every change in loyalty, the demons of the rejected god retreated into the warp, leaving their Space Marine hosts nothing more than desiccated husks. The Legion grew fewer and fewer, until it was threatened with extinction. Desperate experimentation and research by the Legion's sorcerer librarians finally uncovered a method of possession that did not destroy the mortal host. Saved, but still numerically inferior, the Sons of Horus fought a series of bloody wars against the other traitor legions, vying for resources, power, and superiority within the Eye of Terror. The culmination of the conflict was the destruction of the Legion's fortress by a combined force of their erstwhile allies, including the Emperor's children. Worse still, the War Master's corpse was taken, and there were subsequent reports that a being calling himself the Primogenitor was working with the Emperor's children to clone the body. With their Primarch taken from them and defiled by their enemies, the remains of the Legion finally swore fealty to a new leader, Abaddon, captain of the First Company. Abaddon knew that the memory of the War Master shackled his Legion to the failures of the past.
So his first edict was renouncing the name of Horus and the ancient title of the Legion. Taking their last surviving battle barge, he led them in a lightning raid that destroyed the War Master's body and the whole cloning laboratory complex. For this action and in every subsequent sighting, each Space Marine's armor was painted black. Since this time, Abaddon's Black Legion has raided the Imperium, sowing havoc and misery on every world it attacks. Homeworld. The Legion's homeworld of Chthoniya no longer exists, having apparently lost geostructural integrity and broken apart into asteroids and debris during the centuries following the heresy. Certainly the once ore-rich planet was riddled with mine workings right through to its dead core. In fact, the numerous gangers that form the population may have originally been imported as work teams to maintain the crumbling tunnels. However, there is much conjecture that Chthoniya was destroyed deliberately. Since the destruction of their fortress in the Eye of Terror, the Black Legion is no longer based on any particular planet, instead stationed permanently on various spacecraft. They possess a single ancient battle barge from their original fleet, as well as other vessels commandeered or captured over the years. In particular, many Imperial Navy ships, which rebelled during the Horus Heresy, now seem to be under Abaddon's command, along with newer vessels he has ordered constructed. Combat Doctrine. The Legion is a flexible fighting force that can perform well and adapt quickly to any combat situation. It was trained to respond sharply and decisively to the tactical orders of the War Master, and consequently the chain of command within the Legion was very efficient. This suffered significantly during the early years of exile when the Legion was leaderless, but Abaddon has done much to restore discipline, mainly through fear and horrendous violence inflicted on those that displease him. Horus's favoured doctrine of tearing the throat out of the enemy by eliminating their high command in a swift strike remains a well-used tactic. Abaddon, the Despoiler. Abaddon was a captain of the Lunar Wolves' first company during the Great Crusade and followed Horus from ancient Terror to conquer the distant stars. He worshipped the War Master like a god, and Horus treated him as his most favoured son. Indeed, some whispered that he was, in truth, the clone son of the Primarch himself, product of the earliest geno-experimentation. When the heresy came, it was clear that Abaddon's loyalty was to his Primarch and not the distant emperor of mankind. He led the Terminator-armoured Sons of Horus in campaigns on Istvan, Yarant, and in the siege of the Imperial Palace on Earth. His anguish at Horus's defeat in that final conflict drove him deeper into madness and hatred than any mortal should ever sink. He took Horus's lightning claw, tearing it from the War Master's armour with a howl of rage which echoed through the great ship. Abaddon has fought to rebuild the pride and reputation of the Black Legion, always leading his forces into the most dangerous conflicts personally. At first, Abaddon won the grudging respect of the other traitor legions, but as his deeds have grown mightier, he has succeeded in winning their support too. His impassioned words have rekindled the traitor legion's smouldering hatred of the Imperium, and warriors of all the legions have fought under his banner. Abaddon has marshalled his strength with care, and now commands the loyalty of champions from all of the other traitor legions. Those who oppose him are crushed. Those who join him add their strength to the greatest army ever assembled within the Eye of Terror. Abaddon has tested the strength of the Imperium many times, and with each victory his power grows. When Abaddon first returned, it was at the head of a diabolical horde which ravaged entire systems around the Eye of Terror before the Imperium could muster the strength to halt it. During this first Black Crusade, Abaddon made many bloody pacts with the infernal powers. In the crypts below the Tower of Silence on Uralan, Abaddon recovered a demon sword of prodigious power. With the howling demon blade in his fists, Abaddon became nigh on unstoppable. Whole cities were burned in sacrifice to the ever-hungry demons of chaos, and entire armies were torn apart by gibbering warp entities. Abaddon's power swelled to inhuman proportions as the gods of chaos rewarded him lavishly, and he undertook acts of fiendish bravery which horrified those who stood against him. His most recent and most devastating incursion was the Gothic War, during which Abaddon almost brought an entire sector to its knees. His fleets were augmented with a newly constructed flagship, known for good reason as the Planet Killer. Alongside this, he somehow activated and gained control of the Blackstone fortresses, mysterious constructions allegedly predating the Imperium itself, that combined to generate prodigious destructive firepower. Abaddon attacked while the sector was cut off from reinforcements by warp storms, and caused huge damage to the Imperial battle fleet, destroyed a number of planets and devastated many more. Only the intervention of the Eldar enabled Imperial forces to stop the Chaos fleet. The High Lords of Terror live in fear of the day that Abaddon unites all of the traitor legions into an unstoppable horde and returns to play out the last acts of treachery begun by Horus 10,000 years ago. Organization. After the death of Horus, proper structure within the squads and companies disintegrated, and their later dispersal in various spacecraft further fragmented the Legion. Now warbands of virtually any size and composition can be found following Black Legion champions, ranking officers from older times or newly emerged leaders who have won favour through their violent deeds. At times, such warbands rally together under the banner of a greater champion or even Abaddon himself for a major raid or incursion into the hated Imperium. However, loyalty to differing chaos gods often leads to internal politics and conflict. Possession by demons is still considered highly favourable, and many members of the Legion have the honour of being hosts. Beliefs. The overriding belief of the Legion prior to the War Master's demise was in the ultimate superiority of Horus and themselves. In continually seeking to prove themselves as the greatest Legion, they did indeed achieve most in terms of sheer numbers of worlds brought into the Imperial fold prior to the heresy. Their defeat and exile was a crushing blow to the collective ego of the Legion. It has taken all the strength of character of their new commander, Abaddon, to restore the Legion's sense of pride and refocus on their ultimate goal, to overthrow everything which the false emperor of mankind created. Gene Seed. The Legion's gene seed, prior to the incident on Davin, was reliably pure. However, following their corruption by Chaos, Space Marines started to exhibit random mutations, and it is likely that this taint goes right down to the gene seed level. The regular practice of seeking demonic possession may also have accelerated the effect. However, such mutations are seen as a mark of favour from the Chaos deities, and are generally displayed with pride. Battle Cry. Up until the destruction of Horus's body, it was, "For the War Master." Following this event, the various warbands each used their own battle cries. Warbands fighting for Abaddon used, "We are returned." The Word Bearers. While the vast majority of Chaos Space Marines are known for their unyielding bitterness towards the Imperium of Man, there are few who could match the depths of hatred of the Word Bearers. Armed with zealous faith in chaos in all its myriad forms, the Word-Bearers waged an unholy war against man even before the Horus Heresy erupted. Lorgar, Primarch of the Word-Bearers Legion of Space Marines, was known as one of the most scrupulous and dedicated followers of the Imperial cult. His zeal in persecuting the enemies of the Emperor was almost unmatched by any of his brother Primarchs, and many were those who felt him to be the most devoted of the Primarchs. It was on the world of Colchis that his character was to be formed, one of the first worlds settled in mankind's exploration of the stars. Its continental masses were dotted with strange, crumbling edifices, and no amount of exploration or research could fathom their purpose. Explorators at the time of the Great Crusade put the date of its first settlement somewhere around the 16th millennium, though it is impossible to be certain. Imperial scholars and historians believe that the world of Colchis was once highly advanced technologically, but fell into anarchy during the turbulent times known as the Age of Strife, and that its population regressed to the level of a feudal society. Few records remain of the society that arose from the ashes of the Age of Strife, save those penned by Lorgar himself, and these are sealed in the deepest vaults of the Library Sanctus on Terra. Various fragments of these records are reproduced in the Speculum Historiale, the exhaustive history of the Great Crusade, penned by the historian Capinus. In his description of Colchis, Capinus tells of a caste of priests calling themselves the Covenant, who rebuilt the shattered society of Colchis, on the promise that a great leader would one day come to deliver them from the darkness their world had descended into. With harsh religious observance, the Covenant's strict dogma became a gigantic monolithic belief structure that permeated every facet of daily life on Colchis. Of Lorgar's coming, Capinus speaks of a fiery comet smashing into the foremost temple of the Covenant, bearing the infant Primarch, while Lorgar himself often made oblique references to his pilgrimage to Colchis. Another tale tells of the arrival of a strange golden-skinned child at the doors of the Covenant's largest temple, asking to be schooled in their ways. The child was taken into the temple and given the name of Lorgar, growing to manhood within its walls and quickly mastering the many tenets and codes of faith imposed by the Covenant. The truth of the matter will, in all likelihood, never be known, and though the answers may lie in the blasted words of the Liber Malum, its pages must never again be opened. However it came to pass, Lorgar became a devout member of the Covenant, taking fiery words of faith to every corner of the globe, where the power of his oratory and charisma won many supporters. He rose rapidly through the ranks, and though the people of Colchis loved him, he had enemies within the Covenant who grew jealous of his popularity and challenged to their power. The Speculum Historiale speaks of a tale told by Lorgar to Conrad Kurz, Primarch of the Night Lords, during the victory celebrations on Boreant, following the defeat of the arch-heretic of Dullath. Lorgar spoke of strange dreams and visions that afflicted him in his early years. In them he saw a mighty warrior in gleaming armour with a helm of bronze and a shining sword. A giant, in blue robes with but a single, unblinking eye, stood behind him, speaking of his lord's coming to Colchis and that Lorgar must be ready for him. Lorgar was convinced that this mighty warrior was the divine leader the Canticles of the Covenant had promised. At the urging of Corferon, his closest friend, began spreading the word that their god would soon be amongst them. People flocked to hear his words, and waves of popular support followed Lorgar wherever he preached. This was the opportunity Lorgar's enemies within the Covenant had been waiting for, and they denounced him as a heretic, fearing the threat to the status quo and their power. Lorgar's supporters rallied around him, fighting and killing the soldiers of the Covenant who came to arrest him. Lorgar himself fought with strength and passion for his cause, and each time the Covenant's warriors came for him, he slew them. His enemies had vastly underestimated the depth of belief in Lorgar's words, and the Covenant split into two factions, each deeply opposed to the other's belief, and each believing that only they could save their people. A holy war of horrific proportions erupted, with more and more of the population forced to choose sides as the battles grew larger and spread across the planet. For 6 years, the fighting raged across Colchis, and many were the atrocities carried out in the name of holy righteousness. Lorgar's supporters were outnumbered, but they were led by a Primarch, and his strength and power were beyond compare. Lorgar fought many battles, learning the ways of war with astounding rapidity. His inspired words roused his armies to undreamed-of heights of courage and devotion, binding them to the promise of their saviour's coming, and the priests of the Covenant could do nothing to stop him. Eventually, Lorgar led his people to victory, storming the temple he had trained in, and killing all the priests within. With the end of the war, the people awaited the arrival of the divine being promised by Lorgar, and less than a year after the final battle, a mighty sky-born vessel descended to the temple on a trail of fire. The Apocrypha of Scaros tells that the Emperor and Magnus the Red descended to Colchis with 2 squads of Thousand Sons Space Marines to meet its mighty war leader. Lorgar dropped to one knee, immediately recognizing the Emperor from his visions, and swore his undying fealty to him. Under Lorgar's rule, every facet of the Covenant's belief structure was devoted to the worship of the Emperor, and the population of Colchis rejoiced, united behind their new and wondrous god. The elaborate celebrations and pious displays of devotion lasted for many months, and recent translations of some of the more obscure passages within the Speculum Historiale infer that the delays enforced on the Great Crusade by the lengthy shows of fealty Lorgar offered chafed at the Emperor, who wished to resume the conquest of the galaxy as swiftly as possible. These same scholars cite later events in the Great Crusade as further proof of this, though others point to Carpinus's revisionist tendencies and claim that such interpretations are based on the venerable historian's hindsight. At the conclusion of the celebrations, the Emperor offered Lorgar command of the Word-Bearers and bade him take his best and bravest warriors to become Space Marines for his Praetorian Guard. Lorgar accepted the honor the Emperor offered him and decreed that he would leave Colchis and take his place at the Emperor's side. He appointed faithful followers to minister to his people in his absence, garbed himself in battle gear, and departed with the Emperor
and Magnus. Lorgar led his legion throughout the glory years of the Great Crusade, setting out to eradicate and destroy all forms of blasphemy and heresy that threatened the Emperor's realm. All manner of ancient scrolls, books, artworks, and icons were burned and smashed before the advancing ranks of the Legion. In their place, vast monuments and cathedrals, all dedicated to the Emperor, were erected upon the mounds of dead of those who had resisted conversion. The greatest chaplains of the Legion produced enormous works on the divinity and righteousness of the Emperor, and Lorgar himself delivered countless speeches and sermons, converting millions to the Emperor with his words alone. The progress of the word-bearers was slow, but complete. None escaped the Crozius or the Bolter. Entire worlds were scoured of the living for their refusal to submit to the will of the Emperor. When the Emperor took note of Lorgar's slow advance across the stars, he personally reproached his Primarch. He informed Lorgar that his purpose was not for faith, but for battle. The true mission of the Space Marines was to reconquer and unify the galaxy under the banner of the Imperium, not to waste precious time and resources in vast displays of fealty and piety. Lorgar was stunned. Upon returning to his personal battleship, the Fidelitas Lex, the Primarch refused to speak to any of his lieutenants or chaplains. He removed his power armor and wore nothing but sackcloth, his golden skin greased with ash, his hair torn and disheveled. He mourned the Emperor's command for a month, and the legion of the word-bearers stood idle and silent within the depths of space, waiting for a command, any command, to be issued by their Primarch. The master of mankind did not remain ignorant of Lorgar's reaction. The Emperor was on the verge of once again reprimanding his tardy Primarch when news came that the Legion had suddenly renewed its campaign. Worlds now fell before the word-bearers like ripe grain. The assaults were quick and devastating. No longer did Lorgar offer redemption or salvation to those he set his legion against. The embittered Primarch offered only the sword, and in his wrath, the holocausts were unnumbered. Pleased with what he saw as progress, the Emperor turned his eyes towards other matters. What he could not know is that he had already been betrayed. The word-bearers were the first legion to be fully corrupted by chaos. While it is true that Horus was the first of the Primarchs to be tainted, and his sons of Horus were the first legion to openly rebel, in truth, it was the word-bearers who were the first to fully embrace chaos as an entire legion. When the Emperor rebuked Lorgar's show of devotion, the Primarch turned his gaze towards gods who would be more worthy of his dedication. In chaos, Lorgar found what he was searching for. Beyond all mortal comprehension, the gods of chaos welcomed, even demanded worship. As such, they were initially generous with Lorgar, as his devotion to gods that accepted his worship unquestioningly was second to none. Lorgar's ego, however, would not allow him to become any single god's champion, instead preferring to worship chaos in its myriad, infinite forms. The word-bearers came to worship chaos as a pantheon of countless gods and goddesses, dark princes and ethereal powers that writhed and seethed in the haunted depths of the Immaterium. Lorgar would later say that as he turned his faith to chaos, a veil lifted from his eyes, and he was able to see the Emperor for what he was. Not his god at all, but an irreverent man who had failed to grasp that what humanity needed above all else was religious domination. That could only be provided by godlike beings such as himself. The resultant submission and fealty to chaos would allow mankind to stave off the countless alien hordes that sought to overwhelm and destroy the young Imperium. At first, the Legion kept their new faith secret, unaware that chaos had already tainted many of their brethren. Once Horus openly defied the Emperor, and his Legion renounced all ties to Imperial authority, the word-bearers openly cast their lot in with the side of chaos. The Second Legion to spit on their oaths of loyalty, the word-bearers soon set upon the Legion they had come to despise the most, the Legion of Rabute Gilliman, the Ultramarines. While the Emperor had chastised the word-bearers, they watched with jealous hearts as he championed the Ultramarines as his finest warriors. When the heresy erupted and the shackles of loyalty were cast off, the word-bearers set upon the sons of Ultramar with unbridled hatred. The Ultramarines were initially stunned, and Lorgar was able to push them back to Ultramar, the region of space that the Ultramarines govern and defend. It was upon the world of Calth that the final battle would take place. Famed for its orbital shipyards, Calth was a typical world of Ultramar. Its inhabitants were wealthy and generous, knowing little in the ways of want or fear.
In many ways, theirs was a paradise, and as such it was not to last. When the Word-Bearers launched their attack against the Ultramarines, the strike against Calf was led by one of Lorgar's greatest champions, the former Master of the Faith, Cor Ferron. This mighty champion swore to utterly destroy the planet, and was very nearly successful. From his personal battle barge, now renamed Infidious Imperator, Cor Ferron directed a full-scale invasion of the Calf system. Calf's 3 sister planets were all destroyed, massive geo-nuclear strikes ripping them apart at the core. Its once gentle sun was laced with deadly metals and substances that increased its radiation output tenfold. Within a century after the Heresy's end, the final elements of Calf's atmosphere were burned off. The world left airless, its populace now dwelling in gigantic underground caverns. Upon its surface, the Word-Bearers fought the Ultramarines to a standstill. The traitors held superiority in numbers, weaponry and brutality, but the Ultramarines would never give in. As driven as the warriors of Lord Cor Ferron were, they could not dislodge the Ultramarines, many of whom had once called the planet home. The war on Calf was devastating and horrific. Ancient codes of warfare and martial conduct were broken and set aside by the Word-Bearers as all manner of death and destruction was unleashed. The Ultramarines were stunned by the millions of cultists the Word-Bearers used as human shields, and disgusted by the hordes of demons unleashed as shock troops. The Word-Bearers, in turn, had underestimated the tenacity and resolve of their hated foe. In the end, Lord Cor Ferron was defeated when reinforcements from Recrag drove the Word-Bearers from the surface of Calf. Cor Ferron retreated all the way to the Maelstrom, a turbulent region of the galaxy where the immaterium of chaos seeps through into the material realm of the universe. The Ultramarines were victorious, and their leader, Brother Captain Vantanas, would one day set foot upon a broken cultus, symbolically capturing the abandoned homeworld of the Legion that had once threatened to enslave Ultramar. While Cor Ferron set his men upon Calf, Lorgar was leading the rest of the Legion against Terra. The horrors of the battles there were beyond the comprehension of mortal beings, and fill many vaults of the Library Sanctus. Lorgar helped smash down the realm of the Master he had once served with the fanaticism of a zealot. Suffice to say, Horus was defeated, and the legions of Chaos were forced to flee. The Word-Bearers were also forced to retreat to the Eye of Terror, and there they have remained, returning to the Imperium to raid, pillage, and destroy, awaiting the chance to reclaim what was once theirs. As time passed, and the atrocities carried out in the name of Lorgar rose to new heights, he was rewarded by his patrons with the gift of demonhood. Now he truly was the equal of a god, and the birth scream of this newest demon of chaos was said by astropaths to have echoed through the warp with triumphant vindication. From the demon world of Sicarus, Lorgar watches over his legion, directing its myriad wars and engagements, orchestrating vast corruption from within the Imperium that suffers at the hands of its innumerable cults and covens. Unlike many of the other traitor legions, the Word-Bearers have remained a unified, if loosely organised legion. Each of Lorgar's champions have become an amalgamation of brutal war leader and divinely inspired preacher of chaos, known as a Dark Apostle. Each is gifted an army, roughly equivalent to a Space Marine chapter, known as a host, and these armies have proven to be deadly raiding forces against the Imperium. From the 2 primary bases of the Legion, the demon world of Sicarus and the factory world of Galmec, located within the Maelstrom, the Word-Bearers launch twisted wars of faith against the Imperium. On each world they attack, they plant the seeds of future corruption and an ever-expanding web of cults. Fortunately for the Imperium, the cults of the Word-Bearers compete heavily with those of the Alpha Legion, a rivalry that has spread to the legions themselves. Though the Alpha Legion and the Word-Bearers have united several times to take part in the Black Crusades of Abaddon, they are more usually in states of bitter division and rivalry. On the worlds they attack, the Word-Bearers build huge monuments dedicated to their dark gods, and vast cathedrals are erected, where the chants and prayers of the faithful intermingle with the screams of those being sacrificed in the name of Lorgar. The Word-Bearers are the only traitor legion to still observe codes of religion in the form of their Dark Apostles, and under them have retained a strict regimen of blasphemous prayer and evil devotion that fills much of their time. All Word-Bearers are expected to be thoroughly knowledgeable in ritual sacrifice, occult study, and decadent worship.
In battle, the word-bearers are zealous in the extreme, marching forward under huge banners dedicated to chaos in its myriad forms, reciting catechisms as they fight, and slaying the enemy for failing to follow the one true path to righteousness. Their war against the Imperium of Man is total, and it will not end until every icon of the Emperor who betrayed them lies shattered at their feet. Cor Ferron, Master of the Faith. Cor Ferron was Lorgar's spiritual advisor on cultures, and the Primarch valued his counsel above all others. When the visions of the Emperor's arrival on cultures plagued the young Primarch, it was Cor Ferron who pressed him to take his prophecies to the people. First amongst Lorgar's followers, Cor Ferron followed the Primarch through all his battles against the Covenant, lending him spiritual strength when it seemed there was no end in sight to the wars. Upon his elevation to a Space Marine, Cor Ferron became Lorgar's second-in-command, leading the first company of the Word-Bearers. Even in a legion of zealots, Cor Ferron stood out, and it was inevitable. The legion's chaplains would pick him for further devotional training. Immersed in religious study, Cor Ferron's zeal rose to new heights, and the warriors he led fought with ferocity unmatched by any of their brethren. Cor Ferron advanced quickly through the chaplaincy, the speed of his assimilation of holy texts beyond all mortal comprehension. But a man such as Cor Ferron should never have become a Space Marine. His ambition for power had led him as a child to the Covenant, and thence to Lorgar. As the Word-Bearers sat becalmed in deep space, following the Emperor's rebuke of Lorgar's slow advance, it was Cor Ferron who first gave voice to the idea that if the Emperor would not accept their worship, there were other beings in the galaxy who would. Cor Ferron understood Lorgar's need for acceptance, and he knew that the powers of chaos turned no one away. Cor Ferron's quest for power had now led him to chaos, and as Lorgar brooded over the Emperor's reproach, Cor Ferron worked subtle manipulations and whispered appeals to Lorgar's pride, slowly poisoning the Primarch against his former master. Cor Ferron became Master of the Faith, and began the process of corrupting the entire Legion. With Lorgar embracing chaos with gusto, it was not long before the Word-Bearers were wholly dedicated to the ruinous powers. As before, Cor Ferron was Lorgar's spiritual advisor, and led contingents of Word-Bearers in some of the most devastating battles of the Horus Heresy. He was eventually defeated by the Ultramarines on Calth, and forced to flee to the Maelstrom. The Ultramarines claimed to have destroyed his battle barge in an engagement on the fringes of the Maelstrom, but such a claim is impossible to verify in this volatile region of space. However, the number of cults and uprisings believed to have been instigated by the Word-Bearers in the regions surrounding the Maelstrom makes it increasingly likely that Cor Ferron survived and continues his evil calling to this day. The Purging of Fortria Quintus. The world of Fortria Quintus had been isolated from Imperial rule for several centuries, and when the leading edges of the Great Crusade reached the frontier of their system, the planet's monarchy was unwilling to submit itself to Imperial rule, and had the Emperor's representative executed. The Word-Bearers were the nearest legion, though they were already heavily engaged in fighting orcs in the Charak Nebula. Lorgar dispatched 2,000 warriors to Fortria Quintus, with orders that the planet be pacified within 3 months. The Word-Bearers quickly established positions on the planet, and found the populace to be living in abject poverty, while the corrupt and ruthless monarchy grew fat off their labours. A well-trained and disciplined army defended the planet's rulers, equipped with advanced weaponry and war machines. Under the command of Captain Javaluk, the Word-Bearers steadily pushed their enemies back, their captain rousing the populace with stirring speeches and fiery oratory. In ever-increasing numbers, the people of Fortria Quintus joined Javaluk's march until his army numbered more than 1 million. A month after the Word-Bearers had landed, Captain Javaluk, together with his millions of new followers, launched an attack on the planetary ruler's last bastion, the Palace of Light. The casualties amongst the populace were horrendous, thousands dying every minute as they charged the defended walls, armoured bastions and labyrinthine trench systems of the main gates, armed with little more than pistols and spears. As the carnage continued at the main palace gates, the Word-Bearers attacked on another front, catching the defenders off guard and striking for the heart of the palace. Nothing could stand before them, and Javaluk himself captured the planet's ruler, throwing him to the blood-maddened survivors of the battle at the gates. Fully 90% of the population who had joined Javeluk's march were dead, while barely a handful of word-bearers had been killed. Following the victory, Javeluk began indoctrinal teaching among the populace. When adepts of the Ministorum arrived to bring word of the Emperor to Fortria Quintus, they were horrified by the word-bearers' careless use of the populace, but found the people as well versed in the faith of the Imperium as any loyal world could be. Fortria Quintus was later cleansed by the Blood Angels, after the planet sided with Horus during the heresy, and the citizenry rose up to slaughter their imperial leaders. It is widely believed that the word-bearers corrupted the populace on the planet's initial capture. Homeworld. Colchis was once a technologically advanced world that regressed to a feudal state during the Age of Strife. The arrival of Lorgar brought with it both a blessing and a curse. A blessing because it brought the world into the fold of the Imperium. A curse because his arrival signalled the planet's death warrant many hundreds of years later. Under Lorgar's brief rule, the planet prospered, but when the Emperor came to Colchis and put Lorgar in command of the Word-Bearers, those he left behind allowed the world to fall into decline. When the Ultramarines took the fight to Colchis, they found a devastated world, its industry in ruins and its people clinging desperately to civilization. Given Lorgar's treachery, the Inquisition ordered the planet to be cleansed, and the Ultramarines' battle barge, Octavius, bombarded Colchis with cyclonic torpedoes. The geological structure of Colchis was highly unstable, and the resultant seismic activity split the planet apart. Nothing now remains of Colchis, and where it once existed is still a closely guarded secret. Combat Doctrine. The Word-Bearers follow the words of their Dark Apostles with utter loyalty and faith in battle, and they in turn interpret the will of Lorgar by many and varied means. The means to win a battle may be contained within the entrails of a particular captive, a particular alignment of the stars, or the pattern of cast bones. The Dark Apostles decree how the battle is to be fought, and the warriors of the host obey unquestioningly. Before battle, the Word-Bearers gather in ritual prayer, chanting blasphemous hymns and forbidden doctrine to affirm their faith in the power of chaos. Often these chants will be answered, and it is common for the Word-Bearers to fight alongside hideous demonic entities that have made diabolical pacts with the Dark Apostles. The Word-Bearers then raise their damned standards high and march into battle beneath cursed icons, bellowing catechisms and canticles of hatred at their foe, as hideous drums beat out a dolorous thunder. The relentless advance of the Word-Bearers is a terrifying sight, as the monotonous chant and beat of drums can break even the strongest will. The night before battle, the enemy can hear dark mutterings emanating from all around, echoed in the pounding drums, stretching the nerves and instilling fear in every man. The unshakable belief of the Word-Bearers that they alone can save the galaxy has seen them marching towards certain death, yet unwilling to take a single step backwards. Any victory won over the Word-Bearers is only won at a terrible cost, as their attacks will only ever end when they are all dead. Organisation. Alone amongst the legions of chaos, the Word-Bearers maintain a facsimile of their former discipline and faith. That faith has been corrupted beyond all recognition, and their discipline now serves darker masters. But their organisation bears a twisted resemblance to their former glory. The various war bands of the Word-Bearers, known as hosts, are scattered throughout the Eye of Terror and the Maelstrom, each led by a mighty champion known as a Dark Apostle. These terrifying warriors fulfill the dual role of chaplain and commander, veterans of 1,000 times 1,000 battles. These mighty champions of chaos are the epitome of a warrior of chaos. These blood-soaked killers make unspeakable pacts with the entities of the warp, ritually debasing the Crozius Arcanum that once served as their symbol of office by binding demonic creatures within its accursed form. They are a potent reminder that even the most revered champions of the Emperor can fall from grace. Each host varies enormously in size, ranging from the equivalent of a Space Marine battle company to a rare few that almost equal a chapter in size. The organisational makeup of each host differs wildly as well, and can change depending on the whims of the Dark Apostle that leads it. Often, they will suddenly alter the hierarchy of their host for reasons known only to themselves. The reason for these changes has continued to baffle Imperial tacticians, as they often result in unwieldy or tactically inflexible formations that appear to have no battlefield precedent. The word-bearers themselves accept these changes without question, and none dare question the Dark Apostles' methods. The most commonly occurring structure discovered is that roughly equating to a Space Marine company, with the host broken down into units of about 12 warriors. Each is commanded by a champion of the word-bearers, who strives to become as devout a war leader as the Dark Apostle, in the hope of one day being chosen to succeed him on the occasion of his death. Beliefs. Rooted in the beliefs of Lorgar himself, the word-bearers are the heralds of a terrible new age of religious servitude. Only united behind the teachings of a god and offering the obeisance that such a god requires can the masses of humanity be saved from the perils of alien menace and internal schism. There is only one power in the galaxy worthy of such submission, and that is the dark majesty of chaos. Each warrior of the word-bearers is a missionary bringing the darkness of chaos with them, preaching the one true faith to those that will hear it and exterminating those who will not. Their belief is simple: tread the path of chaos or die. Gene seed. The gene seed of the word-bearers was originally thought to be pure, but events subsequent to the Horus Heresy revealed the weaknesses inherent in their genetic makeup. The Space Marines of the word-bearers have a marked tendency towards dogged, unquestioning belief and stubbornness that verges on insanity. Since their heresy, their gene seed has become corrupted beyond redemption, and those negative traits have been magnified to hideous proportions. The word-bearers do not display a particular tendency towards mutation, though those who are gifted with such blessings of chaos are much favoured among their host. Battle cry. The word-bearers do not seem to evince any one particular battle cry, favouring instead to march into battle chanting passages from their damned texts over and over. The host's Dark Apostle chooses the exact passage before the battle, and each warrior chants in time with the beating of great drums, either carried into battle by the word-bearers themselves, or channeled through the amplifiers in their suits of power armour. The Salamanders. As one of the first founding chapters, the Salamanders have a rich history that goes back to the very birth of the Imperium. Salamander's Space Marines are raised from the populace of Nocturne, a deadly volcanic world. Such a world breeds hardy warriors, strong of constitution and single-minded in purpose, ideal recruits for the Adeptus Astartes. Of all the stories of the Empress Primarchs, the legend of Vulcan is among the better-known tales. The Prometheum Opus, a source of much Imperial knowledge of Vulcan. It tells of a mighty comet blazing a trail of fire across the skies of the world of Nocturne during the time of trial, period of great upheaval when the planet was racked by massive earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Whether these signs heralded the arrival of the Primarch, none can say. The world of Nocturne was a harsh, volcanic place, a land of rocky crags and soaring basalt mountains, with little to offer its early colonists save the riches of its vast mineral deposits. For as long as anyone could remember, Eldar pirates had plagued the people of Nocturne, constantly pillaging the small settlements and enslaving their children. As a result, Nocturne's people were hardy and practical, with little time for rest or leisure. It is said in the Prometheum Opus that the Primarch was found one morning by a blacksmith named Nibel as he entered the yard of his smithy. Whether the Primarch was found as a babe in swaddling clothes or as an infant child is unclear, but the unknown child's presence in a smithy's yard was unusual enough for Nibal to bring the boy before the ruling council of his settlement. For many of the long Nocturne years, the wise men had prophesied the arrival of a saviour, a warrior who would come to them from the heavens to rid them of the decadent Eldar. So it was that the people instantly recognized the greatness within the infant that Nabal had found. No one dared claim the Primarch as his own, and thus it was decreed that Nabal would take the Primarch as his son and apprentice. The master smith named him Vulcan, after the first king of the Salamanders, the giant lizards that roam the volcanic mountains of Nocturne. Vulcan's growth was extraordinary. Within 3 years he was bigger and stronger than any man in the settlement, and his mind was sharper than any Nocturne forged blade. He had rapidly learned all the skills of metalworking taught to him by Nabal, and soon surpassed even his adopted father's renowned ability. It was Vulcan who taught the people of Nocturne the most hidden secrets of metals, the mysteries of pattern welding, metal folding, alloys, and bonding. These lessons had improved their already considerable skill at weapon making and artifice. The Opus tells that during Vulcan's 4th year, the Eldar came to his town, intent on raiding and pillaging. The people of his settlement had long become used to the Eldar's raids, and had devised many ingenious methods of hiding from their attackers. Vulcan declared that he would hide from no one, and, over the pleas of the wise men, stood at the center of his settlement with his smith's hammers crossed over his shoulders. Stirred by his courage, the men of the settlement rose from their hiding places in attics and cellars to stand beside Vulcan in defiance of their attackers. Vulcan stood at the forefront of the defense and single-handedly slew 100 Eldar that day, wielding a huge blacksmith's hammer in each hand. The raiders fled from Vulcan's wrath, and the story of the town's triumph spread rapidly across Nocturne. Soon their headmen of the 7 most important settlements travelled to pay homage to Vulcan and praise him for his example in fighting the Eldar. The headsmen swore never again to hide in fear, but to face their foes and crush them. It was decided to hold a huge gathering of the people of Nocturne to celebrate this great victory, including a massive contest of skill at arms and craftsmanship. In a passage of the Opus known simply as the Outlander, there is a tale of how Vulcan came to be reunited with the master of mankind. It recounts that, at the opening ceremony of the celebrations, a stranger appeared at the gates of Vulcan's settlement. All the stranger asked was to be allowed to take part in the contests, and though he would not say where he had come from, he was allowed to compete. His skin was pale and his garb outlandish, though all could see that he was a powerful figure. He announced to the gathered spectators that he could best any man in any contest. The gathered crowds laughed uproariously, believing that none could be superior to their superhuman leader in intellect, physique, or skill. Vulcan and the stranger wagered that whoever lost was to swear eternal obedience to the victor. The competitions lasted for 8 days and included many feats of strength and endurance. At the anvil lift, even the strongest men could hold an anvil above their head for only an hour and a half. But Vulcan and the stranger carried their heavy anvil aloft for half a day before the judges declared the contest a draw so that they could proceed to the next event. And so it was that they were almost equally matched in skill and strength. Occasionally, one would slightly best the other, but when it came to the start of the final event, the Salamander slaying, they were evenly matched. Each had a day and a night to forge a weapon with which to hunt down the largest salamander they could find. Whoever could bring back the heaviest carcass would win the wager and the eternal allegiance of the other. The ringing of hammers on metal echoed across the volcanic hills for a whole day, neither man pausing for a moment to rest or refresh himself. As the nocturne sun sank below the mountains, the competitors watched the highest peaks for the fire plumes that gave up the sign of the giant salamanders. Vulcan boasted that he would climb to the summit of Mount Deathfire, where the largest fire drakes could be found. Huge fire-breathing monsters, weighing as much as several tons. The stranger nodded in agreement, and said that wherever Vulcan went, he would follow. It is claimed that the two climbed the precipitous mountains with astonishing speed, bounding from rock to rock, the stranger carrying a keen-edged blade, Vulcan with his immense silver-headed hammer held ready. They passed from sight, but soon the skies echoed with the clamour of battle. The flames of the fire drakes licked the clouds of smoke that gathered over the volcanoes. Vulcan was to find his prey first, smashing its armoured head from its shoulders with a mighty sweep of his hammer. Further up the mountain, the stranger spied another salamander, even mightier than Vulcan's conquest, and set off in pursuit. As Vulcan carried his prize back to the settlement, ill fate beset him. Mount Deathfire erupted into violent life, hurling rocks and lava high into the air. He was flung from the edge of the precipice, where he clung for several hours by one hand, the other grimly holding the tail of the dead salamander. Vulcan was determined to keep his prize, no matter the cost. As the mountain continued to erupt, Vulcan knew he could not hold on much longer. yet still he refused to release his grip on the salamander. Just as Vulcan's grip was beginning to slip, the stranger appeared, calling his name from the other side of a wide lava flow. Vulcan answered the cry, and could see that the stranger's prey was indeed larger than his own. By now, even Vulcan's almost endless constitution was growing slim, weakened as it was by over a week of hard competition. His grip was shaking, but he was too proud to call for help. It seemed that the stranger realized the Primarch's peril and hurled the corpse of his salamander into the lava, making himself a bridge to cross. With great leaps, the stranger hurled himself towards Vulcan and hauled the wearied Primarch from the edge of the abyss. Even as Vulcan felt himself being pulled up by the stranger's strong arms, he saw his opponent's salamander being consumed by the lava and swept away. When the two returned to the Primarch's settlement, it was the ruling of the judges that Vulcan had won, but the stranger had returned with no prize at all. The gathered throng cheered heartily, but were silenced by Vulcan. As they watched, he knelt on one knee, bowed his head to the stranger, and said that any man who valued life over pride was worthy of his service. The stranger bade Vulcan stand, and threw off the illusion that had disguised his true form, revealing himself to be the holy emperor of mankind. The people of Nocturne fell to their knees in awe, and from that day forth, their world was to become home to the Salamander's Legion, in memory of the mighty beasts that had united the Primarch and his lord. Homeworld. The Salamanders chapter hails from a binary planetary system in the western reaches of the Ultima Segmentum. The two worlds, Nocturne and its oversized moon, Prometheus, circle each other in an erratic orbit, causing massive tectonic activity across the thin crust of Nocturne. The world is girded by chains of active volcanoes and rent apart by frequent earthquakes. Once every Nocturne year, some 15 Terran years long, the two worlds approach so closely that Nocturne is almost torn asunder. Known as the Time of Trial, this period is marked by tidal waves sweeping across the rough seas, the ash and smoke from thousands of volcanoes blotting out the dim light of Nocturne's sun, and the ground being gripped by constant earthquakes. Towns and villages are thrown into ruin, the continents shift, and a cold winter envelops the lands for the next quarter of a year, freezing the young and killing the majority of the livestock that can survive the normally harsh and hot climate of the planet. Some would say that the people of Nocturne are mad to endure such conditions, but over hundreds of generations they have been moulded by their world into a hardy race. And Nocturne's time of trials brings great rewards too. The upheavals open up veins of precious gems and metals and uncover vital ores for smelting. When the lava flows cool, they can be mined for other precious elements, pockets of gas that can be used to power engines, diamonds and other crystals valuable to the Adeptus Mechanicus for lasers and energy transformation systems. And this is how Nocturne survives, by trading its vast mineral wealth with other worlds, using its resources to bring in additional livestock, building materials, and the few weapons that the Salamanders Space Marines cannot construct themselves. The chapter's fortress monastery is based on the giant moon Prometheus. It is the only settlement on Prometheus and is little more than a spaceport linked to an orbital dock where the chapter's strike cruisers and battle barges can be refitted and restocked. When not at war, the chapter's warriors spend most of their time on Prometheus or living among the inhabitants of Nocturne. The Salamanders maintain very close links with their homeworld and mingle with the people rather than living aloof, as many other chapters do. The Salamanders are the settlement's leaders and a source of inspiration and guidance for the Nocturne populace. Young aspirants crave this position of authority and respect as much as the chance to become a legendary warrior of the Emperor. Salamanders recruits start very young, with a hopeful coming to work as an apprentice to a salamander at the age of 6 or 7 Terran years. Apprentices spend several years learning the skills of the smith, as Vulcan did in his early life. From these apprentices, the most able are judged by the chapter's apothecaries and chaplains, and the worthy are taken to Prometheus to undergo the biosurgery required to turn them into Space Marines. At various points in their adaptation and training, the young scouts must endure the same trials and tests that Vulcan and the Emperor competed in, their final initiation culminating in them hunting down a salamander and slaying it. Combat Doctrine. The Salamanders follow normal Space Marine tactical and strategic dogma, with a slight variation to compensate for their own physical and mental traits. The Salamanders have a preference for close-ranged firefights and use many melter and flame weapons to smash armoured foes and burn whole swathes of lighter troops. Coming from a society that places great prestige in craftsmanship and that has a high regard for artisans, the Salamanders have access to and can maintain highly sophisticated forms of technology. This is most evident in the number of Terminators in their armies, as well as a greater proportion of artificer armor and master-crafted weaponry. Their technological resources are also supplemented by regular trade with the Adeptus Mechanicus, made possible by Nocturne's abundant mineral resources. Organization. The Salamanders' chapter organization was laid down when Vulcan swore allegiance to the Emperor. Each company was founded from the 7 greatest settlements of Nocturne, each commanded by a captain from that settlement. This organization is still maintained today, although, ever since the disappearance of Vulcan some 1,000 years after the Legion's founding, the captain of the first company has been given the role of chapter master. This position is considered a regency by the Salamanders, who believe that one day Vulcan will return to lead the chapter in a great campaign to conquer chaos. Each company is slightly larger than a standard Codex company, and squads were reorganized following Rabute Guilliman's writing of the Codex Astartes after the Great Heresy. The conditions on Nocturne are not conducive to training for high-speed attack or using the anti-grav engines of land speeders, so the chapter employs relatively few of these specialized fast attack units. The Apocrypha of Scaros lists the Salamander Scout Company as one of the smallest known in any chapter. The sparse population of Nocturne and the Salamander's slow and meticulous selection process yield a low turnaround of new recruits. The first company is treated as a warrior cadre within the headquarters itself and forms the personal guard of the chapter master. They are known as the Fire Drakes, after the largest of the salamander lizards that roam Nocturne. To enter the first company, a warrior must be nominated by his captain for the honor, and then must prove that such faith was well-founded by slaying a fire drake. The Hall of the Fire Drakes in the chapter monastery on Prometheus is adorned with the hides from fire drake salamanders slain as part of this trial. Beliefs. The beliefs of the Salamanders are governed by the Promethean cult, which places great emphasis on self-reliance, loyalty, and self-sacrifice. Many of these values stem from the lessons learned while training as a smith. Patience and relentless determination are highly valued mental characteristics. The hammer and fire are important symbols in the teachings of the Promethean cult. A ritual scarring by branding and burning is commonplace among the battle brothers of the Salamanders, and trials of walking over burning coals and carrying red-hot metal bars are held frequently. The Third War for Armageddon. When Gaskell launched his new offensive against the Imperial forces on Armageddon, the Salamanders were one of the first chapters to respond, sending a full 6 companies to combat the Orcs, including Chapter Master Tushan, who personally led his fire drakes. The Salamanders launched several counterattacks against the rock forts landed by the Orcs along the Hemlock River, preferring the close-quarter fighting within the maze of crudely carved tunnels within the rocks to the long-range duels in the desert. The Salamanders made the Orcs pay a high price for their audacity. By the start of the Season of Fire, at least 9 rocks were destroyed by the Salamanders' attacks, killing untold thousands of greenskins. The Salamanders, unlike a number of other chapters, fought extensively throughout the campaign to protect the civilian population of Armageddon. Indeed, it is rumoured that Tushan himself came to blows with Captain Vineyard of the Marines Malevolent, after it became known that his men had shelled a refugee camp simply because there were Orcs within the perimeter. The majority of the Salamanders departed Armageddon following the Season of Fire, with only 2 companies remaining to protect the major population centres. A squad of the Chapter Master's own Fire Drakes also left for Baal with the Blood Angels as an honour guard for the fallen Captain Tycho. The chapter's Tech Marines have been instrumental in repairing and rebuilding the infrastructure required to maintain such a vast amount of people, and it is certain that they have saved many thousands of lives with these vital but often overlooked duties. Tushan, Chapter Master of the Salamanders, Regent of Prometheus. At the outset of the Second Armageddon War, Chapter Master Tushan had only held his rank for 3 years. To do battle against Ghazghkull Thraka would be a hard test of his skills as a leader and strategist, and it was with no hesitation that the humble Tushan agreed to follow Commander Dante of the Blood Angels. During the campaign, it was Tushan who helped rally the scattered Imperial defenders. In battle, Tushan and his fire drakes were responsible for defending one of the few bridges across the Styges River against a 1,000-strong Orc speed freak column, and for fighting continuously for 3 days and 4 nights. At the end of the campaign, Dante himself sought out the young chapter master and praised Tushan in front of all the Blood Angels. This was a supreme gesture. For the Salamanders, no greater honour can be bestowed than the respect of one's brothers in arms. Tushan is known to have met Yarrick, and it is claimed that the two had an instant respect for each other. Yarrick heartily welcomed Tushan's offer to once again defend Armageddon, when Ghazghkull returned at the head of the mightiest Orc force ever seen. Tushan fought throughout the war zones of Armageddon. At Hive Tempestora, Tushan prevented the Orcs from overrunning the Katarine water purification plant and condemning the Hive's population to a slow death by dehydration. The Hive ultimately fell, but Tushan's actions allowed the majority of the Hive's population to escape before the Hive was captured. And as before, Tushan's inspiring presence allowed the defenders to hold the vital Styges Bridge and prevent the Greenskins from crossing and reinforcing their forces elsewhere. Gene Seed. As far as can be ascertained, the Salamander's gene seed appears to be stable and as yet uncorrupted. The reflexes of Salamander's Space Marines are not as fast as those of other chapters, although they are still quick when suited in power armor. However, it is unknown whether this defect is due to a problem in the gene seed being raised on their high-gravity world or the chapter's doctrines against hastiness and impetuosity. The Salamanders have never been great in number and were the smallest of the first founding legions. Perhaps it is for this reason that there seem to have been no second founding successor chapters formed from the Salamanders, while the other legions were broken down into several smaller fighting forces. Others point to the disaster at Isvan V as reason for the lack of second founding chapters. It is a matter of debate whether there have been successor chapters during subsequent foundings, although it appears likely that many scholars point to similarities in physique, markings and tactical dogma of chapters such as the Storm Giants and Black Dragons. Recent questions regarding the purity of the Black Dragon's gene seed has led to some genital biologists questioning the purity of their source zygotes, but the legacy and reputation of the Salamanders have led to their detractors being openly ridiculed. Battle Cry. Into the fires of battle, unto the anvil of war. The Raven Guard. The Raven Guard specialize in devastating strikes behind enemy lines, guerrilla warfare, and rapid reaction to enemy maneuvers. During the Great Crusade, the Raven Guard conquered countless worlds, thought impregnable by the precise application of force at the enemy's weakest point. At the outbreak of the Horus Heresy, the Raven Guard was almost destroyed, and only by employing the most desperate measures was the Legion saved. Of the early history of the Raven Guard's Primarch Corax, very little is known. The Raven Guard's own legends are vague concerning the pale-skinned youth, who was raised on the mineral-rich but desolate moon of Lycaeus. This moon orbited Kievar, a technologically advanced planet, its surface covered with sprawling machine shops and forged cathedrals. Lycaeus was exceedingly rich in mineral wealth and populated by exiles from the planet below, who lived in crude force domes that protected them from the vacuum of space. The ruling tech guilds of Kievar used the mineworks on Lycaeus as a dumping ground for their worst criminals and those who could not meet their production quotas. Heavily armed overseers ruled the moon from a dark mountain spire that towered above the mineworks. It was, for all intents and purposes, a death sentence to be banished to Lycaeus. Ancient, faded texts from the chapter Librarians of the Raven Guard tell that the inhabitants of Lycaeus had long been the slaves of Kievar, and had worked in the massive mines under armed guard in horrendous conditions. Accidents killed many of the workers, and the polluted atmosphere took a heavy toll on the health of their children. Once condemned to a life in the mines, there was no escape, and the slaves of Lycaeus prayed to the Emperor for a savior. He came in the form of a child whose skin was as white as snow. There are many stories concerning the discovery of Corax, and the truth of the matter may never be known. One tale tells of a cave-in that claimed the lives of hundreds of slaves mining beneath a glacier and revealed a hidden chamber containing the infant Primarch. Another speaks of a fiery comet that broke apart on a massive mountain of iron, and a child wreathed in ghostly light who walked unscathed from the rubble. Yet another talks of a dying warrior giant delivering the babe to the slaves and begging them to protect the infant from the Dark Ones. Whatever the circumstances, the slaves of Lycaeus took the white-skinned babe with midnight black hair and named him Corax, which means the Deliverer. They hid the infant from their jailers and raised him as one of their own. Within the space of a few years, when his abnormal maturation became obvious, the slaves rejoiced, seeing him as a sign of favour from the Emperor. They trained the young Primarch in all manner of skills, the varied backgrounds of the exiles giving Corax a thorough grounding in urban warfare, sabotage, demolition, and killing. They taught him all the qualities they believed a general and leader would need. Corax learned at an astonishing rate. His strength, keen intellect, and taciturn demeanour made him a quick and ferocious learner. From the earliest age, Corax had been told that it was his destiny to save the people of Lycaeus, and as the years passed, he began sowing the seeds that would bring about their freedom. With the slaves' limited resources, only the crudest of weapons could be fashioned, and great stockpiles of these were hidden in secret caches throughout the mineworks and key strategic points. Corax organized the slaves into storm squads, appointed competent leaders, and drilled them thoroughly in their assigned tasks. He also began psychological warfare on their jailers, organizing regular strikes and staging riots that stretched the garrison's resources thinly and sapped the guards' morale. Each event was choreographed to seem like a gradual build-up of pressure, and soon Lycaeus was a powder keg waiting to explode. When the time came, Corax and his trained squads of slaves struck. Massive mining machines were driven through the streets, and key security points, sabotage teams armed with rock drills and las cutters, were able to sever power lines, communications, and life support to many of their enemies' strongpoints. One particular dome, home to a significant portion of Lycaeus' military might, was shut off completely, exposing its occupants to the hard vacuum of space. Simultaneously, Corax and a small group of his deadliest warriors assaulted the fortress-like tower of their taskmasters and captured it in a single night's fighting. After centuries of abuse, there could be no mercy for those who had kept the slaves in bondage, and every prisoner taken was executed. The tech guilds of Caravar were shocked at the fall of Lycaeus and immediately dispatched troops to crush the rebellion. The war was short and brutal. Sitting at the top of a long gravity well, Corax's troops were able to bombard the planet from afar with large containers laden with crude atomic charges that laid waste to vast portions of Kievar's industrial landscape. When troops from Kievar did land on the moon to fight, Corax was there with his hand-picked warriors. The raven-haired Primarch outthought and outfought his enemies at every turn. Surgical strikes decapitated the Kievar command structure, destroyed the enemy's supply lines, and kept them on the defensive. In the end, Corax was to prove victorious, and the Kievar troops withdrew as their planet's economy collapsed without the mineral resources of Lycaeus to plunder. Kievar descended into anarchy as the various tech guild factions fought amongst themselves for control of the remaining materials still on the planet. The celebrations on Lycaeus went on for many days, and in memory of their victory, the slaves renamed their home Deliverance. The most complete record of the Great Crusade, the Speculum Historiale, has little to say on the matter of Corax reuniting with the Emperor of Mankind. It is left to the Raven Guard's librarians to recall how such a momentous event came about, and as always there is much that is shrouded in mystery. It is said that during the victory celebrations, the Emperor descended to Deliverance to find Corax waiting for him, curious to meet this stranger who had landed alone on his world. The Emperor spoke to Corax for a day and a night, but whatever passed between them is unrecorded. At dawn the following day, Corax accepted command of the Raven Guard Legion of Space Marines and took his place at the Emperor's side. One condition of Corax's acceptance was that the Emperor had to lend his assistance to bring peace to Kirvar. Peace through force of arms, but peace nonetheless. Already reeling from their defeat on Deliverance and unable to muster a coherent force against the Raven Guard, the tech guilds were broken, and the Adeptus Ministorum stepped into the void left by their destruction. Mineral production soon began again on Deliverance under a much improved regime, and gradually the world of Kirvar was rebuilt under the guidance of the Imperium. The Dark Tower that had once housed the slaves' oppressors now became the fortress of the Raven Guard, and was renamed the Raven Spire. The Great Crusade saw Corax lead the Raven Guard in some of the most stunning victories of that turbulent time. He had not forgotten the training he had received on Deliverance, and his talents for sabotage and precision planning were employed to great effect in the Emperor's Crusade. Planets fought impregnable fell to Corax's guile and the swift, deadly actions of the Raven Guard. Assassinations, covert operations behind enemy lines, and sabotage became the watchword of the Legion, and in these areas their skill was unmatched. Corax became a master at observing a planet's power structure and applying military pressure where needed to topple its leaders or cripple its military capabilities. The full force of the Raven Guard Legion was seldom required, but when it was, Corax would not hesitate to throw every warrior into battle. Corax's Legion garnered such a fearsome reputation that the War Master Horus requested its aid many times in his campaigns, and it is thought that it was thanks to the Raven Guard's assistance that Horus's tally of victories was so high. The Raven Guard's records are curiously reticent concerning this period of history, and Imperial historians suspect that the taciturn Corax did not like the more gregarious Horus and found him overly boastful and manipulative. It is rumoured that, on one occasion, the two almost came to blows, and bloodshed was only averted when Corax removed his legion from the War Master's command. The two Primarchs were never to meet again, and when the Horus Heresy tore the galaxy apart in the First Interlegionary War, the Raven Guard fought alongside the Iron Hands and Salamanders. All three legions were ordered to assault Horus's headquarters on the planet of Istvan V and destroy it utterly. Four supporting legions were close on their heels, ready to reinforce the initial landings and consolidate the invasion. Horus had turned his back on the Emperor, but had lost none of the cunning that had earned him the title of War Master. The Loyalist legions were badly mauled on their initial landings, and casualties were appalling. The forces of the Great Betrayer were heavily fortified. Then, after fierce fighting, the Loyalist legions were forced to fall back to link up with their supporting legions. The landing zones had been fortified by the Iron Warriors, and when the retreating troops reached the fortifications, they came under a withering hail of fire from their erstwhile allies. Unknown to the legions on the planet, Horus had managed to corrupt 4 of the 7 legions sent against him. Caught between the enemy they were already fighting and a surprise attack, the Loyalists were shattered, and barely a handful were able to escape Horus's trap and warn the Emperor of this wholesale betrayal. His legion shattered, Corax returned to Deliverance with orders to rebuild it as quickly as possible. It was a bleak time for the Primarch of the Raven Guard. The Imperium was teetering on the brink of collapse and desperately needed brave warriors, but he had none to give. A desperate situation called for desperate measures, and Corax locked himself within the shadowed chambers of the Raven Spire's Librarians to pore over volumes of forgotten lore in search of a solution. His researches led him back to the earliest days of genetic manipulation, when accelerated zygote harvesting techniques were used to create the first enhanced warriors with which the Emperor had long ago pacified terror. Corax realized that this process could be modified to produce full-grown Space Marines at a frightening rate, but the ancient tomes also warned of the terrible dangers involved and the unspeakable monsters that could result. Though he knew he risked destroying his legion, he reluctantly ordered the apothecaries to begin the process. Of the apothecaries' first creations, nothing is known for sure. The Raven Guard's records have been sealed with oaths and sigils of unspeakable power, and none of the members of the chapter will speak of those blighted days. Accounts culled from other sources are few and far between, as the Raven Guard shunned the other legions at this time and preferred to fight alone and unseen. One apocryphal tale is told of the rune priests of the Space Wolves, the so-called Saga of the Wergeld, tales of ferocious monsters, drooling and almost insane with bloodlust, herded into combat by the battle brothers of the Raven Guard. Perhaps the Space Wolves' experiences with the curse of the Wulfen made them more sympathetic to the Raven Guard's plight, as there is no record of them reporting the use of such forbidden technology. Barely 1 in 10 of these abominations could even hold a bolter gun. But among these, there might be 1 in 100 whose genetic structure was stable enough to develop into a full-fledged Space Marine. Years passed, and the galaxy burned with war. Corax and his band of Space Marines gradually rebuilt their legion, and played parts where they could. The Raven Guard's talents for operating in small squads behind enemy lines offset its lack of resources, and its skill in this aspect of warfare were fully incorporated into the Raven Guard combat doctrine. Corax's ability to see weak points in a defense and apply precise force allowed his troops to fight battles of their choosing, and to keep casualties to a minimum. The Raven Guard simply did not have the troops to operate in large-scale actions, and it was nearly a century after the heresy ended before the Legion was able to deploy in meaningful numbers of full battle brothers. Corax had rebuilt his Legion, but at a cost. The dungeons below the Ravenspire echoed with the howls of the apothecary's creations, bestial monstrosities who hungered for battle, and Corax agonized over what should be done with them. He decreed that none should discover the terrible price his Legion had paid in order to survive, and his final solution was to administer the Emperor's peace to each and every failed creation personally, and pray for their souls and his own as he did so. Following the heresy, Rebute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, became the de facto head of the Imperium's armed forces, and one of the first edicts in his holy tome, the Codex Astartes, was that the Space Marine legions be split into smaller units known as chapters. Among many of the Primarchs, there was resistance, but Corax welcomed the decision and knew that Guilliman's vision of the future was true. Thus, the Raven Guard were able to give rise to 3 other chapters: the Black Guard, the Revilers, and the Raptors. Like everything in Corax's life, his ultimate fate is shadowed in darkness. It is said that following the breakup of the legions and the re-establishment of imperial rule in the galaxy, Corax locked himself in the highest tower of the Ravenspire and prayed to the Emperor for forgiveness for what he had done to his legion. Whether he received the absolution he required, no one will ever know. But a year to the day after he had entered the tower, Corax emerged, haggard and wild-eyed. He left Deliverance that very night, on a course for the Eye of Terror, never to be seen again. He left but a single word as his valediction: nevermore. The Saga of the Wergeld. Only on the darkest of nights do the rune priests of the Space Wolves tell the Saga of the Wergeld, a tale reaching back to the years of reconquest following the defeat of Horus's traitor legions. Over flickering fires, they tell of the storming of the Jarilfa Palace, one of the bloodiest battles to follow the victory on Terra. A force of Iron Warriors, retreating from their defeat, took refuge on the world of Sagatama VI and wrested control of the mighty fortress from the planet's rulers. Led by one of the Iron Warriors' greatest champions, the traitors turned the once majestic palace into a nightmare assembly of bunkers, redoubts, and pillboxes. Ornamental gardens, once the envy of Paridium itself, were scarred with miles of trenches and razor wire. More than 1 million men of the Imperial Guard laid siege to the palace, and the battles fought in the sprawling grounds of the palace were thankless and bloody. The traitors defended every metre of ground with ferocious tenacity. However, one by one the gates leading to the inner keep fell, until only one last gate stood between the Space Wolves and final victory. The Iron Warriors are masters of siegecraft, and for all their bravery the Space Wolves could not capture the gate. Time and time again, 2 mighty champions of the Iron Warriors would hurl the greatest of the Space Wolves from the gateway, and it seemed nothing could break the defense of the traitors. As dawn broke on the 100th day of the siege, warriors in black armor, their shoulder guards emblazoned with a white raven, arrived, as if from thin air. and assaulted the gateway with drooling and insane beasts herded before them, horrifically misshapen. The monsters roared with howls of such mindless savagery that it chilled even the hearts of the space wolves, who remembered the curse of the Wulfen that existed within their own bodies. Nothing could halt the creatures, neither bullets nor blades, and the monsters swept through the gateway and killed anything that came within reach of their bloody claws. The sons of Russ looked on, amazed, as the beasts and the Raven Guard fought their way into the palace and broke the back of the Iron Warriors' defense. A bare handful of Iron Warriors escaped the slaughter, but many more died that day, torn to pieces by the Raven Guard's bestial allies. With the battle over, the Raven Guard vanished as suddenly as they had arrived, leaving only the dismembered corpses of those they had slain. Only within the walls of the Fang would those space wolves present that day speak of what they had seen, and whether they felt pity or revulsion at the sight of the ferocious beasts that bore the unmistakable vestige of humanity is not recorded. Ajaz Solari, 5th Company Captain. The captain of the 2nd Company of the Raven Guard is notorious for leading assault squads into battle on a regular basis. A tall man, even for a Space Marine. Ajaz's paper-white skin and ebony hair speak of his long years of service to the chapter. Recruited from Deliverance itself, Captain Solari comes from the most ancient of families on the Large Moon. His ancestors descended from the original slaves. His ferocity and combat prowess are legendary in his chapter, as is his disregard for formality. Over his 23 years in his current commission, Solari's performance has been erratic but highly successful. His ability to work within any situation and meet the changing needs of the battlefield is unquestionable, but there have been times when Solari has left more to luck than tactical doctrine would dictate. At times he has had brilliant successes, at others disastrous failures. At his core, Solari is a gambler, willing to play the fates to win a battle, and only his track record has spared him the ignominy of a court-martial. Combat Doctrine. The Raven Guard follows the dictates of the Codex Astartes closely, though the Legion differs in the tactical application of its troops. The Raven Guard depends heavily on scout forces, able to act alone for extended periods of time, and rapid reaction forces such as assault troops, equipped with jump packs. Commonly, the Raven Guard will deploy tactical squads in drop pods or Thunderhawks in response to intelligence gathered by their scouts. The chapter's excellence in covert operations makes engaging in a frontal battle seldom necessary. Where possible, the Raven Guard will use a precise application of force to cripple the enemy and avoid a protracted engagement. Dreadnoughts of the Raven Guard, while rare, are also quite commonly deployed via drop pods. This approach has created a chapter that can assemble its forces extremely rapidly and can react quickly to unexpected developments. When its numbers were limited during the days of the Horus Heresy, the chapter's troops became experts in guerrilla warfare. This expertise persists to this day, and the chapter very rarely utilizes heavily armored vehicles. Organization. After the massacre on Isstvan V, the Raven Guard had to make do with older armor and equipment. The resources were simply not available to re-equip the troops. Even today, there is a high percentage of ancient suits of armor in the chapter, more than most others. The owners of these suits view themselves as blessed by the Primarch and fight to prove themselves his equal. The Raven Guard's ability to deploy troops in vital locations is legendary, and its mastery of rapid troop movements has been studied by many other chapters. In several documented cases, the precise application of force in the right place has quelled many rebellions before they truly began. However, the primary strength of the Raven Guard is the ease of its deployment, with most of the chapter's Space Marines usually being deployed in drop pods or otherwise mobile. They can rapidly reassess a combat situation before engaging, which gives them the ability to deal effectively with a rapidly changing battlefield. Beliefs. To the Raven Guard, the Emperor is a distant figure who is acknowledged as the founder and master of the galaxy, but who is not accorded the level of worship common among other chapters. Corax is revered as the chapter's father and leader, and is worshipped as a man capable of making tough choices when the need was great. The chapter follows in his footsteps, and post-action sermons utilizing data recordings from the battle are later compiled by the chapter's warriors. Much of the chapter's current tactical doctrine has evolved from meditations on past battles. For the leaders of the Raven Guard, tactical prowess and personal initiative are seen as more important than mere might. The Raven Guard prefer a swift dagger to the heart over a protracted battle where possible, though if heavy assault is needed, the chapter will not hold back. These beliefs cause tension with other chapters, particularly the Blood Angels, who the Raven Guard see as brutish and clumsy. Gene Seed. The gene seed of the Raven Guard is far from stable, and a great deal of its gene stock has become irreparably damaged, perhaps as a side effect of the accelerated gene harvesting techniques employed many millennia ago. As a result, much of the Raven Guard's genetic material has to come from Terra, and the cycle of recruitment for the chapter is much slower than others. Few are capable of undergoing the transformation from normal human to Space Marine, and many die in training, thereby further limiting the chapter's numbers. Further deterioration has caused several of the unique Space Marine organs of the Sons of Korax to cease functioning as they should, while others are not as effective as they once were. For example, the zygote cultures required to grow the mucranoid and Becher's gland do not exist, and a mutated melanchromic organ causes the skin of the Space Marine to grow paler after years of service. Eventually, each Raven Guard will be as white as Korax, and his hair and eyes will darken and become black as coal. Battle Cry. Specializing in covert operations and debilitating fast strikes, the Raven Guard do not have a battle cry as such. Instead, the chapter's motto is simply Victorious Aut Mortis. The Alpha Legion. The Alpha Legion use secrecy, spy networks and traitors to assail its enemies from as many different directions as possible in carefully orchestrated attacks. Hidden within the heart of the Imperium, the Alpha Legion coordinates cultist activities and launches full-scale terror attacks. Following the Horus Heresy, thousands of records, archives and libraries were destroyed to purge any mention, indeed any memory, of the traitors. 10 millennia later, there are now billions of Imperial citizens who remain unaware that the rebellion ever happened. However, a few tomes survived, mostly in the hands of those in high authority, or heretics, whose true loyalties remain undiscovered. It is from these works that historians and inquisitors have gleaned their knowledge of these ancient times. Of course, sifting out the truth is never easy, because most books are copies of copies, or simply forgeries filled with lies. In the case of the Alpha Legion, reliable facts are even harder to come by, as the Legion was notoriously secretive. For example, unlike the homeworlds of most of the first founding legions of the Adeptus Astartes, the Alpha Legion's home planet is unknown or non-existent. The reason for this omission is unclear, but Inquisitor Craven of the Ordo Malleus has recently unearthed an ancient journal that he claims provides an accurate account of the first contact with and recovery of the Legion's Primarch. Craven has estimated the veracity of this journal at 62.6%, but has thus far refused to produce it for independent examination. According to Craven's claim, towards the end of the Great Crusade, an advanced patrol cruiser of the Lunar Wolves Legion, assigned to search for lost human worlds, entered an unnamed system. Swarming towards the vessel came a horde of small spaceships of varying types, mainly 1- and 2-man fighters. Despite the fact that the ships were of primitive design and apparently more than one origin, the attack was highly coordinated. Dozens of ships mobbed the Lunar Wolves Thunderhawks, while others braved the batteries of turret defense guns to shoot at the huge cruiser. However, the weapons of the fighters made little impression, and the attack soon broke off. The Lunar Wolves cruiser gave chase, eager to show the puny attackers the power of the Adeptus Astartes. It was only after the first impact that the bridge crew realized that they had been lured into a minefield. Maneuvering to escape resulted in 2 more explosions and serious damage to the engines that forced the cruiser to halt in place until repairs could be made. The horde of fighters renewed the attack and forced the badly outnumbered Thunderhawks into a desperate defense of the damaged cruiser. 2 days later, the rest of the Lunar Wolves' fleet arrived, summoned by the cruiser's distress signal. The Legion's Primarch, Horus, furious at the crew's failure to deal with such insignificant attackers, was shuttled straight to the stricken cruiser. He found the command deck in a state of high alert. The enemy had somehow managed to board the cruiser, and had split up to evade capture in the ship's endless corridors and service ducts. The enemy troops, who had not already been found and eliminated, now seemed to be converging on the bridge. Horus waited for them. As 5 men burst onto the deck, he shot 4 of them through the head before they had a chance to act. Without pause, a 5th shot rang out, but the last man was different. Every foot taller than even the Lunar Wolves, he had piercing green eyes, and looked almost a match for Horus himself. Somehow, even at such close range, the man sidestepped quickly enough that the bolt shell only grazed his temple and exploded against the bulkhead behind. As the man charged forwards, a second shot slammed into his shoulder, but still he did not slow. More shots were fired by guards and bridge officers as well as Horus. The man staggered under multiple impacts, but incredibly pressed on through the firestorm to launch himself at the Primarch. At the last instant, with his hands inches from Horus's throat, the man stopped. The two stared at each other for a long moment, before Horus started laughing. He had found the last Primarch. The new arrival called himself Alfarius, and claimed to have been travelling this area of space for many years. However, he remained tight-lipped as to where he had come from. Various worlds in that locale were subsequently brought into the Imperial fold, but Alfarius always denied that any of them were his home. The conglomeration of planets he had been leading was persuaded to join the Imperium with little bloodshed. The wounds Alfarius had suffered quickly healed. However, Horus did not send him straight back to Terra to meet the Emperor. Instead, he kept the Primarch with him for some months. Horus was most impressed with Alfarius's remarkable success against the Lunar Wolves' cruiser, trapping it, boarding, and then penetrating right to the bridge. During this time, Horus allowed his newfound brother to take tactical command in various actions that occurred. Alfarius was clearly just as impressed with Horus, with the huge martial power he wielded, and with his instincts of when and when not to use it. Eventually, Alfarius was taken back to the epicenter of the ever-expanding Imperium and reunited with the Emperor. There was the usual rejoicing, pomp, and circumstance, but records on Terra suggest that the two spent little time together. Alfarius was quickly sent to take command of his legion, while the Emperor had many pressing affairs of state. The Alpha Legion, as it was then named, was the last of the Adeptus Astartes legions to be created. With astonishing prescience, the Emperor had ordered their founding just a few decades before. The new Space Marines were tall and strong, were reminiscent of their Primarch, and possessed a cunning intelligence. Alfarius led his army, created in his image, to the outer reaches of the Imperium, and was eager to join battle and emulate the glories of the older legions. His first campaigns were well-planned and highly successful, and he worked to develop and mold his legion's tactics. He argued that the best attack comes from many directions at once, and advocated assaulting the foe on all sides in every way. He insisted on keeping options open, and never relied on any one thing, person, or single victory to win the day. He was always prepared with a backup plan, like a flanking force in perfect position. Alpha Legion infiltrators invariably struck behind enemy lines at just the right moment. Alfarius added to this doctrine by seeking as many other advantages as he could. He would bargain for allies, encourage treachery within the ranks of the enemy army, and develop a network of informers and spies within the populace. Underground rebel groups and activists would be contacted and persuaded to provide diversionary attacks, demonstrations, or bombings at agreed times. By the time a battle started, the Alpha Legion would have so many elements to its advantage that it was virtually impossible for them to lose. The Legion soon gained a reputation for devastatingly coordinated campaigns. While these methods took longer to execute than a simple frontal assault, they were far less costly in troops, which enabled Alfarius to spread his forces widely. Most of the other legions had taken planets, usually the worlds where their Primarchs had been found to be their headquarters and bases of operations. The other legions constructed glorious cathedral-like fortresses, and many had taken over governing their worlds, and even the surrounding systems. But Alfarius did not believe in this high-profile approach. He is thought to have established several bases, but kept their locations hidden from everyone outside the Legion. Only the whereabouts of smaller staging posts and supply depots were made known, and even this information was highly restricted. It is thought that Alfarius worked tirelessly to develop his officers and encourage them to think for themselves. He instigated programs of training and constantly set challenges for his troops to overcome, even in the midst of battle, to force them to adapt and improvise. There are even documented occasions when, shortly before or during major offensives, the Primarchs simply disappeared in order to assess how his legion would perform without him. Alfarius did not seek glory or honours for himself, and rarely attended victory celebrations. Consequently, he never spent much time with the other Primarchs, and it was many years before he met all of them. His first encounter with Rebute Guilliman of the Ultramarines was reputedly strained. Guilliman believed in rigid structure and hierarchy, and had a firm battle doctrine with which his legion never wavered. He was in the process of documenting the correct tactics and operations of a Space Marine force, tried and tested during his long years of command, and suggested that the young Alpha Legion should adopt this codex behaviour. However, this attitude was anathema to Alfarius' belief in initiative and adaptability, and a heated debate over tactics and ideology ensued. When it became clear that Alfarius would not bow to Guilliman's experience and superiority, the elder Primarch pointed out the thousands of victories and battle honours his legion had won, and told his youngest brother that he could never hope to compare. After that meeting, Alfarius pushed his legion even harder and sought out the most difficult challenges for his forces. He knew he could not equal the number of worlds conquered by the older legions, for they had been founded centuries earlier, but he seemed determined to win their respect for his legion's martial prowess. On the world of Testra Prime, the population was violently resistant to the idea of imperial rule. Alfarius deliberately delayed his assault a full week to allow the planet's armies to amass and dig in around the sprawling capital city. When battle commenced, there were close to 1 million soldiers arrayed against the Alpha Legion. However, the week had not been spent idly. The Space Marines had deployed such that they could attack from various directions and leave huge sections of the defensive line untouched. Just as the assault was launched, bombs detonated within the city, demolished dozens of bridges and blocked major supply routes. The defending Testran commanders found themselves unable to move troops and supplies into the areas under attack, or out of the areas that were being ignored. The divided forces tried to hold out against the relentless advance of the Alpha Legion, but the lack of ammunition and reinforcements made it a hopeless task. And of course, while help could not be brought in, retreating soldiers found they could not get out fast enough either. Thousands ended up herded together down the few remaining escape routes, and were cut to pieces in an endless rain of bolter shells. It was 2 days before enough of the defenders could be redeployed to mount a serious counterattack. However, officers in the Testran army had somehow been compromised, and these traitors betrayed details of the plan. The counterattack advanced into a trap and found itself beset by armoured Space Marines on all sides. Within a week, the Testran forces had suffered 90% casualties. When asked why he had not simply seized the capital before the defending armies arrived, Alfarius replied, "It would have been too easy." Heresy. His conduct in the Battle of Testra invited censure from many quarters. Rebute Guilliman is recorded as having called it a huge waste of time and effort in the Emperor's bolt shells. However, concerns about alleged atrocities committed by the Night Lord's Legion diverted attention away from the incident. Nevertheless, Alfarius was furious at the reaction to his legion's masterful performance. Only Horus openly praised the manner in which the Alpha Legion had overcome an opposition that outnumbered them 100 to 1. Horus was the only other Primarch with whom Alfarius had any regular contact. The two appeared to respect each other greatly, and are thought to have discussed tactics often. At the start of the heresy, the War Master's forces amassed on Istvan V. The Emperor sent no fewer than 7 legions, fully 1/3 of the entire Adeptus Astartes, to put down the rebellion. The initial wave consisted of 3 of those legions: the Salamanders, the Iron Hands, and the Raven Guard. They were seriously mauled as they made planetfall and battled to secure safe landing zones. The second wave was made up of the remaining 4 legions, and some sources name the Alpha Legion among them. After their initial landings, these loyalists attacked their allies instead of the rebels. Utterly betrayed and attacked on all sides, the 3 allegedly loyalist legions had no chance at all. Just 5 loyal Space Marines survived, bearing the precious gene seed of many of their fallen brethren. Given the average size of the legions at the time, the death toll must have reached 30,000, while rebel casualties on Isfahan are estimated in just a few thousand. Inquisitor Craven has observed that such a deceitful trap was strongly reminiscent of Alfarius' tactics, and suggests that he and Horus may have devised this brilliant plan together. Other scholars have made the same connection, though with rather less enthusiastic wording. Exactly when Alfarius chose to side with the War Master is not clear. Certainly he spent more time with Horus than he ever did with the Emperor. Perhaps there was an understanding between them, right from the beginning. However, it is not thought that Alfarius was blindly following Horus, for he seemed to have his own agenda. He relished every battle against loyalist Space Marines as the ultimate test of military skill. Again and again, the Alpha Legion proved it was the match of the other legions. Alfarius' forces started going out of their way to find Space Marine opponents, and inflicted stinging defeats on the loyalist White Scars at Talan, a Space Wolves company at Urant, and other legions at dozens of smaller outposts. Well before the War Master's forces reached Terra, the Alpha Legion had become separated, but continued to wage war on all that they came across. Even after the defeat of Horus on Terra, the Alpha Legion continued on unchecked, apparently inventing objectives and missions with absolutely no connection to the rebellion as a whole. They moved into the Galactic East, towards, whether by coincidence or design, the Ultramarines Legion. The Ultramarines had been posted on the eastern fringe when their heresy began, and were racing back to the Segmentum Solar. They were enraged at the treachery of their brother Space Marines, and the War Master's connivance to keep them too far away to affect the outcome. It is possible that Alfarius deliberately sought out the Ultramarines, and that he wished to confront Rabute Guilliman in battle, and prove the superiority of his tactics. Other theories suggest that the Ultramarines tracked down the Alpha Legion, and seized the opportunity to be avenged on one of the traitor legions. However it came about, the 2 Space Marine legions met in battle on the world of Escrador. First to arrive on the planet, Alfarius was able to choose his battleground, for he knew the Ultramarines would not rest until they had hunted the traitors down. The Alpha Legion deployed deep within a harsh mountain range at the pole of the planet. The mountains were riven with gullies, ravines, and high passes that would seriously hamper movement, especially for ground vehicles. Alfarius was convinced that the battle would be won by the side that overcame these problems the best through forward planning, coordinated air transport, and detachments coping independently of heavy support. Guilliman was a military commander with few peers. However, all the experience, lessons, and tactics he had accumulated over the centuries had been carefully documented, compiled, and made accessible to the other legions, as the Primarch wanted to improve the Emperor's armies as a whole. These records gave Alfarius the advantage, because he knew how the Ultramarines operated. Indeed, Guilliman's initial deployment followed exactly the doctrines set down in his own writings, and the Alpha Legion moved to trap them. But Guilliman chose the first nightfall to do something unexpected. Breaking his own rules of operation, he led a large portion of his forces with no lines of support or supply deep into the mountains, and deployed by Thunderhawk, Drop Pod, and Teleporter in the midst of the Alpha Legion. Guilliman's target was the enemy command center, and none other than Alfarius himself. The following account appears to be the personal log of a member of the Ultramarine Strike Force, probably a sergeant. It is included in Inquisitor Craven's diatribe, Lessons of Strife, though other Inquisitors and representatives of the Ultramarines themselves have questioned its validity. The original document was purportedly discovered in a system earthward of Escrador.
Our strike force numbered over 3,000 Space Marines, and despite the lack of heavy armor in support due to our mode of arrival, we soon had the traitor's command center in disarray. There was no way the lightly armoured buildings could stand up to our Devastator's firepower, and a direct assault by the much honoured and revered Ultramarine Dreadnoughts. Our enemies were outnumbered 5 to 1, and soon started to fall back up the mountain valley, probably to buy time for a relieving force to arrive, my captain conjectured. However, knowing that the terrain would hamper the movement of reinforcements, we were zealous with the thought of revenge, and pressed them hard. With perhaps 500 Space Marines remaining, the Alpha Legion force made a stand at the head of the valley. Their heavy weapons were deployed well, high on the mountainside, and felled many of our number as we fought upwards towards them. But their guns were too few, and our resolve unswerving. As we closed upon the traitors, Alfarius himself led a counterattack, and charged headlong back down the rocky slope with his bodyguard, and slammed into our line. Not even Ultramarines could stand before the Primarch, and his power sword felled every noble Space Marine within reach. Our advance halted, and I was forced to recite the Canticles of Faith to steady my squad. But then, an imposing figure appeared, and my heart was gladdened. Our great lord and Primarch, Rabute Guilliman, himself strode forward, ignoring the melee around him, straight towards Alfarius. The two Primarchs stood before each other. They were equal in stature, both were clad in shining power armour, and each wielded a glittering power sword. Where one was noble, the other was craven. Where one was loyal, the other was a betrayer. All of the combat ceased as we watched them. There was a long pause, neither Primarch moving an inch. Then both struck in an instant. Each sword made a single stroke, and then both were still again. For a second the two great men stood facing, before Alfarius slumped to the ground. Like every other Ultramarine on the field, I let out a loud cry of victory. Guilliman's plan had worked. The very heart of the enemy had been torn out. The remaining bodyguard fought on, but we fell on our adversaries with renewed vigour. When the last one had been cut down, we turned our attention to the rest of the Alpha Legion command. Trapped by the sheer mountains at the head of the valley, they had no escape from our bolter fire. We left no one alive. The body of the dead Primarch was burned on a great pyre. The Lord Guilliman allowed us a moment of prayer and reflection on our success before issuing orders to move out and commence the destruction of the leaderless enemy army. We are fully confident that the task will be straightforward. The loss of its Primarch is something from which no legion can recover. The optimism engendered by our initial victory appears to have been misplaced. Since my last entry, we have ascertained that the Alpha Legion's command function has spread into numerous groups, and the loss of one apparently had minimal impact on their operational ability, even though it was Alfarius who fell. What is more, our deep strike and the target's subsequent retreat has drawn our forces well out of position, far from support. It has become clear that far from hunting our demoralised pockets of traitors, we are facing a superbly organised foe who is closing in on us from all sides. We have sighted our Thunderhawk gunships overhead, engaged in fierce battles with those of the Alpha Legion. Both legions have, of course, very similar numbers of Thunderhawks, so the aerial battle seems to be a standoff and leaves no chance of an air evacuation. Meanwhile, the enemy has launched several hit-and-run attacks on our strike force and caused numerous casualties. Lord Guilliman has commenced a retreat out of the mountains to link up with the rest of our ground troops. We are being harassed and ambushed every step of the way. Groups of Escrador natives, apparently bribed or coerced into aiding the traitors, have triggered rock slides to block our path and delay us. Communications with the rest of our legion have been sporadic. Our tech marines think our communications are being jammed. However, some dialogue has been possible, and a relieving force comprising most of our remaining ground forces is pushing into the mountains towards us. However, they too have apparently been under attack, and supply vehicles have been sabotaged. After 5 grim days of intermittent fighting, we sighted the distinctive blue armour of our Ultramarines brethren advancing down the valley towards us. However, having approached into range, our rescuers opened fire. A contingent of the Alpha Legion scum had disguised its heraldry and armour in order to spring a trap. Are there no depths to which these heretics will not sink? The utter dishonour that our erstwhile brothers have shown left me stunned. Most of the Alpha Legion appeared to our rear, and initiated the biggest attack from our enemies so far. With mountains to either side, we had little option but to stand our ground and fight for our lives. Losses were heavy, and might have been total, were it not for the timely arrival of the real rescuing force. The reinforcements were in little better shape than our own beleaguered strike force, but the extra numbers allowed us to force a way through and establish a more defendable front line.
The account goes on to describe how, in the next week, Guilliman attempted a number of counterattacks to regain the initiative, but the Alpha Legion seemed to have prior knowledge of their every move. Either the Alpha Legion was not where the augurs suggested, or it had carefully planned ambushes waiting for the Loyalists. Finally, the Ultramarines evacuated the planet's surface and used their ships to bombard the traitors from orbit. Guilliman is recorded as having said he had no interest in righteous battle against such a dishonourable foe, and that the Ultramarines were needed back on Terra. However, it seems hard to dispute the fact that the Ultramarines were soundly beaten by the Alpha Legion, despite the loss of Alfarius. Certainly, the deep ravines of the mountain range would have provided plenty of cover from the bombardment. Exile. The months and years that followed were a chaotic time of regrouping, rebuilding, and retribution for the Imperium. When the Imperial forces returned to Escrador, there was no sign of the Alpha Legion, although the entire native populace was purged to eradicate any taint of chaos. However, it is thought that the majority of the Legion did not flee into the Eye of Terror with the other rebels, and instead remained within the Imperium. Numerous secret bases were already in existence, and the Legion fragmented in order to hide itself in the midst of its enemies. Small forces kept up frequent attacks on military targets, especially those weakened by the carnage of the Heresy, and became a major problem for those trying to rebuild the shattered Imperium. The location and destruction of these groups became a priority, and the legions devoted considerable resources to this end. The last pockets of Alpha Legion forces were declared eradicated in a proclamation by the High Lords of Terror in M32, but subsequent attacks proved this decree to be premature. Similar declarations were made in M33, and as recently as M39. The Dithio Plague. On the agri-world of Dithio Prime in 255 M41, there was a sudden plague of Crixian locusts, a species not usually found anywhere in the sector. They thrived in the warm climate of the planet, multiplied exponentially, decimated food crops, and caused widespread famine. There was a surge of anger and unrest among the populace, directed at the authorities who appeared to be powerless to deal with the infestation. In a single week, riots broke out in every large population centre, and much of the local army mutinied. A regiment of Mordian Iron Guard was dispatched to quell the uprising, but they were ambushed and all but destroyed as they disembarked from their transports by a force of Chaos Space Marines hidden around the spaceport. The complete loss of food exports from the planet caused major supply problems in the subsector over the following years, and resulted in further unrest on other worlds, which hindered Imperial forces during subsequent Chaos incursions into the Segmentum Pacificus. Opinion is strongly divided as to how much of this disorder could have been orchestrated, and how much was mere coincidence. However, it seems certain that the Alpha Legion was involved at some level. The Aquila Conclave. It has never been established if members of the Alpha Legion exhibit the same unnatural longevity as other Chaos Space Marines, who can apparently live for many thousands of years. This phenomenon is generally attributed to the traitor legion's existence in the Eye of Terror, where the laws of time and space do not apply. Thus, it would follow that the Alpha Legion should not be affected. However, if Alpha Legion Space Marines have more normal lifespans, then one must ask how losses are replaced. In his address to the Aquila Conclave, an impassioned Inquisitor Craven warned, "The only possible answer is that new Chaos Space Marines are being recruited and genetically modified somewhere within the Imperium. Yet Terra refuses to acknowledge there is even a serious threat. They are all around us. Just look over your shoulder. Perhaps when you are attacked in your own cities and murdered in your own homes, then you will see I am right." Shortly after the conclave, Inquisitor Gerux publicly accused Craven of consorting with traitors and conspiring to organize cultist uprisings on the worlds of Cartha IV, Cartha V, and Arcos II in the Corrine subsector. Gerux challenged Craven to appear for trial and face the evidence against him. However, Craven's current whereabouts are unknown. Of course, this development has called into question the reliability of all Inquisitor Craven's research. And, as he was the leading scholar on the Alpha Legion's history and current activities, much of what was known about the traitors must now be considered a lie. If, as Gerux claims, Craven has been compromised by those very traitors he sought to investigate, then everything he has said must be considered misinformation and propaganda, invented by the Alpha Legion. Homeworld. Alfarius never revealed the planet of his origin, and even the general area of his discovery is now lost to legend. His legion never took a single world as their base, and instead operated from various secret locations throughout the Imperium. Many of these bases have been uncovered and destroyed over the millennia following the heresy, although often these outposts were deserted by the time they were found. Combat Doctrine. Alfarius' doctrine was to attack the enemy in as many different ways as possible, all at the same time. How this axiom manifested in practice varied depending on the scale and location of the conflict. Tactics, confirmed as having been employed by the Alpha Legion, include flank attacks, tunneling to undermine or bypass defences, teleportation or airdrops behind enemy lines, diversionary attacks, infiltration, disguising troops and vehicles in enemy colours, disabling enemy transportation, both vehicles and routes, sabotage of fuel and ammunition dumps, poisoning of water and food supplies, atmospheric and ecological tampering, triggering of volcanic, seismic and tectonic activity, bribery and coercion of enemy troops, including officers and Imperial officials, enlisting enemy forces, impersonation of Imperial officers, distribution of propaganda to incite unrest and rebellion, organization of civilian riots and other anti-Imperial activity, sponsorship and supply of heretical cultist groups, and alliance with anti-Imperial military forces, including other traitor legions and aliens. Generally, a number of these tactics will be employed in careful coordination, often resulting in labyrinthine secret plots. It has been noted that due to its use of complete unorthodox tactics, the Alpha Legion is able to deploy smaller forces than might otherwise be necessary. Combat is regarded as only one part of their overall strategy. Organization. Very little is known about the internal organization of the Alpha Legion. Alfarius placed a high value on secrecy, even before the Legion turned traitor, and captured legionaries have revealed little under interrogation. On occasion, there have been successful assassinations of members of the Legion, thought to be high-ranking officers, but their removal has had little visible effect on the Legion's operations. The Legion's symbol, the Hydra, is a multi-headed mythical beast that could keep fighting even if one of its heads was cut off. This legend reflects the Alpha Legion's command structure, as well as its doctrine of multiple attacks. It is known that the Legion recruits, supplies, and organizes hundreds of cultist cells on Imperial worlds. These groups are not all crazed devotees of the Chaos Gods and insane demon worshippers, although there are plenty of those. They are also highly organized, trained, and motivated groups who work to subvert the authorities, produce and spread propaganda, and when called upon, undertake military action, usually in the form of bombing, sabotage, and riots. Such actions will generally form part of a larger Alpha Legion plan. For example, to lure Imperial forces to a particular place by organizing a civil disturbance, or to prevent the arrival of reinforcements by blowing up a bridge. The question then arises, how does the Alpha Legion coordinate all its activities and communicate with these disparate cells? Inquisitor Craven is not the only one to have claimed that the Alpha Legion achieves its communication through the use of so-called operatives. These figures are apparently human, but may have undergone limited Space Marine psycho-hypnotic indoctrination to make them utterly loyal to the Legion, and possibly even the implantation of some of the Adeptus Astartes organs. According to the claim, these operatives are the link between the cultist cells, travel about with impunity where a Space Marine would quickly draw attention, set up new groups, guide their agendas, and bring them instructions. During protracted campaigns, operatives may pose as enemy soldiers and gather intelligence or sabotage the enemy army. The existence of these operatives has not been proved, but few other explanations have been put forward. While it is not officially acknowledged by the Adeptus of Terror, the Alpha Legion clearly remains a canker within the very heart of the Imperium. Beliefs. Alfarius believed in planning and coordination. He always sought alternatives and multiple solutions to any given problem, with different elements working together for the end result. These doctrines have been thoroughly embraced by the Legion as a whole, and have proved effective, especially in the disparate and secretive way it now operates. All Space Marine Legions set arduous tasks and trials for potential recruits, but prior to the Heresy, the Alpha Legion set these initiation tests for squads, not individuals. Squads had to succeed as a group or not at all. Foolhardy heroics were frowned upon. The overall plan was paramount, and more valuable than any one Space Marine. It is not known whether this practice is still carried out. Gene Seed. While the Alpha Legion does not reside in the Eye of Terror, and therefore is not plagued by the warping effects of that maelstrom of insanity, there is still evidence of mutation in the Gene Seed. If such a problem existed prior to the Heresy, it was kept concealed. Given the Legion's predilection for secrecy, that would not be surprising. During the Leith ambush, and during the Gothic War, mutated Alpha Legion Space Marines hid their warped body parts, not out of shame, but so they could reveal them as they attacked, adding horror and revulsion to the shock of their sudden assault. Battle Cry. Imperialistic cries of "For the Emperor" and other similar cries are deliberately calculated to mock and infuriate foes who recognize them as traitors. Many of their victims who don't know the difference between an Imperial Space Marine and a Chaos Space Marine will simply think they have been betrayed. The Psychana Librarians. The Librarians of the Space Marine chapters are mighty warrior mystics, inspiring figures who wield incredible and devastating powers. They are an integral part of the Adeptus Astartes, outstanding warriors who utilize their psychically enhanced wisdom and knowledge to fulfill the role of oracles and psychic communication within the Space Marine chapters. Such powers come at a price, however, and only those with the strongest willpower are capable of withstanding the constant pressures that come with psychic awareness. For every successful psyker, there are countless others whose lack of control threatens to doom them to an eternity of torment. Of those psychers whose strength of will enables them to control their powers, the most highly trained and potent are the Librarians of the Adeptus Astartes. The growing number of psychers within the Imperium is seen by some as the next evolutionary step for mankind. However, these are the very early tentative stages, for such an advancement will take countless generations to fully evolve, and the powers of the psyker are not yet refined. Psychic ability is both the greatest boon to mankind and its most dangerous threat. Without psychers, the entire system of interstellar communication and travel would cease to exist, consequently resulting in the fall of the Imperium. Lacking these powers, the Imperium would become nothing more than a series of scattered and isolated systems. Warp travel is only made possible for humanity with the guiding light of the Astronomicon, a psychic beam stretching 70,000 light-years across space from its source on Terra. The pure psychic energy needed for this great undertaking is created by the combined voice of 10,000 specially trained psychers, a soul-draining labor that exhausts their life force within months, leaving them little more than shriveled husks. This voice is focused and directed by the immortal Emperor, who projects the pure psychic energy into the galaxy. This beacon is vital to the specially trained and psychically attuned navigators who require it in order for them to have any possibility of steering a safe path through the turbulent and inconsistent non-reality of warp space. Those of particular strength of mind, if discovered when young, may be nurtured so that their abilities can benefit mankind in such ways. The psychers schooled by the Scholastica Psychana generally operate within a particular specialized area, whether it be as astropaths trained for interstellar communication within the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, or as navigators within the Adeptus Astronomica. The Librarians of the Adeptus Astartes, however, fulfill a much more varied and combat-orientated role, and, as such, they are chosen from amongst those of exceptional ability and skill. Those with psychic ability draw their power from the turbulent realm of the warp, also known as the ether, the immaterium, or the empyrean. as recorded in the Scriptorum Arcanum. This alternate dimension is a twisted reflection of the known physical world, a horrific and constantly shifting domain that defies the accepted laws of the material universe, inhabited by malevolent and predatory astral creatures. When a Psyker uses his power, he opens a gateway between the two realms, drawing energy from the warp into himself. If a Psyker is unprepared or inexperienced, he may inadvertently attract the attentions of demons, drawing them to him like moths to a flame. According to the codices of the enigmatic demon-hunting Order Malleus, these warp entities are capable of traversing the link the Psyker has formed between the two dimensions, assaulting his mind, ripping the very soul from his body and dragging it screaming to an existence of internal torture within the warp. As such, the twisted realm of the warp is something referred to as the Sea of Souls. A particularly powerful demon may attempt to force its way into the physical realm by overwhelming the body of the hapless Psyker, and from there endeavour to inflict as much psychic and physical suffering as possible on the material world. Those with a limited degree of psychic ability but who lack the strength of will to fully control it are one of the most dangerous forces threatening the Imperium, and they are hunted down without remorse by the Inquisition. As a matter of course, the number of minds considered dangerous far outweigh those that are embraced by the Imperium. Some of those condemned are transported to Terra aboard one of the black ships, where their sacrifice may benefit all of mankind. It is said that their life force is fed to the insatiable needs of the undying Emperor in order to sustain him, enabling his glorious light to remain indefinitely within the physical realm. Indeed, to be born with psychic ability is a terrible curse, and many attempt to hide their powers from detection. Without the correct training, the Psyker teeters on the brink of eternal damnation. Entire planetary systems have been brought under demonic dominion, creating hellish worlds of tortured slaves due to a single Psyker lacking the mental discipline to not use his gifts. Space Marine Librarians are amongst the most potent of all mankind's Psykers, highly talented and trained to the highest levels. A highly trained Librarian can manipulate the energy of the warp in extraordinary ways and with spectacular effect. Librarians train their minds and bodies constantly to reinforce their willpower, but the dangers involved are great. While the chapter apothecaries test the physical gene structure of potential Space Marines, the Librarians are responsible for testing their psychic ability and willpower. They do this to seek out and nurture those who show talent, but more importantly, to weed out those who possess some ability but whose untrained minds would endanger the entire chapter. Those initiates displaying the required psychic talent and willpower are inducted into the Librarium, where they commence their intensive years of study and development in conjunction with the strict training of their brother Space Marines. These initiates are recruited from a variety of sources, depending on the means and position of the Space Marine homeworld or chapter fortress. Some chapters recruit their Librarians solely from amongst those chosen as potential Space Marines, while other chapters select their numbers from amongst the most talented and disciplined of the young Primarchs Psykers of the Scholastica Psychana. The need for vigilance is never treated lightly, and the Librarians of every chapter routinely engage the minds of its Space Marines in order to ensure their purity. They are meticulous in their record-keeping, chronicling any discovered deviancy for future reference. Space Marines exposed to particular psychic strain and trauma, such as through contact with alien horrors or the warping influence of chaos, must undergo a series of strict screening and cleansing rituals conducted by the Librarians in order to confirm the integrity of the precious gene seed. For the Space Marines, gene seed is the chapter's lifeblood, the most invaluable of possessions, and must be kept pure at all costs. Any trace of perversion or corruption within the gene seed must be eradicated utterly if the chapter is to survive. The Librarium of the chapter is typically an ancient and immense structure, housing the collective knowledge that the chapter has acquired over the millennia. Scribes work ceaselessly within its walls, labouring to duplicate the older texts as they are gradually destroyed by time. The Librarians of the chapter are charged with the upkeep of the Librarium, and it is their responsibility to maintain its integrity. Only they know the full wonders and horrors that are contained within the ancient vellum pages, deeds both heroic and heinous. 1,000-year-old tomes, bound in cracked and faded leather, sit side by side with newer works in an immense and ever-expanding collection. Indeed, the Librarium is often enlarged as time passes in order for it to be able to house the perpetually increasing number of volumes held within. Imperial envoys tell fantastical stories of the rare and ancient arcane technologies that reside within a Librarium's hallowed walls, great humming data repositories that store unfathomable amounts of information. The Librarium will often include an archaic catalogue containing countless data crystals, each crystal holding a lifetime of accumulated wisdom. Many librariums contain a smaller inner librarius where the most dangerous and heretical texts are kept. This area is accessible to only a few of the chapter's chief librarians, as befits the dangerous and blasphemous nature of the texts. Merely glancing at the twisted pages of these dangerous volumes would send most men spiraling deep into insanity, and they can only be viewed under the most controlled conditions and with careful preparations of the mind. The various official ranks within the Librarians' order serve to describe the particular functions that they perform within the chapter and within the Librarium itself. The lowest of the battlefield ranks is the Lexicanium, whose job it is to act as record keepers, creating the initial reports that are to be added to the Librarium. These summary accounts chronicle the history of the chapter, varying in nature from campaign and battle details to the beliefs and philosophies of the chapter. The next rank of Librarian is that of Codicier, awarded to the older, more experienced Space Marines who critically evaluate the reports of the Lexicaniums, finalizing their form for inclusion in the Librarium. The Epistolary stands a level higher still, and is one of those typically turned to when the need arises for psychic communication. This power can be used to project the mind of the Librarian across warp space itself if necessary. This is similar to the ability used by the astropaths of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, who are relatively common throughout the Imperium. However, such is the strength of will of the Librarians that they have no need to undertake the torturous ritual of soul binding that the astropaths must endure. More commonly, the epistolary is used to communicate over short distances, coordinating attacks and relaying battle orders. The Chief Librarians are the highest-ranking members of their order, and their mastery and control of the mystic arts is awesome to behold. The chapter and its commanders rely heavily on the counsel of these most powerful psychers, and, acting within their role as advisors, the Librarians have countless centuries of experience at their disposal. Through a combination of wisdom and considerable psychic powers of premonition, the advice of the Chief Librarians is greatly respected within the chapter. On the battlefield, however, is where their ability is truly come to the fore, as their overwhelming psychic powers devastate the armies and defences of their enemies, rending them apart with pure force of will. The tactical worth of the Librarians is tremendous. The psychic shockwave and turbulence that is created as a ship moves in and out of warp space can be felt by them, and so the actions of an enemy can be effectively anticipated and countered. They are the equal in battlefield prowess of any other Space Marine, and the devastating psychic powers that they wield will often tip the balance in the chapter's favour in close-fought conflicts. The psychic abilities of the Librarians are utilised in various forms on the battlefield. Most directly, the Librarian can channel the power of the warp through his body, striking at the enemy with devastating blasts of concentrated energy. With their powers of prescience, they can sense and predict the movements of the enemy, providing a distinct tactical advantage. Messages and communications can be relayed using the Librarian's considerable psychic powers, and these types of communications have the advantage over more physical forms, such as comlinks, of being completely undetectable to all but the most powerful of enemy psychers. There is a myriad array of equipment that the Librarians of the Adeptus Astartes make use of to amplify and focus their already considerable psychic powers. The variety of these arcane items is so great that it makes a general classification of them impossible, and their use varies amongst the different chapters, as well as being dependent on the personal preferences of individual librarians. Some favour the use of the Emperor's Tarot in predicting the twisting paths of the future, a tool used for divination throughout the Imperium. The Psychic Hood is an intricately designed helmet, fitted with an array of psychically conductive wires and crystals, which is often used by a chapter's librarians. This helmet serves to amplify the Psychic's abilities, enabling him to disrupt the flow and manipulation of the warp by others. As such, it is an effective counter to the psychic abilities of rogue and alien psychers. Ritually purified force weapons are utilized by the majority of librarians. They come in a variety of forms, most generally appearing as swords and axes, psychically attuned to the mind of the wielder. The force weapon is a potent armament that the psychic uses as a conduit through which his power is channeled. Coiling psychic energy flows around the crystalline matrices etched into the weapon, released on impact in an explosive display of power. The weapons have a colossal force when utilized against creatures of the warp, which are particularly vulnerable to attacks made with the same form of energy that makes up their own warp-spawned forms. The Rune Priests of the Space Wolves. Rune Priests are one notable exception to the doctrines of the Codex Astartes, a comment that can be applied to the entire chapter. Other particularly noteworthy exceptions include the Librarians of the Crimson Shades and the White Scars, as well as the Nova Marines. While the role that the Rune Priests play within the chapter is not so different from the traditional Codex role, it is in the methods they employ where they differ significantly. They act as record keepers, much like Codex Librarians, though they memorize their histories in great sagas rather than in written form. They act as advisors to the Great Wolf as well, counseling him in times of war. The particular psychic powers and practices they employ, however, are based on those of the traditional shamans of their homeworld, Fenris. Men as such are very different to the Codex form. Young Skalds are taught the complex and arcane lore of their people by the older Rune Priests, their methods having remained unchanged for countless centuries. The Rune Priests are independent and ferocious warriors, wise and deliberate in their methods and rituals. They cast runes to predict the ebb and flow of events to come, the runes often carved from the bones or teeth of one of the various totem animals of the Fenrisians. The teeth of the great wolves that prowl the icy world are noted particularly for their power. The Rune Priest holds a different attitude towards psychic powers than that of the other Codex Space Marine chapters, where typical Codex Librarians hold to the belief that their power is a manipulation of the pure essence of the warp. The Rune Priest believes that his power comes from the living energy of Fenris, as well as from within. The innate power of Fenris can be channeled into his totems by the Rune Priest, so that he may always carry this power with him, wherever he may be within the galaxy. Ezekiel, Grand Master of Librarians, Keeper of the Book of Salvation, Holder of the Keys. Ezekiel is the present Grand Master of Librarians within the mysterious Dark Angels chapter. He endures a tremendous burden, being the sole bearer of the darkest and most sinister secrets of this most evasive and insular of chapters. He determines who may enter the inner circle, for he alone can see into the very soul of a man and judge whether he can bear the burden of the knowledge such a position brings. The strength of his will is legendary, and he holds the Book of Salvation as a mark of his position. This book lists the names of all those of the fallen that the Dark Angels have captured over the millennia, and as such is an item of great significance for the chapter. The Librarians of the Dark Angels are all members of the Deathwing, and they act as the guardians of the dungeons carved deep into the bowels of the Tower of Angels. Ezekiel was given the title Guardian of the Keys in recognition of the role that he and his brothers fulfill by keeping the dungeons secure. Ezekiel uses his considerable power to aid the interrogated chaplains in their grisly work, invading the minds of the fallen and undermining their mental resolve. His insidious abilities have driven many foes into insanity, as he whispers doubts and confusions directly into their minds. This ability is utilized on the battlefield, worming his way deep into the minds of the enemy and encouraging the growth of their fears, filling them with images of hopelessness and defeat that erode the willpower of even the most disciplined of warriors. Chief Librarian Mephiston, Lord of Death. Mephiston is an awe-inspiring figure, viewed by the Blood Angels with fear and reverence in equal measure. His entrancing eyes penetrate into the very depths of the soul, engaging friend and foe alike with their terrible brilliance. The Blood Angels see him as the spiritual son of their Primarch Sanguinius, and as a great hope for the entire chapter. But it was he who first overcame the agonizing experience of the Red First. The Blood Angels strive to emulate his courageous strength of will, in the hope that they too will be able to conquer their terrible curse. In the depths of the madness brought on by the Red First, Mephiston relived the final agony of his dying Primarch. He arose transcendent from his insanity, surpassing his overwhelming lust for blood through sheer force of will. The mental strength that was needed to survive this ordeal was phenomenal, and he fights a continuing battle to keep it in check. Chief Librarian Tigurius. Tigurius is the highest ranking of his order within the proud and highly respected Ultramarines chapter. A fierce and wise warrior mystic, he attained his exalted position after proving his worth time and again over many years of arduous campaigning, primarily against the savage and brutal orcs. He was one of the few survivors of the orc attack on Boros, where he witnessed the mysterious appearance of the black armoured space marines known as the Legion of the Damned. His psychic mastery is augmented by the Hood of Hellfire, a uniquely modified psychic hood of ancient design. It is a powerful version of the standard psychic hood, an arcane creation that crackles with barely suppressed energy, as it enhances the strength of his devastating mental assaults. Dreadnoughts. Spearheading the assaults of the Space Marines, Dreadnoughts are feared by all foes of the Imperium. On the battlefield, they are death incarnate, with powerful weapons blasting their foes and lethal close combat weaponry crackling with deadly energies. There are few opponents in the galaxy who can stand against such armoured savagery. Standing 3 times the height of a man, Space Marine Dreadnoughts are amongst the oldest war machines fighting on the battlefields of the 41st millennium. Some Dreadnoughts are even said to date back tens of thousands of years to the Great Crusade, when the Emperor himself walked among his people. The art of their construction has long since been lost, the arcane knowledge required passing into ritualized mythology, and each chapter's Dreadnoughts are treasured relics. They are a living embodiment of the machine god, representing the ultimate fusion of the biological and the mechanical, as each one contains a living, sentient being. The pilots, encased in the shell of a Dreadnought, often have their memories stretching back many thousands of years, and these ancient warriors are a tangible link to their chapter's past and heritage. The biological component of a Dreadnought is no ordinary man. It is one of the Old Ones, a mighty Space Marine hero who has suffered grievous wounds in battle and is deemed worthy to be placed within the armoured sarcophagus of a Dreadnought. The interment of the Old One's shattered remains is a ritual of great significance, involving his fellow battle brothers, the chapter's Tech Marines, and its apothecaries. It is considered a great honour for a Space Marine to be placed within a Dreadnought, and these ancient warriors are much respected by their fellow battle brothers. The Old One is suspended in amniotic fluids and surgically implanted within the armoured sarcophagus, where mechanical senses allow him to perceive the world around him. In this way, he can continue fighting for the Emperor for many centuries to come, never leaving his metal body until its destruction. In battle, the Dreadnoughts are a terrifying foe to face, advancing with thunderous strides as incoming fire spatters from their thick adamantium armour. Electro-motivated fibre bundle muscles power their heavy limbs, allowing them to fire devastating weapons on the move, and to fight with all the skill and ferocity they possessed as a Space Marine. As well as fearsome warriors, the accumulated wisdom of their centuries of battle is a valuable resource, and their vast experience means that they have fought in almost every form of engagement imaginable. Almost nothing can defeat a Space Marine Dreadnought in an assault, and its close combat weapons can tear apart even the most heavily armoured vehicles. Dreadnoughts are exceptionally difficult to slay in battle, and in most cases only the complete destruction of the sarcophagus will kill the pilot. Destroyed Dreadnoughts are only ever abandoned in the direst of circumstances, and Space Marines will fight with righteous fury to retrieve a fallen Dreadnought, so that they can lay its occupant to rest in the chapter's sepulchres. The recovered shell will then be lovingly restored to full operation to await its next occupant. When not in action, Dreadnoughts slumber within sealed stasis vaults in the depths of their chapter's fortress monastery to extend their lives. The resting place of a chapter's Dreadnoughts is a holy shrine, and the Tech Marines tend to their ancient charges with great care, fastidiously applying the sacred oils and unguents while chanting the litanies of preservation. To honour these courageous warriors, the Tech Marines allow them to sleep, and only awake the Dreadnoughts in times of great need. When called to fight, the Dreadnoughts are removed from their vaults and the rune of awakening is struck upon their hide. As the Dreadnought continues to fight through the centuries, the Old One's grip on the material world inevitably begins to slip, and he spends more and more time dormant, his mind becoming ever more distant. One of the oldest recorded Dreadnoughts is Bjorn, the fell-handed of the Space Wolves. Bjorn was a young warrior in the days of the Primarchs, and was said to have fought alongside the Primarch Leman Russ himself. Since his internment in the armoured shell of a Dreadnought, he has fought in some of the most famous battles of the Imperium's blood-soaked history, and even led his chapter in defence of their home on Fenris. Dreadnoughts are called upon when the fighting is sure to be close and bloody. They are best employed in situations where there is plenty of cover for them to take advantage of, so that enemy weapons cannot draw a line of sight on them. They excel in fighting in built-up areas, underground tunnels and boarding actions, where they can quickly close with the enemy and bring their devastating assault weapons to bear. The weapon points on a Dreadnought allow it to be armed with a variety of armament configurations, depending on the tactical situation, and these weapons are broadly similar to those carried by Space Marine Terminators. Dreadnoughts were once used as test beds for new weapon patterns intended for suits of Terminator armor, in particular early models of plasma cannon. However, Dreadnought weapons benefit from increased stability, better targeting systems, and a greater ammunition capacity than those carried by Terminators. The sheer size of a Dreadnought also allows it to fit liquid nitrogen cooling systems for its rapid-firing weapons, resulting in less overheating and fewer jams. As well as powerful heavy weapons, Dreadnoughts can also be fitted with lethal close combat weapons that incorporate Magna coil servos to increase the strength of the arms. These allow them to grip and rotate, tearing gaping holes in even the strongest materials, or punch through the thickest armor. The Furioso Dreadnought of the Blood Angels is a prime example of this, its strength easily capable of rending even a Land Raider to pieces. Throughout history, Dreadnoughts have been involved in the bloodiest battles inscribed in the annals of the Imperium. Their acts of heroism are the stuff of legend across all the realms of man, and few sights are more inspiring or more terrifying than to see one of these great mechanical juggernauts rampaging across the battlefield. Many Dreadnoughts become famous in their own right, with tales being told of their courage and sacrifice in the name of the Emperor all across the Imperium. 3 such mighty warriors are Brother Damos of the Angels' Porphyry, Brother Severus of the Ultramarines, and the legendary Bjorn the Fell-Handed of the Space Wolves. The smallest chapter of their history would fill a manuscript many pages long, their service to the Emperor stretching back over many thousands of years. Indeed, in the case of Bjorn, it goes all the way back to the times of the Primarchs. Detailed here are 3 of their most famous actions in the defense of the Imperium. Gitana Bay, the battle for Gate 4. During the Third War for Armageddon, The largest recorded Dreadnought versus Dreadnought confrontation occurred during the attack on Gatana Bay water processing plant. Water would be a key resource on Armageddon when the fire season arrived, and Gatana Bay was the source of every drop reaching Armageddon Prime. The Orc attack on the plant had stalled badly. Options were now running out for the Orc warlord Judrog Irontooth, and he committed every Dreadnought and Killican in his force to a single attack, aiming for a point in the Space Marine line weakened by an earlier commando attack. Over 100 Orc machines stomped forward in a densely packed phalanx. The defenders were battered by the Orc weaponry, their positions swept by the sheer weight of fire. Landspeeder squadrons were blasted from the skies by massed big shooters, while bunker after bunker was silenced by salvos of Orc rockets. The Judrog's charge breached the defences and burst into one of the plant's access roads, leading between towering purification tanks. The Orc machines rumbled on, their power claws ripping each successive gate apart as they passed deeper into the plant. As they approached Gate 4, however, they were surprised to see the barrier rise to reveal a line of 8 Space Marine Dreadnoughts drawn up across the roadway. At their front was Brother Deimos of the Angel's Porphyry. Critically wounded during the Scouring of Hume, and entombed for the last 3,000 years, he had faced 100 such situations before and prevailed. The Dreadnoughts standing with Deimos were armed for long-range combat, with a mixture of las cannons, autocannons, and missile launchers. Their first salvo was devastating. The front line of Orc Dreadnoughts melted under the barrage, but were battered aside as the rest clanked forward. The Space Marine Dreadnoughts had better weapons, and each step the Orcs made towards the Space Marines cost them dearly, but eventually they were in range and could reply. The Orc Dreadnoughts could not match the accuracy of the 8 Space Marine Dreadnoughts facing them there. Each was a veteran of centuries of war, each a paragon of their chapter's qualities, each a hero, whether clad in flesh or metal. An advance of 400 meters had cost the Orcs 17 Dreadnoughts. They still came on though, and howled in fury when they saw the Space Marine Dreadnoughts step back to allow a heavy security gate to be lowered, blocking the road. Speeding up, they hurled themselves against it, rending the thick steel with their hydraulically powered claws, determined not to let their quarry escape. Flight was not the plan, however. On the other side of the ruptured gate, the Space Marine Dreadnoughts were ready. There were another 9 Dreadnoughts, led by Brother Waylands of the Omega Marines, all armed with power claws and a mixture of shorter-ranged assault cannons, multi-melters and heavy bolters. Behind them stood Brother Deimos's Dreadnoughts, on a rampart of earth and sundered concrete, so that they could see over the front line. Both ranks opened fire together, and for over 7 long minutes they stood 30 meters from the Orcs, firing non-stop into the tightly packed mass of machines. When the front rank ceased fire, its weaponry white-hot, and thundered into close combat, the Orcs were tightly packed into the roadway. The sustained fire had given them no chance to press forward, and the Killicans at the back blocked their retreat. The Orc force was irretrievably entangled. Some machines lifted off the ground by the press, unable to move, the front 5 ranks a smoking ruin. The Space Marine Dreadnoughts cut into them, Brother Waylands leading the way, climbing up over the destroyed Dreadnoughts until he was striding over the ruptured hulls of still operable machines, alternately crushing them with stamps and punches. Where a power weapon reared up at him, a swift multi-melter shot silenced it. It had been a bold attack by Jodrug's Dreadnoughts, but unsupported and caught at a complete disadvantage. They were helpless. It is testament to their ferocity and fighting spirit that not one Orc machine fled. The final reserve destroyed, Jodrug had no choice but to withdraw. Rearmed Thunderhawks were beginning their attack runs, and ammunition was becoming scarce. The defeat would cost Jodrug dearly, but there were no celebrations in the Marines' lines. Of the 17 ancient dreadnoughts committed to battle, 7 had been utterly destroyed, with the loss of over 9,000 years of battle experience and loyal service. The Battle of Gate 4 remains their testament. Brother Demos had commanded the 9th Company of the Angels Porphyry, a stalwart veteran of 3 centuries of battle. His Devastator squads were the very model of efficient fire support, and wherever his men fought, the armoured might of the enemy would be weary. It was during the scouring of Hume, as he led his men in the defence of Hill 236, that a surprise attack on the Space Marines' position by rebel marauder bombers caught him in the open as he moved between his linked bunkers. By all rights, the bombardment should have killed Demos, but when the attack was over, his brother Space Marines found that the bloody shreds of his body still drew breath. He demanded the chance to fight on, and thus his remains were placed in stasis and transported back to the chapter's fortress monastery, where he was implanted within the armoured sarcophagus of a dreadnought. For 3,000 years, he has remained entombed within his armoured body, and as he did in life, Demos provides a solid anchor of fire support for his brothers, guiding the deployment and firing of the chapter's devastators. Bjorn, the Fell-Handed, the first battle of the Thang. Some of the most ancient dreadnoughts in the Imperium are those of the Space Wolves chapter. These venerable warriors have fought the enemies of the Emperor for many centuries, more in some cases, even millennia. Perhaps the most renowned of these is Bjorn the Fell-Handed, a warrior so incredibly ancient that he walked beneath the same skies as the Primarch Leman Russ himself. He was the first great wolf of the chapter, following the disappearance of Russ, and led the first great hunt to find him. Bjorn's time as Great Wolf was to be short-lived, however. The saga of the Fell-Handed tells of his mortal wounding in battle as he led the Space Wolves in the rescue of their kin from the Dread Sun Fortress. His attack was successful, but left Bjorn crippled and on the brink of death. Not even the formidable skills of the Wolf Priests could save him, and Bjorn's last whispered words as a creature of flesh and blood were that he be placed within the armoured sarcophagus of a dreadnought. And for the next 500 years, Bjorn continued to fight for his beloved chapter, tearing apart the enemies of the Emperor with the lightning claw that had been his favoured weapon while he still walked as a man. On Algol 9, he destroyed the demon Franz Saba, and in the Quaran's deserts he slew the Orc warlord Makrima. The rogue Psyker Vornalen died by Bjorn's hand, and thus bloody rebellion on Franks was averted. But even flesh and steel cannot live forever. The long years of war began to take their toll, and Bjorn took to spending long periods in dormant slumber in the vaulted stasis chambers below the halls of the Great Wolf. In honour of such a loyal and courageous warrior, the Chaplains' Iron Priests allow him his rest, and lovingly maintain his adamantium shell. Once every 1,000 years, Bjorn awakes and speaks to the Rune Priests, regaling them with sagas long forgotten, testing them on their knowledge of the ancient legends to ensure that the ways of Russ are still being followed. Only in times of dire need would the Iron Priests even consider waking Bjorn. One such occasion being the first Battle of the Fang. The circumstances leading to the first Battle of the Fang and Bjorn's part therein form a cautionary tale that warns of the danger of trusting visions granted by chaos. Magnus the Red, Cyclopean Primarch of the Thousand Suns, had carried a burning hatred of the Sons of Russ ever since they had destroyed his homeworld of Prospero. In the dark days of the Great Betrayal, Magnus's followers attacked worlds near Fenris, slaughtering whole populations and laying waste to entire planets in a campaign of terror lasting many years. The Great Wolf, Harik Ironhelm, sought in vain to engage Magnus in battle, but was chasing shadows as his enemy eluded him at every turn. As more worlds were ravaged, Harik's desire to slay Magnus grew to become an obsession, and his quest took him deep into the Eye of Terror, eventually leading him to the world of Gangava. Here he believed that he had found the Thousand Suns' secret base, and fell upon the world with fire and steel. But Harik had been deceived. The forces present upon Gangava were merely an elaborate ruse executed by Magnus, and as he led the bulk of his chapter's strength against the allied Chaos forces on Gongava, the Thousand Sons themselves appeared in orbit around Fenris and launched an all-out assault on the home of the Space Wolves, the Fang. The Fang's defences consisted of a skeleton force of Space Wolves and Thralls, and its fall seemed assured. Only the most courageous leader could have any hope of saving the Fang, and thus it was decreed that Bjorn the Fell-Handed would be woken from his millennial slumbers to lead the defenders in this most desperate hour. Bjorn took charge of the Space Wolves, one of the few rare instances where a Dreadnought has commanded a Space Marine force. Bjorn's courage and wisdom in battle were an example to all, and for 40 days and 40 nights, Magnus's warriors could not breach the Fang's defences. Bjorn had fought on Prospero many centuries ago as a Bloodclaw, and had lost none of the savagery that these hot-blooded young warriors are famed for. He was ceaseless in his determination to withstand the enemy at the gates, and his defence of the Fang is regarded as a masterpiece in the art of leadership and military organisation. He planned daring sallies into the ranks of the Thousand Sons, and in the midnight dark of the tunnels beneath the Fang, he led desperate defences, rallying Space Marines and Thralls time and time again, as they were forced further and further within their home. Collapsing tunnels as they went, the defenders killed hundreds of enemy warriors, leading them into Bjorn's carefully prepared fire traps and giant cave-ins. Eventually, a pack of wolf scouts led by Hakon Blackwing were able to breach the ring which Magnus had thrown around Fenris, and carried word of the battle to the Great Wolf. Harik's anger and shame were terrible to behold, and he immediately returned to Fenris with the full might of the chapter. Howling Space Wolves descended from orbit and fell upon the Thousand Sons, driving them completely from the Fang. On its lower slopes, Harik and Magnus finally met in single combat, but Magnus was one of the Primarchs, now elevated to a demon prince by the powers of chaos, and was more than a match for Harik. The Great Wolf fell, but with his last breath of life, he was able to grievously wound Magnus before the Thousand Sons fled from Fenris. It is said that it was Bjorn himself who carried Harik to his final resting place on the Fang's upper slopes. With his work complete, Bjorn then returned to the Hall of the Great Wolf to slumber until the day his chapter would need him once more. Ironclaw and Brother Severus of Tarantus, the Battle of Macragge. Brother Severus arrived on Macragge as one of 16 aspirants who had triumphed in competitive games between Quantaran, Tarantus and Massali. These games are held between the Triple Worlds each 7 years to determine which youths should have the honour of attempting to join the Ultramarines chapter on Macragge. The games which Severus participated in were noted as particularly spirited and hard-fought on this occasion, with over a third of the participants killed or seriously injured. The young Severus was accepted by the Ultramarines and successfully completed his training in 356 M41. According to records, Brother Severus's early career in the Scout Company was unremarkable, but once he came to full status as a Brother Marine, he was frequently commended for his wisdom and farsightedness. He received his marksman honour while a member of the 6th Company in 358 M41, in close combat against Eldar pirates, and an Imperial laurel in the following year after being wounded in the cleansing of Koppel Fort. In 362 M41, Brother Severus was promoted to Sergeant in the 3rd Company, commanding a squad for the siege of Belios and the First Belor Crusade. When Sergeant Severus and his squad broke through a dangerous orc encirclement on Belor, he was inducted into the prestigious 1st Company, receiving his Terminator honours in 367 M41. The promising career of Brother Sergeant Severus was cut tragically short in 371 M41, when he was critically injured during the Battle of Corinth. Ultramarine apothecaries used his mortal remains to replace those of Brother Commodius in the Dreadnought Ironclaw, which was also damaged on Corinth. Severus adapted well to the transition into the amniotic tomb of a Dreadnought body, retaining all of his former wisdom and battlecraft. Severus's list of battle honours over the succeeding 3 centuries grew too long to be listed, culminating in his eventual return to Corinth on 698 M41 during the 7-year Corinthian Crusade. In 745 M41, Brother Severus participated in the Duran retaliation against the alien Tau Empire, but the expedition proved ill-starred, and the Third Company's captain, Ardeus, was killed shortly before the whole force was withdrawn. Urgent new orders sent the company back to Macragge to defend it from the advance of Hive Fleet Behemoth. Of the great battle in space over the beleaguered world, little can be said here, but the masterful defence by Marneus Calgar, Lord of the Ultramarines, can be read of in other places. In the aftermath, it fell to the Third Company, under the newly elected Captain Fabian, to recapture the northern polar defence fortress on Macragge itself. Tyranid swarms had penetrated the orbital defences and overrun the sprawling complex of laser silos and bastions. The first landings by the company barely held their ground against the swarms of creatures which emerged from the shattered bunkers and tunnels to oppose them, only being driven back by the combined fire of Devastator squads and Thunderhawk gunships. Captain Fabian summoned 3 Dreadnoughts, Severus's Ironclaw, Maximus's Victory, and Diocletian's Agrippa, to assist his troops in clearing the forbidding underground tunnels. The twisting, intersecting passages were already subtly altered by the aliens' presence, dripping mucus and resounding with horrific shrieks and screams. The dead laid everywhere, contorted and mangled by the violence of their passing. More than once, Tyranids hid among the dead before ripping into the advancing Ultramarines from ambush. The casualties mounted, and the Space Marines were forced to use flamers to burn their way forward. The Dreadnoughts moved ever closer to the front of the advance as squads peeled off to guard intersections. Agrippa was leading when a flank attack broke across the company like a wave of razor-fanged destruction. In seconds, 2 squads were overrun and hacked down by a dozen Tyranids. Agrippa's assault cannon painted the walls with Tyranid ichor as they rushed forward, and Maximus was reduced to trampling them underfoot when his power fist was torn away. But the veteran Dreadnought still held the perimeter against the bioengineered monstrosities until Severus arrived to crush the survivors. With his searchlights piercing the darkness, Severus now led the advance of the Third Company into Silo 8, the cavernous housing of a giant ship-killing laser battery. As the last squads cleared the entrance, a nightmarish horde of Tyranid creatures spilled out of the shadows on all sides. A hail of obscene projectiles cut through the Space Marine lines, corroding through armor and flesh wherever they struck. Live, killing beasts tore into the Ultramarines' lines with horrific ferocity, their scythe-like talons clashing against chainswords and armor as bolters chattered frenziedly. Once again, it was Severus who held the line, throwing the creatures back with his steel strength and crushing power fist. The surviving Ultramarines rallied around the giant fighting machine as it blasted through the aliens' ranks, and the next wave of monstrosities swept down upon them. A fearsome hive tyrant, as massive as a dreadnought itself, thundered into the Ultramarines with a shriek of fury. 3 brother Marines fell to a single sweep of its claws before Severus charged into the beast. A terrible struggle ensued, as the blessed servos and ancient fibre bundles of Ironclaw were pitted against the preternatural strength of the alien monster's steely sinews. The tyrant sent Severus reeling with one mighty blow of its claw, but the old dreadnought recovered, and sparks flew as its fist crashed into the creature's carapace. Foul ichor sprayed from the gouting wounds, temporarily blinding Severus's senses. The beast caught the dreadnought a terrible blow, tearing through its leg to leave it sprawling helplessly. At this moment, Captain Fabian leapt into the fray, knocking aside the creature's claw and evading its scything return swing before blasting it in the head with his plasma pistol until it reared and screamed a final howl of death agony. With the loss of the tyrant and the guidance of the hive mind, the Tyranids fell into confusion. The Ultramarine bolter fire cut down the survivors mercilessly as they turned to flee. The Third Company was saved and went on to cleanse the polar fortress in its entirety. After the battle, Ironclaw was restored, and Severus continues to serve with the Third Company to this day. Among the long list of honorifics he has accumulated, the Battle of Macragge remains the proudest, including as it does a share in the first ever accredited kill of a Tyranid hive tyrant in close combat. Moria, the Chosen. On the corpse-strewn fields of Glamagor, Captain Moria of the Blood Angels fell in battle, grievously wounded unto death, and beyond even the lore of the chapter's sanguinary priests. At a loss to save his mortal remains, his flesh was interred within the armoured shell of the Dreadnought, constructed by the master artificer, Brother Morlio. Moria is not the first to inhabit this magnificent machine, and will no doubt be the last. Upon regaining his senses, it became clear that Moria's battle fury had not abated, and his psyche was racked with visions of Sanguinius. The black rage consumed him, but Moria survived its ravages and continues to fight alongside his battle brothers in the forefront of every assault. It is rumoured that the Red First has claimed Moria, and that the chapter's armourers have modified his dreadnought in order that he may drink deeply of this most vital fluid of life. Chaos Dreadnoughts. The dreadnoughts used by the Chaos Space Marines are truly ancient machines that have been salvaged and rebuilt many times over 100 centuries of warfare. While it is considered an honour amongst the loyalist Space Marines to be interred for eternity into a dreadnought, the Chaos Space Marines consider being consigned to a dreadnought as a living death, a torturous, mocking punishment from the Dark Gods. The Chaos Space Marines abhor the thought of a half-life, locked away inside the imprisoning womb of a dreadnought, where they can no longer see battle with their own eyes or feel the kick of a bolter in their fist. For them, it is better to die and find final release in the surging maelstrom of the war than spend eternity locked in an adamantium shell, fighting the long war as a maniacal machine. As a result, most Chaos Space Marine dreadnoughts are completely psychotic. A creeping insanity mixed of fear and fury has riddled their brains over the long millennia. Between battles, the sarcophagus containing the trapped body of the dreadnought pilot is disconnected and dragged clear of the dreadnought's armoured shell. Even so, the dreadnought itself is kept chained like a beast when it is not actually fighting, for fear that some residual spark of the pilot's soul may remain within it and send it into a berserk rampage of death and mutilation. As the raiding ships of a Chaos Space Marine fleet approach their prey, the dreadnought's weapons are prepared and loaded, and its sarcophagus is installed. The madness of the interred Chaos Space Marine grows as he rises from his dormancy. It is at this point that the lunatic beast of flesh and metal is unleashed once more upon the enemy. The Land Raider. Across the hundreds of thousands of planets in the Imperium, even amongst the most regressed and superstitious populations, the Space Marines of the Adeptus Astartes are legendary. On the civilized worlds, they are spoken of in hushed whispers, accompanied by ignorant tales of ancient secrets concerning bioalchemy and geno-conditioning. The myths of primitive people tell of the angels of death, who descend from the stars on fiery wings to bring retribution to the servants of chaos. Just as prominent are the tales of the steel chariots of the angels, massive beasts of metal with a skin that turns any blow, whose eyes unleash bolts of lightning, and in whose stomach the angels of death travel. This is the legend of the Land Raider. The Land Raider is based upon the near-mythical Standard Template Construct, or STC technology, and as such, its design predates the Imperium by many thousands of years. Its rediscovery is commonly attributed to the great Techno-Magus Arkan land at the very birth of the Imperium. When the Imperial Land Raider first saw combat is now a matter of much debate amongst Imperial archaeologists. Some claim it was during the siege of Delabrion that a Land Raider first fired its las cannons in anger. Others point towards the massed tank battles of Caliesto Platinum and say that the Land Raider drew first blood during the mighty conflict that raged over that world at the start of the Emperor's Great Crusade. The popularity of the Land Raider in Imperial forces was nothing short of overwhelming. A whole Forge world and Valis 9 was turned over entirely to the production of Land Raiders, and the design spread throughout the galaxy with the Emperor's fleets. At that time, the Land Raider was used by almost every human force, including the Space Marines and the Imperial Army. There was not a battlefield in the first 200 years of the Imperium that had not tested the mettle of this awesome war engine. Then, the War Master Horus virus-bombed Istvan V, and the Great Heresy engulfed the galaxy. And Valus IX was overrun by renegade tech priests at the outset of the heresy, and the production of the Land Raider was suddenly reduced to a trickle from a handful of Forge Worlds still loyal to the Emperor's rule. Many Forge Worlds opted to secede from the Imperium at this point, rather than joining one side or the other. With the War Master's forces threatening to overrun Terra, the Emperor decreed that all Land Raiders still in Loyalist service were to be recalled for exclusive use by the Legionis Astartes, who were at the forefront of the fighting. The Land Raider proved to be essential for both sides during the bitter fighting that would decide the fate of the Imperium. It was one of the few vehicles that could, when used in sufficient numbers, hold off and even destroy the massive titans of the Adeptus Mechanicus, whilst its ability to fight in almost any imaginable war zone, including seabeds and in highly corrosive atmospheres, meant that it saw more service than any other machine of war. The heresy was eventually crushed by the sacrifice of the Emperor, but with the Emperor's ascension to the Golden Throne, none dared countermand his order that Land Raiders were for the exclusive use of the Space Marines. Thus has it remained for the last 10,000 years. The Land Raider is ideally suited to the highly mobile warfare employed by the Adeptus Astartes. Like Space Marines, the heavily armoured Land Raider is capable of fighting in almost any conditions, including extremes of climate, total vacuums, and high-gravity worlds. The Land Raider offers vital protection and transport for a squad of Space Marines, and has enough heavy firepower to lay down considerable supporting fire once it has dropped its passengers at the battle zone. On Death Worlds, and in other harsh environs, the Land Raider's onboard stores allow the Space Marines to replenish the environmental and energy systems of their power armour, giving them a greater operational span. In battle, it is common practice for the squad to disembark, leaving the Land Raider to fight independently. The Land Raider's mix of armaments allows it to fulfill a variety of battlefield roles. In many respects, it is used as a mobile emplacement, its thick armour able to withstand all but the most destructive land-based weaponry in the galaxy. In this role, several Land Raiders can form a defensive line against a counterattack or create a near-impenetrable enclave inside enemy-held territory. Its twin-linked las cannons are the best tank-busting armament found on a vehicle of such size. So much so that the Orcs often refer to Land Raiders as can blasters. Combined with its heavy bolters, the Land Raider is always capable of dealing with squadrons of lighter vehicles, and can tear a swathe through even the most heavily armoured infantry squads. The Land Raider has advantages over nearly every other battle tank in the Imperium. Its troop-carrying capacity means that it can always bring its own infantry support, regardless of how far from the battle line it must operate. The Land Raider has everything on board to tend to the needs of its crew and passengers, including medical facilities, life support, and a shrine to ensure spiritual purity. Its rugged engine design can be adapted to use almost any fuel type, including a variety of gases, fossil fuels, liquids, and even vegetable matter. A triple redundant bank of analytical engines and communications arrays provide for excellent command and control facilities, allowing the Land Raider to act as a base of operations for the squad it carries, giving it an unequal capability for deep-range strikes against enemy lines. The Land Raider's survivability comes from its many layered composite armour, which, thanks to Magus Land's STC data, can be manufactured from a wide variety of different resources and materials. Its size makes it less unwieldy in battle than the super-heavy Bane Blades, Storm Hammers and Shadow Swords used by the Imperial Guard, without any significant reduction in protection. Techno-Archaeologist Marken Land. Little is known about the great techno-archaeologist, who is remembered in history as Arken Land. His birthplace remains a mystery, although it seems likely he was raised on Mars itself. That he was gifted with a perceptive mind is undoubted, but most history seems to dwell more on his eccentric lifestyle and peculiar personal habits. For example, one particular marble etching shows the great tech priest on his daily walk, among the great sky vaults of the Sierra Planum, with his pet cyber monkey, while an account in Geronomius's citations makes frequent reference to his affection for highly ostentatious wigs to obscure the baldness that afflicted him from an early age. Whatever his idiosyncratic personal behaviour may have been, it was Arkan Land who led the greatest expedition into the ruins of the Librarius Omnis on Mars. For 3 years, he searched the labyrinthine catacombs of that deserted edifice in search of functioning STC databases. He was not to succeed in his ultimate quest, but on the way, he made 2 discoveries which were to revolutionize technical treaties for millennia to come. The first of these was a near-complete data slab image of STC information pertaining to a heavy armored battle tank, which was to become known as the Land Raider, in honor of its originator. Secondly, Land was to unearth valuable information on anti-gravitic plates, and further hypothesized about the practical applications such anti-grav engines could be put to use to, leading to the construction of the first Land Speeder. Land was to eventually die, leading a second expedition into the Librarius Omnis. His Vox diary was found 2 centuries later by one of a number of rescue teams. It is believed that he and his party were picked off one by one by some mysterious predator, although it is still a matter of much controversial debate whether this was some kind of living beast, a psychic entity, or perhaps even a sentient virus. For most, it is simply proof that the secrets of the dark age of technology are best left in mystery and prehistory. The following 2 examples of military campaigns involving land raiders should go some way in showing their supreme power and preeminence upon the battlefield. The Eagle's Claw. One of the most famous stories in the history of the Red Talon Space Marine chapter is that of Tech Marine Clearn and his driver Rillian, and their land raider Eagle's Claw. The action took place during the first day of the Battle of Amiens, during the campaign fought against the rebel Imperial forces of the self-styled King of the Further Reaches in 917 M41. The battle resulted in the breaching of the rebels' main defensive line and led to the final defeat of the rebel forces. Eagle's Claw formed part of the Red Talon's 6th Company, which had been split up over a wide front to support the Imperial Guard units making the attack. Clearn had been given the task of first supporting the assault and then, once the rebel lines were breached, to aid the 189th Armageddon Steel Legion as it exploited the breakthrough. By 0620, the Land Raider was 2,000 meters ahead of its original start line and was beginning to catch up with the Baneblades, Leman Russ battle tanks and Imperial Guard infantry assault teams attacking the rebel lines. As Eagle's Claw crossed the last line of rebel trenches, it came under fire from rebel anti-tank teams armed with Imperial las cannons, which had already managed to knock out 2 of the Guard's Leman Russ tanks. The las cannon fire damaged Eagle's Claw's communications array, cutting Clearn off from the rest of the company for the remainder of the battle. Undeterred, Clearn was able to use a belt of trees for cover in order to close with the enemy in relative safety. Bursting from a tree line, Eagle's Claw swept over the rebel position, the rebels attempting to flee, but were cut down by the Land Raiders' heavy bolters. The Guard assault squads arrived to occupy the position, and Clearn set off again, travelling east towards the main objective of Amiens itself. By now, the 189th had come forward and were beginning to harry fugitives from the broken enemy lines. Unfortunately, wherever they met stiffer opposition, the mechanized infantry began to suffer casualties and were forced to halt. Clearn provided assistance in 2 such actions, destroying 5 enemy tanks and killing dozens of enemy infantry in the process. But more importantly, allowing the mechanized infantry to head on towards their next objective. At this point, Clearn evidently decided that he would make far better progress on his own. His map told him that there was an enemy supply cantonment in a shallow valley not more than 5 kilometers away. He headed towards the location of the camp, and when he finally reached the crest of the valley, he found the occupants hastily stuffing their belongings into their packs as they attempted to evacuate. Clearn opened fire at once, killing or wounding 60 of the rebels before the rest made good their escape, and then using the Eagle's Claw's las cannon to blow up the rebels' vital stockpiles of fuel and ammunition which had been left in the camp. His secondary objective having been reduced to a blazing inferno, Cleon decided to head towards the main objective of Amiens. He soon came across files of rebel infantry retreating towards the defences of the Hive, and engaged them at ranges of 200 to 600 meters. Eagle's Claw remained in the area for over an hour, shooting at any sign of life as it cruised up and down. In the process, return fire damaged Eagle's Claw's fuel cells, which started to leak fumes into the interior of the tank, rendering the air so poisonous that the crew were forced to don the helmets of their power-armoured suits. Because of the risk of fire and an explosion, most men would have decided that enough was enough. Cleon, however, was not a man. He was a Space Marine, and a Space Marine of the Red Talons chapter at that. So, although he was now completely alone, he decided to press on. Soon he found himself in the midst of the retreating rebel army, surrounded by columns of vehicles and marching men who believed they were beyond the reach of danger. When Eagle's Claw opened fire on them at close range, inflicting heavy losses, a wild panic ensued. Men ran in all directions. Vehicles careened out of control and crashed into each other. It was carnage. Now, satisfied, and with no ammunition left for his heavy bolters and the barrels of 3 of Eagle's Claw's las cannons burnt out from overuse, Cleon ordered Marine Rillian to return for home. But he had left it a moment too late. The enemy had brought up a battery of basilisks, which quickly scored 3 hits, causing Eagle's Claw to burst into flames. Cleon and Rillian leapt clear, pausing only to grab their bolters from the burning vehicle's ready rack as they did so. Surrounded on all sides by enraged rebel infantry, the fate of the 2 Space Marines was never in doubt. Nonetheless, they put up a stiff fight as the rebels swarmed around them. Finally, however, Rillian was shot dead, and Cleon was dragged down and kicked and hammered with lasgun butts until he was unconscious. Hours later, the burned-out shell of Eagle's Claw was found by the advancing 189th Armageddon Steel Legion, some 16 kilometers beyond what had been the original start line. How it had got there remained a mystery and a source of much speculation to the troops that made up the armies fighting in the campaign for many months. It was only when Cleon was freed from the cells of the infamous Temple of Truth through Pain that the full story was able to be told. But by then, the colourful tales of the exploits of the Land Raider Eagle's Claw had already become legend. The Battle of Franks. A few worlds have suffered beneath the scourge of heresy and treachery like the hive world of Franks in the Segmentum Solar. From its day of liberation during the Great Crusade to the day of its exterminatus by the Dark Angels, Franks was a byword for anarchy and disruption. During the 36th millennium, an alien-inspired rebellion erupted amongst the monolithic equatorial heat sinks, which controlled the atmosphere and heat exchanges across the rest of the world-encompassing hive. Aliens, controlling the rebels, sought to ransom the world for their own ends, but were met by the solid resolution of Governor Gaunt Montgomery. He sent his own finest mechanized regiments against the rebel positions without hesitation. At his command, 10,000 Lehman Russ tanks clattered across the endless rooftops and terraces which covered the world hive. The governor's proud tanks were decimated in the course of a single afternoon by rebel las cannons and earth-shaker cannons mounted high on the ziggurat-like steps of the heat sinks. As the tanks advanced across the open rooftops, the rebels simply picked them off. Over 5,000 wrecks were left upon the battlefield. Governor Montgomery was a rash man, and sent his depleted regiments again the next day, this time preceded by a massive bombardment from orbital monitors and attack craft. Unfortunately, the damage to the rebels' defences were counterbalanced by the cratering of roadways and bridges the tanks needed to advance. 2,000 more wrecks were added to the battlefield before the regiments broke and fell back again. By now, the rebels were literally turning the heat up across the whole planet, and millions of citizens were already dying of heat stroke and dehydration. At last, Governor Montgomery instructed his astropaths to request assistance from the Adepts of Terror. By great good fortune, a battle barge of the Iron Hands chapter of the Adeptus Astartes was passing close to Franks, and it was diverted to prevent Franks becoming a dead world. The Iron Hands companies aboard were depleted after a tunnel-fighting campaign on Kolimar, but their vehicles were intact. Their leader, Commander Cian, determined to make a last-ditch offensive using his handful of land raiders and the governor's surviving tanks for support. Although this force was limited, he believed that if the rebels' defensive position could be cracked at one point, the entire ring of heat sinks could be easily rolled up by the governor's troops. He led the 5 land raiders of his company forward during the night, walking ahead of them to personally examine the route, while the rebels were kept busy with a bombardment from the battle barge overhead. Commander Cian mounted up and led his land raiders into the attack at dawn, forming a hardened tip to a wedge of Frank's steel legions, in an assault on Heat Sink 871. The defense was bitter. From the instant the land raiders appeared, they were at the center of a storm of shells and bolts raining down from above. The heavy armor of the raiders shrugged aside much of the fire, but Cian had advanced no more than 200 meters before Land Raider 4, Metallus Gravus, was immobilized by a shattered track and then destroyed as rebel Earthshaker batteries found their range. The other Astartes battle tanks pushed forward, racing along a shell-torn skidway to reach the first ramp up the flank of the heatsink. Land Raider 2, Quoth Karasis, was blown apart by a direct hit from a rebel defense laser at the top of the ramp. Cian allowed the laser no time to recharge and gunned his own machine, Cestus, up the perilously narrow roadway to get a clear shot at the laser's armoured capula. After a few tense seconds, Cestus reached a firing position, only to miss with his first salvo of las cannon fire and be left fully exposed to the emplacement's return shot. To Cian's amazement, the panicking rebel gunners also missed, and he was able to use the Land Raiders' heavy bolters to drive them away from their position. Wasting no time, Cian turned up the second ramp, followed by Raiders 3 and 5, only to find his way blocked by welded steel anti-tank obstacles. Commander Cian and his tech marine dismounted under increasingly intense fire from rebel infantry to attach melter bombs onto the obstacles, both being lightly wounded in several places. As they remounted, Raider 5 notified them that the defense laser was being remanned. Cian detailed Raider 5 to keep the laser position suppressed, but as the giant tank turned to bring its full armament to bear, it slipped partly off the roadway and was left with its right tracks hanging over empty space 100 meters over the steel plain below. With commendable clarity of purpose, Raider 5 opened fire on the laser emplacement and knocked it out with several direct hits. Seconds later, a shell burst tipped Raider 5 over the edge, and Cian was reduced to a command of just 2 tanks. Cian triggered the melter charges and pushed on, Cestus leading and Raider 3 giving fire support. The 2 battle tanks ground up the second ramp, scattering enemy infantry and taking more hits as they did so. The third and final ramp was blocked by a salvaged Leman Russ, its battle cannon zeroed in on the corner as Cian made the turn. Once again the Emperor was watching over Cian, and the hit only wrecked one of his las cannon sponsons. Slewing his vehicle to bring the other weapons to bear, Cian riddled the Leman Russ with las cannon bolts. To clear his path, he maintained fire on the tank until it was reduced to a molten skeleton. Crunching over the wreck brought him to the top of Heat Sink 871, where the 2 battered land raiders made short work of the Earthshaker battery atop it. With the rebels' defences fatally breached, the Thrank's Steel Legion swarmed into the gap and began the long process of reducing the rebel redoubts. At the end of the battle, Cian counted the number of hits to his land raiders' adamantium hide, and found it had survived 132 enemy shots.
Chaplains.
Space Marine chaplains are the spiritual leaders of the Adeptus Astartes. They accompany their brother Space Marines into battle, chanting liturgies and exhorting them to great feats of bravery. They are terrifying and sinister figures, garbed in black ceramite power armor and wearing their death's head masks. Ferocious and devoted, they are inspirational Space Marines who are found wherever the fighting is thickest. They lead their brethren from the fore and perceive battle as the highest form of worship in the galaxy. The chaplains rejoice in the slaughter of their enemies, rendering praise to the Emperor and to the founder of their chapter as they fight. Rejoice! Let the glory of battle envelop us. Let our enemies fear us, for we are the Emperor's wrath. Chaplain Ramatan, Imperial Fists Chapter. For over 10,000 years, the Ecclesiarchy has been a powerful organization within the Imperium. The Imperial cult, preached by the Ecclesiarchy, also known as the Ministorum, has become the sole official religion within the Imperium, and it wields tremendous power. Its influence is enormous, and the followers of the Ministorum are zealous and unwavering in their belief and faith. The ecclesiarchy is notoriously xenophobic and aggressive towards any perceived taint within humanity. Any deviancy from the teachings of the imperial cult is dealt with harshly. Persecutions are frequent throughout the Imperium as the ecclesiarchy attempts to maintain its powerful position, stamping out any cults and religions that could threaten its authority. The cults of the Space Marines were formed long before the ecclesiarchy became a powerful force within the Imperium, and they held to their beliefs stubbornly, disdaining the fanatical ravings of the Ministorum. Their ideology features fundamental theological differences from the teachings of the ecclesiarchy. The main point of contention between the Space Marines and the ecclesiarchy occurs in how they perceive the Emperor. To the ecclesiarchy, the Emperor is a god, the most divine being, the saviour of mankind, and its eternal guardian. The Space Marines revere the Emperor as a brilliant, inspired man, but a man nonetheless. This forms a major schism between the two organisations. Some amongst the ecclesiarchy see the Space Marines as dangerous, heretical deviants, and certainly wars of faith have been fought for far less. However, the Space Marines are unfailingly loyal to the Emperor, even if they do not recognise his divinity. At the same time, the Space Marines are to be revered for they share aspects of their genetic structure with the Emperor himself. An uneasy truce has developed between the Adeptus Astartes and the Ministorum, though occasional disputes shatter this weary peace. The chaplains of the Space Marine chapters are gifted with their sacred rosarius by the ecclesiarchy in recognition of the link between the two organisations, though this is little more than a symbolic gesture of peace between them. Most commonly, this powerful protective amulet is worn around the neck in the form of an ornate cross, and it is sometimes referred to as their soul armour, and capable of protecting them even from a direct hit by a las cannon.
In battle's end, speak the liturgy in a clear voice. Respect the bravery of the living. Give the rite of passage to the fallen. Honour the battle gear of the dead. To do all this with reverence, even when exhausted by battle and weary from the field, is the duty of the chaplain. It is his burden and his satisfaction.
Interrogator Chaplain Isaiah, a Dark Angels chapter. The Space Marine chaplains are important figures within the chapter, and they are well respected by their brother Marines. They have a strong bond with the other members of the chapter, featuring heavily within the daily lives of the Space Marines from an early stage. They are one of the first faces encountered when new recruits join the chapter as neophytes, and it is their chaplains who preside over their indoctrination. The chaplains teach them of the chapter's cult beliefs, and direct them in memorizing the various hymnals and liturgies that they are required to know. Though notoriously strict and fiery individuals, they are also renowned for their sense of duty and responsibility for their brother Marines. They fight with inspired passion and belief, ever watchful for the well-being of their comrades. The chaplains are the spiritual leaders of their brethren, and guide the Space Marines in the oaths of loyalty sworn to the chapter. Praise is rendered to the Emperor and the Primarch for the inception and existence of the Adeptus Astartes, although the way each is perceived varies from chapter to chapter. The Emperor is recognized as their founder and the saviour of humanity, but is most often regarded as an awe-inspiring man by the Adeptus Astartes. Some chapters worship their Primarch as a god or demigod, while others praise them as superior yet mortal beings, mighty heroes from an age long past. The central shrine where prayer and worship is conducted is called the Reclusium, and it lies within the chapter's fortress monastery. It is a place of particular cultural and spiritual reverence. This most holy place contains ancient artifacts and relics of particular significance, often holding fragments of the Primarch's armour, as well as the battle gear of heroic figures from the chapter's history. Company and chapter standards hang from its hallowed walls. The chaplains lead their sermons within the vast reclusium, rousing the Space Marines with their passionate exhortations. The battle barges and strike craft of the chapter's fleet also hold towering cathedrals within their armoured hulls, enabling Space Marines to confirm their devotions when far away from the chapter's fortress monastery. Indeed, the majority of the chapter is often scattered across the galaxy, fighting in campaigns that may last hundreds of years. However, the chaplains preach a very practical-minded form of worship, and the presence of a formal chapel is not always necessary. The chaplains accompany their battle brothers in their crusades, guiding them spiritually wherever they may be. They lead them in prayer and ritual, whether it be within the reclusium, aboard a strike craft, or in the midst of battle itself. The archaic and ornate armour that the chaplains wear may be hundreds, if not thousands of years old. They are revered pieces of equipment and are perceived as mobile shrines in themselves. The black armour is frequently decorated with an array of ancient tokens and embellishments, often in the form of purity seals, devotional pendants and such. These sigils come in a range of forms, often appearing as winged skulls, the Imperial Eagle or other chapter-orientated symbols of dedication. The faceplate of the chaplain's helmet commonly resembles a death's head skull, inspiring fear in the enemy, as well as respect and devotion in their comrades. Part of the formal regalia that the chaplain carries is his staff of office, the potent Crozius Arcanum. This arcane, and most holy of items, is used in official ceremonies and worship, and is often topped by an Imperial Eagle or winged skull. This staff is carried to war by the chaplain, reflecting the ritual importance of battle to the Space Marines. The Crozius incorporates a powerful energy field, enabling it to punch through all forms of armour with ease, smiting the chaplain's enemies in bright bursts of energy and faith. Glorious battle is seen as the highest form of worship for the chaplains. Their primary role is as inspiring spiritual warriors, and they are chosen from amongst the most fiery and devoted of Space Marines. They lead their brothers from the fore, chanting the liturgies of battle, while they slay their foes, exhorting their fellow Space Marines to greater feats of arms in the name of the chapter and the Emperor. They encourage their battle brothers to relive the glories of the Emperor, each warrior aspiring to the miraculous feats their founding father was capable of. Acknowledge death as it approaches, but do not succumb to its touch, for your purpose is great. Chaplain Hannius, Blood Angels Chapter. Chaplains are the purveyors of the chapter's cult, ensuring its continuation and survival within the Space Marines' ranks. The Codex Astartes dictates the role that the chaplains play within the Space Marine chapter, as epitomized by the steadfast Ultramarines chapter. However, the cult beliefs have been in existence for over 10,000 years, and over this time, the various chapters have branched apart, each respective cult following their own path with their own unique belief system. As a consequence, the roles that the chaplains play will often vary between the different chapters. The interrogator chaplains of the enigmatic and secretive Dark Angels chapter are a sinister variation from the traditional codex. They are driven solely by the pursuit and reclamation of their damned brethren, the fallen. The chapter is fanatically consumed with finding these heretics, and those who are captured are handed over to the interrogator chaplains. Hidden within the depths of the Dark Angels Fortress Monastery, known as the Tower of Angels, these menacing Space Marines undertake their grisly duty as they attempt to draw a confession from the lips of the fallen. The interrogator chaplains give a quick death to those rare few who repent, and lingering torment to those who do not. For each of the fallen who confesses his sins, the interrogator chaplain may add a single black pearl to his sacred rosarius. The most successful of all Dark Angels interrogator chaplains was the great Master Molokai, who died after 300 years of service to his chapter. Throughout his illustrious career, he secured 10 black pearls for his rosarius, an achievement unmatched within the Dark Angels ranks. The role of the chaplain within the Iron Hands chapter is fulfilled to an extent by the Iron Fathers, who also carry out the role of elite tech marines. Their beliefs have altered over the millennia, so that they held a particular reverence for the mechanical, and this has seeped into their cult beliefs. The Iron Fathers are rumoured to spend a time of apprenticeship on Mars, home planet of the mysterious Adeptus Mechanicus. There are those within the ecclesiarchy who see the Iron Hands as corrupted, for they appear to venerate the machine god more than the Emperor himself. The mutual distrust between the Iron Hands and the Ministorum has erupted into bloodshed on several occasions, and not surprisingly, the ecclesiarchy refuses to gift the chapter with the sacred Rosarius. The chaplains of the tragically flawed Blood Angels are the guardians of the chapter, constantly vigilant for the first signs of the Black Rage among their battle brothers. The Black Rage afflicts some members of the Blood Angels before a battle, their minds becoming unhinged as they relive the moment of their Primarch's death. On the eve of battle, the chaplains move amongst the Space Marines as they are engaged in their prayers and devotions. They chant the Mora Patris, the Mass of Doom, and carefully check for the first signs of the terrible curse. Those who succumb to the affliction are removed from their brethren to become part of the Death Company. They are led into battle by the chaplain himself, and their madness and frenzy lends them superhuman strength and powers of resilience. They tear into the enemy without hesitation, shrugging off the wounds that would make even their hardened battle brothers fall. They would rather seek death in battle than risk succumbing to the even more debilitating catastrophe of the Red Thirst. The dark rumours can be heard that those who fall to such depths are kept atop the Tower of Amoria on the Blood Angels' home planet of Baal. Here they are said to exist for all time, howling for the living blood that they crave. The chaplains are said to administer to these degenerates, although what actually becomes of the twisted creatures is a secret known only to the Blood Angels' chaplains themselves. The Wolf Priests of the ferocious Space Wolves chapter fulfill the dual role of both chaplain and apothecary of the more Codex-adherent chapters. They adorn themselves in wolf totems and often wear an intimidating wolf skull helm over their heads. They minister to both the physical and spiritual well-being of their wolf brethren, and they are fully responsible for the indoctrination and recruitment of young bloodclaws from amongst the fierce, nomadic, seafaring peoples of their icy homeworld Fenris. They can often be seen from afar, watching from a high vantage point as the native warriors battle each other. They pick suitable candidates from amongst those who display particular promise and bravery. The beliefs of the Space Wolves chapter more closely resemble those of the hardy feral tribes than those of strictly Codex chapters. They hold great respect for personal bravery and great deeds, but have little regard for inherited power. They do not venerate the Emperor as a divine being, although this is not particularly unusual amongst the Adeptus Astartes. The Emperor is revered as the only warrior to have ever bested their Primarch, the headstrong Leman Russ, in hand-to-hand combat. They have little more than contempt for the ecclesiarchy, although the wolf priests will often wear the sacred Rosarius. However, their Rosarius is altered to represent a wolf totem, rather than an ecclesiastic icon. When they call on the Emperor and their Primarch in battle, it is not so much to seek their aid, but rather to call their attention so as to witness personal deeds and accomplishments. The following 4 chaplains are some of the most well-known and revered of their type amongst the ranks of the Adeptus Astartes. Wolf Priest Ulrich the Slayer. Ulrich is an ancient and revered figure, held in awe by his fellow Space Wolves. As a young bloodclaw, full of unrestrained fury, he fought in the First War for Armageddon, where he earned a fearsome reputation. He engaged the enemy on the ash wastes of that tortured planet as part of the great company of Wolf Lord Kruger. Despite his relative lack of experience, he fought with astonishing skill and savagery. In one conflict, he dispatched 3 treacherous World Eater Space Marines, earning the dubious honor of the respect of the corrupted Legion, who praise martial skill above all else. Ulrich has recruited many Space Wolves who have gone on to become mighty warriors, The greatest of these are Logan Grimna, the current Great Wolf, and the impetuous and tactically brilliant, if unorthodox, young Ragnar Blackmane. Ultramarines Chaplain Cassius. Cassius is the oldest living Space Marine within the faithful and valorous Ultramarines chapter. Approaching 400 years old, he fought by the side of the current Grand Master of the Ultramarines, Marneus Calgar, as they fought off the Tyranid High Fleet Behemoth. He is heavily scarred, his skin weathered and leathery, and his hair pure white. Despite his age, he fights with inspired passion and ferocity, and leads the warriors of the Ultramarines into battle against the enemies of the Imperium still. His age has tempered his battle skills with great wisdom, and his counsel is well respected amongst his brethren. He has a particular hatred for Tyranids, to whom he has lost so many battle brothers. He leads daring raids against them wherever possible, totally fearless of the towering monstrosities and inspiring his companions to remarkable feats of bravery. Salamander's Chaplain Xavier. Chaplain Xavier was said to epitomize the Salamander ideal more completely than any other Space Marine in the long history of the proud chapter. A great upholder of the Promethean cult, he encouraged dedicated acts of endurance and belief, and it is said that he slew with his bare hands one of the ancient, monstrous salamanders native to his home world of Nocturne. Xavier could spur his battle brothers to great acts of fortitude and resilience, and it is said that when he led them, the salamanders never fell back before an enemy. He was killed whilst leading a heroic counterattack against the twisted members of a Dark Eldar raiding force that had ravaged numerous settlements across the jungle world of Daikina. Mortally wounded and pierced by countless blades, he fought on, stubbornly refusing to fall. Only once all his foes were vanquished, their bodies piled around him, did he let his grievous wounds overcome him. His body was returned to Nocturne by his brethren, and his name is spoken with reverence. Asmodai, Master Interrogator Chaplain of the Dark Angels chapter. The Interrogator Chaplains are specialists in their vicious field, but none is more adept than the sinister Asmodai. Such is his fearful reputation that the enemy would rather die than fall into his hands. Rumours of the horrific tortures he can inflict abound, and it is said that he can keep his victims alive for weeks on end as he subjects them to increasingly agonizing torment. He is single-minded in his devotion to his dire responsibility, and he makes use of the horrific blades of reason to encourage the fallen to repent their sins. The blades are etched with labyrinthine neural wires, which cause unbelievable pain to the nerve fibers they sever. Though they cause intense pain and anguish, their effects are not fatal, and so the torture may continue virtually indefinitely, until the subject is both physically and mentally broken, and willing to confess his foul crimes. Blood Angels Chaplain Lamates, Guardian of the Lost. The Chaplain Lamates is a particularly strong-willed figure within the battle-hungry Blood Angels chapter, leading into battle those of the damned brothers who have succumbed to the Black Rage. Lamates is himself affected by the tragic curse, although through supreme strength of will he is able to have some control over its fury. The authority he commands is matched only by Commander Dante himself, and such is his respect amongst his brethren that he is able, with a word, to restrain the blood-frenzied nature of even those under the influence of the Black Fury. Equipped with his terrifying death mask, he is a fearful figure of doom, a nightmare to behold as he charges into combat, unleashing the full fury of his barely contained rage.